Cái điểm mình thích nhất ở bộ truyện này ấy, đó là cách mà tác giả xây dựng tâm lý nhân vật và nắm bắt cốt truyện.
This guy here is our main character. He jumps rope 1,000 times every day. He trains even more diligently than a professional athlete. He can catch a ball flying at 200 kilometers per hour with just one hand. He wakes up earlier than a rooster and goes to bed later than a dog. All day he only eats 3 bowls of rice, but when it comes time to confess his love, he gets rejected for being too fat. What a shame. And on one beautiful day, he gets abducted by some strange old man to a hidden place teeming with monsters. Here, he gets the living daylights beaten out of him. While getting thrashed, he successfully loses all his fat. What are the odds? A handsome face, a six-pack, and a ripped physique that makes all the ladies swoon. After getting beaten up a little more,
he awakens the bloodline of the Elf King. He slaughters millions of monsters. Holy crap. So, the secret to losing fat and awakening a hidden bloodline is to get pummeled by someone else. Alright then, without further ado, let's get started. The story begins at a school. A female student walks over, her mouth uttering, what's up? The boy facing her replies with all his heart, I like you from the very first moment I saw you. And throughout all the time we've been friends, I've always liked you, Dion. His confession makes Dion thoughtful, a sad look appearing on her face. Even the boy himself is a little dejected as he waits for an answer. Too embarrassed, the boy bows his head. I'm sorry, it must be awkward to be confessed to by someone you don't like. Dion feels as if she's done something wrong.
She jumps up and dismisses it. No, don't like you. It's really not like that. The girl explains, Shu, you're very kind, and you're very easy on the eyes, talented and funny. Really? How could I possibly dislike you? After a long explanation, her conclusion is still, but you see, The classroom scene fades, and below, a group of students is passionately playing sports. The boy leaning against the basketball hoop suddenly shifts his gaze forward. This boy mutters to himself, so it happened. The gloomy, dark aura surrounding Shu confirms his friend's suspicion. Looks like there's no need to ask. Regardless, the friend runs over, puts an arm around Shu's shoulder, and comforts him. Come on, man, weren't you already prepared for this?
With eyes still wet with tears, Shu replies, affirming, she just wants to focus on her studies. His friend quickly refutes the reason. She should have come up with a better excuse. It's not like she's a good student anyway. Shu remains in his sad state, muttering, then why choose me at all? At that very moment, a ball comes speeding straight toward the two friends. Luckily, Shu raises his hand and stops it. The impact of the ball against his arm creates a fantastical glow. The guys playing ball call out, hey, sorry about that. Are you okay? Shu doesn't care much about whether he was hurt by the ball. The only thing that saddens him is the question, why did I turn out like this? His friend really doesn't know how to explain it either, speaking hesitantly. Honestly, that's the biggest
mystery of your life. It's not that you don't like exercising, and it's not that you're bad at it either. You meticulously control your calorie intake at every meal. If people on a diet followed even half of your regimen, there wouldn't be any fat people in this world. His friend asks curiously, have you ever gone for a checkup or anything? Shu doesn't hide anything, and replies, yeah, many times. So what did they say? According to Shu, the doctor said, if I can't lose weight no matter what I do, then it's 99.9% due to genetics. After school, Shu returns to his home. As he's walking, his eyes suddenly fall upon a picture, and his thoughts begin to surface. If that were true, it would be great, because even if it's a bit unfair, at least I'd have an excuse to give up.
Whether in the past or the present, my mom always praised me for being handsome, as if it were the most obvious thing. As for my father, I've never met him. However, I've heard stories about him many times. My father was a famous wrestler despite his short career, but his strength and his records were truly awe-inspiring. Shu looks at the meal his mother prepared for him and thinks, according to my mom, I'm not fat. I just have the type of body that builds muscle just by breathing. The more I think about it, the more frustrating it is. He looks at the food in the fridge and starts to rationalize. But that's right. What's the point of a diet if it doesn't work? I've been on a diet for so many years with no results. Therefore, at this very moment, instead of trying endlessly for nothing,
wouldn't it be better to just eat as much as I want? Shu's eyes are filled with determination as he stares straight ahead. His hands can't stop grabbing for food. But no matter how positively he tries to think, Shu still returns to his initial state of eating vegetables. A single tomato kicks off his meal. Even though he's sick of it, he forces himself to eat. At dusk, the light is slowly being swallowed by darkness. Shu is training hard, sweat pouring down his cheeks. His phone updates his status. Current distance is 4 kilometers. For Shu, this is faster than any of his previous records. It's because while running, he couldn't stop thinking about Denise's rejection. His pace quickened like never before. Shu always sets a goal for himself. I will never give up.
After running for a while, the sky has turned completely dark and the street lights have come on. The phone continuously updates. Current distance 15.4 kilometers. Uploading new personal record. Shu can't believe he ran this far. But looking around, he starts to feel doubtful. Is there a place like this here? This is the first time I've seen it. Despite his doubts, Shu dismisses them. Well, I'll just open the map app and it'll tell me where I am. Suddenly, me. A deep, raspy voice rings out from somewhere, judgingly. You're fast for a human, even if you look like a pig. But it seems being human doesn't mean you can escape your bloodline. An old man standing high above suddenly jumps straight down to the ground. Our MC can only watch in amazement. His landing is master.
Full, his body not wobbling in the slightest. Shu, terrified, assesses the situation from a glance. That spot is at least 5 to 6 meters from the ground. Are you okay, sir? The old man looks at the MC's timid face and reassures him. No need to be so scared. I'm not here to eat you. I'm the bogeyman. He even introduces his current job. I handle the yokai in this peninsula, playing the role of a divine judge. Our MC hears this and understands nothing, blurting out, "What, sir?" Mint's eyes narrow as he continues. "It seems you know nothing at all. Well, that's fine. There's not much to say anyway. You're coming with me." Right after this, Shu is dragged away by the old man without a moment's hesitation. Fear is written all over our MC's face.
His entire body feels like it's being sucked into a white cloth. His body is being crushed by some mysterious force. Shu grits his teeth and wonders, what is this? Before he can understand what's happening, he is released from the white cloth, weightless, and falls flat on the ground. Mint quickly retrieves the cloth. BMC is still disoriented, his head throbbing with pain. What the hell is happening? Shu's eyes dart around apprehensively. A completely unfamiliar landscape with mountains and scenery stacked upon each other. A welcoming voice rings out, "Welcome to the yokai realm." The bogeymen instruct the MC to look around from left to right. Verify it with your own eyes. Do you see them? All of us have gathered here.
Even the skeletons you saw earlier, they are all inhabitants of this yokai world. Mint recounts history and explains. In the past, humans feared and revered us as gods. Now our existence is called superstition, considered imaginary. Every 666 years, a great tournament is held to select the yokai king. All yokai clans in this world, including those on the Korean peninsula, must select and send an exceptionally talented young yokai as a candidate. Some truths are revealed. 666 years ago, a yokai proudly rose to become our king, an extremely powerful being with colossal muscles. And now, another 666 years have passed. Mint's explanation is suddenly interrupted by the MC.
Wait a minute. Okay, I get your story, but the problem is, why am I here? Mint reaffirms. I've already told you, young man. Each yokai clan must send at least one candidate, including the yokai in the human world, and you are the only one who has inherited the blood of the elves. According to the boogeyman's assessment, the elf blood Shu carries is only 4 or 5 generations old, just slightly mixed. Our MC refuses to believe the current situation, denying it. Hey, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. The MC's eyes shift to observe his surroundings. A dark shadow is about to land. Terrified, Shu screams like a child. In the end, he calms himself down, his face returning to a state of composure. As expected, the dark shadow lands with immense force, the shockwave destroying the area it touches. The bogeyman Mint reminds him, misunderstanding or not, it doesn't matter. You have to at least complete one test. A giant monster with a gaping, slobbering mouth arrives and asks, "For real, old man?" Mint sets the rules of the test. All right, if you win, you can eat them. The prize for this match greatly excites the wide-mouthed yokai. It eagerly awaits the start. A loud voice roars. Acceptable. After 666 years, human flesh. I definitely can't miss this chance. The MC hasn't even had time to adapt to the situation before hearing he's about to be eaten. The wide-mouthed yokai accelerates, rushing towards our MC's position.
Its punch is so powerful it sends Shu flying off the ground. A kick sends the MC tumbling backward. Finally, he can't take it anymore and collapses on the ground. The speed is so incredible that the moment of impact creates a strange light. Mint stands on the sidelines trying to stir Shu's spirit. Even if you've inherited elf blood, we can't grant a mere mortal the right to participate in the festival. So prove yourself, if we want to live. Our MC is in extreme pain. A sudden action makes Shu's face turn pale. The wide-mouthed yokai is using its hands to throw the MC far away. The spinning repeats like a machine cycle. For the finishing blow, it slams Shu flat onto the ground. In immense pain, the MC can only gasp for air. Blood spewing out uncontrollably. Although our MC is injured, the wide-mouthed yokai has to admit, "You're surprisingly tough, you know. I thought this would be a piece of cake. Not too bad. Even eating some tough, stubborn meat has its own charm.
The wide-mouthed yokai's arm gathers all its strength and speed to slam down, but unlike the other times, the yokai's arm is stopped by a violent light. The bogeyman Mint from a distance closes his eyes to feel the spiritual energy of the battle. The wide-mouthed yokai tries its best to push its hand down, but its arm has been stopped by something. It's a truth from ancient times. The abilities of the elf race were almost immeasurable. Men's eyes begin to show surprise at what he is witnessing. However, their most representative strength and weapon.
This game they love most. Our MC's arm is growing stronger, pushing back against the opponent. In a surprising transformation, the chubby Shu has become a handsome six-pack man, the kind of physique every girl loves. The wide-mouthed yokai continuously sticks out its tongue. Our MC begins with a self-narration. As long as you are an elf, you know it without being taught. The talent is etched into your body like an instinct. At this very moment, Shu is putting those words into action, his body powerfully enhanced, blocking the opponent's strength. His eyes show extreme determination. Shu's legs move to strike, lifting the wide-mouthed yokai completely off the ground. This technique is called the mountain flipper, and it completely catches the wide-mouthed yokai off guard, toppling it over. The remnants of the battle are clouds of dust that obscure the figures. The huge opponent now lies defeated at the MC's feet. Cho Shu, age 17, race, human, now successfully awakened as Crow Shu, age 17, race, half-elf. The story continues in a modern street scene. Voices chatter endlessly. And then what happened? The MC replies, and then that was it? Even thinking back, Shu was still very curious. Seriously, what kind of crazy dream was that? His friend, while eating, has to chime in. Hearing you tell it, it sounds pretty interesting. You won in the end, right? Shu shakes his head in dismay. It wasn't fun at all. I got beaten to a pulp the whole time and only landed one hit on him.
Shu's friend mumbles while biting into a sausage. It's weird that you were fighting in your dream. Don't people only do familiar actions in their dreams? The friend looks at RMC and asks further. You said you've never learned wrestling. You've been boxing hard to lose weight, right? Shu, still curious, repeats, it's so weird. That dream felt so real, as if I knew what to do from the very beginning. I felt like if I just tried, I could do it. Seeing the MC lost in thought about last night's dream, his friend teases him. Don't tell me you're getting hooked, are you? Shu brushes it off, annoyed. I'm just saying. Anyway, it's probably just because I've been stressed lately. RMC walks and mutters, doubting himself. Could it be because I'm obsessed with losing weight? But even in a dream, there's no way this body could have six-pack.
However, once again, that dream returns. Our MC can clearly feel his powerful body, the six-pack clearly visible. Unlike his usual chubby hands, these hands are sinewy and strong. The voice of the boogeyman Mint rings out. You can feel it again. I thought you had woken up because you fell asleep while standing. Shu looks around in confusion, becoming more certain that this is not a dream. Something gradually comes into the MC's line of sight. It's the corpse of a monster he fought in his dream. Our MC's whole body stumbles backward. A series of thoughts pile up. It wasn't a dream. So that monster was real. That giant monster. I was able to, with this body? My body? Ment asks, Shu, what will you do? Before he can answer, another girl's voice cuts in.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. It's my first time meeting a half-blood. But meeting you in person, I didn't expect you to be so foolish and pathetic. Does he really have elf blood? This girl asks doubtfully. The bogeyman Ment turns to remind the girl. You witnessed a match, didn't you? Even so, she still remarks with disdain. An opponent is an opponent. He wasn't even as good as a regular monster. He didn't use any impressive magic. He only used brute strength. To think he struggled against that thing and is proud of it. RMC speaks up from a distance. Excuse me, the test is over, right? Then I can go back now? The bogeyman man approaches the MC and reminds him. That's right, you've proven yourself. I made my judgment while you were asleep. Let's continue one more time.
In this hazy, unpredictable scene, the deep, raspy voice of Old Ment echoes relentlessly. I didn't expect this to happen. He was able to take down that gangle. Could it be he was hiding his strength? That can't be. It seems there really is elf blood in him. It's been a long time since I've witnessed an elf's fight. The moment the old man witnesses our MC's brutal fight is the moment his body freezes. Men's staff strikes the ground hard as he declares, I, the adjudicator of the monsters of the peninsula, hereby pass judgment before the hundreds of monsters gathered here. I declare that the one standing there, I declare that Choice Shu is not a human, but a monster. If there are no objections, this judgment is considered effective, not stopping at a verbal declaration. The old man also orders, spread this information throughout Buso-san. If anyone unexpectedly encounters the elf, they will surely have a very difficult time. This upcoming event is going to be very interesting. Old man's gaze is fixed forward, his words stern.
As a monster, your name will be added to the registry. No one can capture or harm you without just cause. No matter what, Shu's condition hasn't improved. He expresses, "That's good and all, but I'd to go home." In his head, Shu whispers, "What if there is a just cause? This is so frustrating." The white-haired girl retorts, "Are you really this dumb or just pretending? Didn't you hear him? You are a monster that has not been recognized for its power, that hides its identity from humans, or is less than. 500 years old cannot enter the human world." Faced with these accusations, Shu shakes his head, asserting, "I haven't caused any trouble. I've never harmed anyone." Our MC's pitiful expression is constantly being shattered by the old bogeyman. "If you still don't understand, then I guess I have no other choice but to kill you." As he says this, a thick black aura envelops Old Man's body. The MC's body quickly counters the opponent's attacking force. He is surprised that his body can fly and soar through the air. The distance he moves is far, exceeding Shu's expectations in a confrontation. Very quickly, he lands safely without a single scratch on his body. Old Min strokes his beard and continues.
That's right. See, whether you think you're human or not, your body is inherently that of a monster. In this very moment, the MC feels very afraid. He was already scared, but the old man kept asserting that among monsters, elves are the most fearsome. Even though you've just awakened, your power already far exceeds that of a human. A normal person's body will be destroyed if not properly controlled. After a moment, Shu nods. Understand? But I have to wait 500 years. Answering the lingering question in the MC's mind, Old Mint replies, "No, you only need to wait half a year. This information is hard for our MC to believe." He asks again, "Really?" The bogeyman affirms, "I told you that a monster lord is chosen every 666 years.
The 500-year rule was enacted by the current lord. Let's go back 666 years into the past. All types of monsters were free to go to the human world. Humans could only run when they saw us and live in fear of our appearance every night, or other special situations would occur. A huge monster appears right in front of human. It terrifies and horrifies them. However, the fear gradually subsides as it seems those monsters don't harm humans. They depended on the human-friendly species living alongside them. Fear and worship. That was humanity's attitude towards us 666 years ago. But ever since that event, 666 years ago, a new lord appeared. For some reason, he didn't like that. On his coronation day,
The Lord enacted a law with the blood of the monsters he had killed. Because of that prohibition, we cannot harm humans or even appear before them. As a result, humans no longer fear or recognize our existence. They simply think we are not real. But that won't last forever. In half a year, the 666-year era will end. He will abdicate and the law he enacted will be reset. Old Mint gives our MC some truly shocking information. On that day, when dusk falls on the human world, it will be the moment that all monsters have been waiting for 666 years. The night of the monsters. Monsters will invade the human world and reawaken the forgotten fear and worship. The bogeyman seems to be backing Shu into a corner. In the next 6 months, you can either wait for time to pass or train to get stronger quickly. The decision is yours. The MC starts to ask curiously, how do I get stronger? If I can get stronger, then how strong do I have to be considered the strongest? This question, full of determination, makes men pause. His resolute words, "You truly impress me." What are you thinking? Shu begins his narration. What will happen to the world if monsters reappear? BMC answers firmly. I won't let them touch the human world. For a 17-year-old boy, it's hard to make an accurate prediction, but it's certain the world will become very dangerous for humans. At the very least, he can protect the family he loves. Old Mint gently strokes his beard and says slowly, It's not that difficult. The elf blood flowing in you is very powerful, though it can't compare to a pure blood. If you learn to control half of your power, no monster will dare to harm those you love. Although it's very unlikely, you never know. If you can win and become the Lord, you can rewrite the laws. The white-haired girl from before immediately cuts in, dismissing the boogeyman's words. Don't talk nonsense. He might be decent, but someone like him has no chance of surviving. You know that, old man. The boogeyman turns his head and says to the MC, Come to think of it, I don't think I've introduced her. Let me do so. Through Mint's introduction, this girl is Siwa. Just like you, this child is also participating in the event representing her people. Siwa acts arrogant, her words cutting as she declares, Why did you tell him my name?
I won't be seeing him again. Besides, I didn't come here to get acquainted with someone like him. She even looks straight at the MC and declares, You said you'll participate in the assessment to go to the human world. If you go back on your word, I'll hunt you down. The bogeyman explains the hidden meaning behind Sila's words to the MC. That child is just like you. Though young, she desperately wants to go to the human world. I kept refusing because I had other plans, but she kept insisting on participating. Our MC silently calculates the current situation. Didn't he say monsters can go to the human world after 6 months? Mint advises the MC. You must observe her. Sela retorts unhappily. Why do I have to be assessed? Whether it's transformation arts or monster power, there are countless monsters weaker.
And me sleeping for 500 years. Mint nods and advises. I know. Which is why it's very difficult to assess your ability. To avoid being discovered, you not only need basic skills, but also patience and self-control. Seal will rest her hand on her hip and replies in a deep voice. I understand what you're saying, old man, so I hope you're not using this to avoid me. Mint takes a step forward, his voice analytical. I wouldn't have called you here if I was thinking that. The event is approaching, and that old law will be void in 6 months. Why would I drag you into this when I'm so busy? And it's perfect timing. There's no better opportunity than this to test your ability to blend in with humanity without any trouble. As you know, Choice Shu was human. This is the best way to assess your ability.
As expected, Mint's words make Sela's eyes widen in surprise, her mouth stammering, "Wait, what?" Regardless of the girl's reaction, old Mint assigns the task. The deadline is the end of the month. Teach him the basic skills of a monster, including transformation arts. If I feel you've made progress after a month, I'll give you a passing grade to go to the human world. This information sinks deep into the MC's mind, giving him a sense of direction. However, the atmosphere is still noisy as the girl Seal keeps saying, "Don't be ridiculous. How can I teach him in just 1 month? You might as well just tell me I failed." Faced with this sharp attitude, old Mint replies calmly, "If you think so, then you will fail. So wait 6 months, leaving a month."
Early isn't much different, is it? Whether you want to give up here or teach him, it's up to you. A huge cloth is being pulled towards the bogeyman's position before he leaves. His eyes give one last piece of advice. Personally, I think it's possible. Right after that, the cloth wraps tightly around Men's body and moves away. The scene is left with only the MC and Seo. They both watch the old man's departure. He gets farther and farther away. Getting back to the main issue, Ciela speaks up. I know this question is stupid, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you know what Monster Bauer is? Shu shakes his head wearily. I don't know. The cold answer seems to paint a sad look on Ciela's face. I see. There's no other way then. Our MC's gaze slowly turns to fear as he witnesses the scene before him.
The monster from before has woken up. Shu's reaction confuses Sioa. What's wrong with you? This wide-mouthed yokai has just woken up and is already declaring clearly. Little fox, he's mine. Where's that old man go? The fight isn't over yet. This mumbling in her ear really infuriates Sioa. She scoffs contemptuously. You have a long life. It's because of low-class monsters like you that we are insulted by humans. Being called that, the wide-mouthed yokai becomes furious, its hand trembling as it retorts. You bitch. A battle between Sioa and the yokai officially breaks out. Truths are simultaneously revealed. Unlike humans, there is no distinction of rank between species, but among monsters there are huge differences based on species or bloodline.
The difference between monster species is determined by their average power, specific skills, and the abilities they possess, which creates a hierarchy among them. The pure-blooded elves have disappeared. There are many different opinions on which bloodline deserves to be the highest rank. But setting aside pride, they would hesitate to give the same answer. Those cunning monsters, the nine-tailed fox clan, those closest to the top position among the monsters on the Korean island, Silwa is very confidently provoking her opponent. Keep doing what you're doing. The reminders echo in the MC's ear as a surreal sequence of events unfold before him. But he could no longer scream. He could only stand there dumbfounded with surprise, which was not helpful in his current situation, the situation he was now facing.
Was a reality that he somehow had to find a way to accept and adapt to. Sela looks straight at the MC and reminds him, you see, this is magic, the ability to absorb and use energy and power. According to Sela's explanation, there are 2 types of magic, inherent magic and acquired magic. She turns to ask the MC, you must already know what the first type, inherent magic, is, right? One of the main examples is the elf magic from before, an inherent ability of a specific race engraved in their bloodline. To use it, you don't need to study it at all. Once you understand it, using it is as easy as breathing. But acquired magic is a different story. Any yokai can use it as long as they can learn it. To use this, the most crucial things are learning and practice, and that's not even counting the strength of the skill. Seal points behind her and reminds Shu, you see that guy tied up over there? He refused to train, relying on his naturally gifted strength and size, and now he suffers the humiliation of being defeated by a simple binding spell. He's just one example. One of the pathetic things I've defeated. After some fighting, Silwa comes to a final conclusion. Anyway, if things have turned out this way, I will teach you. But let me tell you first, I hate trouble the most. If the results you achieve aren't worth my time, you will face my wrath. So, if you're not ready, I advise you to give up right now.
This will be very difficult for someone who was human just a few minutes ago. If you disappoint me, you might actually lose your life." Despite the threatening words from the girl, Shu resolutely declares, "Even so, if you'll teach me, I swear I'll put my life and soul into it. I really need to learn at any cost. My current situation doesn't allow me to plan for anything in the future." Our MC's determined words make Sela more enthusiastic. "All right, I think there's a high chance you'll fail, but that's still better than not even trying. Well, then we should eat." First, right at the mention of eating, Shu's eyes seem to light up. Siwa moves her hands, channeling spiritual energy, and analyzes. As I said, using magic requires a lot of energy. This is the power that all residents of the yokai world must use, something you don't have much of right now.
Normally, it gradually accumulates just by breathing and eating the food and drink of the yokai world, but today is your first day here. The girl affirms a fact. A human world diet won't accumulate anything, so the power you've had since birth is probably all you have. You must be very hungry, right? After such a difficult journey, you must be starving. Shu shyly scratches his neck and replies, "Actually, no, I don't feel that hungry." The answer had barely left his lips when the MC's eyes began to waver. His body felt like a powerful electric current was running through it, his teeth clenched tight. The more he looked at this violent purple electricity, the less Shu understood what was happening to his body. Seeing our MC's condition, Seiwa says, "I told you have very little power left."
Now, probably only a fistful left. A wrestling move like that must have drained everything. This is a typical symptom of it. The girl walks closer to the MC and says, "And the solution to your problem is also very simple. See that guy? There are rules even among yokai. The law states that the winner of a valid duel holds the right of life and death over the loser of that duel." Seal was urging words whisper in Shu's ear. "Eat the flesh of the defeated yokai. Devour his power. That is the simplest way to gain strength. With that size, he should be a perfect meal for you. After that, your hunger will vanish." At that very moment, Shu slowly walks forward, driven by instinct rather than will. For the first time in his life, he feels demonic hunger taking over his entire body. That craving is intensified by the whispers of a nine-tailed fox, and the only thing on his mind is the predator's instinct. However, there was one thing Seiwa had not calculated. That is the greedy instinct of an elf. It would try to catch the more obedient and nutritious prey. Because of that thought, RMC changed his course of action, his whole body heading straight for Seiwa. Her face begins to show anger, her mouth uttering, "Tisk, look at him." Her hands begin to unleash a chain technique. A powerful beam of light shoots out in front of her, engulfing the MC within it. Seiwa exclaims in annoyance, "Seriously, no matter how hungry you are, don't be so arrogant."
A half-baked yokai like he thinks you can eat me. The MC is continuously questioned by the girl. "I must look like much easier prey to you, right?" Sela constantly corrects the opponent. "I need to fix this spoiled attitude of yours properly." Despite the girl's words, our MC focuses his energy on the fight. His entire body's power becomes ferocious, instantly breaking all the chains surrounding him. The strange situation makes the girl start to fear, thinking, even if it was just one chain, he actually broke it with just the strength of his arm. Right after destroying the binding chain, the MC doesn't hesitate to launch himself forward and attack Sela. His eyes are filled with determination. However, the girl still scoffs. That's right, even a half-baked elf is still an elf.
Is that what you wanted to prove? Right. Cilia is doing something strange with her fingertip. Her voice rings out. "All right, I acknowledge you." Her fingernail has been cut, drawing blood. On the opposite side, Shu unleashes his full power to fight. This state is when his instincts awaken. The streak of red blood suddenly moves strangely. Cilia is drawing it into a summoning circle. The blessing of the noble demon king. The girl's mouth must first fist. The brutal first fist technique combined with ferocious speed strikes straight at the MC. He is completely knocked back, his body recoiling to resist. His eyes are fixed forward, staring unceasingly. That fist has now been released. The next technique to appear is thrust. The long gash moves as if tearing space and light apart. That intense light seems to make the MC disappear from view. The fight becomes increasingly tense. Unable to bear it any longer, the chains on Shu's body begin to bulge. The light pierces through and slams him down to the ground. The mountain landscape has been pierced with a massive hole. Seal's voice inquires, "Still alive?" Well, even if he died, he couldn't have escaped. From the moment he dared to attack me, he was officially seeking death. I never really expected much from him. Anyway, this girl keeps muttering to herself. I really didn't expect anything from him. The fact that he just awakened, even among the most powerful elves, among the few elves who can awaken inherent magic.
Despite its rarity and superior power, he showed the potential to become a symbol of the elf race. Our MC, Sanui, purple glowing hands show his suppressed anger. Silwa continues to add verbal attacks on Shu. Even for a half-blood, you really have a lot of tricks. The inherent magic, the elf cudgel. Speaking of this character, Silwa, she can be called the top star of the yokai world, a prodigy nine-tailed fox who grew 9 tails before her 100th birthday. A talent inherited from the fox yokai clan with a 1,000-year history on the Korean peninsula. That's why she could feel it so clearly. How dangerous the elf cudgel, the evil object she had to face for the first time in her life, must be. Silwa is silently thinking, if we're just considering power,
I have no reason to lose, but in this very moment, she can't understand this palpable pressure either. Our MC gets closer and closer, his footsteps echoing loudly. Scylla's eyes are fixed forward, her guard raised against this powerful opponent. As expected, the MC is gradually approaching the transformation of the elf cudgel. The lightning strike technique combines with the attack on the opponent. Seal's face gradually loses its confidence, her anxiety level rising. An elf cudgel combined with lightning is like a tiger with wings destroying the surrounding landscape. Rocks and earth shatter and fly everywhere. Silwa exclaims her realization. That's right. This is the feeling of the elf cudgel. Shu is still confidently launching his attacks.
Every move aimed straight at the girl's position. Scylla absolutely refuses to back down, her competitive nature flaring up. It's my turn to show what I'm made of. Her giant fist begins to form. Our MC is drawn into the vortex of a brutal battle. The fists of Scylla and Shu clash fiercely. Neither side willing to back down. They both try to hold on to the thick, dark aura. Suddenly, the girl flashes a cunning smile, muttering, "Bang!" On the other side, the MC isn't paying much attention to other things. His hand tightly grips the dark energy rope. With all his might, he pushes against the giant fist, creating an intense flash of impact. After fighting for a while, Scylla slows down to observe. She mutters her assessment of the situation.
Looks like this isn't enough. Looking at that stubborn axe, I'll probably have to knock him down 5 or 6 more times to control him. Because of that thought, the girl's giant fist rises to fight again. But a sudden situation occurs. The smoke from the collision engulfs the surrounding scenery. Scylla's eyes look around with concern. Our MC is tearing through everything that obstructs him. The aftermath is incredibly fierce. Shu resolutely grips the dark and energy rope. The other end is held by the girl's giant hand. Scylla is lost in thought. I can't believe it. With just one hand, he can fight against the great Demon Emperor's fist. Even the Demon Emperor's fist has to strain to stop the MC. Shu's actions don't stop there. He launches a relentless assault.
The giant fist begins to crumble as it blocks, losing its majestic appearance from before. Our MC's feet move powerfully on the ground, revealing a few truths. That weapon can change its shape according to its master's will. It's the reason the elf race was able to survive in the past. Shu's eyes flash once more as he changes direction. The MC continues to transform his power fiercely, and there's a truth that the yokai call the elf cudgel, an all-powerful weapon. The heavenly staff unleashes a ferocious attack. Even the confident Siawa from before starts to worry. She thinks to herself, its shape and attack methods both are changing, making it hard for me to respond. The red cudgel, besides its special ability, the durability
and true power of this magic are incredible. I can't let him have any more time to increase his strength. While the female character is thinking hard, our MC is only focused on his fight, his eyes filled with high determination. Seal's giant hand continues to rise high. Anger flashes in her eyes, a plan forming in her head. I need to use the power of the great Demon Emperor's fist. The technique she's talking about is the chaotic double strike. Our MC's fighting hands also come to a halt. The strikes from the giant fist are continuously torturing Shu's body. However, the one who should be worried is not our MC, but Silva. She thinks to herself, I've unleashed this chain of attacks, yet he's still holding on so tightly. Truly,
not even a 100 or 200-year-old nail-tailed fox would be a match for him. In this critical moment, the female character slowly figures it out. I think I understand why the elf race has such terrifying power. A shorty who just opened his eyes has already reached this level, but he has utilized all the capabilities of that magic. No matter how durable, it seems his magic has reached its limit. The more Scylla thinks, the more she sighs. If this continues, he'll keep being stubborn until he shatters into pieces. He's truly a lost cause. As expected, RMC continues to fight with unyielding spirit. For every punch the opponent throws, he gives his all to block it. Shu doesn't let his guard down for even a second in this important match. Scylla's arm raises.
Her words following 3 tails, no 5 tails. You have a reason to be proud. Shu's body is gradually lifted high, the black aura around him becoming denser. Silhouette declares, even though this is your first time, if we were to truly fight, your opponent would have to exert a lot of effort. The reason for this confidence is that Silhouette holds the Great Demon Emperor's fist, a semi-divine weapon. All of it is used to attack our MC, without any mercy. Even so, the MC is determined to fight to the end. A ferocious technique is unleashed, Five-Tailed Iron Strike. The light from the technique completely engulfs the surrounding scenery, leaving only Shu's silhouette. He's trying his best to resist, the Great Demon Emperor.
The fist and the weapon in his hand are proudly battling our MC. The technique unleashed earlier leaves a large patch of land scorched and desolate. Shu lies there motionless. He's very tired, his thoughts hazy. Oh no, it's hopeless. I was one step too slow. The female character takes on a superior attitude, her voice rising. Sorry, it's unfortunate, but you're about to go to the underworld. The magic consumption is destroying your internal organs. But you brought this upon yourself. You know that, right? You're a fool who doesn't know his place, and you didn't even realize your body was being consumed. Looking at the body and the current wreckage, Silway yells, "That old man is probably going to scold me again." An unexpected cry reaches the female character's ears. It's our MC's own mouth crying out. The unconscious call makes Sela freeze in shock. She can't bring herself to let Shu die. She raises her hand to use magic. Just like that, Shu's body slowly begins to move, rising up. The girl's eyes are fixed straight on the MC. His head seems to be in great pain, as if he's dying and being reborn. An unexpected situation occurs. Sela runs up and gives the MC a passion, a kiss. The kiss seems to transfer some kind of invisible power. After the kiss with our MC, Sela lets out a long breath. She nonchalantly lets the MC's body float down to the ground, her voice rising. My 5 tails, and the magic of the fox spirit marble that was just in my hands. If you don't repay me properly, I'll make you pay. Shu's eyes gradually open. He sits up in surprise after a deep coma. Our MC's eyes look around as he asks himself, "This is..." Suddenly, the door in front of him slowly opens. The person entering is the arrogant Seo. Her face is still dark and annoyed. Witnessing this appearance, Shu watches her without looking away. A bowl of nourishing soup has been prepared for the MC. After waking up, Shu's demeanor is timid, completely different from when he was fighting. He speaks up. "I'm really sorry. I remember everything I did. I don't know how, but even though I was conscious, I couldn't control my body." He keeps bowing his head in apology in front of Seo. "Anyway, I'm truly sorry. You were only trying to help me, but I put you in danger." The girl doesn't blame the MC at all.
Her tone gentle as she says, "Drink it." This behavior makes our MC gasp in surprise. Siwa repeats, "Drink it before it gets cold." Our MC accepts the medicine with a happy heart. "Yes, thank you. Is this herbal medicine?" Without further hesitation, Shu drinks it quickly, but his expression afterward is very strange, accompanied by a threat. "I'll kill you if you spit it out." After the first sip, our MC is very curious. "What is this made of?" Seo replies nonchalantly, "Who knows? Would knowing make it any easier for you to drink? I won't provoke you anymore, so drink it all. And while you do, listen carefully." Seo lowers her voice to a serious tone. "First, you forgot something very important. That fat elf monster? It escaped while we were fighting. But whatever, you're the one who made the decision. He's probably hiding somewhere, curled up for about 100 years, because he knows what will happen if he gets caught." Not stopping there while the MC is drinking, Sealwood continues, "He's a tonic for a half-blood like you, a delicious meal served right at your mouth, and you let it get away." Shu, confused, asks for information from the girl. Is there any other solution? A very sincere question, but Sealwa answers mockingly. "Another solution? Look at you. You probably still think you're human. If you're not ready to step on others to get stronger, then," the MC denies it, "it's not that. I'm still not used to killing and eating yokai, and I don't want to do it either. But from my perspective, any yokai can be dangerous to humans.
If I make a mistake, the people around me will be in danger. If I need to kill, I will kill. If I need to eat, I will eat. I told you I will do everything I can." Suddenly, Shu snaps at Siwa. "I'm asking if there's another method. It's not that I can't eat them. I'm asking if there's another way." Despite this, Sela reaffirms, "I already told you, but the most effective way to increase your yokai power is to eat others. However, it's only possible when both sides agree to a duel. You're a special case, because without such a rule, the weak would always be eaten and couldn't survive. Plus, easy prey won't be available to you. Even as a half-blood, countless yokai have seen you use yokai power, and the rumors will just keep spreading. Those weaker than you won't want."
Fight you. The ones who seek you out will be the opposite. Yokai you can't possibly face. Sela stands up and reminds our MC. "If you lose one round, you just have to try again in the next." She points outside. "Come on, I have a gift for you." The scene shifts to the outside. The MC is very surprised by the sight before him, muttering, "A strange gift. The female character has brought a monster. She looks at the expression on Shu's face and asks curiously, "What do you think? Is it okay?" RMC is still asking questions. "Isn't that a yokai?" Sela replies, "It is, and it isn't. To be precise, they have lost their status as yokai. Humans are different, but some yokai lose their minds to their instincts. You were like that too, weren't you? However, they weren't as lucky as you and they did something they weren't supposed to," Sela continues to assert. "We call them beasts, not yokai anymore, and we stripped them of their status as yokai. Dalma, that's what we call them on the Korean peninsula." DMC's expression freezes. The female character prods him. "Are you just going to stand there and watch? I told you, right? It's a beast that has lost its mind." That beast also starts to stalk forward and enter into a fight with EMC. EMC resolves to face it head-on, his eyes showing no mercy. He breathes slowly and steadily to stabilize his state in battle. Sela watches the battle from above, thinking to herself, "At first, I thought he would be surprised and hesitate, therefore he would fail. But he's using his body better than thought."
Did I underestimate him? However, even so, she still predicts the MC will run as soon as he can. His opponent is a member of the Firehound clan and was once named. However, because of his desire to prove his clan's worth in the festival, he was caught for capturing and eating yokai. Because he crossed the line and could no longer control his yokai power, he went mad. This monster is fighting madly, unleashing a continuous barrage of techniques. The MC's body starts to lean back to dodge the powerful attacks. His eyes glance around. The monster gets close to Shu, its mouth growling threateningly, its roars echoing all around. Sea-War rests her chin on her hand, thinking and assessing the fight. As expected, he can't just swing that cudgel around randomly.
Huh? I didn't expect anything more. This is clearly a battle Shu can't win. Even though he's lost his consciousness, his opponent is on another level. Besides, he's still not familiar with grabbing and throwing, the ways to use yokai power. It's cruel, but this is the way to awaken his instincts. It happens when he's close to death, but Sela's eyes suddenly change, her expression shifting to surprise. Shu's fists are clearly visible. The punches are thrown continuously, sending the monsters stumbling back with each hit. In some gym, a sudden wow is heard. The uncle remarks, "Your motor skills are better than I thought. Sorry because you said your goal was to lose weight. I didn't think you'd be this good." This uncle asks RMC, "Do you have any intention of learning boxing?"
However, at that time, Shu only replied nonchalantly, "When I lose the weight, I'll think about it." The uncle looked at the MC's training regimen and exclaimed, "Lose weight? Hey, you'll naturally lose weight if you keep at it like this. Just train for about 6 months. If you want this senior to guide your diet and training with those skills, you can aim to go pro and your weight will naturally drop too." Of course, at that time, Shu also hoped it would be great if boxing actually worked. Back to the present. In this critical battle, he starts to apply the lessons from his past. Unlike those who learn martial arts, his goal was not strength or fighting. He was always focused on a goal. I want to lose weight. That was his initial goal, simple yet incredibly difficult, no matter how persistent he was.
His efforts were never rewarded, but he never once gave up. By the time he reached high school, the number of sports he had participated in was 16. Among them, 7 were combat sports. Despite the short training periods and the fact that his weight never went down, the goblin's effort and innate motor skills, those things allowed him to perfectly absorb the skills from 7 different combat sports. After a bit of fighting, our MC managed to land a bone-bruising blow on the monster's face. Even SLHVK herself couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is this even possible?" The monster was completely defeated at Shu's feet, but the question he had now was, how was he supposed to eat this monster? The monster lay sprawled on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing this,
Our MC himself was shocked, raising his hands as if he couldn't believe what he'd just done. SLHVK, who had watched the fight from start to finish, confirmed that it was martial arts. A thought kept running through her mind. I hope that's not an innate ability. After all, it's a technique created by humans, and it's not designed to be compatible with a monster's body and strength. The truth is, it hasn't been long since he got his monster body, yet in battle he has completely mastered and utilized it. His potential is greater than I thought. A voice cut through SLHV's thoughts. So, what should I do next? Shu expressed his feelings. At first, I thought I was going to win. I guess I can't eat him like you do. The woman sighed and replied, Of course not. At the very least, you have to win.
First, before we can talk, right? This sentence made our MC freeze in his tracks. Instantly, the monster he thought he had defeated pounced on him without a shred of mercy. Shu's gaze shifted. However, the situation was too critical. He completely lost his footing, his body swaying with a beast push. Blood splattered onto the ground below.
The monster had successfully knocked our MC to the ground. A piece of Shu's flesh was still stuck in its teeth. As it growled, its eyes filled with a fighting spirit. Our MC looked in terror at the chunk of flesh he had lost. His eyes couldn't hide his suppressed rage. The monster hadn't stopped its attacks at all. The moment our hero showed a sign of attacking, it launched another move, pushing him back. Shva
sat watching from above, posing a question. How about it? I'm sure we'll have more time to talk after you've dealt with this. The biggest reason why humans fear injury is not because of the pain, but the fear of losing a part of their whole body is the primal fear of a living creature called a human. And that was enough to make a 17-year-old boy panic. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. Even the MC himself didn't expect his body to heal at such an astonishingly fast rate. The monster attacked relentlessly, thrusting its sharp claws forward. Shu slowly got back on his feet. His body indeed received a bloody scratch, but just like the previous wound, this scratch gradually healed, fading away quickly. Humans and monsters have countless differences between their two species.
But if one had to point out the biggest difference, it would be their strength and regenerative abilities that creates a different way of thinking and acting. As long as you don't die or receive a fatal wound, injuries are nothing. The moment you realize that the subconscious limits set to protect the body are released, and the body's physical limits can increase at a dizzying pace. The battle between the MC and the monster was reaching its climax. The techniques Shu unleashed were brutal. His movement speed and the aura he emitted were incredibly menacing. In this combat state, the MC thought to himself, "My hand feels like it's about to break, but it's worth it." The punch was much stronger than before. The recoil felt like being hit by a car. However, he didn't forget to assess the situation.
I'm not the only one with regenerative abilities. If I think about it, it's not strange that he got back up. SLHVK spoke up, stopping the fight. That's enough. The last punch met the standard, both in power and placement. Even if that thing doesn't die, it won't be able to recover immediately. The woman then asked the MC a special question. So what do you think about being able to use magic for the first time in your life without losing consciousness? Shu's eyes widened in surprise. I used magic. I wasn't paying attention at all. Seeing our boy's surprised look, SLHVK quickly shut it down with a firm statement. Using magic isn't some grand affair. Even if it's high-level magic, there are countless ways to use it. Your body's rapid recovery is proof that you're using magic. Even if you can't control it, that final punch was the result of using magic to enhance your strength. Besides punching harder, did you feel anything else? Shu looked at his hands and mumbled, I'm not sure, but I felt something like an electric current running through my body. SLHVA explained what our boy was feeling. If what you felt is correct, then that is magic. Because you have no experience, it might feel indistinct. The reason I had you fight that thing was to accumulate experience, because if you fight and win, you will unintentionally use magic. The woman also expressed her state of mind. Besides, I'm a little surprised myself. I thought it would take you at least 10 days to feel it. I have to praise your talent. It's greater than I thought. Receiving the compliment, Shu scratched his head shyly.
SLHVA looked at the monster standing frozen and reminded the MC, Well, then you should finish it now. You said you were ready, right? I think this is a redundant question, but up until now, have you ever killed anyone? Shu's face filled with fear as he confirmed. No. Despite all barriers, the woman continued to provoke our boy. Killing it is for the best for both you and it. If you can't kill it now, you'll pay a much higher price later. She pointed to a spot above the navel. For most humanoid monsters, that is the demon core, the place where a monster's demonic energy is concentrated. Punch through it. And so began the difficult first step in order to get used to it. The guilt of killing and absorbing someone. No matter how you justify it, there will still be some resistance. In this moment of a life and death confrontation, our boy began to recall images of his past. The image of him going to school with friends, a family photo with his mother.
He used all his determination, gritting his teeth tightly. The battle scene was filled with blood. SLHVK was very curious. You got something, didn't you? Open your hand. Our boy quickly did, as the woman said. In his hand was indeed an item. According to SLHVK's explanation, that's the demon core I mentioned earlier, also called a magic core. If you swallow it, its demonic energy will become yours. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu put the demon core straight into his mouth. His eyes showed a hint of strangeness. A thought surfaced. I swallowed like she said, but nothing's happening, huh? Suddenly, a voice spoke next to the MCR. A black bird was talking. That's weird. Shouldn't something like bam bam boom happen right after you swallow it?
The MC was startled, pushing the black thing away forcefully. What is this? Darkness enveloped them, and the pitch-black thing from before also began to transform. Seeing the blackbird's transformed appearance, our boy couldn't hide his surprise. SLHVK asked the question, "What brings you here? I'm sure I didn't cause any trouble for you." The other girl pouted and replied, "How sad. Do friends need a reason to meet? Although I do have some business here, actually." Hearing the two women talk, the MC's face was blank, not understanding what was going on. The girl who had just appeared asked Shu, "So you're the half-demon from the rumors, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sammy. I've been friends with SLHVK over there since we were little." Our boy, ever polite, bowed and replied,
A pleasure. I'm Shu. SLVH stood there merely curious. What business brings you here? Sami explained. As you know, I'm working part-time at the boogeyman's place. SLVH didn't understand what part-time was. Her face scrunched up in anger. Sami calmly continued. It means I'm working. That's what humans say. Looking at Sami's attitude, our boy thought to himself, this person, not just her way of speaking, but also, his train of thought was cut off by Sami's words. Because you caught 2 demons, I've come on behalf of the boogeyman to bring your payment and reward. SLVH sighed and pointed. It's fine. Just give it all to him. He's the one who took them down. Sami quickly approached Shu, nodding her head. I knew it. I was watching from the start. He's amazing. Really? I didn't think he had just become a monster. At this rate, won't something happen at the festival? Who knows? He might even become your rival. Despite Sani's reminder, SLHVK was still confident. Go ahead. The festival, the place where he'll be taken down in an instant. You mean, even so, her friend Sammy's eyes were filled with hopeful prediction. You never know. I think he's got potential. Well then, Shu, I'll give you your reward. It will take a while, so I'll let you choose. Sammy gave the MC 2 choices, the ability to go home right now or continue on to become a powerful monster. What is it that you want? A human who has lived through so many years only to end up as a half-demon. It was only after the boogeyman.
Clearly explained his origins that Shu began to understand himself. He was determined to become the Demon King to protect this world. On the very first day, he brought his 6-pack body back to the real world. He was already visited by monsters. It should be known that before this, he was an overweight young man of over 150 kilograms. But after training in the goblin world, he had made that heavy fat disappear, never to return. And his best friend at school, who seemed as normal as our MC, but who would have thought he was also a shaman from a demon sealing clan? To find out if our MC's journey to become the Demon King will be a smooth one, I invite all of you beloved fans of Kim to keep watching. A new morning was dawning. The MC's friend was talking angrily on the phone. Hey, what the hell, Chu?
You didn't go to school and you're not picking up your phone. The only reason I answered this unknown number is because I thought it might be you. What's wrong? Our boy on the other end of the line replied, No, I wish I could answer you like that. His friend was eagerly awaiting information from the MC. He therefore replied hastily, Yen, I have a really crazy request to ask you. It's okay if you refuse because it's beyond your ability. What is it? I can't say right now. You're all I got. Shu's hesitant tone made Yusin impatient. He urged, Spit it out. Don't beat around the bush. Immediately after hearing the request from the MC, Yusin was so surprised he froze. What? What the hell are you talking about? Hey, Choi Shu, where are you? Shu was flustered. He didn't know how to answer reasonably right now.
No, I'm having some unavoidable problems. My mom would go crazy if she knew I disappeared for a whole month for nothing. Their conversation didn't stop there. Are you at one of those traditional martial arts centers, like in Anong or something? Shu guided his friend. Just say that I went there for exactly 1 month to lose weight. Yusin said weirdly over the phone. I thought you already knew, but that place isn't for normal people. She replied, Yeah, I know. It sounds ridiculous. And I know it'll be a bit difficult, but I'm really out of options. You're the only one I can ask. Yusin replied thoughtfully. Fine. In return, let me ask you a question. You said you couldn't tell me the reason. Whatever it is, you can just tell me everything. You never know. Maybe I can help you. This sentence really made our MC
freeze. Sami, sitting opposite him, signaled for the MC to stay silent and not answer the question. She even coached him, It's okay to lie, but telling anyone about our existence is against the rules. I'll even be punished along with you. After talking on the phone for a while, Yusin's words were coming to an end. All right, fine. If anything happens, and if you can contact me, remember to do that first. The call was quickly disconnected. Ein muttered to himself, but it's not as simple as he says. After the phone call, our boy could only let out a soft sigh of relief. In this dark and gloomy scene, Shu asked curiously, You said I could go home now, but I thought we could only leave if we met the standard. Sami nodded. Yeah, that's true, but I don't make up things that aren't real. SLHVK was standing silently outside listening to the two of them talk.
Sammy continued, "If you really want to go back, then I can take you back to the human world right now. So, which one do you choose?" After careful consideration, our boy replied, "It's okay. Leaving this place after a month. I'll do it myself after I pass the test I'm supposed to take." This answer made Sammy curious. What? BMC was always serious about his choices. He affirmed, "If I don't study seriously now, then when I get home, if a lot of things go wrong, I won't be able to handle it. With the battles that have just happened, I'm convinced that I need to have strength to be able to fight back in situations like that. Therefore, I've decided I will hone my abilities more as a monster. That's the reason the MC's words and determination."
Truly made Sammy's eyes widen in surprise. Wow, for real? What you just said was way cooler than I imagined, like a main character. The cheerful conversation between the MC and Sunny was interrupted by SLHVS' sour face, her tone harsh. "You think this is funny, teasing this kid with choices that don't even exist? Just give the kid what he needs. There's no way he can pass the test." SLHVS exposed Sunny to the MC. And this is her bad habit, often causelessly luring people into revealing their desires and testing their reactions. Sami corrected her with a deep voice. "We call that a test to understand a person's character as well as their adaptability. Humans often get to know each other by asking questions like this." Sami asks Shu, "You still haven't finished the book I gave you last time, right?" DMC was still frozen, not answering, lost in thought. For real, this person, from her way of talking to her mannerisms, she's different from other monsters. It's like I'm looking at a real human. SLHVA interjected to ask Sani, "You mean that ridiculous hypothesis? It's so childish and simple, I couldn't even read a few pages." Sami replied to her friend in a scolding tone, "I wrote that book for you myself. If you want to become human and act like them, then you should at least remember to read it." Sami's face suddenly drooped, her tone pleading. "Anyway, I'm going to take him for a little while, okay? Because I was thinking of taking him from the very beginning, and I like his answer too." SLHVK
sighed wearily. "Fine. Do as you wish." Sami's body gradually changed, a purple light surrounding her, and black feathers began to form. Shu watched, unable to hide his astonishment. In an instant, Sami had transformed into the black bird from before. "Its name is the Crow Fiend." Sami's voice echoed in a different tone. She affirmed, "I told you I don't make up things that aren't real, right? I am a monster with the power to travel between the human world. On the condition that you will bear the consequences for everything that happens, I can bring monsters who haven't met the standard to the human world. You'll probably feel a little dizzy, but you can handle it, right?" Shu's terrified voice cried out, "What?" Before the Crow Fiend took the MC away, it didn't forget to say goodbye to SLHV.
"I'll be back later." Returning to the present, after finishing the call, our boy returned the phone. "Thanks for letting me borrow your phone. Thanks to you, I feel a bit less worried." Sami was very happy to hear that, her words gentle. "I'm glad I could help you. But will you really be okay with just one phone call to your friend? There's still time. You can meet your family once. That would be good too." Every time family was mentioned, Shui's mood grew gluier. He confessed his feelings. "My family is just my mother, and she's already left the city for business. Honestly, I feel much more relieved this way. If my mom were at home, things would probably be a mess." He even thoughtfully asked Sani, "Do you want to eat something? It's a bit much to call a way of repaying you, but I'll pay for dinner." Hearing that, the girl's expression changed.
"Really, that's great. There's something I've always wanted to try. It's something I wanted to eat since the first time I set foot in the human world. It's a bit difficult for me to eat, so I haven't had the chance to try it until now." She was really curious. "What is it?" A kitchen appeared. Incredibly appetizing dishes were served, each one still steaming hot. Our boy shyly asked Sammy again, "I've set the table with everything I have in the house, but are you sure this is all you need?" Tommy affirmed, "Yes, I'm quite satisfied. I've always wanted to try simple homemade food like this for a long time, because the other food I've eaten was all store-bought, like school food or food from restaurants." Shu was surprised when his new friend mentioned school. Sammy confided, "Well, I go to school. Do you know Hong High School?" This information surprised our MC.
"Really? It's right next to my school. Even though I go to school, I still have a lot of hang-ups. I only started school at the beginning of this year, but I'm not close enough to anyone to visit their house. You're probably the first person whose house I've been to." This fact made Shu ponder. With her cheerful personality, she seems more like someone with a lot of friends. The meal gradually ended. Sammy didn't forget to thank the MC for the meal. It was really delicious. The taste and feeling are different from restaurant food. Suddenly, she took out a strange item, explaining, "Well, then I'll give you the reward I mentioned earlier. This scroll is called a monster's inventory. It's actually not as simple as it looks on the outside. Just think of it as our bag and phone." Sammy diligently instructed our boy. "Like what I just did, you can summon easily."
And it can also display what you want if you move your finger like this, just like swiping on a phone. That wasn't all that was inside it. Sami pulled a box out of it. This is how you can store and retrieve items. You can carry many things without having to worry about the weight and size of the objects. There are other uses too, but if you use this a few times, you'll get used to its form on your own. Sami completely handed this precious item over to our boy. Inside, it contained a collection of functional items. Sami diligently introduced every nook and cranny to Shu. The one in the middle will be your inventory. Those stacks of coins on the left are goblin cash. It's a currency with high value even in the demon world. And the 40 ryong you received is a considerable amount. Spend it carefully. Finally,
The item on the right is a handed-down goblin's treasure. They're items that can have various abilities when you infuse your demonic energy into them. Sammy looked at this item, her eyes filled with admiration, followed by a warning. You know, in old human stories, things like this often appear suddenly. The girl recalled the boogeyman's instructions. Usually the standard is to receive demon cash as a reward for the things you do in the demon world, but since he told me to bring this for you, it seems the boogeyman has high hopes for you, receiving this trust. Shu was a bit surprised. Hopes? Maybe he hopes I can do something at the grand festival where the Demon King is chosen. That was also what Sammy was referring to. Of course, although we're not like humans, we monsters also have a sense of belonging to
the places we live. If a monster from the Korean peninsula becomes the Demon King, that's definitely something to brag about. Besides, I also heard that it was very regrettable. In the last festival, Shu curiously asked Sanmi, a monster from the Korean peninsula almost became the Demon King? Sanmi didn't hide anything. She confirmed, yes. From what I've heard, that person lasted until the very end, and it was an extremely close match with the current Demon King. Hearing this, our boy remarked grimly, then that must have been really regrettable for the demon world, too. Sanmi didn't forget to add, yeah, but the interesting thing is, that person was a goblin, just like you. Of course, like that species, they're so strong that throughout the history of the Korean peninsula, no one could match them. The MC's hand
took the item his friend handed him, his voice speaking at the same time. Even so, I only found out I had goblin blood in my veins yesterday. Honestly, a part of me is still wondering what's going on. I think I spend every minute thinking that I could wake up quickly if this is just a dream. Sami suddenly spoke up. Really? I think you're adapting pretty quickly and well for a human. She shared her thoughts about Shu. Even when I first met you and heard about your determination, you left a pretty good impression, you know? And while you're so determined, it's okay to aim a little higher. Sami pointed out a weakness of humans. They're bound by rules. They often find it hard to escape from that. With thoughts like that, you won't be able to do anything. If you can erase the thoughts of having to follow the rules and try harder, then you can become the Demon King and create new demon laws for the next 666 years. The MC started to get drawn into Sami's story. He asked curiously, "Can I ask a question?" Sami willingly replied, "Yeah, go ahead. I feel like I've made friends with a human. If you want to ask something, I'll try to answer with all my knowledge." The MC pointed and said, "It's nothing really, but that monster inventory next to her. Just now it was flashing like that for a while, along with the word emergency." She explained, This is an emergency summon. It's sent to monsters in the area whenever a serious situation occurs. If an emergency summon is sent to the human world, the only reason is that some monsters have broken the law and harmed humans. You understand?" Sami was still drinking her water. "But things like that haven't happened for several decades. There's no way there's an emergency summon." But right after that sentence, she froze, realizing something. A scream echoed through the building. Is this for real? The houses at night gradually turned off their lights, leaving only a little light trickling through. Our boy's hands flew up high. The items given to him also appeared. At first, he seemed a bit surprised. His hands moved as he mumbled, "If I put my hand in like this." He tried the item on his hand, constantly wondering to himself, do I just have to wear this and use my fist? Or is it a piece of armor? How should I ask how to use it? Shu's gaze shifted to the side. The clock struck 9:56. Sammy was frantically assessing the situation.
"It won't be long now. It's almost been 6 hours. Half a day in goblin time is 6 hours. And since we got here at 4, we just need to be back by 10. You get it? I'll be back soon. You just sit tight here and wait for me without any resistance," Shu replied. Okay. Before leaving, Sammy didn't forget to add, "You should also talk to me comfortably. We're friends, right? When I come back, you could just call me Sammy." The scene gradually fell into silence. The MC stood in the house thinking to himself, it's finally past 10. Maybe something happened. His eyes gradually turned to worry. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have asked for her number. Shu turned back to look around the house. A picture immediately caught his eye. Our boy became even more certain.
If I have goblin blood running through my veins, then I must have inherited it from my father. He gradually recalled the boogeyman's words. Yeah, even so, you're probably about the 4th or 5th generation. You just have a little bit of goblin blood mixed in. The more he looked at his father's picture, the more curious Shu became.
I wonder if my dad knew that he was born with goblin blood or not. A sound accompanied by a strange sight enveloped the MC's body. Looking straight, outside, he called out, "Somi, a noisy, chaotic scene. Screams echoing far and wide. A person was being choked, their whole body unable to move normally. The main cause of this phenomenon was the appearance of a pitch-black monster. It was creeping around, encroaching on the area. However, the black
body also had to writhe and scream before a special move of light beams. Wherever these light beams went, they pierced through the opponent's body. Sami was the one who directly launched the attack, which made her wearily remark, "Seriously? I don't know how many I've caught. You guys just keep appearing endlessly. At this rate, I won't have any feathers left." The pitch-black monster wailed pathetically. Hearing this cry, Sami complained, "What are you whining about? It's not like, seems like you could feel pain anyway, right?" This monster seemed unwilling to stay quiet. It moved surprisingly fast, and the man was thus no longer being choked. A body was moving at high speed. A blue-gray vortex appeared, surrounding the combat zone. The pitch-black monster seemed to have its body torn to shreds, its black fragments scattered on the ground.
The young man who was choked earlier cowered in fear, his mouth unable to close. Sami thoughtfully reassured him. "Don't worry too much. Your friend will be fine. His wound isn't too deep. I've given him first aid to stop the bleeding. The ambulance will be here soon." Although he was reassured, the lingering fear could not be immediately erased from the young man's face. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The pitch-black monster appeared, preparing to surround Sami. She sensed the dangerous situation, her eyes glancing up to observe. As expected, this monster without any mercy moved straight towards Sami's position. The situation was too critical. Sami froze for a moment, unsure of how to react. Instantly, a pair of
feet approached a voice instructing focus, because the day the rumor of you being defeated by these things spreads will be the day your entire clan can no longer hold their heads high. The appearance of this character really cheered Sami up. Well, yeah, the clan's reputation has never been that great anyway, and besides, I know you'll be by my side, right, Ah? This young man's face was indifferent, his words cold. "Who are you calling?" "Ah," Sami immediately explained, complaining. "You're older than me. We also have an acquaintance, so that's what humans call it. If you don't like it, I'll call you by your name then." "Oh, you?" You asked further. "Isn't there a way to call me that is both respectful and proper?" Sami suggested a name. "Then how about Orani?" This young man was indifferent, not caring much. "Call me whatever you want." Now I have to hypnotize him. You used hypnosis on the frightened young man, his words instructive. "What happened today was just a bad day. A car that appeared from the alley hit both of you and it sped off until the ambulance arrived. Don't be scared anymore. Get some rest." Witnessing the magic firsthand, Sami asked curiously, "Hypnosis isn't your clan's inherent ability, right? I heard that learning magic like that is extremely difficult. I also tried to learn from SLOVKA, but I got scolded and gave up. Are you a pioneer?" Goy was still very focused on the main issue. He didn't answer Sami's question, instead asking, "There were 2 here. How many have you taken down, based on the situation?" Sami replied, "Including the one you helped me catch, a total of 24, but none of them were pile monsters. They were all just small fry monsters. All of them were chained up, too. It seems they're evil spirits being manipulated by someone. From what I've witnessed, they have killed more than 7 people and injured more than 50. Who on earth is behind these monstrous acts? I'm sure they understand how serious the crime of harming humans is, and what could make them go on a killing spree for fun like this?" Go replied firmly, "You're wrong. It's not for entertainment, but for profit." Sami was a bit confused. She asked again, "They kill people for profit? I don't understand." The girl's questions were gradually unveiled by this man. It's understandable. This isn't a common thing in our generation. Long ago, humans were always eaten by monsters, and it wasn't to satisfy their animalistic instincts or hunger, drinking blood and eating human flesh because it is a nutritious food source for us monsters. After hearing the truth from Goyu's mouth, Sami became even more afraid, exclaiming in a panic state, "I can't believe it! I've never heard anything so horrible!" Even so, Goyu had to affirm that it had been a common truth for a long time, one of the things not passed down to our generation. It didn't stop there. Goyu revealed many more secrets that Sami didn't know. We could become much stronger by eating human flesh. If that truth were exposed, would the human world still be as peaceful as it is now? You should know that well since you've passed the test. There aren't many questions for kids like us, not even 500 years old. Tests like that are just for show.
Unless it's special cases like me and you who are blending into the human world, the demon world is a very boring and disappointing place with its old rules. I find the human world has more new things. That's how most of the younger generation of our monster race see the human world. Although he knew a lot, Goyu was still skeptical. Right now we're approaching the competition festival in the demon world, Everyone is desperately seeking power to become stronger. Even if it's just a little bit, they'll do it regardless. There are monsters who know that hunting and eating humans will make them stronger. Therefore, these incidents are probably their doing. You probably understand since you've helped your grandfather, the boogeyman, right? Recently, there have been many monsters who have self-destructed by going too deep into wanting to increase their power quickly.
This guy saw everything clearly, and even pointed out the problem wasn't an understanding or not, but in mindset. If I had the right to decide, I would never let a chaotic situation like this happen in the human world. Instead of attracting the attention of the demon world by using these weak evil spirits, I would handle everything quietly myself. But that's how those bastards act. They probably have their own reasons. Sernai joined in with a prediction. They must be cowardly bastards. Would a coward who doesn't dare to attack a defenseless human have the strength to act on their own? This statement made Goya hesitate slightly. Well, even if they are weak evil spirits, if they have the ability to summon 400 monsters, then that's still a terrifying army to humans. Sami replied emphatically.
Then you go find them yourself. Tell them that instead of acting like power-hungry bastards, just suddenly Sami stopped her voice, surprised. No way. Oh, this fool too. Without explaining anything, she left in a flash. I'm going first. Hey, you can handle things here, right? Go. She stood there staring blankly as the feather disappeared, his face showing little emotion. After putting on the gauntlet, our boy ran to the railing and asked, What is this? Shu looked around, muttering. I'm sure the door was closed, even though it was just a second ago. Dangerous situations were about to occur. While the MC was standing bewildered on the balcony, a mysterious figure appeared from behind. This monster gradually approached Shu's position. In its mind, as it walked, thought,
This is too easy. If I had known he was this unguarded, I wouldn't have had to put in so much effort. A powerful flick of the hand, that force went straight to the MC's position. Noticing something unusual from behind, Shu began to dodge the danger. His arm gripped the railing tightly. His feet regained a firm stance. This monster realized the situation wasn't as it had predicted. In its mind, it thought, this guy he knows. The next move unleashed was Thunder Thrust, a fierce power accompanied by a purple light that spread throughout the surrounding space. Our boy panted, reassuring himself. I thought my heart was going to fall out. This skill, I don't really want to delve into its nature, but it's part of the skills I got after awakening. Our boy kept asking in confusion.
What really is this? He even confidently asserted, in a one-on-one fight like this, I rarely lose. That dark night still held many unexpected developments. Our boy was breathing heavily. In a single moment, he felt a strange, mysterious power behind his back. He thought to himself, at that moment, I felt a chill down my spine right when they started to gather. If I hadn't recognized this familiar feeling, I would have died a horrible death. And in the current situation, I accidentally threw him down there without thinking. I hope no one saw that. Shu tried to look deep down at the ground, the place where he had thrown the monster. Below, there was nothing but a hazy mist. The black hole, indented by the weight of the monster's landing earlier, had no trace of the monster below.
At the same time, a strange sound appeared behind our boy's back. Nothing to worry about. The monster confidently asserted, I've already made all the humans in this area fall asleep, because if they all started screaming at once, cleaning up would be a real pain. BMC was constantly being pressed to the ground by the guy, his body trying to resist but failing. That guy continuously belittled Shu's power. And are you really the goblin from the rumors? Your de-ice power is not only weak, I thought you would at least give me a decent fight. The current situation couldn't be prolonged. Shu quickly flung the guy away with great force. That toss quickly sent both of them hurtling uncontrollably towards the ground. However, the thing wrapped around the MC's neck refused to let go. Even tightening its grip violently, this strange masked figure used its tail to wrap tightly around our boy's body. Taking that opportunity, he slammed him hard into the ground. The impact went through several floors, and the light created by the crash was incredibly intense. After that slam, Shu lay flat on the ground, his whole body stiff with pain. The strange monster even said mockingly, I didn't mean to throw you all the way down here. It's probably because the ground cracked when I fell. The guy's tone became increasingly confident and loud. Humans will just think this is due to poor construction or a gas line explosion. This is called an unfortunate incident for the people living here, but the housing prices will drop a bit. He suggested to the MC, wouldn't it be better if you just cried out?
After being thrown, kiddo, in this very moment many realizations appeared. A monster harming humans. Sami still hasn't returned. The culprit of both incidents is the person standing in front of him. He completely understood that it was all caused by one monster. The strange monster continued to speak flowery words. It would be a hassle if you resisted. In a critical moment like this, more than anything, Shu had a feeling that right now he was facing a terrifying threat, an extremely cunning monster. From his words to his smile, everything exuded danger. Should I give you a chance? Let me eat you without any complaints, okay? The look in our boy's eyes as he stared at the monster was strange, and that very look made the other guy uncomfortable. Don't look at me like
That it's not like it's going to negatively affect you anyway. You and I are quite different types of monsters. You'll only be in more pain if you fight back. And besides, the outcome will be the same. Wouldn't it be better to go peacefully and quickly? If so, I can even promise you one thing. The promise hadn't even been made, but our boy was already surprised, his eyes wide with anticipation. This hideous monster showed a picture of the mother and son, his words a warning that I will spare your mother and only absorb the others. How about it? I think this is an attractive offer. These words were so vile that our boy couldn't stand still and listen anymore. At the same time, the power within him began to erupt. Shu's punch went straight for the monster's face, the light emitting from it.
It was incredibly powerful. The MC's hand gripped the guy's shirt tightly. A goblin uppercut was unleashed. However, it was countered by the guy's words. Sorry, but even so, it still sounds like a crude and mediocre threat, doesn't it? Even though I think that's a bit much, what can we do? This crazy guy raised his finger, his words coming out. I can't think of a good taunt. Instead, he cornered his opponent with a technique. My unique magic, deadly poison. Your strength isn't that bad. The only thing is, you have to be able to touch me for it to matter. It seemed our boy's powerful punch from before didn't have much effect. The monster's outstretched arm had somehow blocked the force and transmitted something into Shu's body. This strange monster confidently asserted, "Your skills are strong,
but useless against me. If you face someone stronger than me, you'll die. Just a little bit of poison on you and you've already given up. I've heard that those with good bloodlines can paralyze people with just a glance." At the very moment the poison took effect, Shu couldn't feel any strength in his body, as if he was experiencing sleep paralysis. It seems this monster was the philosophical type. He constantly analyzed, life is truly unfair with the pre-established rules. The weak have no choice but to become prey. If you knew how to use that thing you're wearing on your hand, things might have been different. The picture of the MC with his mother was thrown to the ground. The monster's strange words returned. Disaster doesn't wait for you to be prepared before it visits. In the form of a giant snake, this monster continuously said,
Anyway, I will remember you, so keep that in mind in your next life. Our boy silently calculated in his head. It's not that I can't move. If it's just one blow, I have a feeling I can make this thing work. The other monster was growling, its mouth threatening our boy. The MC was also ready for the fight. His fist tightened, the electric energy around it crackling non-stop. The eyes of this hideous monster began to notice the change before it, its expression changing to apprehension. As expected, our boy always creates surprises. A punch filled with spiritual power spread out around them. It was this powerful punch. The other monster was pushed far away, creating a huge black crater. After being pushed back, the monster started to get angry and exclaimed, "Damn it." Almost died. Taking the opportunity to turn the tables, the hideous monster rushed towards Shu's position, its tail whipping out with a powerful blow. The MC's body was thus sent flying far away. Shu's body came to a halt in a place of lingering debris. He continued to hear nonsensical words from the monster. Even though the poison has spread throughout your body, you can still struggle like that. I guess a wee goblin is still a goblin. Suddenly, the green monster discovered something strange. It looked at its own body. A weapon had been embedded in it at some point without its knowledge. Its eyes were filled with apprehension, constantly asking the question, "What is this?" Another strange character appeared, their voice resonating like a spell. "O Thunder Ancestor, who resides in the 9 heavens, and presides over the Thunder Peak Department." As if by that spell, the weapon embedded deep in a monster's body seemed to activate. The green monster's entire body writhed in pain, its screams piercing the heavens. The MC was surprised, listening to this stranger's voice. That person asserted, "I'm sure your goblin knight hasn't come yet. It seems you've caused a lot of trouble here, you piece of trash." The green monster returned to its original form, its words a prediction. "Holding a useless weapon like that, your tone and way of speaking are just like a shaman, aren't they? Where the hell did they teach you to talk like that?" While saying this, the green-skinned monster also silently wondered. I wasn't fast enough. I was too careless with that goblin kid. But how could this bastard sniff me out and get here?
So fast. The more the monster looked, the more certain it became. Also, this bastard is very dangerous. He's completely different from the other useless exorcists. The situation was urgent. This monster hesitated, not knowing whether to go or stay. If I linger any longer, it will really be the end for me. That crow fiend is also quite tricky. I can't even handle this one shaman alone. If they team up, I'm definitely dead. In a wounded state, the green monster let out an annoyed remark. What a bastard. The mysterious figure observed the situation carefully. Suddenly, blood gushed out from the green monster's wound. He even assessed his own situation. If possible, I really wanted to save this for the festival. However, at a dead end,
He had to unleash a strange black thing. A black monster was facing our boy head on. Its shape and size were monstrously large, according to the green monster's explanation. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? When he was still sane, he was a guy who spread his evil reputation all the way to the west, though I have no idea why he ended up like this. That body is a godla monster body, you understand? This green guy provokes Shu. Go ahead and have fun playing with him. He's a challenge for you, Exorcist. Well then, now I'll go back to finishing my meal before I was interrupted. This confrontation really displeased the MC. The black monster unleashed a supporting attack. The mysterious figure from before didn't hesitate at all, their posture completely ready. The battle was fierce
and exciting. The masked figure attacked with great confidence. The power unleashed from both sides was fierce and brutal. The light emitting from it was enough to make one freeze. Not stopping at a long-range confrontation, this mysterious figure charged straight at the black monster. The green guy didn't understand the current situation, his mouth agape. What? Not only that, he was also threatened by the mysterious figure at an incredibly close distance. The weapon went straight for his forehead. Just like that, after the stab, he collapsed weakly to the ground. After dealing with the green-skinned monster, the mysterious figure turned to talk to our boy. It seems you are not an accomplice of this insect. If you want to live, then you'd better answer my questions honestly. What are you doing here? Our boy was still stunned,
expressing his emotions. I still can't believe it. Even after hearing your voice, the mask of the mysterious figure was gradually removed. Shu smiled brightly and replied, "That's the question I wanted to ask you. Did you recognize my voice?" The mask came off, revealing a handsome face. This friend was surprised to recognize the MC's voice, Cho Saiwa, but he couldn't believe his eyes and asked a question. But what's with this appearance? It was hard for our boy to answer immediately. Well, it's a long story. The parking garage appeared completely silent. This friend walked over a Shu. Yusin approached, asking our boy nonstop, "What have you been through, besides this new body? That monster too? How the hell?" The MC had to cut Yusin off. "Wait, I'm suddenly having trouble breathing."
Looking at his friend's current state, Yusin thought with a bit of frustration. Poison? Moreover, this isn't normal poison. This is skill-based poison. It can't be cured with the normal medicine I have. Yen muttered a reminder. You don't need to tell me right now. Shoot, wait here for a moment. Right after that sentence, Yusin disappeared. His form was no longer there. As soon as he returned, his friend Yusin had to be surprised, wondering to himself. Its natural recovery ability is already working. His eyes looked around strangely. The blood from before suddenly moved strangely, its direction suspiciously retreating backward. The sound of teleportation was so gruesome it would definitely attract attention. Ian looked at the scene in front of him and remarked, "This bastard is really a pain." In the dim night scene, the two friends met again, the question relentless. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Yen sat with his head down, his voice dejected. "How is there any way for me to feel better? I let the monster I needed to catch escape. That's not all. The friend I've been hanging out with for the past 3 years turns out to be a half-demon. On top of that, a half-goblin." After recovering, VMC heard his friend's words and could only laugh, right? Ein continued to pour out his heart. "Even though you were always by my side for the past 3 years, I didn't even guess a thing. How can I be so terrible? What kind of shaman am I? If my dad found out, he'd say he knew something like this would happen for sure. Then he'd curse me out for not noticing and call me trash and stuff." Shu suddenly realized.
"The issue from before?" he asked. "So that's why you couldn't clearly describe that training center." Yen no longer wanted to hide anything, nodding his head. "My family is a household that specializes in handling spiritual matters and exterminating monsters. But if I told you that, you'd probably just think I was crazy, right?" A weary sigh. "Yeah, even so, there are only 6 months left from now." The MC paused for a moment, thinking to himself. 6 months. So even Yen knows about the festival. He spoke up, asking his friend a question. "Do things like this happen often? Monsters coming to the human world to harm people?" At this question, Yen's mood became gloomy. He explained, "It's not that common. No, actually, something like this is extremely rare. I don't know why fighting each other. But humans being attacked by monsters is so rare that I can count the number of times it's happened in the last 100 years on one hand. But recently things have changed. The recent situation made Shu even more curious, his eyes filled with confusion. Yusin seemed to understand the theoretical situation very well.
Humans, the most abundant and nutritious food source for monsters. The monsters who want to become king have crossed the line and started hunting humans. Since last month, the rate of disappearances in the city has been increasing. Although there's no concrete evidence that monsters did this, in most cases there are traces of blood or marks inside the homes of the missing people. But this is the first time one has shown itself. Like just now, Ein suddenly shifted into a defensive stance, startling the MC into widening his eyes. What is it? Sure enough, a strange phenomenon appeared. A beam of light shot down from the sky straight to the ground. Our boy watched in amazement as a voice called out, "Shu, Sami," having just appeared. Worriedly asked the MC, "Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right?" She kept blaming herself. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's all because I fell into a trap like an idiot." Yolksen's sword point was raised defensively, his words a warning. "Stay right there. Don't come any closer, monster." Sighing a monster, her eyes wide with surprise, tears welling up. Yolksen was very adamant in his rejection of Sami's appearance. "If you dare take one more step,
This way I will consider that you have ignored my warning and kill you immediately." The tense and aggressive attitude really made our boy have to intervene. "Yen, that's not a human, that's a monster." Despite the MC's intervention, Yusen's attitude remained very determined. He used his knowledge to unveil the truth. "I can see that you are the type who follows the rules. That's why I'm not killing you on the spot, but warning you first. So you'd better get lost before I get angry, understand?" In addition, Yusen explained the hidden issues to the MC. "If you pass the test as a monster, they will bring you to the human world. Is that what they told you, you idiot? Do you even understand what that means?" Every word from Yusen seemed to make our boy realize the problem, his face freezing.
His friend Yusen continued to speak the truth. They're monsters, even if they have a human-like appearance, and they seem different, but their nature is still the same. Monsters, obsessed with power, will go crazy when they eat human flesh. They'll even eat their own kind. Eugene's sword point fiercely threatened Sami, and he reaffirmed to Shu, "No matter how much monster blood you have in that body, you are still a human. Choice, Shu. This is your home, and you can live here without permission from these monsters." Looking at the reality of the situation, Ein said resolutely, "It's just non-violent apprehension. You have to become a monster to live here in your own home? What the hell is this? Never. No matter what happens, I won't let you go." These words, accurately describing each event, really made Sammy's face turn pale, her mind in a turmoil. I can understand what he's saying. Of course, from Shu's perspective, all of this is nothing short of an absurd disaster. But Shu has already signed his name. No matter how, Shu is now an official resident of the demon world. Sanmi affirmed the issue. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. A person who violates the laws will pay a very high price. Not just Shu, but that shaman too. Everyone will be implicated. After some consideration, Sanmi made a decision. I need to resolve this before it's too late to minimize the damage as much as possible. I'll grab Shu and fly away. But Sanmi was still very hesitant, reconsidering. But can I even do it, just from his aura?
"I know for sure he's a very strong shaman. If it were Slavsk, then maybe it would be possible." But although she knew her own abilities were not enough, Sani was still determined. "Even if I can't do it, I have to try." She began to speak firmly to Yusen. "I'm sorry, but as his guardian, I will take him away." Yen gripped his sword tightly, his words a warning. "If you really intend to ignore my warning." However, at that moment, Yen felt dizzy, his body immobilized. Perhaps it was because our boy acted to stop him, his leg kicking up, his arm swung out forcefully. A flash of purple light streaked across. The whole scene made Yusen stare wide-eyed, unable to do anything. After snatching his friend's weapon, our boy tried to change the subject.
"This looks amazing. Were these characters on it?" Essen still couldn't believe the scene that had just unfolded. A thought surfaced. Was I controlled by demonic magic? Hypnosis? Domination? I didn't even feel anything. "Shu, how did you—" Shu finally had to speak directly. "I don't know about going crazy, but monsters being obsessed with power to the point of eating their own kind is something every monster knows, because from the very beginning, I've already done that." Essen was gradually surprised by his friend of 3 years. Yen thought back to some previous images, his voice filled with fear. "I heard it was a monster with no authority, but honestly, I'm not sure. Whatever it was, in order to protect myself and those around me, I killed a living creature." Sammy was also engrossed, listening to Essen's
Confession, and in the future I plan to continue doing that. Although I don't want to harm anyone, I have no intention of harming them. But if I can become stronger by absorbing monsters, then it no longer matters if they have to die. Ain rushed towards our boy, his words a friendly reminder. "So what I'm trying to say is, you really don't have to do those things. My family know. Just with my strength and that of many others, I can guarantee that you and your mother will be safe for the next months." However, our boy suddenly dropped the sword, replying,
I'm gonna say something else crazy. I'm gonna try to become the Demon King. Shu's firm statement truly made Eugene freeze, his words unable to react. Even Sanmi, standing on the side, couldn't believe what she had just heard.
Yen reacted violently to Shu's earlier statement. Are you crazy, you bastard? Do you even know what the Demon King means? What nonsense are you talking about? Although the MC knew very well, his words were constantly evasive. Well, if you put it that specifically, then I have no idea. I just know that this is a chance for me to test myself, because if I really succeed, this world won't have to be so terrible. Yen kept making a bewildered face. Shu reassured him. Come on, don't make that face. In the end, our boy expressed all his intentions. What can I do now that things have turned out this way? I don't know how things will turn out, but I'll try to change it. Instead of sitting back and taking it, I will act until things change. I think that suits me better. I will try, and I will succeed. These words only made Yilin reluctantly accept. He spoke up all right, whether you're human or monster. If your stance is that clear, then I can't force you. However, Yilin also had to remind Shu, but if there comes a day when you cross the line living like a monster, I will exterminate you without hesitation. Our boy understood the issue clearly. He could only accept. Yeah, you would do that. If I do that in the future, then you can act as you wish. After saying what needed to be said, Yusin's hand reached for his mask. He looked at Sami and asked, Hey, you guardian, what's your name? The girl replied fearfully, Sony, a judge monster from the Korean peninsula, a reliable messenger. Yilin, while putting his mask back on, replied,
I sincerely apologize for lumping you in with the other low-class monsters. However, I've heard that even among monsters there are rules and rights that you need to abide by. If that guy doesn't abide by those things and dies meaninglessly or gets hurt, Yusin asserted, then I at that time will act in the name of a shaman fulfilling the duties of the stars and will kill everyone involved with no forgiveness for anyone. Before leaving, Yusin reassured him, See you next time. Don't worry about your mother. She was truly grateful. He didn't take his eyes off Ain as he walked away. After his friend left, Sammy dared to speak. I thought I was about to die. This is the first time I've met a male shaman. Are they always this scary? A strange, deep voice replied, Not really.
I think among them he's a special case. Our boy turned to look curious. Even Sami was surprised to realize, Goyu, you followed me. Goyu, who had just arrived, saw through Sami. Did I have a choice? I realized what you were thinking back then. No matter how strong or weak the opponent is, not even knowing their numbers, yet you still dared to rush in. If the opponent was a highly exorcist who doesn't care about reason, you would have been killed along with that kid. Good. So you turned to ask Shu. So you're the half-goblin? BMC replied, Oh, hello. A few simple concepts. Among the monsters that have foundations similar to animal species, they are called beast-type monsters. Most of them will be tied to the form and instincts of the animal they consider their ancestor, and when the higher-class ones become monsters,
They will not only have a human-like appearance, but their bodies will also gradually become more different from their beast-type monster foundation. And monsters like that, or clans like that, are called illusory beasts. And if they're even more advanced, there are individuals who have evolved even in terms of their foundation. In the past, they were called divine beasts, entities worshipped by both sides, both humans and monsters. After these explanations, he greeted, A pleasure to meet you. I am going in order to become the Demon King. I will be the opponent you need to defeat. This person is precisely Gou, the representative of the Hakui clan. Our boy suddenly felt a disturbance in the air, a question forming in his mind. What was that just now? Compared to the air before, Sami, standing from a distance,
shouted a reminder to Shu, Don't shake his hand. This shout seemed to startle the MC. He immediately turned around. Sammy angrily asked Goya, What are you plotting? Suddenly appearing here. He's already been through so much today. Why are you now? Even so, Goya just left it off. Who cares? Is there a rule that says I have to be kind all day? In the end, the MC and Goya also shook hands. Go looked straight at Shu and said, And it's fun, too, a half-goblin confidently declaring that he will become the Demon King. Suddenly, Goya bit his thumb, blood splattering, and a demon technique was activated. A dark purple circle appeared around where the two stood. Miniature Earth Domain. The light and power of the technique exploded quickly, and even Sammy standing outside was scared and dodged. The dark night scene was suddenly punctuated by a dark purple light. Shu's legs simultaneously buckled beneath him. His body, weak with pain, grew weaker. Goya remarked on the MC, You're stronger than I thought. Not many can withstand this technique, especially for the first time while unguarded like you. It's truly rare. Besides, it seems you're not that surprised. Either Shu, based on the current situation, questioned him. Are you going to eat me too? Goyu's face was brazen, his words not bothering to hide the truth, as he affirmed. Well, yeah, that's probably the most likely possibility, right? There are a few things I want to ask before we begin. This guy asked our boy, Do you play games? No hidden meaning. Just online games on PC. The question was so out of place that Shu stood frozen, unable to think of a reply. In the end, the MC replied, I played a lot of things in middle school, but in high school we didn't play as much anymore. Goyo replied, even more curious. I see. So what genre did you like the most back then? RTS, FPS, MMORPG, or mobile games? According to the MC's thoughts back then, if I really have to choose, it would probably be action RPGs. I don't like online games that much. It's like if you pay, you're automatically more powerful than a free-to-play player. Shu's answer made the guy named Goyu extremely excited, a sinister smile appearing along with his words. That's great. It seems we have quite a few things in common. At that moment,
our boy felt an extreme danger lurking. A powerful technique was being unleashed. It carried speed and light that engulfed the opponent. Not one to die instantly, the MC quickly teleported far away. A strange shape appeared on the surface of the water. Shu was teleporting away from the danger zone, his eyes extremely focused. The water droplets from the lake's surface moved upward, forming a monstrous shape with a certain sharpness. The deeper it went, the more the power from the lake exploded upwards. Goyu observed how the MC dodged the attack, his mouth uttering, "Indeed, you're pretty fast." Goyu seriously observed every gesture of our boy and concluded in his mind, instead of ambushing and attacking before dodging, he aimed at me.
Change his position. If I were the one attacking, his judgment and decision-making seems strange. Pretty good for a beginner. No, I should say it's excellent. When it comes to combat, Shu's senses and abilities are top-notch, but the most important thing right now is his ability to learn. The enemy began to attack by approaching the one he had faced earlier that day. Regardless of whether the opponent attacked or not, he was wary of any potential danger that could occur. Goyo's face hardened, his eyes deep in thought about something. He made many observations about our boy. The solution he chose is something he just learned from today's lesson. Shu's fight with his opponent showed no signs of stopping. He faced Goyo's power head-on. The gauntlet, a monster's treasure, helped release the user's demonic energy
and strength. In addition, in this hazy combat situation, another lesson was learned. Even when an attack seems to have hit its mark, never let your guard down and be decisive in ending the fight. BMC was facing his opponent, although he couldn't even see his opponent's face clearly. At that time, he was engulfed by a thick, dark purple light. A thought surfaced in Shu's mind, assessing the current situation. This demonic energy, it's still not perfect, but I have a rough understanding of it. A current ran through his entire body, starting from the Dantian area below. According to his intuition, his remaining energy was just over half, about 60%. In the most urgent situations, our boy always remained calm and calculated the situation. When I released a powerful attack, it consumed about 10%. When I launched a series of weaker attacks, each one consumed about 3% per move. If the remaining demonic energy hits 0%, will it be depleted like that time? That means I can't use it carelessly. The unusual combat situation made the guy named Goyu exclaim in shock. Unbelievable! I didn't expect to have to use my skills this soon. He asserted in front of our boy. I underestimated you. I had a breakthrough stage 1 right when we started. Shu heard the opponent's words, and his own curious question came out for what you just said. Do you really want to eat me? In addition, the MC honestly expressed what he felt. I don't know how to describe it, but I don't feel any killing intent from you, this guy Goyu.
Finally decided to be honest with the MC. Well, baseless lies are really annoying. Yeah, I don't have any personal grudge against you, nor do I want to eat you. As I said from the beginning, I actually find you quite interesting. Goyo asked the question back to our boy. Do you understand exactly what Demon King means? Shu replied hesitantly, confused. Like the king of monsters, right? What he aims for is to create rules and guide other monsters. BMC's simple thoughts were quick, corrected by Goyo. Try to think about it carefully. Isn't it a bit strange? The selection method is simply a contest of strength. Other than that, it only happens every 666 years. A new king's throne, which will last for hundreds of years, is decided by a single festival. And yet all monsters abide by it. A strange tradition passed down from ancient times. It's because of the necessary tradition that must be maintained. Shu is still silently listening to the opponent's words. Goyo continuously pointed out the key points on the path to the Demon King's throne. We monsters all inherit a loyalty to our desires and instincts. It's simply that the strong make the rules, and it doesn't mean we are controlled by it. Usually killing and hunting won't disappear, right?
So, to prevent that, the Demon King is a creation of the ancient monsters. A safe move if we let our demonic instincts lead the way. A great disaster will surely occur. To prevent that, we all agreed on one minimum thing. To protect this, an entity that commands all demons worldwide to obey its orders, in exchange for a peaceful life. That is the Demon King. Goyu looked straight ahead, his words addressing the issue at hand. Fortunately, for over 10,000 years, the previous Demon Kings have successfully ruled the demons of their generation without any obstacles. There might be some political changes, but the core elements of survival and the interests of demons have been preserved, all except for this generation's Demon King. Goyu's assertion quickly made our protagonist's expression change.
his eyes lowering in thought. Goyu delved deeper into the protagonist's thoughts. Imagine if your human leader suddenly enacted a law like this. No one in the world is allowed to eat meat anymore, no matter the circumstances. What do you think would happen? Shu, having a sharp analytical mind, quickly replied, asserting that people would rise up in fierce opposition. There's no guarantee a law like that would be followed, and it probably wouldn't stop at simple protests. The protagonist's answer suddenly made Goyu laugh. Is that so? But we have always complied, haven't we? For 666 years. No more, no less. He gradually pointed it out to the protagonist, thinking like, that means you've basically understood the problem, the importance of the Demon King to us, and how we've endured to maintain this tradition. But now the situation is changing. It seems patience is running out. You understand what I mean, don't you, Shu? Our protagonist deduced many issues after hearing his opponent's analysis, voicing his skeptical speculation. If the next Demon King issues the same old law, not everyone will follow it like before. That's what's going to happen, right? That was the main point Goyu was getting at. He snapped his fingers in satisfaction and exclaimed, "You really are smart. Yes, even if it's the Demon King's command, not everyone will obey. Even if the Demon King is the strongest, if the majority of the world's demons resist, it cannot be stopped. And if that happens, it won't just be the new Demon King who falls. The very existence of the Demon King,
which has been maintained for tens of thousands of years, its privilege and symbol. Literally, it will all turn to smoke." Goyu stepped closer, questioning the protagonist. "So, do you understand what you've just said?" He repeated our protagonist's earlier words. "I will become the next Demon King and maintain the current laws." Not every demon out there will agree with that naive thought. The young demons will just mock you and ignore you, but the older ones might just tear you to shreds. Sami stood at a distance, excitedly listening to Goyu's warnings to Siwoo. "Well, I can roughly guess where this idea came from. You're a pretty decent guy, but you're not fit to be the Demon King. The problem is you have absolutely no idea how this world works and are just trying to struggle to change it." The protagonist remains
firm against his opponent, his face tense as he questioned. "So, you want me to take back my words?" Goyu affirmed. "That's right. Honestly, at first I thought you were just a snot-nosed brat that I could take down with a flick of my hand. But now it seems you've gotten closer to my level. You catch on quick and possess extraordinary potential for growth." Goyu led the protagonist to a proposal. "Listen to what I say. If you help me become the Demon King, I will grant you dominion over the Korean peninsula. An attractive offer, isn't it? Even if I rule, I can't completely wipe out humanity, but I can at least spare a few of your relatives." A question was quickly thrown back at Goyu. "How strong are you? Do you have what it takes to become the Demon King, as you so confidently claim?" The sudden question
made Goyu freeze for a few seconds. "Me?" he replied. "I'm not sure if I can claim to be the strongest on the Korean peninsula, but among the representatives out there, no one is stronger than me." After a moment of conversation, our protagonist stepped closer to his opponent. "All right." Shu's arm simultaneously reached out towards his opponent. His words suggested, "If it means I can protect the ones I love, I will accept it." Goyu couldn't believe his ears. The quick agreement made him pause. In the end, Goyu finally shook Shu's hand. "Just as I thought. You won't disappoint me. You've made the right choice," the protagonist affirmed. "I won't feel conflicted anymore." His hand gripped his opponent's tightly, a dense aura enveloping them. Goyu's eyes widened as he listened to our protagonist's words.
"If you're going to make a deal with such a lack of trust, pretending to shake hands, deceiving others, and attacking first are all things you have done." Shu's hand clenched his opponent's shirt. It was different from what Shu had shown before. It was slightly different from a yokai spirit wrestling, using the remaining 60% of his body's power, leaving just a little and wringing out all the rest. It wasn't quick reflexes, but a perception rooted in the first-time execution of technique, filled with determination and reason. Our protagonist's mountain-flipping technique was unleashed fiercely and violently. An action without a hint of hesitation. Only determination and readiness existed. All his power was concentrated into an attack that momentarily overwhelmed his opponent. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky. The wind howled with terrifying shrieks. Shoo! He collapsed to the ground, his body flickering with purple static electricity that covered him. Shu was sweating, his worried eyes assessing his body's condition. Is my demonic power the reason my body isn't shaking? And his judgment was correct. Shu's ability to recover stamina and wounds were both halted at this moment, because he had poured all his strength into the attack, leaving only a little demonic power behind. Shu's expression darkened at the current situation, as he had exhausted his strength. Shu could no longer continue this fight. His opponent had struck him. Standing right in front of him, the killing intent was suffocating, while Shu could only sit helplessly on the ground. More than half of Goyu's face was covered in ice.
He looked at Shu, pouring everything into one final attack. A true battle indeed. This was his unique ultimate skill, capable of freezing and controlling water within a certain range. More than half of Shu was already frozen. Looking up with helpless eyes, Goyu spoke again. If the gap in our demonic power wasn't so large, I might have been defeated by you. Goyu's eyes glowed a fierce purple. He lifted his lips and gestured to a smile. Any last words? Shu just laughed and answered nonchalantly. None. Even if I had any, I wouldn't tell you. Since I decided to come here to kill you, I was already prepared to be killed. Goyu was a bit surprised. Shu stated firmly. Besides, I haven't given up yet. Shu regained his strength and calmly stood up,
raising his fists into a fighting stance. Despite his weakened state, Shu confidently told Goyu, "If you think I'm going to kneel and beg for mercy, you're celebrating too soon." Those eyes still burned with resilience. Was he looking for an opponent's opening and waiting for a chance? Or was it the fighting spirit of a yokai awakening, one that he had yet to realize? Goyu started to find it a bit interesting. He smirked and said, "You're trembling to try to stand, yet you still talk tough, huh?" Shu's eyes became weary, his body still trembling involuntarily before his opponent's imposing presence. Goyu didn't keep Shu waiting long. He raised his hand forward and declared leisurely, "Very well." But there was nothing. No technique was unleashed.
Instead, Goya suddenly broke into a very satisfied smile and clapped Shu on the shoulder. You pass. Shu was stunned by this sudden change in Goyu. Many question marks were flying around his head. Even though Shu still didn't understand what was happening, Goyu continued to praise him enthusiastically. As expected, you didn't disappoint me in the end. That's the spirit. Shu finally managed to speak, asking in confusion, "Wait, pass? What the hell is that?" Goyu laughed and explained. "That's right. It was just a test to see if you were worthy of my support. No one wants to back nobody with no potential to become the Demon King, right?" Shu still couldn't believe the turn of events. He flinched and pushed Goyu's hand away. "Support? Didn't you just list the reasons why I can't become the demon?" King Goyu calmly explained, "That's not wrong. Everyone is waiting for an explanation." Goyu recalled the past. "Ever since I was young, I've always hated the clamor of the demon world, always fighting and screaming over meaningless things. I couldn't understand the purpose of it." Goyu recalled the relaxing feeling of sitting in a corner of coffee shop in the human world and exclaimed, "Compared to that world, this place is strangely ideal and peaceful. Although some humans like noise, at least here I can choose how to live my own life." Goyu touched his favorite comic book. "Furthermore, I like that your species knows how to enjoy life's pleasures. Comics, games, novels, movies, you can't find such useless things in the demon world." Goyu shrugged. "But we like those useless things more than eating people."
A world where humans can no longer create such things would be a tragedy, Shu still thought worriedly. He keeps mentioning we, so there are other demons who think the same way? Sami, Shu hesitated. "I understand what you mean, but you don't have to support me for that. You already know I can become the Demon King." Goya knew what Shu wanted to say, but he quickly cut him off before he could finish. "It's a long and troublesome story." Goya put his hands in his pockets. He looked at Sayao cheerfully and explained, "You're the most potential candidate on the Korean peninsula, but whether you become the Demon King or not, there's still another annoying problem." Goya looked off somewhere. "Including me, the top candidates participating in the night parade are all from ancient historic clans. Basically, we inherit talents. Many unique ultimate techniques and demonic arts are passed down from our ancestors. Even if these demonic arts have the same power, the one who inherits the essence passed down through 1,000 years will become stronger. Why? You know the saying, born with a silver spoon. It's similar to that." Shust still looked at Goyu grimly. He wondered, so just like inheriting a family fortune over generations, is there something like family pressure? Goyu smiled mysteriously. "Pressure is a rather polite word for it. That place makes me want to suffocate." The moment a talented child is born, the entire clan will pressure them to become the Demon King. Goyu elaborated, "You don't get to decide your own life. Sooner or later, you'll be forced to take an oath to inherit the clan's interests and desires. If not, no." Goyu drew a line across his neck, signaling being killed. He continued gently, "It'll be like this. You'll be killed and another family representative will be chosen." Shu lowered his head, Goyu's words making him fall in a deep thought. "Indeed, even for my own sake, I can't make an enemy of my entire clan." Goyu suddenly said, but he pointed his hand toward Shu. Goyu grinned, rightly. He playfully winked and affirmed, "You're different." Despair was in Shu's eyes. "You're not bound to any faction, so you're not forced to become the Demon King." Goyu excitedly rushed in front of Shu.
You can do it. Yes, it has to be you. Shu was still a bit panicked. Wait a minute. He waved his hands. His
forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat as he unconsciously stepped back. I understand what you're saying, but let me think about it more. It's too much information. Goyu didn't lose his patience, just smiled and said, well, if you think about it this way. From behind Goyu, a dark shadow with fierce purple eyes suddenly appeared. A half-human, half-bird girl flew straight down, using her taloned feet to grab Goyu's head. Her eyes seemed to spit fire as she aimed for the head of the beloved Goyu and snatch him away before Shu's astonished eyes. That girl was Sami. Sami was immediately hit by a force that made her dodge backward. Sami was caught. Sami landed firmly on her feet after that powerful attack. She stood imposingly under the moonlight.
Performing her wind dance ultimate technique. Realizing it was Sami, he yelled out, "Sami, wait, watch out!" But Sami seemed unable to hear as feathers shot out from her body at terrifying speed. Shu looked worriedly towards Goyu's direction, but Sami didn't seem worried at all. Just remembering, she said nonchalantly, "It's fine, an attack of this level won't hurt him." She was still unclear on the situation. She said, and frantically, "I think I went a bit too far. Knowing how strong he is, did you bring him here? What is he?" Then she asked him, "What is he?" Sami frowned slightly, her eyes still fixed on where she had just launched or attacked. "Shu, the person you just met is not the person you knew before. Simply put, it was just a split personality."
Shu was stunned. Sami explained further about the black tortoise. According to legend, the snake and the turtle paired up and became one. But if we talk about its origins, it's said that its original source was an ordinary turtle. But a long time ago, a genius who understood yin and yang found a way to separate the yin and yang from a wall, a soul. He tried to eliminate the purest form of negative energy, which broke the limits of humanity. And he awakened to become a divine beast, and that's how the first black tortoise appeared. Back at the apartment, Sami continued. After that, the descendants of the black tortoise were born carrying innate abilities. But to fully become a black tortoise, they have to undergo extremely painful and harsh training. Shu sat there, stunned, listening to the story he saw me was telling, and the consequence of that process is the snake that's the personality you saw, she remarked. Oh, at first he looked like a bad guy, but now not so much. Sami sat on the chair with her arms crossed, also feeling a bit confused. Right. He doesn't have bad intentions, but the problem is you never know what he's thinking.
Why, that personality is very calm and cold-blooded. It's supposed to be completely subservient to the main personality. As far as I know, it's like an employee providing data and analysis. So you could say two personalities
exist within Goyu. The person Shu just met was Goyu's snake personality, but for some reason, Goyu's snake personality has been in control from the beginning. He has the ability to take over the body whenever he wants. It seems like he's been appearing and causing trouble more often lately. Sami stood up, looking a bit tired. That's why many people oppose choosing him as the representative. They call him a half-baked black tortoise. His power is so great that he's gradually losing control of it. Then Sami looked at Shu again. By the way, have you gathered all your things? I really need to get home now. Shu looked at the pile of things he had just packed and nodded quickly, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Seemingly noticing Shu's concern, Sami comforted him. Don't worry, this isn't your fault.
Even if they say you were late, it won't affect anything. Shu shook his head and smiled. I'm not worried about that. Shu looked at the wooden porch, a piece of which had been chipped off. The porch is damaged. I'll be away for a few months. I'm afraid my mom will worry when she sees this. Suddenly someone spoke up. Don't worry about that. Sami and Shu immediately looked towards the source of the voice. The old man named Mangti stroked his white beard and said, Tomorrow, everything will be restored to its original state. Someone will take care of these things. Then he looked at Sami. Sami, you can go ahead. I have something to discuss privately with Crow Shu. Sami wanted to speak up for Shu anxiously. She didn't do anything wrong. It was all due to my misjudgment. And, old man Mangti
just smiled gently. Yes, I already know about that. It's just that you can't stay. There's something the three of us need to discuss. Both Shu and Sami were surprised, thinking to themselves, 3 of us? Old man Mangti looked behind him. Although visiting without notice is rude, there is someone you must meet. He turned around, looking in a certain direction, and said, Humanity lives in places like this. The person standing there is Squaw, Sihua. Who knows how long she's been standing there? Sihua looked around the room, assessing it. The scent isn't bad. Although it's a bit cramped, it's quite tidy. Shu looked at Sihua in confusion, then at old man Mangti. Is she supposed to be here? Sihua slightly raised an eyebrow.
No, I have no reason to be, nor do I have 12 hours to visit every 6 months. I had no intention of coming to the human world where I have to mind others' gazes. I was simply dragged here, Sihua said in an angry tone. I only followed him because he said, I'll explain, just follow me first. Well, explain it now. The old man, Mang, stroked his beard again. He closed his eyes and said, To get straight to the point, first I need to recount the events of tonight. He began to explain. As soon as night fell, 50 ferocious monsters appeared surrounding Sichopi's soul. They were all being controlled by someone and attacked people on the streets. After dealing with them, it was clear their methods were crude and they had no intention of hiding. So I believe it was a ploy to lure Sunmi away.
And target choice. But Sunbai was surprised. You mean he wasn't their initial target? The old man Mang denied it. Not exactly. Perhaps they had more than one objective. His eyes grew grim as he assessed. There were at least 2 masterminds tonight. 200 people have disappeared across Seoul and the Seoul subway area. Everyone was utterly astonished as the boogeyman Mang calmly continued. This number is only based on the missing person reports from the police department, so the actual number is likely over 500. Sunbai was stunned. I can't believe they know this horror. It might not be just 1 or 2, but a group of at least 5 masterminds. If we focus our investigation and narrow down the suspects, we should be able to— Mang cut Sun off. You're right. If the one who caused this was a monster from our country,
Korea, it would be easy to track them down. However, the traces left at the scene tonight prove a rather grim truth. Not from within Korea, but from other regions. The exact number is impossible to count, but there are many foreign monsters. If they cause trouble in their own territories, they'd be easily caught, so they've started hunting people in Korea. If we don't find and eliminate them soon, they will continue to hunt people until the night parade occurs. Seiwa's face darkened. Don't tell me. M continued her sentence. A monster with the ability and desire to protect the human world. At this moment, we need any helping hand we can get. I have a proposal for you too. The evaluation test will begin in 1 month. If you two agree, I will organize it in a different way. Seiwa started to look a little anxious.
While Siwoo just stared wide-eyed, wasting no more time, Mang made his request. The request is to find and eliminate the intruders in Korea as soon as possible. That is the mission I'm assigning to you, too. The sun had just risen on his way to school. Yusen's face was grim with dark circles under his eyes. He staggered down the street, unable to stop thinking. I shouldn't have let Seiwa go like that. Why did I even agree? He hadn't slept a wink last night. Yen sulked. If that idiot doesn't come back, it's all my fault. I have to come up with a plan. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Your phone is off. Siwoo was standing in front of Yen. He smiled and scratched his head sheepishly. So I figured you were on your way to school. Yen was dumbfounded, while Siwoo kept talking. Are you free?
A lot has changed from what I told you yesterday. At a coffee shop near the school, Yusen's voice shrieked. What? People turned there, curious gazes to where the shout came from. Are you crazy, Cho? Seiwu. Seiwu looked around apologetically, then turned back to Yen. Yusen whispered, Keep it down. Shouting in a public place is rude, and I don't have a phone. Seiwu took a sip of his drink and timidly continued. The conditions they offered were really good. Besides, I can stay here instead of the demon world. You and my mom won't have to worry anymore. Yen helplessly dropped his head onto the table. You've never known what kind of monster you are, have you? Suwa was confused. Huh? Monsters are classified. I only found out I was a monster yesterday. Yen said gravely, God spirit.
Aberration demon beast. Seiwa's eyes widened. What's that? I've never heard of it, but sounds super cool. Yen explained. It's not a name. Each word represents a rank of monster. The lowest is beast, got guai. In Chinese, it's Sua beast, and the meaning is similar. Most monsters fall into this category. Although quite dangerous, they're just creatures no different from wild animals. Their strength is limited to that extent. With enough weapons and numbers, even ordinary people without martial arts training can defeat them. There are several recorded precedents from the past. With modern firearms, attacking them is a piece of cake. But starting from the upper ranks, humans can no longer compete. Demon is next, a monster with a strength of at least 100 people. And even with 100 people, that's only matching their physical strength. Even if 100 people charged at it, they'd only be walking to their deaths. Siwoo was worried. If those are the 2 lowest ranks, then how strong are the 3 upper ranks? Like a natural disaster, En said, looking down and stirring his coffee. I've never encountered them to give you a precise answer, but an aberration is 10 times more fearsome than a demon. If left unchecked, they can turn a small town into a living hell overnight. If we use Seoul as an example, the range would be 1 district. As for spirit and God, just do your best not to encounter or interact with them. But that's a rare occurrence anyway, as such powerful beings don't care about breaking rules. Yen put his cup down on the table.
And warned Sewell. Moreover, it's best you don't even think about participating in this hunt. Try to find a way to back out, or if you can't, just call me or come hide at my place. Anne pointed firmly at himself, his eyes resolute. If they really are from the outside, they'll have to be prepared to face the monsters here, or a mage like me. We don't know their numbers, but it's best to classify them as aberrations.
Sao looked up at Yusin with concern. So, Yusin, in your opinion, what rank was that snake monster? Yusin said calmly, it was just a beast class, although it might have been a young one. Even if it wasn't a beast class, it certainly hadn't reached the aberration rank yet. At most, it was a mid-tier demon class, but I felt a power twice as strong from the corpse it was controlling.
If it could have controlled half of that power, we wouldn't be sitting here alive. That's why it used that thing as bait to distract us. Remembering the encounter that night, Yusin broke into a sweat. If my analysis is correct, you were almost devoured by that creature. Yusin pointed straight at Siwoo's face. Siwoo, right now, your rank is even lower than that monster. In other words, you're mid-tier demon or lower, even if you're some kind of demon spirit or whatever. That's the truth. So don't try to take on things beyond your strength. Know your limits, you idiot. Being scolded, Siwoo just lowered his head in silence. Seeing Siwoo with his head down, Yusin felt a little guilty, thinking, even if what I said was a bit harsh, I have to stop him from having the
reckless thoughts. Siwa hesitated, but, Yusin said, slightly annoyed. What? I can't hear you. Speak up. Contrary to Yusin's thoughts, Siwa didn't look discouraged. Instead, he confidently clenched his fist and said, but if I meet him again, I'm sure I can beat him this time. Yuan was stunned. Siwa reassured Yusin. Just as you said, if you weren't there back then, I might have died. But it's different now. I've grasped a part of my power, and I can use it to fight. Yuan was too stunned to speak, cursing Siwoo in his mind. This guy, is his brain filled with water? Ain, shut up. Siwoo asked blankly, are you going to school? Is it time already? Yuan replied coldly, no. Yuan slung his bag over his shoulder.
His eyes slightly angry as he said, I'm not planning on going to school today. You still don't seem to be thinking clearly, so I'm going to give you a reality check. Follow me. At the Olympic Gymnastics Arena, completed in 1986, it was built to host the 1988 Seoul Olympics and is now known as a large-scale concert venue, the KSBO Dome, also called KSBO Dome. It also has another purpose unknown to the public. Siwa looked around in amazement. Wow, I didn't know this place had a basement. Yen led Siwa to a room with traditional-style decorations. Sawa was still looking around curiously, eagerly asking, on the way here I saw a few places like this. Do they all belong to your family? This is the Olympic Gymnastics Arena, special underground area, public service training center.
Yusin took off his outer jacket, calmly explaining, this facility wasn't built by the government. Besides my family, many other mages and priests use this place. Siwoo was surprised. The government built it, so they know about monsters and the night parade. Yusin calmly explained, since ancient times, ruling powers have always kept skilled mages by their side. No, perhaps it was the mages who created the ruling powers, because the power to fight monsters was stronger than any standard of power in the past. 666 years ago, from the beginning of the Joseon dynasty, when it was not yet a threat from monsters, the Joseon royal family established an observatory to train mages, and my family is continuing this duty. Ishin took off the rest of his clothes, whether it's monsters.
The night parade of 100 demons or other supernatural forces, the nation knows about them, and removed the tie from his neck. Even so, only a few high-ranking officials with authority know about this, and they don't even take it seriously. But let's put that aside, Yusin said suddenly. If you're ready, then come at me. Sawa's eyes also became wary. Yan rolled up his shirt sleeves, his gaze becoming more serious as he said, I told you, didn't I? No time limit, no rules. If you can use any move to defeat me, I'll let you do whatever you want with the other monsters. Sa was a bit worried. You're not going to use a sword or a dagger like yesterday, are you? Yan shook his head. Of course not. The reason for this fight is because I'm not using one. Although this hand, to cap,
isn't the only reason, is different for each person, but all mages will have their power halved if they don't use a weapon to the point where their weapon becomes an extension of themselves. Yusin looked at Siwoo with a grim expression. But for me, I could defeat a demon rank monster with just my bare hands. Yusin started to channel his demonic power, slowly advancing. In other words, if you defeat me, it proves your rank is even higher than that. Seeing Siwoo still hesitating to advance, Yin snapped, What are you doing? I know, I told you to come at me. Siwoo's hands and feet trembled slightly, his breathing hitched. Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos. To Yusin's surprise, Siwoo powerfully charged forward, launching the first attack at a speed that was hard to see.
But just as Siwoo's hand was about to touch Yusin, he quickly knocked Siwoo's hand away and broke his stance. Yusin swiftly attacked, striking his friend's wide-open body. Yusin swung his arm, aiming straight for Siwoo's face, landing a solid punch. Not stopping there, Yusin stomped for momentum, using his leg to attack. Siwoo's position, Siwoo was attacked, unable to retaliate, unable to block. He was sent flying back a long distance, leaving a long crater in the ground. Yusin didn't ask, "Are you okay?" That question was completely meaningless from the moment he retaliated. He had already seen Siwoo's recovery ability. A pool of blood stained the ground. Siwa, you're just like the main character of a manga.
The actual damage Yusin inflicted on Siwoo was almost zero.
Yusin's eyes flickered as he thought, I might be the one at a disadvantage. He clenched his fist, which was trembling as if he had just punched a wall. If I hadn't put enough power into it just now, my arm bones would have broken. Sai's lips curled into a smile, realizing his friend wouldn't get hurt even if he used his full strength. At that moment, Yusin suddenly felt a bit of unease, realizing just how dangerous a monster his friend standing before him was. Just then, as the atmosphere and thought shifted, Siwoo was the one to attack first. He aimed and charged at Yusin like a gust of wind. Yusin silently assessed. He's faster than before, but his attack style is the same.
Siwa suddenly grabbed Yusin's wrist, but Yusin still quickly counterattacked with his leg, kneeing straight for Siwa's face. To Yusin's surprise, Siwa quickly lifted him up into the air. Siwa and Yusin looked straight into each other's eyes in midair. Siwa suddenly shouted, "Oh, power gathered from ancient times. You fool, they won't bother to become one with this mortal shell." Grabbed Yusin's wrist. Hey, great power descended into the middle of the battle. Yusin quickly jumped back. Yusin gritted his teeth, gave a sigh with a name. The thing you're holding? Is that it? A black and red lightning bolt in his hand. A bit bewildered, he still answered Yusin. Probably. This is the first time I've been able to summon it, to be frank.
It's clear that at this point my love state has increased greatly. Translator's note. This line is likely a mistranslation or typo in the original script. Tenyu love might have been intended to be your demonic power. Siwa's overall condition had reached a terrible state. His eyes were drowsy and the thing in his hand was nothing but a source of unpredictable power. In terms of physical strength, it was still manageable, but the problem lay in his demonic energy. Sao let out a tired breath. In last night's battle, Siwa had consumed about 93% of his demonic energy. Normally, that demonic energy would only take a full day of rest to recover, but in the sparse environment of the human world, recovery could be slower. But, ironically,
his current state of near-depleted demonic energy was helpful in recreating the moment he summoned the demon spirit mace. When he no longer had full control of his body, his consciousness and senses became incredibly sharp, helping him to vividly recall that moment. Ein smirked a little. Disappointing. I've read about the demon spirit mace in ancient texts. I don't know if those records exaggerated this weapon, or if the problem lies with you. Yusin continued, but from what I can see and feel, it's nothing special. Sai Wu just replied nonchalantly. I don't think those records are wrong. Yusin suddenly looked up. Sai Wu had leaped high and was preparing for a new attack. Yusin turned around wearily. Look, I think so too. I'm definitely no different from last time. A force.
Terrible power was unleashed, painting a corner of the room red. After the shockwave, Yusin was still safe in his defensive stance. He remained steadfast, using his demonic energy to envelop and protect himself from the last attack. Yusin thought to himself, he's harder to handle than I thought, but if I'm in an enhanced state, it's not impossible to defend. A strike after a leap, the stamina and energy consumed are not small. I don't need to purposely close the distance. I'll just maintain this defensive posture and wait for him to tire out. That was what Yusin thought, but suddenly he noticed something. The demon spirit mace that had just been called had been thrown by Siwoo and was now embedded in the ceiling. Siwoo looked at his handiwork and said with satisfaction, it really has this effect.
Ing was shocked. What the hell? What are you doing? Sai just smiled and explained. It seems hard to win from close range. I don't think I can keep blocking that move. That's like a super punch forever. If there was one thing Saiwen knew for sure after getting the demon spirit mace, it was that he couldn't get the same power as last time. The size and power of the mace were nothing compared to the last time, not even half. But there was one thing, the ability to freely change its shape, that he could still control to some extent, and he was cunning enough to take advantage of it. Xiao smiled. Although he was still a bit worried, he got into a ready stance. Here I come. Yen watched Xiao wearily, waiting for what he was about to do. A great gravitational force pulled right at Yusin.
He put his hands up in front of him to block the object that was madly rushing towards him. Yusin gritted his teeth, but it seemed the force he was facing was too great. He couldn't. It sent Yusin flying backwards. Sai showed no signs of stopping. He swung his arm back, preparing for a new attack. Yusin's eyes widened at the encouragement, a relentless assault. Yusin lightly jumped away to dodge Sai's attack. He thought that the aura wasn't much different from before. It's just a change in shape and the way he swings the mace, yet the power has multiplied several times.
Are you really planning to play dirty, Choice? Sai widened that Ain was no longer where he had attacked. I admit I'm not exactly pure myself, but you were the one who suggested we
fight, weren't you? This is a test to see if I can fight against monsters, right? In a fight like this, isn't it better to be a little cunning? Fighting with pure strength means nothing in a life-or-death battle. Yusin gritted his teeth. Saiwa's logic was so reasonable that Yusin couldn't argue back. Saiwu smirked again. If you think about it, even though the situation and perspective are a bit strange, in the end we're just teenagers and best friends, and 2 kids. Saiwu grinned slightly. I was wrong, Sai. Sometimes admitting it is the solution.
Yisun froze on the spot, feeling his pride being utterly attacked by his ear. Sai wouldn't stop. It's not wrong. It's just that my ability is lacking. What can I do? Yisun's body
trembled with suppressed anger. He said coldly, "Yeah, I guess so, choice." Siwoo. Yisun forced an impatient smile. He gritted his teeth again, looking up at the arrogant Siwoo. "I've had enough of your nonsense." Siwoo taunted. "Gosh, you're scared." Another strike from the demon spirit mace was unleashed, but Yisun still managed to dodge it nimble. Siwoo increased his speed, having no intention of letting Yisun rest for a single moment. He and his demon spirit mace unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Yisun kept dodging, thinking of a counter-strategy as he moved. I'm the one who needs to speed up, but that only makes it harder to dodge his attacks. Yen frowned, looking at the mace that wanted to fly before him. I'm adapting to his martial arts and speed.
And everything is happening quite quickly. Siwoo swung his arm and Yisun suddenly realized wrong direction, but it seemed too late. He took a direct hit from the demon spirit mace on his arm. With a loud crack, Yisun was sent flying back. The tempo of the mace's attack. He stopped and shouted, "Yisun, are you okay?" He thought to himself, I changed my tactics to reduce the power of his attacks. Even though they were probably much weaker than before, I might have gotten injured before that. Suddenly, Yisun spoke up. "Siwoo, you're saved. Beware, O deity of justice and the supreme darkness, the true master of the sun. Self-destruct command." Yisun was actually smiling with amusement, grabbing one end of the demon spirit mace and chanting the summoning incantation.
En shouted, "Will-o-wisp appear!" An arrow-shaped power shot along the body of the demon spirit mace towards Siwoo. On the other end of the mace, Siwoo's eyes widened, seemingly not understanding what was happening. He blankly looked up in fear. The arrow-shaped power had cut through the head of the demon spirit mace he was holding. Yisun took the opportunity to rush forward. Siwoo, flustered, lost his defensive stance. The demon spirit mace fell one into the ground. Yisun glanced at it. Yisun quickly jumped back, dodging the mace's attack. Looking grimly towards Siwoo, he continued to chant, "Lord of the Moonlight, painter of the crimson sky." For Yisun now, there was no equipment that could supplement the sacred treasure skills he possessed. As a result, he couldn't use most of his existing skills. Even the skills he could use were difficult to control when fused together. With his energy, the holy power created a weapon. He chanted the next command. Ancient Kingdom's Art, Heavenly Sword. Two streams of light, one blue, one red, crashed into each other, creating a gust of wind. A massive shockwave. The power to defeat a monster was truly overwhelming. The mace in his hand shattered a moment before the outcome was decided. The reason Yisun hesitated was that the opponent in front of him was his friend. But the reason he made his decision was also because his friend was in front of him. Yisun bit his lip, a little reluctant. Siwoo clenched his fist. Yisun also
quickly channeled his power to advance and attack Siwoo, who no longer had his weapon. But Yisun was shocked. What? His attack couldn't reach Siwoo. While Yisun still didn't understand what had happened, Siwoo swung his fist and punched him in the face. Yisun staggered back in astonishment. "Swa? Huh?" Siwoo's eyes were wide. His eyes couldn't comprehend what was happening. "Why did you suddenly spare me at the end? Even if you hit me, I'd recover quick." Quickly, Yisun replied, "That's not it. I used the full power of the spell. If one of us doesn't have the power, then I won't have it either. The opponent is a monster. No matter how strong they are, my ki can't defeat them. Just like your demon spirit mace dissolved. It's just that skill itself, besides you, doesn't consider anyone else a monster." Yisun lay on the floor, looking up at the ceiling, his eyes already filled with tears. He blurted out a curse. "Damn it, you bastard!" Choice Saiwa. The sunlight shone on the busy street. Yen looked down. There was a bandage on his nose, likely a remnant from the confrontation with Saiwa earlier. Yisun put his hands in his pockets and said irritably, "Say something. You just walking next to me with that worried look on your face is annoying me." Saw was also a bit uncomfortable. He was slightly startled. Saw said awkwardly, "I know your nose. I don't know if it hurts a lot. What if he leaves a scar?" It probably doesn't hurt, right?" Yen poked his bandaged nose and said nonchalantly, "I'm not like you monsters, but I've trained this body diligently.
Wounds like broken bones and torn skin will be better in just a day. Besides, you held back when you hit me, right?" Remembering earlier when he realized his attack had no effect, he had almost gone all out, because if you hadn't, all the bones in my nose would have been shattered at the very least. Yen let out a sigh. "Yeah, you're pretty good. Choice, Siwoo. If you're planning to go around catching monsters or whatever, just go ahead and do it." Siwoo said gratefully, "Thanks for understanding." But Yisun waved his hand. "I still don't get it. I'm only doing this because I made a promise." Yisun handed something to Siwoo. "Here, take this." Yen gave Siwoo 3 small gourds. One red, one blue, one yellow. Siwoo was curious. "These look like gourds, huh?" Yen replied.
"They don't just look like them. They are gourds," Ian explained. "They're usable. Just think of them as single-use bomb-like gourds. To use them, just hold it in your hand. Enchant a spell, urgent command, activate fallen, magic command, or something.
Or if you're in a real hurry, just smash it on the ground with your strength. I think just holding it in your hand will generate some force, and the magic inside the gourd will be released. Ian specifically warned, only use one at a time when you're in danger, and be careful not to smash them all at once. If it's hard to do, just smash a few. Siwoo held the gourds in his hand with a confused look. Thank you, but is it okay for me to take all three? Your energy is inside them, right? With such a huge amount, I don't think you can make them easily.
Yusun's eyes widened in surprise at Siwoo's words. Yusun scolded. What the hell do you know? Have you seen anything like them before? Siwoo was bewildered. That's not it. Siwoo fumbled with the gourds in his palm. But even just holding them, I can feel it. Siwoo remembered the fight from earlier. He could feel the same source of Ain's energy in these gourds. A lot of similar energy, and they're contained in these gourds. Saiwa's calculation was correct. The three-colored flow, a storage-type sacred treasure, mainly used by Yusun's family. The gourds were like a special layer of ice. Whenever they had time, a person would pour energy into them and store it inside. Therefore, at any time, no matter the situation, that person could use their power to cast magic that would otherwise be very difficult
to use, and even if it wasn't them, anyone who possessed the gourd could use the sacred treasure to cast magic. Yusun was stunned, thinking to himself, the purpose of the ice layer on the gourd's surface is to seal the user's energy, but to be able to penetrate that ice layer and even know the energy inside? Yen asked in confusion, let me see your hand for a bit. Siwoo was bewildered, but still held out his hand for Yusun to see my hand. And why? What's up? Although people say you can tell a person's fate and personality by looking at the length of their palm and its position, most of it is complete nonsense. Yusun took Siwoo's hand, examining it carefully. However, if there's one thing for sure, Yusun's focus was lost in his eyes. He was stunned by what he had.
Just discovered about his friend. How the hell? This isn't just a coincidence. This is a prodigy. This is the skill of a psychic, a master or grandmaster, similar to a mage. N's gaze gradually turned blank. Even though I'm not 100% sure about his palm, being able to sense the energy of the three-colored flow is one thing, but thinking about his appearance when he fought, I'm almost certain. Seeing his friend becoming more and more dazed, Siwa worried. What's wrong? Yen was still lost in his own thoughts. If he wasn't a monster, I would have told my father. No, I could do as I please. I don't need anyone's permission. His talent has reached a level where even if I take him as an unorthodox disciple, no one would have a problem with it. Question marks appeared above Siwa's head, getting thicker and thicker. Yin covered his mouth, sweat beading on his forehead. Even now, it's probably not too late, right? Even if I can't hide the fact that he's a monster, he's definitely half human. And his will is... No, it won't work. Those stubborn fools won't allow it. And more seriously than not being allowed, there's a high chance they'll misunderstand. A demon spirit possessing the talent of a mage? Honestly, if it weren't Sayu, even I couldn't feel any sympathy. Just a little. If I had to do something, discovered it 3 days ago. Yin's mind was reeling. He just said weakly to Siwoo, I just think your life is also quite rough. Siwoo still didn't know what Yusun had just discovered, only asking innocently, You can tell that just by looking at my palm?
Yen just replied, More or less. Are you planning to go back to school? Saul looked at himself, thought for a moment, and said, maybe I should find a uniform that fits first right now. Besides the sportswear, I basically have nothing to wear. Then Saul looked down at his feet. Even my feet feel like they've shrunk half a size. Yen smiled mischievously. That's quite surprising, but seeing everyone's expressions when you go to school will be worth it if you just stand there and don't say, I'm Choice Siwoo. I wonder how many people will recognize you. Siwoo pouted. You're having too much fun. Just thinking about it makes my head want to explode. Yen looked at his phone's clock. It's already 12. No wonder I'm so hungry. Siwoo suggested, Then let's go eat there. I'll pay.
Yen looked at him confused. Why? We can just eat at your place, Yen added. Remember the kimchi fried rice you made last time? You put pork belly in it. It was delicious. I'll buy pork from the supermarket. Siwoo was a bit flustered. Oh, that might be a bit difficult. We have pork. We have a guest here, and they're probably sound asleep right now. Yen was confused. A guest? Siwoo nodded. Yeah, and I also need to go somewhere after we have lunch. Yen suddenly felt a sense of unease. He said grimly, Let's go there. Yu sighed. You don't have to force yourself to say things that are hard to say to me. I told you could do whatever you want with those monsters. I don't mind. Yen walked ahead, not forgetting to say over his shoulder, Looks like you're having lunch with monsters today, so let's call it off for today. Just treat me next time.
Yusen turned back to say to Sao, Why are you standing there with your head down like I committed a crime or something? No matter who you meet on the street, hold your head up high and walk, because I know you're more than capable of it.
When Sao arrived at an old residential area, he looked around. This place is in a rather old residential area. It seems all the houses are empty. Did I come to the right place? An old door caught Sai's eye. Dark Moon Hall. What does that mean? With his middle school level of Hanja, it was understandable that he didn't understand. Suddenly, a large young man appeared from behind the warehouse door. Sao sensed a power that was not of an ordinary person. He thought to himself, who is this person? He's a monster, and an incredibly strong one. The other person actually walked right past him, staring after the large figure with some confusion.
We turned back. Another person had appeared. This person spoke up. Oh my, a guest we've never met before. How? A woman who called herself Hong Run, the owner of this Dark Moon Hall. She looked at Siwoo gracefully and smiled warmly. What an honor, Siwoo returned the greeting. Hello, ma'am. I'm Choi Sao. I was introduced to this place yesterday for a cleanup job. They gave me the address and told me to come here first. The girl immediately replied. Oh, Mr. Sao, I've heard about you from Old Man Me. Please come in. Hong Run opened the door, and a cold, gloomy air immediately flooded out. Siwoo nervously stepped inside under the woman's observation. He thought to himself, it's not just dark inside, but there's also a black mist
covering this place. Siwoo went deeper inside, and suddenly a light shone down. Siwoo was shocked. The scene deep inside was completely different from the gloomy area outside. It was a very large, traditional house, filled with warm sunlight, giving a sense of peace. Hong Rian sat opposite Siwoo. Her posture was graceful and straight, and she welcomed him very thoughtfully. Please help yourself to some tea. Siwoo was shocked. Oh, thank you. He looked around and asked, This isn't Seoul, is it? The view is something else, and the wind and air here are unbelievably fresh. Hong Rian smiled. That's right. The Dark Moon Hall is a space separated from a part of the human world. Because this place has been out of reach of civilization
and progress for hundreds of years, it has preserved the fresh air and pure energy of the old days. If you want to ask about the purpose of this space's existence, we are a store that provides a variety of conveniences so that the people of the demon world can adapt to life in the human world. Siwoo remembered the boogeyman Mong's words. If you visit on a nice day, it will be helpful to you. That's what he said. But even if they called themselves a store for monsters, Hong Rian used magic to conjure a box. Siwoo brought the box to Hong Rian. Hong Rian said, I received this. I heard this is the currency of the demon world. Caillou here, Hong Rian said happily. That's it. Of course, we support everything, both trade and currency exchange. Siwoo was
Curious currency exchange. Miss Hong Rian enthusiastically explained, yes, there are people who work in a human world, but most of them exchange demon world currency for human world currency. Hong Rian looked at the sparkling coins and continued, as for demon coins, with the exchange rate in this country, 1 yang is equivalent to 3 million won. Of course, that value already includes commission. Siwa's eyes widened in shock at the number he had just heard. Siwoo, 17 years old, was doing the math in his head. 1 coin equals 3 million won. He currently has 40 coins. The largest amount of money he's ever had in his life is 720,000 won. Hong Rian then laughed and suggested, would you like to see what you can buy? She waved her hand.
Let's show our esteemed guest the demon spirit pills. Another man respectfully brought a large box into the room. In the box were 3 rows of spirit pills, 1 row of white, 1 row of yellow, and 1 row of black, standing out against the red velvet background. These are the demon spirit pills that our guests often buy. This pill will enhance the recovery of demonic energy. Siva looked intently at the pills. Miss Ryan continued, demonic energy barely exists in the natural environment of the human world. Even in the demon world, recovering demonic energy itself takes some time. Therefore, a pill has been formulated from medicinal herbs from the demon world, along with the secret techniques of the Dark Moon Hall. So even in an environment where demonic energy is very weak,
after taking the pill, one can still absorb a rich amount of demonic energy. Siwa was excited. I'll buy it. I really need it. So the colors of the pill casings are different. Is there a difference in their effects? Hunger nodded again. That's right. The color of the casing is related to the levels of the yoling. The price is based on 1 yang of yushu. The silver yoling is 10 yang. The gold yoling is 3 yang. And the black yoling is 1 yang. The higher the grade, the different the recovery rate. For example, if you want the recovery to be effective today, then I recommend the black pill. Siwa thought about something. He asked, so give me 1 black pill for now. Do I have to use it right away? Hungerin smiled mysteriously. Of course, if you're fast.
You'll probably see the effect tonight. Hong Rian placed her hand on her thigh and thought to herself, it's all the same, no matter which pill you eat. Monsters have discussed demonic energy. There are 2 most important things, the size and absorption rate of each person's inner core. The size of the inner core, which is the total amount of demonic energy, grows as a monster gets older and eats other monsters.
However, the absorption rate comes from the founding environment or the food consumed to recover demonic energy. It is very difficult to increase this rate on one's own. So the absorption rate of most monsters comes from innate talent or bloodline influence. If they're high level, it only takes 3 to 4 hours to completely consume a black demon spirit.
But for a half-demon body, even a few days might not be enough to digest half of it, and it will just be excreted by the body. Hong Rian looked at the naive Siwu in front of her and thought, but it's not like I'm lying. As long as he absorbs half of it, his mediocre inner core will probably recover overnight. It's true that he, as Hong Rian had assessed, the black yoling was indeed a precious medicine for the current Siwu. Just one pill could restore Siwu's inner core 3 to 4 times. Hong Rian was about to say something, but suddenly a blinding light flashed. A burst of power erupted, causing a corner of the peaceful dark moon hall to shake. But how could that be? It meant that the pill was compatible with the size of Siwu's inner core, after the shockwave.
If everything seemed to be overturned and scattered everywhere, Hong Rian lay on the floor in fear, looking at Siwu with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. He just swallowed the demon spirit pill, and only a few seconds have passed. In that short amount of time, he absorbed that much demonic energy? Siwu emerged from behind a thin veil of smoke. Of course, it's been 3 days since Choi Siwu started, Ed living the life of a monster. He looked at his own body, which was radiating abundant demonic energy, and wondered with a low-grade pill, did I just eat something this effective? For the first time in his life, Choi Siwu felt 100%, no more than 100%, of his demonic energy. A few minutes ago, at the Dark Moon Hall, in a side room, a person holding a gourd of wine asked, "How is it?" Another man could also.
With a scholarly appearance, wearing a pair of thick glasses, was hugging a wine gourd and smiling brightly. "This is the 6-flower wine I specially prepare because I heard that young Master Euclid would be visiting. The wine is fermented from 6 types of flowers that bloom by the Sunju River and has a little extra fragrance." He was Dong Wu, the head of the Dark Moon Hall. Someone raised their wine cup, took a sip, and then judged him. Not bad, although letting an inexperienced brat drink this wine makes me feel a bit hesitant. Not a bad brat. The man in the green ancient costume smirked and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen Miss Hong Rian. She said she'd be back after meeting someone. Should I think that she doesn't consider me a guest at all?" Dong Wu was flustered. How could that be? She's just a little late.
Because she had something to take care of. There's a guest who was specially instructed to visit by the boogeyman, Mang. So as soon as he heard this, the man in green perked up with interest. "The boogeyman? Mang. Which guest?" Dong Wu replied, "I don't know the details either, but I heard it's a half-demon with the blood of a demon spirit." The man in green rested his chin on his hand and said lazily, "Oh, I thought it was something important. Turns out it's still that brat. That old man Mang is something else. He could have just disappeared without leaving a single drop of blood." The man in green continued, "I can't believe he found a half-demon and made them fight in the festival. It's a stretch to even call him a monster, let alone a contestant." He looked at Dong Wu, who was silent, and said, seeming displeased.
Suddenly, he went silent. So quiet. "What's wrong? Is my company that boring?" Dong Wu lowered his head without a word. The man in green pressed on. "Or is it because you are also a failed half-demon, so you feel indignant about what I said?" He threw his head back and laughed mockingly. "You know what? I heard a few things from my sister. It's that 1,000-year-old tradition or something that you people respect. But I heard that this Dark Moon Hall is just a place to shelter half-demons who have nowhere else to go. Is that right? A faint thing that can't become human or demon, can't call itself human, but isn't acknowledged by the demon world either. This place was established because of the hardships that half-demons like you have to endure to become something useful and recognized. Whatever the result."
"I should consider this your intelligence, right?" The more Dongwu listened, the angrier he got, but he couldn't do anything but clench his fists and suppress his anger. Yet the man in green didn't stop talking. "Even so, there will never be a day when a mongrel like you can be called a monster. You keep talking. You think so?" Dongwu opened his mouth to say something, but they just smiled, continuing to raise the wine jug. He replied cordially, "How can a mortal like me know the future? Your cup is empty, sir. Let me pour you in." The man in green saw that Dongwu wasn't angry and sighed. Once a merchant, always a merchant. Even so, teasing you isn't fun at all. Dongwu bowed his head, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry." The man in green asked again, bored. "So when do I get to go out?"
"It should be ready by today, right? We have exchanged all the demon coins you gave us, and all the information about your residence and status in the human world has been processed according to your request, young master. The highest quality with the condition of having as little contact with humans as possible." The man in green seemed pleased. "You handle business much faster than I thought." Dongwu was flustered. "You are someone who has risked their life for the human world, so of course I must do my best, sir."
The man in green laughed and brought the cup to his lips. It's not for your benefit, it's just because it's hateful. There are bastards out there. Who knows where they came from? But from a master's perspective, I can't just stand by, right? He pondered. And again, if I contribute to bringing glory to my lineage, then even my
father will have to acknowledge my right to participate in the festival. My talent is definitely not inferior to my older siblings, but I was born 100 years later than them. That's the only difference between us. He gently squeezed the wine cup. First, I must obtain the qualification of a contestant at all costs, and in the remaining 6 months, I must catch up and surpass them no matter what. He said, "Look, Miss Hong Ryan, he really did it." Dongwu heard the man in green mention Hong and was about to stand up. "Oh, I'll go see if she's coming in." But the man in green waved his hand. "Not yet. There's something more important I want to entrust to you than finding someone to drink her wine." He looked at Dongwu with a dangerous expression. He proposed, "When I'm in the human world, I want that girl to serve me." Dongwu was immediately shocked.
Quickly added, "Oh, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of playing around with a little half-demon girl, even though she is beautiful, because I didn't come to the human world for idle chat. But besides hunting down those foreign bastards, there's something else I want to aim for." Dongwu's face darkened. "But young master, we don't do—" Before he could finish his sentence, the man in green's face hardened. "I know, but aren't you a merchant? You should just shut up and do as a big client like me requests. You shouldn't disappoint me, right?" Dongwu pursed his lips, clearly not wanting to comply. The manhua said casually, "Think about it again," and passed the message to that girl with a loud bang. The Dark Moon Hall was shaken by the tremor from Saw's location. On this side, the house was also shaken.
Dongwu and the man in green were both startled by the tremor. They both looked outside. The man in green at the door spoke up. "Like water, Qi is also the flow in all creation. To a living being, that flow of water is no different from a puddle of water that has accumulated for a while. Although the composition of the water and how each creature uses that water flow are different, the general principle is the same for all species, whether they are monsters or humans. Even if you increase the size of the bowl, it cannot hold more water than its capacity. Really, there's no need to use fancy words for such a basic principle." Hong Ryan was still lying on the floor in shock, looking at the boy in front of her. Siwa saw Hong Ryan lying on the floor and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?"
"It seems like you were accidentally hurt because of me." Despite Hong Ryan still being in shock, Siwu exclaimed. "Anyway, this pill is more effective than you mentioned." Siwa smiled. "Something very good. Whatever it is, should I call it the feeling that I could do anything?" The basic principles just mentioned above did not apply to Choi Sai-Hwa. While Hong Ryan still couldn't believe what had just happened, a voice spoke up. "What is the meaning of this?" The person who had just arrived was the arrogant man in green who was sitting with Dongwu earlier. He looked angrily at the scene before him. "You bastard. How dare you recklessly release your energy without fear in this place? What if you didn't have permission? If you don't understand things like that, should I take this opportunity to teach you a lesson?" Hong Ryan immediately came to her senses. She said loudly, "Young Master Yukol, this is my fault. It's not this guest's fault. Please calm down." The man named Yusio remained as arrogant as ever. He told Hong Ryan to shut up. "I didn't ask you, nor did I give you permission to open your mouth. You bitch, do you take me for a fool?" Hong Ryan was stunned by the young master's harsh words. He glared at Hong Ryan and said, "I'm sure the demonic energy I felt, along with that deafening explosion just now, came from this failure, and he still doesn't grasp the situation, and is still releasing his energy over there. You witnessed it yourself, yet you're still telling me to let this go with such a ridiculous reason." Sue was still standing silently. Hong Ryan trembled as she knelt on
the floor and begged, "Young master, please." Saw didn't stay silent anymore. He turned to face Yusi and said, "I'm sorry." He scratched his cheek and smiled. "I'm still not used to controlling my demonic energy." So the boy named Choi Sayu originally had a gentle and mild nature, even with humans, but for the first time in his life, his inner core was filled with energy, causing both his body and mind to be extremely excited. Siwu said happily, "I don't think something like this would have happened. If I bothered you in any way, then I apologize." Siwu's eyes began to lose control, the demonic energy around him growing more and more intense. He brushed his hair back, glared at you, Siwul, and said, "But even so, I think what you said to someone you just met was—"
A bit rude, and in an instant the boy's nature became more like a monster than a human. He became more and more angry. He gritted his teeth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Siwa replied, "What do you think?" Suddenly, Siwa laughed mockingly. "I'm sincerely sorry for that, but failure or whatever, don't say such crude things." Yu was angry. He channeled demonic energy into his hand. Immediately, Siwa was swept away by him and thrown outside into the courtyard. A loud explosion echoed as Siwa fell hard, hitting the ground full of dirt and dust. Hong Ryan's face turned pale as she watched Siwa. Her body trembled uncontrollably in waves. He glared at Hong Ryan and warned, "Hey, I'm not dead. I wonder if your head can absorb that."
But it's best you don't dream of crossing the line. This isn't a fight, it's discipline, because it's simply teaching manners to an inferior. Siwoo wasn't down. He was still standing tall, his body enveloped in abundant demonic energy. Uwol raised a finger again, and another wave of attack descended upon Siwoo. Hong Rian, she shot up and said to Uwol, "Young master, please calm down. For whatever reason, the Moon Hall strictly prohibits violence. Even if your family is powerful, young master, if the main house finds out about this incident, they will never let it go," Hong Rian said, trembling. But you, Seal. Not only did he not care, he even used his spiritual power to attack Hong Rian. Hong Rian was hit and cried out in pain.
Young master, you see, Old gritted his teeth, his eyes vicious. He said angrily, "I told you, don't even dream of crossing the line." Hong Rian trembled, clutching her injured body, while you continued to criticize her. "I kept an eye on you, thinking you were the smartest among the hunting dogs. But in the end, you revealed you're nothing more than a half-demon bitch." Blood filled Hong Rian's mouth. She looked weakly at Yusim. She thought to herself, what the hell was that just now? Why couldn't I feel any demonic energy? An unusual, invisible thing suddenly appeared. When this is the divine beast, the #1 unique ability of a Hat clan. Yusim arrogantly pointed to the ground and shouted, "Hey, you half-demons, if you're not deaf, listen up.
Come before me and kneel down now. I will teach you the etiquette that old man Yumang should have taught you." Siwoo clenched his fist, his body still radiating a powerful demonic energy. He looked at Yu Huiyan. He's talking nonsense again. Siwoo took off his outer jacket. He slowly advanced. If you want to talk, then talk properly, beating someone up and then saying, "I have to teach you people what etiquette is." His eyes were fixed on you. See him as if looking at prey. Siwoo returned to a ready stance, a smirk on his face. "That's not the right way to do it, is it? Let's just continue as we were." You see Huiyan eyes widened, his whole body tensed up and radiated demonic energy. He gritted his teeth. "Fine, if you die so badly, then—" He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not letting him finish a sentence, Siwoo had already launched an attack, moving as fast as lightning. The naked eye could not follow his movements at all. Both Hong Rai and Yusim widened in astonishment of the last scene. Yusim cautiously asked, "The thing you just threw is water, right?" She smiled. "I don't understand the principle at all, but since it's all just demonic arts, it looked like you threw a few drops of water at me at an incredible speed. Maybe I don't know anything. The first thing that hit us was the spilled tea on the ground." Remembering earlier when Ukal attacked Siwoo, he realized the method he used to attack him. Siwoo continued, "Forget about the water drop. I felt like I was hit by a car. You see, there's just a little bit of tea smell. You focused a large amount of demonic energy. If you knew that..."
You must have been ready to be hit again. A water drop-like object the size of a fingernail suddenly appeared in the air. It seems you can use the moisture in the air or the dew on the grass, and the thing that just hit us seems to get stronger the farther it's launched. Right, maybe it's due to acceleration. Siwoo's eyes turned dangerous, and he smiled again. "It's nothing to be proud of, but last night I also went through something similar with someone else. Compared to last time, you're not even a fraction of their level." The more Saw talked, the darker Yusim's face became. His body trembled involuntarily. "Huh?" Siwoo smirked. "Sorry if I hurt your feelings." Without wasting another moment, Siwoo charged forward with a new attack, while Yusim still hadn't reacted. Siwoo was as fast as a flash.
Approached where he was standing. Yusian was caught off guard, feeling extremely annoyed. He gritted his teeth and cursed. That half-demon bastard dares. UCM didn't have a chance to think any further, because of that very moment, at this moment, Siwoo had already attacked, right in front of him. UCM wearily raised his right hand to attack. That control over demonic energy is frankly pathetic. Being able to clearly see the direction of the attack by demonic energy means he doesn't even know he needs to practice to hide it, and doesn't know what he can do with it. I will definitely make him pay the price for his foolishness. But very quickly, his train of thought was interrupted when Siwoo suddenly changed the direction of his attack. He ducked low, as expected. I think it was pretty obvious.
Wall's eyes widened in utter surprise. With a loud bang, Saw aimed right for Uyam's opening and concentrated his demonic energy into an attack. He cried out in pain, his face contorted, looking extremely ugly. Sith thought to himself, so this is what Essen saw and how he read my movements. Hung Ryan, watching from the side, couldn't help but gasp at the unpredictable attack from Siwoo. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and she was as tense as if she were in the fight herself. Siwoo smirked, brushed his hair back, and looked at Yusim, who was trembling on the ground, and said, "Ichim, whatever. You fell for it, you little brat. Please subscribe to LA School Channel so you don't miss out on exciting videos." Hung Ryan clutched her stomach.
Her eyes wide with disbelief at Yusin's defeat, still unable to believe what she was seeing. She was dumbfounded. Impossible. Hung Ryan was truly shocked for more than one reason. Despite facing an opponent he had never met and a type of demonic art he had never experienced, Sai saw through it and completely destroyed his opponent. Not only that, he knew his demonic energy could be read and concealed the direction of his strike. With an explosion of demonic energy while simultaneously concentrating his demonic energy from anywhere, Sai found a starting point for himself and exploited it thoroughly. This wasn't impossible. It was something Hung Ryan thought to herself. This descendant of the demon spirit has only relied on this moment.
Appeared 4 days ago. I thought he was just an ordinary human. But what really happened is that a 4-day-old monster has such terrifying power. Suwa was still emitting a strong demonic energy. He stared at the monster he had just defeated, who was cowering on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Siwoo said lazily, "Now what? I don't really care, but it seems you've surrendered. I think you owe someone an apology." Yusi's face was still downcast, seemingly overwhelmed with fear and humiliation. Siwoo pointed towards Hungrul and said, "Her. At least for that, I caused the explosion, but she's not at fault at all. She just wanted to stop the fight. From any angle, you're the one in the wrong, so get on your knees and beg for her forgiveness."
Yusi gritted his teeth in anger at Siwa's words. Siwa glanced at him, about to say something, but suddenly, with a swish, Siwa stared at the terrifying shard of sharp glass piercing through his arm. Yu seemed to have been waiting for this. But a moment later, while Siwa was focused on a piece of glass, he launched himself from the ground straight at Siwa. But Siwa didn't. He also reacted very quickly, lightly dodging his outstretched arm. He stepped back. Then, aiming straight at Yu, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent Yu flying far away. The attack sent Yu. Yusim was sent flying far away, his entire body slamming into the ground, creating a massive tremor. The innate talent of the Hat Clan.
Water rock allows the user to manipulate the surrounding water. A few small drops of blood fell onto the ground. Just as Hyul said, the way it's executed is similar to the black tortoise's ice bone. But there's one advantage. You see him smugly got up on the ground, looked at Sao, and then burst into a crazed laugh. The advantage is it can be manipulated more easily. Blood started to flow uncontrollably from Seal's 2 eyes and nostrils. It can even create a knife as sharp as metal by compressing water to its maximum pressure. That was also the mechanism that created the razor-sharp shard of glass to stab into Seal's hand earlier, or even send water molecules to attack the opponent's nervous system, destroying blood vessels.
Nerves and internal organs like a poison. Siwoo was poisoned and collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Yusiam slowly stood up. A monster's regeneration works in a very strange way. You see him purse his lips and said, "Even without demonic energy, you can still regrow 1 or 2 limbs at a time, but it will take longer if you're poisoned." Siwoo's eyes widened in horror, blood still flowing from his 7 orifices. Yusam chuckled. "I bet you've never experienced a feeling like this before, but I do have a compliment for you. Although I was a bit complacent, you're quite strong for a half-demon." He continued to channel his demonic energy. This time, a large amount of demonic energy was concentrated, causing a massive tremor in the surrounding area. He laughed maniacally.
"It could be because of the bloodline you inherited, or maybe you have more demonic nature than human." Hong Ryan was startled. She turned her head back, her expression extremely worried. A large stream of water was summoned by Om. He said clearly, "I will show you what the level of a real demon is like." Siwo actually said, "I don't give a damn if it's a real demon or a fake demon, but I know one thing." UCM was shocked by the sight before him. "Thank you for watching." Seemingly more ferocious, he shouted, "You're just trash." A chill ran down his spine. He seemed unable to believe his eyes and thought to himself, "He's recovered, but I destroyed him from the inside." He bit his lip, looking unwilling. UCM took a gamble. He threw the water ball he had caught. He threw it towards Siwo.
Izima, a highly branching technique from water rock. It concentrates and controls a large amount of water from sources like rivers, lakes, seas, and groundwater. But this demonic art, the pressure it creates, even surpasses the laws of normal physics. The weight is 100 times heavier than it looks. Launched at a very high velocity, its attack power can be compared to a super large truck at top speed. Siwoo stood firm, staring at the water bowl with terrifying power rushing towards him. He channeled his demonic energy, summoning something from the palm of his hand. His eyes were calm, as tranquil as the surface of an autumn lake. What Siwoo cared about right now was not the attack, but the shape of the mace he was trying to create. Siwoo was trying to summon
the demon spirit mace. He had learned from the previous battle that using the right shape would increase the power of the mace to a staggering level in a surprising way, and there was only one way to test it. Siwoo focused the mace, gradually taking shape in his hand. The water ball was right in front of him. Siwoo swung the mace behind his head, ready for an attack.
Siwoo's swordsmanship was still not as precise as the person he was imitating, a person he had studied, that he had seen before. So what he could do was bet on its straightness and sharpness. Siwoo gritted his teeth. The mace had now transformed into the shape of a sword. Moreover, this demonic land had become a heavenly body. Siwoo's body was overflowing with demonic power, making him many times
Stronger than usual, he swung down right in the middle of the water ball, which immediately split in two under the force of the sword's tip. The water ball shattered, returning to its original state as a splash of water splattered everywhere. UCM gritted his teeth, trying to control the water source to attack again. But surprisingly, the water now formed space in the middle. UCM's eyes widened in confusion. Before him now was a pale ruin with water flowing everywhere, and Suwa was no longer there. He looked. Where is he? From the other side. There was a noise from behind. He immediately became alert. He turned around. The person who made the noise and appeared from behind him was Suwa. He said grimly, "You said you could regrow 1 to 2 limbs at a time?"
Right. That's convenient for me. Without giving him time to react further, Siwoo immediately chopped off both of his arms to Asim astonishment. Siwoo smiled. I don't need to hold back. Then Yusim's eyes became desperate. The severed arm lay on the ground. He cried out in pain. Yusim knelt down, his screams growing more and more intense. Siwoo tilted his head in confusion. Huh? You're in that much pain without your hands? What the hell do I know? You said you were a demon, so you should be used to this kind of pain, right? Yusim's whole body trembled. He looked up at Siwoo. Siwoo couldn't help but use his foot to kick him once, sending Yu flying even further. Not because his two were cut off. The Hat clan was originally a clan that worshipped
gods is a blessed clan that rules over tens of thousands of demons as part of the clan. Moreover, being the youngest, Usium was very spoiled. That's why he didn't know the feeling of facing a strong opponent, a monster that he couldn't defeat. In the end, he meant Siwoo. He stood there tall after defeating him. Do you regret it yet? Siwoo raised his hand. Usium turned pale with fear. Seemingly afraid Siwoo was about to hit him again, he shouted loudly. I'm sorry, but... Siwoo, he said again. Not me. Siwoo sighed, pointed behind him. Do you need my apology? The one who needs to be apologized to. Siwoo pointed to her and a disheveled Hong Ryan. He said, the one who needs to be apologized to is her, not me, being pointed at by Siwoo.
Hong Ryan was a little startled and scared. He ordered, bowed down, and sincerely apologized. You see, with his 2 arms cut off, he was still a bit stubborn. He looked at Hong Ryan hesitantly and said, but bowing to a sorry, he narrowed his eyes at him. What? You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Fine. If you want, I'm always ready for another round. Hearing this, you see him hesitated again. He stood up and walked over to Hong Ryan. Without any further hesitation, in front of Hong Ryan, he had seen a good Ryan. You see him open his mouth and said, I. He knelt before the girl, bowing his head. Sincerely said, I'm sorry, under Siwoo's witness. Returning to the apartment complex, someone spoke up. Hey, Siwoo, I told you to give me a glass of water.
Siwoo pouted, lazily said, he's not back yet. She was dressed scantily with only a few pieces of fabric covering the necessary parts, and one slender leg crossed over the other as she complained, making a guest wait for so long. Amidst the courtyard of traditional houses, peacefully basking in the sun, someone spoke up. Oh my goodness! It turned out to be Mr. Narong, the head of the Young Hoi shop, which was also of the Dark Moon Hall. He looked at everything around him and exclaimed, This is the first time I've left in 10 years. But to think that in the short time I was away, you got into such trouble. Following behind him was Zhang Wu, who was covered in sweat from anxiety. Dong Wu bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. Sir, I'm sorry. If only I could have handled the situation.
More skillfully, Mr. Morong quickly dismissed it. Blaming yourself won't help. He stroked his long white beard and comforted Dong Wu. And it's not your fault either. He's not someone you and Hong Rian could handle. I knew the youngest son of the head family was reckless, but I didn't anticipate the severity of it. Turning to Dong Yu, he asked with some concern, So, how is Hong Rian? Dong Yu was flustered. She's injured in a few places, but it's not too serious. Dong Wu added, Actually, she's been extremely depressed for causing this whole incident. It's true that it was her fault for giving him the black pill, but how could she have known that he could absorb it so quickly? Murray Long listened to the story in contemplation. Mr. Olton said, It's precisely because of his rapid absorption ability that she had the opportunity.
To realize her mistake, Dong Wu, slightly surprised, asked again. Mirong then continued to ask, So where is that guest now? In another room, a sweet meal, a sumptuous feast was laid out. The boy, Siwoo, had been traumatized psychologically after the recent events. Unlike what happened 4 days ago, this time he was in complete control of himself. Although he was in a rage due to the enormous demonic energy, his emotions, and what were all under his own control.
After using up the enormous amount of demonic energy, his demon core stabilized and his intense emotions also calmed down. After that, the hell of reality was laid bare. Saiwu was shocked as he remembered the recent events. He asked himself in shock, what the hell just happened?
Flopped onto the floor, he pondered. The fight just now was justified. Setting aside his hot-headed personality, the force he used could have actually been fatal. I needed to cut off his hands, to prevent him from using his demonic arts. If I had to do it again, I would still do it. But there was one thing that worried Siwu, that the emotion he felt when doing it was pleasure. I only felt excitement when I cut off his arms. Is that just temporary? But a knock on the door interrupted Siwu's train of thought. Someone asked, "May I come in?" Siwu jumped up and replied awkwardly, "Yes." The person who entered was Hong Ryan. Her expression didn't look too good after the commotion. Siwu worriedly asked if she was okay and how her injuries were. Hong Ryan replied, "I'm fine."
Just a few minor scratches. Thank you. Slowly sat down opposite Siu while he continued to ask worriedly, "But you were throwing up blood. You shouldn't take it lightly. Trust me, I've been kicked in the ass many times, so I know it's really." Before Siu could finish his sentence, Hong Ryan suddenly knelt down, bowed her head, and said, "Sir, please forgive me. I was not thinking clearly and acted disrespectfully towards you." Sibo was panicked. No, but that's not it. Here, the ones who start the fight are the ones at fault. I should be the one apologizing. I even blew off the roof." Hong Ryan still said with a remorseful tone, "I take full responsibility for what happened. I shouldn't have recommended the black demon pill to you in the first place. The silver gold pill would have been enough
for the effect you wanted. Even though I knew that, I still suggested the black one." Saiwa was a little surprised by Hong Ryan's confession. He asked in confusion, So you scammed me? Is that what you mean?" "Because the black one is the most expensive." Hong Ryan did not shy away from Saiwa's accusation. "As you know, I am a half-demon. I was born to a human father and a demon mother. Mixed blood between humans and demons is not rare. Since ancient times, it has been common to have mixed-race children between two different species. These children inherit characteristics from both their father and mother. In other words, it means they are neither human nor monster. Most half-demons, including myself, can sense demonic energy, but we cannot keep it inside our own core.
And that is much more pitiful and painful than you might think. We need to satisfy our hunger and thirst. While we can feel the energy around us, we cannot drink it to quench that thirst. Even if we use elixirs like those demon pills, the effect is insignificant. That's why I was jealous of you." Hearing this, Siwa's eyes widened even more in surprise. Hung Rihan continued, "To us half-demons, you are like a miracle. Even though you carry the blood of both humans and monsters, you are an exception that has caught the attention of Judge Meng." Hong Rin explained, "I suggested the black pill not because of money. I couldn't accept this. Someone got what I longed for, and not only was I jealous, I also deceived and mocked you." Hong Rin bowed her head lower, her remorse seemingly growing. "As a merchant, I deceived and looked down on my customer. I deserve to die. I will accept any punishment that you—" Before she could finish her sentence, someone cut her off. "The way you're apologizing is wrong." From outside, Mirian continued to slowly stroke his white beard. He said, "By begging for punishment, you are ignoring the judgment and responsibility towards the person you want to apologize to." Hung was startled and turned her head. Siwa looked blankly at the strange man who had just appeared. Mirian walked in, bowing respectfully. "My apologies for what happened today. I am Mirian, the head of the Dark Moon Hall." He looked at Hong Ryan and said, "You may leave now, Hong Ryan. I will escort our guest." Hong Ryan was a bit startled.
But Shu suddenly spoke up, pointing to himself. "Please listen to him. You've apologized for what you did, and I accept your apology. You don't need to worry about me and go to the trouble of staying." Shu cheekily added another request, "And I'd like to be compensated for that black pill, please." Maran smiled brightly. "Is that acceptable?" "Of course it is." Hearing this, Hung Ran didn't linger any longer. She stood up and bowed to Shu one last time. Still looking a bit guilty as she left, Maran spoke again. "It might sound more like an excuse than an apology, but thank you for your generous acceptance." Shu scratched his head innocently. "Well, I don't think what she did was that bad." Miran seemed pleased. "If that's all right with you, I'd like to have a brief reconciliation."
"With you." She was confused. "Reconciliation?" He continued. "The one you confronted was Uzium, the youngest son of the Divine Beast clan." Tu Shu thought to himself, "Had him? Well, he didn't seem like a member of the Hat clan as I imagined." Miriam went on. "The Hat clan lives up to its reputation for tolerance, so I believe if they understand the situation, they will understand." When he left the Dark Moon Hall, Halem still seemed quite resentful, so Miriam added, "However, the young master will not provide an objective account of the facts, and there will surely be misunderstandings on their part. Therefore, we will arrange a meeting to explain the situation and the reasoning from both sides before things get worse."
Miriam admitted this incident occurred due to a fault on our side, so we would like to. Before he could finish, Shu spoke up.
I understand, but I must refuse. Shu popped a pastry into his mouth. You don't need to interfere in this and resolve anything for me. Miriam was worried, but the young man, Shu, interrupted him again. If they come looking for me, I'll tell them myself what happened. I'll tell them that they retaliated with violence and insults while I was holding back my own name, that a simple apology would have sufficed, and what I did was necessary. He chewed on his food. His eyes remained firm. There's nothing for you or Hung Ryan to apologize for. That spoiled brat is the one who's in the wrong. If it comes to it, I want to face them myself. I appreciate what you're saying.
But Mirren understood Shu's point, but couldn't help but worry. The AAD clan will not accept this easily. For starters, his brothers are far stronger than the disrespectful hatbrat just defeated. Shu licked his fingers and nodded. You're right. I didn't have high hopes for myself. I don't have much experience with monsters, but I faced at least 2 monsters stronger than him, and I don't think those 2 were weak. But at the end of the day, if I want to become the Demon King, I'll have to fight and defeat them all anyway, right? Miriam was surprised by what he had just heard. He advised in a low voice. That's not something you can hear or say so easily every day. Miriam chuckled. If you said that elsewhere, Shu immediately finished his sentence, would die. Yeah, I know. He tilted his head, putting another pastry in his mouth.
And I'm prepared for it. Uzium looked like he was about to senselessly wreck the place, the more determined I am about the throne. Who knows how he'll react? Miriam's smile vanished, his eyes turning worried as he thought, this kid really means it. Shu chewed his food with a frown. Just thinking about monsters like him roaming the human world for 6 months makes my blood boil. Miriam burst out laughing again. So you want to stop that? That's the most foolish and bold declaration I've ever heard. She admitted sheepishly. Yes, I know it sounds ridiculous. Miriam quickly clarified. No, I have no intention of laughing at you. The old man's eyes suddenly became dangerous. He leaned on his chin, looking at Shu. On the contrary, you're making me curious, Miriam.
I thought he was just a kid who accidentally got into trouble, but I was wrong. Ever since the tournament, this is the first time I felt this way. With that thought, Mirren reached into his sleeve for something. I'm about to strike it rich. Shu looked at the object Mirren had just placed on the table, confused. What was on the table was a beautiful jade pendant with a blue tassel. This is a gift from the Dark Moon Hall as an apology. However, since you didn't accept the apology, let me put it another way. His eyes looked directly at Shu. It might be a bit early in the game for this, but I want to invest in your future. Back at Shu's apartment building, he looked at his phone and thought, man, what a long day. It's almost dinner time. Suddenly, a voice startled Shu. What took you so long? He said, flustered.
Oh, sorry, I didn't think it would take this much time. The speaker was Sayola. She had changed into a modest tracksuit, and a small black bird was perched on her hand. Her face showed a hint of annoyance from waiting. She said lazily, whatever, it's not too late. Besides, I just received some information. She was curious. Information? Then he bent down to greet the bird on Sewa's hand. Oh, hello, Sammy. The bird suddenly flew up and kicked Shu in the face, making him yell out in pain. Ouch! Seo sighed. Why are you so dense? That's obviously not Sammy. The color of its belly is completely different. The little bird continuously pecked at the writhing Shu. That's a spirit feather, a summoned familiar created by transferring the soul of a dead magpie into the feather of another bird.
The small bird flew out of the room, Sewa added. You shouldn't say that in front of Sami. Sewa frowned. Ever since she was little, she's never liked the fact that she doesn't have any white feathers despite being a magpie. If you mention it, she might just laugh it off, but it doesn't mean she isn't sad. Shu, stunned, covered the eye that had been pecked. Yes, ma'am. Seo got to the point. Anyway, that bird was Sami's messenger. It seems she's been flying all over the city all night gathering information about the number of people who went missing last month. Their last known locations are concentrated in just a few areas. These could be hunting grounds for the Logsters. Tonight, we'll go survey one of those places and hunt them down. Shu swallowed nervously. Sewa was
finished. But before that, there are a few things you need to prepare, she replied cheerfully. Sure, what is it? But for some reason, he was met with a punch to the face. He crawled on the floor, holding the cheek that had been punched, his face a canvas of question marks. So, she said, see, I never expected you to be a good host. I'm only here for a short time, and I don't want to complain since I owe you for letting me stay. As she spoke, Seo took off the tracksuit she had borrowed from Shu. But at the very least, you shouldn't let your guest wear your sweaty tracksuits. You were gone for so long. I thought you were going to buy me something else to wear. Shu's face crumpled. But that's my favorite set. Seo snapped back. Shut up. She looked down at Shu, her fierce expression a clear command. We're going to buy clothes for me.
Right now, the two arrived at a large shopping mall. Is this the place? The fanciest thing in this country, right? Seo asked. It's a department store, she replied, looking up at the massive building. I'm not so sure about the fanciest part. There are even bigger stores in this country. Seo crossed her arms, impressed.
You really have to hand it to humans. They can build things this big without using magic. She bit his lip nervously. This was his first time. Time in a department store. No, to be precise, it was his first time shopping. He was very interested in fashion. He was a teenager after all, and he had always saved up his allowance. But what he needed was different. He remembered his past, his rounder body. When he went shopping with Yusin, Shu would hesitate, while Yusin would encourage him.
To just buy something, she would just say dejectedly. After I lose weight, Shu clenched his fists. This is the moment I've always dreamed of. I'm going to seize this opportunity today. He turned to Siwa, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let's go. You can have whatever you want, and I'll pay for everything. Siwa, well, that was my plan anyway, but thanks. As mentioned, this was Shu's first time in a department store, which was also the reason why he knew nothing. As soon as he entered, his eyes darted around like headlights, dizzy from the sight. An endless sea of items was displayed here. And as for the average price of the stores here, Shu flipped over a price tag and felt faint. The saleswoman next to them beamed. Your girlfriend must be so happy to have.
Boyfriend like you. It's not often you see a boyfriend buying everything for his girlfriend. Shu's face had turned pale with fear. Just then, someone approached. The saleswoman was immediately captivated. She blushed and exclaimed, "Oh, hello," while Shu was still stuck on the sky-high price of the shirt in his hand. Seriously? The person who had just approached was Seowa. Stepping out of the fitting room, the saleswoman gushed, "That looks absolutely beautiful on you." Seowa twirled in front of the mirror, admiring herself. She casually assessed, not bad. Then she turned to Shu. "Shu, what do you think?" Shu's face was now extremely strained, with a tear welling up in the corner of his eye. His mouth said, "You look great," but his heart was in agony. Thank God I exchanged for demon currency.
Debit notification for Shu, October 12th, 5:23 p.m., a one-time payment of $1,980,000 to Brandon. Shu stared in agony at the deduction notification, while Siwa casually announced, "Oh, I told the clerk to throw away the clothes I was wearing when I arrived." Shu sighed, trying to console himself. "Calm down, Shu. I still have a lot to learn from Seo, and it's thanks to her that I was able to get demon currency in the first place." Silwa spoke again. "Let's go to the next store." Shu was stunned again. Silwa said, confused, "Huh? I'm not just browsing. I need more than one outfit to wear." Shu's face twisted. Seal beckoned with her finger. "All right, come here." Seal told Shu to give her his hand.
Both of them. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Shu obediently held out his hands. "Here, Siwa handed Shu something. Here, take this." What she had just given him was shining, glittering demon currency, his 10 yodi. Shu's jaw dropped as he stared at the pile of sparkling demon currency. He looked as if he were hypnotized, while Siwa thoughtfully continued, "If it's not enough, just let me know." And also, Siwa smiled. "You can keep the change. It's not much, but consider it a fee for taking care of me. Let's go." Siwa coolly turned and walked away while Shu stood there dumbfounded, clutching the pile of demon currency. They went to another store and Siwa tried on more clothes. She stood in front of the mirror,
admiring herself. "How do I look?" Shu was now much more cheerful, his face beaming as he praised her nonstop. A true beauty. Another outfit. How about this one? Absolutely adorable. Another try. This one doesn't suit me. No, you look amazing. Seriously. Despite that, Shu still got a fist to the head from Seo. He lay on the floor constantly asking why. Seo just said, "I don't know. For some reason, you're just getting on my nerves." Shu, carrying the shopping bag, said, "But I'm quite surprised." "About what?" Seo asked. Shu voiced the question. "This is your first time in the human world, but watching you shop, it's like you already know what you want even more than I do." Seo answered his question. "It's because of Sami. She thinks I like things like this."
And persuaded me to read magazines to learn how to dress. It's so annoying, Shu thought, but that means she read them all. Sui continued. And the reason I came to just then Shu bumped into someone. He turned in confusion. Oh, sorry. It was a couple. The man wore glasses and seemed gentle, while his girlfriend looked rather annoyed. She grumbled, "Honey, you need to watch where you're going. Let's go." The man with glasses rubbed the back of his neck guilty and bowed his head as if to apologize to Shu. Sui glanced at the couple and said, "I thought it was just you, but it seems all humans are pushovers." She was confused. "Huh?" Sui looked at the man with glasses and said in a low voice, "That guy bumped into you. He was the one who bumped into you first, yet all you got was a nod."
If everything was settled, you should have made him pay for his attitude. At the very least, you should have crushed him with a look so he'd never dare to even look at you again. Shu's face fell a little scared, but there's no need to do that. Suwa remained firm in her opinion. Her eyes were sharp as ice. "I don't care how things are between humans, but for a monster to be so easily persuaded will only make you easy prey, no matter how strong you are. The next time something like this happens, you won't be considered strong." Shu's eyes widened, feeling as if hundreds of thousands of red eyes were staring at him. Suwa continued, If they get the chance, they'll see you as a jackpot, or as a monster that's strong, but only causes minor damage when they attack. Suwa crossed her arm.
I bet the Hat Clan led you by the nose today too. You won, yet you spared his insignificant life. Shu was surprised. How did you know? Siwa said nonchalantly. Why wouldn't I? I could smell him on you from a mile away. There are many water-scented monsters, but not many give off such an unpleasant odor. It must be the one who fought the youngest. His power is on par with yours. He's the rude-looking kid with vulgar eyes. Right. Shu's eyes widened even more. Wait, you know him? Seo sighed. No, but I once fought his sister, the fourth child, she recalled. It was about 2 decades ago. There were some rumors about me, and she started a fight after feeling some hostility or something. Back then, she was 100 years older than me.
It wasn't fun at all. She was curious. So you fought her? Seo closed her eyes and admitted, Yeah, you should be asking if I won. Shu replied, Well, I don't think that's even worth asking. Seo Hwa continued, I crushed her. I told her to get out of my sight and never look at me again. Seo Hwa glanced away. I haven't seen her since, but according to Sani, she keeps running her mouth about getting revenge behind my back. Shu broke out in a cold sweat hearing this. Wow. Anyway, Seo pointed at Shu. My point is you have to crush your opponents. I know you can't start thinking like a monster overnight, but if you have to use force, do it properly. That's the only way you'll use force in the future. Shu bowed his head obediently. Yes, ma'am, Seo added.
And make sure you destroy all the monsters you meet here. She looked up, surprised. Monsters? Here? In the middle of this crowd? Amidst the bustling crowd in the shopping mall, someone was hurrying. Hurry up! It was the couple that had bumped in his shoe earlier. The woman pulled the young man with glasses by the hand. He was tired. Slow down. But the woman said, No way. If we're late, we'll have to wait. I've been waiting all week, too. Before she could finish her sentence, her boyfriend suddenly had a strange reaction. Seeing her boyfriend slowing down, the girlfriend turned her head to scold him. I told you to wait. When the girl turned back, her boyfriend had vanished without a trace. She looked around, but still couldn't find anyone. A black shadow quickly slipped away.
She started to worry. Where did you go? Come on, stop joking around. Someone was dangling their legs. A pair of pierced lips let out a sigh. It was a short-haired woman in an off-the-shoulder top, swinging a coffee cup in her hand. Bored? She propped her chin on her hand and said, Men in their 20s are so tough, and they taste awful. I should have gone for the girl. Turns out she was a monster. This monster noticed something. A cute little boy was staring at it. The monster was a bit intrigued. It also stared back at the boy. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in horror, fear spreading across his young face. The monster opened its mouth wide, spitting out a pair of blood-stained glasses. They were the glasses of the unfortunate young man from earlier. The child was so scared he was
frozen, then burst into tears and screamed. The monster, satisfied, leisurely took a sip of coffee while the child wailed. His mother, concerned, rushed to him. What's wrong, sweetie? Someone called out, Kyun. A young man approached Chun. We need to talk. A hostile aura immediately radiated from both of them. Chun glanced at the newcomer. I took the basement. The first floor is yours. You were the one who drew the line for our hunting ground. If I cross the line, you'll kill me. The other, wearing black glasses, frowned at Chun. The monsters of this country are here. They've probably picked up our trail. Chun didn't seem worried, simply saying, Well, it's not like I didn't expect this. I guess we should go. The broker advised us not to confront the monsters of this country.
The monster in glasses said no. He said not to make a scene. In other words, if we handle it quietly, it doesn't matter what we do. You should know that we've been hunting for a month and they've only just found a little information. The monsters in Korea are weak. They're just idiots who can't protect their own territory. It's ridiculous to retreat because of them. The man took off his glasses. So my siblings and I have decided that since we've already broken the rules and risked coming here, we don't need to eat only humans. He smirked. Are you in? We're going to eat the 2 Korean monsters here. Shio Hwa seemed to have guessed what they were talking about. She nodded. You guessed right, but Sami's information tells me. Shio smiled. This mall is where the most humans have disappeared. I deliberately released my
energy while we were shopping. If they run, it's useless because the ones who stay behind are the ones at a disadvantage. But guess what? They have no intention of running. They're ready to face us. So I just need to teach them a lesson. The 4 monsters wanted to let the Korean monsters know this city was their hunting ground, while Sewa wanted them to understand they'd messed with the wrong person. The reason this area has a large population isn't just because it's Seoul's busiest shopping district. It's a transportation hub where 3 subway lines intersect, and a bus terminal connects Seoul with other regions.
These three factors overlap, making this place the heart of Seoul with a daily floating population of tens of thousands. Cell 1 stated with certainty that even if many people went missing here,
it wouldn't draw much attention, Shu realized with astonishment, as long as they stay out of the cameras in people's sight. No, even if there are no blind spots, it probably wouldn't matter if someone suddenly disappears in a crowd. Most people would think they were mistaken, or that the person had moved somewhere else. Sewa propped her chin on her hand. Well, I'm not too sure about this, but based on the traces here, there are 4 of them nearby. From what I'm sensing, they seem to have set up their hunting ground. Like this, there are probably 2 in the mall, 1 at the bus terminal, and 1 at the subway station. But I'm not sure what kind of monsters they are, Shu said worriedly. 4 of them? If there are that many, shouldn't we report to the orbiters? If the numbers are too high and we know nothing about our opponents, Ku said in another situation.
That would be a good option, but in this one, if we do that, there won't be any conflict. What they're doing seems to be a kind of provocation. It's like they're saying, we know you're here to get us, but we're not running. In other words, they have a contingency plan in case someone other than us shows up. Seo's eyes turned grim. Even if I call it a contingency plan, it's really just running away. And that's no different from us failing, because we're the ones who need to catch them. We can't let them escape. See? Wild looked at the bustling crowd. I don't know if we can even chase them. Unlike them, we have to follow the rules to succeed without harming humans, and they'll probably take full advantage of that. The battle will likely happen right here. Master must have had a reason for choosing this as a test. Honestly, if we don't go crazy and just charge in, there's no other solution.
Shu looked at his phone anxiously. The areas around the subway station and bus terminal are hardly ever empty, but the mall should be closing soon, right? So smirked, she said confidently. But even after it closes, there will still be store employees inside. It's fine. In that case, it's not a problem at all. The sky had grown dark over the mall. On the rooftop garden of Brandon Mall, a monster spoke up. So, where's me? The monster in glasses from before, walking, looked over, hands in his pockets. She left, he answered. She said she doesn't want to get involved. Back to a moment ago. After the bespectacled monster's proposal, Cheon had leisurely refused. It's not that I don't want to join, but I'd rather keep my current easy and plentiful food source. I don't want to give up this good situation just to eat 2 tiny.
The man in glasses frowned. I told you there won't be any problem. The 4 of us are enough. Cheon cut him off. That's your opinion. She put her cup down on the table and said bluntly, From my perspective, it seems you're inviting me to a bet with a 50% chance of winning. She crossed her arms and smirked at him. All right, I know my words are a bit harsh, but what can I do? None of the people I've met this month have been trustworthy. You're not planning to use force to stop me, are you? The man in glasses looked angry. A demonic aura began to radiate from him. He gritted his teeth. Are you serious? You think you could stop us? Cheon laughed. She stood up. Don't worry, I have no intention of doing that. Anyway, I have to find a new hunting ground now. Since we're parting ways here, let me tell you something honestly.
Cheon walked past the man in glasses. He seemed to want to say something, but Cheon cut him off. Thanks for everything, Jay. I'll learn a lot thanks to you. But it seems it won't be like that from now on. She turned around, a mysterious smile on her face as she looked at Jay. Good luck. On the rooftop, the other 2 monsters had gathered. The larger-looking monster frowned. That useless bitch, you should have just ripped her head off. The monster with 2 hair buns sighed. He's always been a bit soft. Laughed on Madam. Jay said her leaving doesn't change anything. Me didn't have any real power anyway. Just the 3 of us siblings are enough. The monster with 2 buns looked up at the sky thinking, I guess that's true, but I didn't expect me to refuse. She loves to eat so much. The eldest spoke. All right, little brother.
So what's your plan after we deal with these 2 newcomers? No matter what, you won't. Our clan has already intervened. The reaction will be fierce. Jay remained calm. I've prepared a hiding place. From there, we'll continue to hunt in this area. The eldest monster was surprised. In this area? Jay nodded. That's right. We'll continue to hunt humans and deal with any local monsters who dare to chase us, even if there are times. We also have the geographic advantage. As long as we blend into the crowd, they won't be able to use their full power. The 2-bun monster crossed her arms and tilted her head quizzically. But that's only temporary, isn't it? Leaving us alone would be more dangerous for them than letting a few humans die. That's when the local monsters will think we've crossed the line, right?
Jay didn't argue but agreed. That's right. That's why from now until then we have to eat as much as we can until we return to the continent and reach the spirit world. We Yan remember the humiliation our clan has endured until now. Zhao radiated a demonic aura, seeming to hold an irrepressible hatred. We may not be able to return to the continent now, but when we do, no one on the continent will dare to look down on us again. Standing before his 2 sisters, Jay said confidently, Together the 3 of us can control all the monsters in the Central Plains. No, Jay corrected himself.
We will rule the coming age and become the Demon King. The declaration excited both Pian and Wei Yan. At that moment, Suewa appeared, chanting a spell. Instantly, Jay, Pian, and Wei Yan felt an incredibly immense pressure bearing down on them. What surprised the three siblings was the demonic power that suddenly enveloped the entire building.
A voice spoke. Isn't it a bit late to still be here? Hurry up and go home. All the humans in the shopping mall seemed to have heard that command. It was her innate magic. The purple whisper, with a voice filled with demonic power, it silently implants a certain thought into the target's mind. The greater the power difference between the two sides, and the closer the distance, the stronger the effect. Soa spoke again. What? Weren't there 4 of you? The 3 Iblings became wary. Using this magic from a distance without direct contact is considered a great challenge. Soa placed her hands on her hips and smiled. You're not that stupid, are you? But to cover all the stalls in the shopping mall, both Soa's technique and power were outstanding among monsters.
Thought nervously. She's definitely the one I sense from below. She just jumped up here. Sewell continued. Let's see. I could smell you from inside the mall, but now that I'm closer, the smell is even stronger. Sometimes I really envy the human sense of smell. Luckily, this place is so airy. Just breathing the same air as you is giving me a headache. Pian glared angrily at Suola. You go down. Wei Yan looked fierce. Huh? Aren't we fighting together? Jay said firmly. We have to catch both of them. Pian and I will handle this one. The other one seems pretty weak.
You can probably handle him alone. Catch him and eat him all by yourself. Hearing that, Wei Jan's face lit up and she laughed loudly. Really? Without wasting another moment, Wei Jan leaped away and disappeared. Xiao Hua chuckled hearing their plan. What a pitiful decision. If you had told her to run as far as possible, she might have survived even if she was alone. Pan glared. You're pretty generous. In this situation, you should be worrying about your own life, not our little sister. Jay's face was now tense, like a drawn bowstring. He thought, she's clearly very strong. No matter how much I underestimate her, she's still top tier in terms of skill. If we had faced her before coming here, we would have been easily defeated. Payan smirked to herself. But it's okay. After this past month,
having eaten thousands of humans, the auras of Jay and Pan skyrocketed. They both thought, we can do this. C didn't seem to pay them much mind. She played with her fingertips and said, I like how you don't understand the situation. All right then. Seiwa increased her demonic power. Her eyes filled with bloodlust. She pulled a thread of demonic energy from her fingertip and continued, let's see what you're made of. Down below, in the shopping mall, the humans affected by Seiwa's spell seemed to have left, but a few still wandered aimlessly. An old woman, unaware, kept walking into a wall. A hand grasped her shoulder. It was Shu. He asked with concern, Ma'am, are you all right? The old woman quickly regained her senses and asked, bewildered.
What happened? He pointed towards the main entrance. The main door is still open. It seemed to get out that way. The old woman looked around, saw no one else, and thanked Shu in confusion. Thank you, young man, but have you seen a child anywhere? A little taller than me? Shu immediately replied, Oh, you mean your grandson? Shu pointed towards the escalator. I just saw him downstairs. He was so worried about you that I came up here to find you. The old woman died in relief. After the old woman took the escalator down, she watched her leave and finally relaxed his facial muscles, letting out a breath of relief. That was so stressful. He recalled Soul's words from earlier. There probably aren't many people left. If you're lucky, there won't be anyone, but I'm about to whisper to everyone in this area at once. If someone has resistance to magic, the suggestion might not work. Sue specifically instructed, you should walk around the mall first and tell those people to go home. Shu nodded, listening attentively. Okay. Shu looked around, checking one more time. He thought, about 7 people. I think I should check again just to be sure. Suddenly, a voice appeared. Is that you? Shu immediately ran towards the source of the voice. The voice spoke again. You're really weak. I've been looking for a while and I'm still not quite sure. But how should I put this? It might sound strange, but... Shu stopped in front of where the voice was coming from, his face becoming vigilant. The speaker was none other than Wei Jan. She looked at Shu and gave a mischievous smile. How about we pretend?
We didn't see each other and not fight. Okay. Shu was surprised by the monster's sudden proposal. Huh? Wei Yan continued without a care. Honestly, I came here to eat you, but from what I can see, you don't look very nutritious. Wei Yan leaned forward, looking straight at Shu, and giggled. Besides, you're my type. Wei Yan ignored Shu's utterly horrified expression and continued to ramble on. Actually, there's no reason for monsters to eat each other. Right. I'm not like my siblings. I have no intention of becoming the Demon King. Anyway, in 6 months, this world will be ours. You can eat as much as you want. You won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. The more Wei Yan looked at Shu, the more interested she seemed. You too. In 6 months, you'll be...
Free to eat humans too, right? So why not join her side? What's the benefit of being so righteous? It's not like our secret feasting here is obvious anyway. But as afraid Shu still didn't understand her intentions, she emphasized it one more time. Okay, I really, really like you. Shu glanced at the escalator and asked, You just came up or down?
Wei Jan followed his gaze. She smiled with amusement. Ah, the one who just told that old woman to go down. That was you, right? She casually admitted. I happened to see them coming down from upstairs, so I ate them. Both the one who was already down there and the old woman who just went down. She could commit such a cruel act and still tell the story with an innocent and casual smile. I'm so silly now that we've met. It's such a shame if I have.
2. As if he couldn't listen anymore, Shu furiously unleashed his demonic power, launching a devastating attack towards Wei Jan. Shu angrily punched Wei Jan straight in the face. The powerful punch sent her flying into a wall. Shu looked down the mall escalator. Shu thought he understood, but in reality, he didn't understand anything at all. Monsters. Monsters eat people. The past few days, a darkness loomed. I had personally felt the nature of monsters and how dangerous they were. That's why only now did I truly realize. Shu thought the danger I perceived was just a childish thing compared to what monsters feel towards other monsters or what they represent to normal people. A catastrophic threat. Wei Jan clutched her bleeding face
and cried out, Yeah! She looked up, smiling despite her anger. So cranky. You should at least give a warning that you're angry. She licked the blood from her lips and smiled. Putting that aside, that was a pretty interesting surprise. Honestly, I thought you were super weak, but on second thought, you look pretty tasty. Shu said, What a relief. Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos. Wei Jan saw Shu move quickly in front of her to the left, act against her expectations. Shu kicked her from the right. He said angrily, Instead of saying you're my type, saying you look tasty is much less creepy. Shu continued to punch Wei Jan relentlessly, giving her no time to react. Boom! Wei Jan was once again punched, flying down to the lower floor. Mall brawl.
Huh? She laughed excitedly as Shu jumped down after her. This is fun, covered in blood, she said. What is this? Look at me now. So pathetic. I have all the elements to be super strong, but what should I do? Huh? She was surprised to see Shu materializing a lightning mace in his hand. How strange. I've never seen anything like that before. Is it your unique magic? He raised the weapon in response. Yes. He threw it straight at Wei Jan. She tried to get up. In the end, it came to this. Shu trembled. Wei Jan blocked his weapon with a demonic arm, smiling sinisterly. Not a very pretty sight, is it? She grabbed the weapon and pulled hard. Subtitle by the Amara.org community. He was shocked.
To see his weapon taken by her. This isn't just strength. Her resilience and the instantaneous movement to block the mace. I couldn't even see it. Why does her appearance look so battle-worn? Shu frowned. While he was thinking, Wei Jan attacked. She punched straight with that demonic arm. Poor Shu. Please subscribe to the channel to support me. Fortunately, he quickly caught her arm and dodged the punch. Shu kneed Jan's arm hard. He stopped, calmed down, pulling her. Subtitled by the Amara.org community. Boom. If you had seen this form, you could have run away from the start without a fight. Wei Jan was completely unharmed by the blow. She laughed and said, This is my unique magic, or rather my original form. My arms and legs look like this, but my
face and legs. So disgusting, Shu said awkwardly. Not really. The problem isn't about appearance. I know, it smells like a decomposing corpse, right? But at some point, I stopped noticing the smell, she began to reminisce. Ghouls, that's what people called us for a long time. Unlike other monsters, we are a species born with the inherent purpose of eating humans. If we can't eat flesh, we can barely absorb life force naturally. Even a natural strong species like us survived mainly by eating human corpses on battlefields. From that time on, we were utterly despised. I heard we were on the brink of extinction right after the law was enacted. Humans taste good and are a good source of nutrition for other monsters, but our main food source was completely sealed off.
Based on events from hundreds of years ago, most of my kind starved to death. A few tried to sneak into the human world to fill their stomachs, but they pay the price by being killed by other monsters. Shu frowned as Wei Jan spoke. My parents were among them. I have no memory of my parents, so I don't feel sad, but Wei Jan's eyes looked sorrowful. Seeing my sister and brother, it really hurts. Anyway, the three of us orphans live in the shadows of the human world. We couldn't even maintain a proper human appearance, and we lived in sewers filled with human waste in a hideous form, not even aware of how ugly we were. Wei Jan suddenly laughed. But look, surprised, now I can be cute and beautiful like this. Instead of dark, stinky sewers, I can walk under a clear.
Cool blue sky, sunbathe, and all that. Most importantly, eating humans isn't wrong, right?
We've been doing it for tens of thousands of years, except for the last 666 years, and we'll continue to do it after another 6 months. Not for a single second do I want to give up this wonderful life because of some strange rule. She was shocked to hear this. I've lost too much already. Weon's eyes blazed with anger. So, you have to just pretend. After finally meeting a monster I like, I really don't want to kill you because of that rule. After listening to her ramble, Shu spoke up. Let's be clear. I'm not a monster. I'm a person who hopes that the rule you're talking about will last forever. So instead of rambling on about meaningless things and sympathizing, why don't you just give me a proper fight?
Weejon said sadly, I understand. Suddenly she disappeared, then appeared right in front of him. How sad. Shu quickly blocked Weejon's punch. He frowned, thinking, suddenly she's stronger and faster. If this isn't her full power, then just charging in head first is not a good idea. Shu possessed all the qualities of a true monster without needing any reason. He was an outstanding individual with an innate bloodline, inherent talent, and real combat experience gained in such a short time. Compared to 3 days ago, he was a different person. His mental strength, skills, and control over demonic power all contributed to his newfound strength. However, in this specific situation, the opponent he was facing was beyond Shu's growth rate. It was not advantageous.
There is a significant innate difference between species. However, Wei Jansen's punch grazed Shu's face and created a huge explosion. Sorry, I'm still not used to handling all this new power and speed since I haven't had it for long. Her punch shattered the wall behind Shu. There's an element that overcomes this unfairness. Human flesh. I'm getting used to it now. I'm confident I can end this without any more problems. Wei Jian's eyes lit up. For monsters, it's not just a rich source of nutrients. Just by consuming it without any side effects, it acts as a special elixir that brings explosive benefits. Over the past month, the continuous and explosive consumption of flesh by Wei Jian has led to an incredible growth that even she herself couldn't comprehend.
Shu snapped his fingers as if using magic. Among all the attacks you've used, that one was the strongest. Weejon said, considering the range advantage, it's the one with the highest chance of winning. Shu clenched his fists, preparing to attack. I don't know about that. With that, he punched hard towards Weejon. As she dodged, she thought, his speed and power are no different from fighting barehanded. The magic he used before might be beyond my control. In that case, Shu raised his hand to block Weejon's attack. I just need to get in close and crush him. Shu's blood-soaked shirt fell to the ground. He panted. I want to know your name. Weejon lunged forward. Nice to meet you. Depending on how he fought, the chances of success had increased quite a bit. But even so, why? I guess.
Wei Yan was startled to see he could still speak. Unlocking the goblin's true nature was a gamble he had bet his life on. Shu blocked Wei Yan's punch and smirked. This is how you use it. It's called the mountain-toppling stance. Doc, in that gamble, he had won a few hours earlier. So, you fought the red turtle. Shu scratched his face sheepishly. I'm not sure if fight is the right word. I gave it my all, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Even though I tried my best, it felt like he was just taking it easy. Sewa crossed her arms and looked at him. That makes sense. After all, your approach was wrong from the start. His blood is thicker than water. He's extremely proficient in terms of power and character, while still maintaining an indifferent attitude towards everything. But when it comes to
fighting, he's surprisingly perfect. That's a true expert. Sewa looked out the car window and continued. Even if you stretch the range to 500 years, there are very few monsters on the Korean peninsula stronger than him. Oh, so you're 500 years old? Shu asked in surprise. Does this story apply to you too? Sewa turned her head at that. What did you just say? I am sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Sewa smiled and replied, Of course I won. Regardless of age, I am always the strongest. So what did you do when you fought him? Shu blushed at her beautiful smile. It probably wasn't as satisfying as when you fought me, Shu said. I tried to use the tools Sammy gave me, using all my strength to subdue him. The driver thought to himself, I have no idea what these young people are talking about these days. Shu said sadly, but I didn't see him get shocked at all. It was like standing in front of a wall. He just stood still. Siwa asked him. She explained, when you apply your technique, because he's not a physical type fighter, he either stands still or you've taken him by surprise. Shu stammered. That's right. When we shook Hanzai, then the reason you couldn't make any significant impact is simply the difference in skill level. Siwa smiled, looking outside. It's simpler than that. No matter how strong the magic is, it doesn't make everyone equally strong. Basically, it's a contest of strength, right? Just you wait. Please subscribe to the channel to get the latest videos. STUD L2.
Siwa propped her chin on her hand, looking at her opponent and smiling. It seems I got a rough idea now. I'm not too disappointed. You're saying, huh? You knew? She was surprised to see him stand up. So, my judgment was 100% correct. I was expecting this scenario, so I had a contingency plan, but I was still a little worried. You're stronger than expected. I was afraid I might kill you. But at your level, to have survived until now though, I have to admit I'm a bit disappointed. Jay, beaten to a pulp by Siwa, covered in blood, trembled as he looked at her. She sighed. I thought you'd make me use at least 4 pairs, but it was only 3. If I wanted to, would have been enough. It wasn't necessary. But I see, don't I? I wonder how many of you came to this peninsula, even though you were defeated by me.
It's clear you secretly crossed the border. You must know 1 or 2 things, right? How many of them came from outside to this peninsula? Sio said coldly. And who was the mastermind who brought some of the lower-level ones here to hide for a while? Jake gritted his teeth. You think I'll tell you? Of course, Sio laughed. I'm not sure how you do it, but you're the ones living in disguise, breaking the law. Trying to pretend you follow the rules is just ridiculous to me. If you want to keep miserable life, you'd better cooperate obediently. Jay bit his lip in anger. He roared, No, I refuse. A huge surge of power erupted from Jay. Sio calmly thought to herself. Just based on his raw demonic power alone, he could even be considered slightly superior, despite still being at the chi level.
Jay charged forward. Demonic palm of the Netherworld King. Palm of the Netherworld King. The blow shook the building. Silwa said, Whatever the reason, whatever you do, the result will be the same. Despite gaining that power, your actions are nothing more than charging to your death. Jay was torn apart by her blows, his body parts flying. Even if you were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't make a difference. Silwa flicked her hair back. You have to understand that skill doesn't come from power, but from how you use it. A small bird landed on her shoulder and said, Nice outfit. Silwa was startled. Thanks. Huh? What did you get here? Sanny, transforming from the bird, said, I just arrived. You don't seem very happy. She wouldn't be like this.
Sio said flatly, Well, there are good times and bad times. If I reacted the same way every time, there'd be something wrong with me. Suddenly, Xiao frowned. But what's wrong with you? You don't look so good. Sani, with a pale face, said, A lot has happened since last night. I haven't slept a wink, wandering all over the demon and human worlds, and it's not just the things we already knew. Tears welled up in her eyes as she forced to smile. Sia, please help me. She tugged on Siwa's sleeve, whining. I've gathered information, delivered messages, handled the aftermath, and even entertained guests by myself. There's a mountain of work waiting for me. What? Help me enchant a few humans. Please, please. Xiao raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I know.
But what's this about entertaining guests? Sami's legs trembled as she said, that's... She looked down at her feet, wondering what's happening downstairs. Are there still monsters left? Sowa said it was probably Shu. They must be fighting. Sami was surprised to hear that. He brought Shu here. I told you they were dangerous monsters. They could be more dangerous than Shu. So sighed. That's right. They must be very strong. If he's unlucky, he's dead for sure. I think that's a low probability. But is there a problem? Should I have him fight a weakling monster so he always wins? Seeing her worry, Sowa said, Then how are we supposed to hone his skills in 6 months? If his lineage were normal, he would probably be fine at his current level. But unfortunately, that guy is a goblin.
Sawa said, Even if we set aside the far-fetched story of becoming the Demon King, his main purpose is to ensure that the war never stops. If he doesn't fight all those battles for us, your worries are just a stumbling block in his path. Sami frowned, but, never mind. Maybe there was no need to worry from the beginning. Sami looked at her confused. Blood is thicker than water, Siwei explained. Don't worry, just wait patiently. It will be over soon. Weijun punched Shu hard in the face. She frowned, thinking why. Shu was hit in the chest and sent flying. He used his hand to stop himself. Weijun thought in surprise. My attacks hit their mark more than 10 times. Something's wrong, but what is it? Shu stood up again. Can't he be knocked down? The goblins grappled.
Unlike grappling, which is a privilege for a select few, goblins are born with the instinct and skill for wrestling, along with superior strength. However, if it were simply a technique based on strength, the goblins' grapple could never be called magic. That is why they're known not just as goblins or good at grappling, but as goblins who cannot be defeated in a grappling match. That was the realization the boy had achieved. Sorry. Shu walked closer to her and said, after realizing something very surprising, I'm really excited. I want to get as familiar with it as possible so I don't forget the feeling. Let's finish this. She frowned. Forget it. She leaped towards where he stood, thinking, if it's not natural impacts, there must be some movements that can soften the shock. Then she reached out to
What I received earlier, I'll return it to you. Wee John struck Shu hard on the head. His own movements were sealed and he was hit. Suddenly, he found himself in a difficult situation. She stopped minimizing damage by channeling the opponent's power. It's not just a fundamental principle of wrestling, but also of many martial arts and self-defense techniques. However, it's more than that. It's not just about restraining the received impact, but also releasing it through the body's contact surface to neutralize it. Goblins call it the root. Just as it's not easy to break a tree with strong roots, so too is a goblin who has mastered the root. As long as they stand firm on both feet, they can minimize damage from incoming impacts and amplify the goblin's power beyond its source.
Beyond normal boundaries. Only then can they truly show their true strength. Shu grabbed her hand, pulled hard, and threw her down. Thud. Wee Zhan's eyes whitened in shock. The building shook. That throw created a large hole in the floor. Wee Zhan fell through floor after floor. Shu, exhausted, sat down with a plop. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Wee Zhan, slowly fading away, said, before my breath runs out, just kill me. If my power fades, I'll revert to my original form. Even if I die, I don't want to look ugly. She looked at her and said, I'm not going to kill you right away. The other monsters who cross the border and their methods of crossing, there are many questions you have to answer. Ha ha, Wee Zhan laughed.
Wouldn't it be better if you kept me alive for another reason? I expected a little too much. Suddenly, Shu turned around. He deflected a surprise attack aimed at him.
So what was this about entertaining guests? Where do those people come from? Seo asked again. It was revealed that some monsters from the mainland were among those who crossed the border, Sami explained. Even in the demon world's mainland, they are aware of this fact and have sent help, taking responsibility themselves. Silva said, sounds like a hassle. If they have skills, I'd like to meet them. I'm also curious about their level. I think they have skills, but Sami frowned. Perhaps because of dignity, they sent a helper with too high a reputation from the mainland. Dealing with them is a bit difficult. Their attitude is somewhat indifferent.
Seeing this, Sewa said, reputation? If you say so, does that mean they sent a great elder who has been dormant for thousands of years? No, not them. They said it's a direct descendant who inherited the bloodline. Whose descendant? Why are they here? The great sage equal to heaven. They say she's the granddaughter of Sun Wukong. A beautiful woman with a scowl appeared. She said, as long as you don't get in my way, I don't care who you are, you unrighteous soul. Shu was startled, thinking that tone. This person can't be a monster from the Korean peninsula. The one behind you
is a sinner deserving of death. The woman's eyes lit up. This time I can let you go, but there will be absolutely no second time. She plucked a strand of her hair. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Wei Zhan was slowly fading. She blew on the strand of her hair. Shu was surprised. A huge explosion occurred. That should be enough. Shu stood in front of Wei Zhan, blocking the blast. You're stronger than I thought. The boy felt that if it were the me from 30 minutes ago, I would have died instantly. The shock spread throughout his body. Shu trembled. For the still young tree named Choi Shu and its roots, that blow was too harsh. Shu panted, thinking, I can block it a second time. No, I can't. Your legs can still move, she said angrily.
Well, it doesn't matter. Even if you dodge, I'll kill you this time. A strand of hair floated in her hand and grew into a staff. It fell right where Shu was standing, a divine wind. The thick smoke billowed everywhere and then slowly faded. The mysterious woman was startled when she saw a giant fist hurtling towards her. The powerful punch blew everything away. Shu knelt down, a hand shielded him facing. I sensed something was wrong, so I came down and checked. Turns out it's a central circus. Siwa in her two-tailed fox form appeared just in time. She frowned and said, Who are you? You came all the way from China just to show off like this. Instead of catching criminals, you chose to fight with a young monster. Siwa said irritably, Don't act so grumpy.
Like someone kicked over your rice pot. At least give me a reason. You don't want to die. The mysterious woman was startled and afraid. Seo turned to ask, Shu, are you okay? He said in pain, Yes, it seems I'm not seriously injured. I can see that. What was that thing and this whole mess? Seo said coldly. Well, forget it. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Perhaps the real cause of this chaos is something else, Shu said in astonishment. The real cause? It's as clear as day. No matter where you are, you're a very famous person. You don't even know that yourself. Seo laughed with amusement. You don't look like someone who would blindly follow orders. Are you trying to arrest us to set a precedent? The mysterious woman said, I didn't want to come to this peninsula in the first place, but now that I'm here, I realize it's more troublesome than I thought. She put a hand to her head. Not a single person understands what's going on. How am I supposed to do my job? So flexed her fingers. The monsters are planning something, but it seems you can temporarily solve the problem in the areas around here, right? So wouldn't it be faster if you just told me exactly where?
Let me teach them a lesson. Shu broke into a sweat hearing her words. Both of them were now radiating a fierce fighting spirit. They frowned, prepared to die. A super fight. A hand stopped them. Wait, stop. Sami appeared and said, Shua, what are you doing? She shouted angrily. Didn't I tell you? She's a guest. A guest? If there's a conflict, resolve it peacefully. Are you just going to whip out your claws and attack people like...
That if this gets out, can you take responsibility? Can you? Sio being scolded said in surprise. No, it's not like that. Sammy turned to scold the other one. You too, so why weren't you sent here to help us? Whatever squabble you had with that boy, you're not allowed to use magic. So why? Being scolded silently smoothed her hair, even if he behaved improperly. Two monsters fighting without the consent of a judge is against the law, no matter what the court's rules are. This is an absolute rule issued by the Demon King for all monsters. Sammy frowned as the representative conveying the judge's voice. I will not let this slide. If you don't stop, don't blame me. I will summon everyone here to the court immediately and report this. Shu looked up.
Startled, Siwa said, even for a messenger, not just anyone can become the judge's messenger. She's the one who declared she would pick up celestial bodies to eat, while other messengers ran away after less than a day. Among the people whose words she has to convey for the judge, there are giant beings as numerous as the stars in the sky. While preaching to those big shots, instead of being intimidated, she has to stand tall. Although I find that too lenient with the weak. On the contrary, even when facing a powerful being, if she sees injustice, she will never back down. So I sighed. All right, I understand. I did lose control a bit. It's not worth correcting a troublemaker just to defend myself. She turned and said, Let me be clear. I'm here to punish the guilt. I have no intention of joining hands with you. As long as this is your land, I will show a minimum level of respect. But you better be careful. Don't stick your nose in my business. Especially that fox woman. She should remember this. Well, Shio got angry hearing that. What? Hey, you just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Seeing Sami's threatening glare, Shio immediately fell silent. Sami sighed in relief. Mission accomplished. We even caught a monster. Shu, you've really worked hard. This place in Seoul was reported as having many missing people, that thanks to you, from tomorrow on, no one else will die here, Shu said in surprise. Are there many places like this in Seoul? If so, we can't let others get near. Don't worry, you two aren't the only ones hunting.
Tonight, Semi explained. Just like you, monsters in the human world and even monsters like you were allowed to enter human territory for this mission. Each was assigned a different hunting area. Though it was a bit difficult, most of the intruders have been caught tonight. Sue crossed her arms. Besides us, there are others from the demon realm. How many competent ones are there? Oh, it's not like that. It's not just our demon realm. Humans are participating too, Semi said. According to him, it's not exactly a joint cooperation, but they are also in charge of some places. The south of the Han River is managed by us monsters. The north is assigned to the Madong to carry out purification missions. Madong or male shamans. She was surprised to hear that. So then in Seoul at Nam's Mountain.
A young man wearing a mask was panting. Suddenly a voice rang out. Goodness, why do you insist on doing everything alone? For me, following you is a normal thing. Under the authority of Dorian Lime, you could bring about 10 more female priestesses. This was John, a freelance female priestess, a Mudong. The young man stood up, leaning on his sword. I can handle myself. We're short on people to eliminate the monsters, and if other sorcerers come, it'll just be a pain. I'd rather run around alone. I don't like having to hold their hands, John said. You could use this opportunity to get used to leading. I see it as both a role and a responsibility of a sorcerer. He took off his mask and said, I never asked you to do anything as a sorcerer. The old man.
Force me into a position I didn't want. If you want me to quit and become a normal sorcerer, I'll do it right now, as long as you don't give me orders, Jian said in surprise. Even for a sorcerer who doesn't want to bully his subordinates or be bothered by others, that's not acceptable. By the way, the monster lying behind you is quite large. Is it a variant class? No, that creature is the leader of the group in Namsen. The young man turned his head to look. This one looks like a variant class, but it doesn't seem to be the leader. In its pack, its size is average. It resides deep in the mountains and loves to eat women. Its habitat is strangely in Japanin, so it hasn't caused any major consequences yet. The leader alone is almost the size of Namsen Tower.
John thought in astonishment. The number of individuals previously surveyed in Namsan was about 10. He took down a whole pack of variant-class monsters by himself. A month ago? No. Even compared to a few days ago, he has improved so much. She smiled happily. Even if he lacks practical combat experience, no one in Seoul can do what he did. Even in the face of countless objections, the reason the elder appointed him as a sorcerer must be this. A genius, the first in centuries to be born with outstanding talent, reaching the level of immortal bone. The young man frowned. So, what's next? A report? Is it to the Minister of Defense? John held her phone and said,
No, it's the police chief and the commissioner. They're probably waiting for you. We have to go now.
Right now? Why can't I sleep and go tomorrow? It's just a report, John said helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Today, literally all of Seoul was turned upside down. We completed the mission, minimized casualties, and killed all the monsters. But what about the civilians? Even if we control the media, we can't control everything. Especially these days. The news is probably reporting it as a terrorist attack from North Korea, the young man said wearily. It might be a good thing if people think that. Even if it's fake news, we have to make people believe it and make it as realistic as possible. He scratched his head. All right, I get it. It's going to be a late night. Anyway, this is the last week, and you have to be at Incheon Airport before 7 a.m. with me. From Incheon Airport, John looked at her.
Phone and explained because I just received a notification from the elder. I heard there was a request from a rather famous on my Uji in Japan who sent 2 people here, and the elder accepted. Have you ever heard of the Kira clan? I only know a few anime related to Japan. The boy asked angrily, but why me? You had plenty of others to choose from. Perhaps it's to suit the moon ranks. The protégés of renowned masters are the ones next in line to wield that top-tier power at the airport. Just looking at the report doesn't feel like much, but the atmosphere here is completely different from our home, isn't it, sis? Come on, this is our first trip abroad after all, the blonde-haired boy said. I know it's a bit much to ask, but I hope Korea will be an interesting place. Hello, welcome to Korea. Sean looked at Yin
and said, "Oh dear, it's a little late to be cramming a few phrases now." Essen, looking at his phone, retorted, "Be quiet. There are guests after all. I can't just keep speaking Korean to them." But why did the master accept that request? A mage and an oniog cooperating is unheard of, Sean said. I've never even heard of such a thing. Why would they? During the Japanese colonial period at that time, under the patronage of the government, General Tu Amiyagji passed through the port of Busosan. There are records that they collaborated with mages in Korea and performed exorcism rituals together in Seoul and Busosan. So what happened after that? Ian wondered. They tried to capture the supernatural beings causing disturbances, but suddenly a problem arose.
Overall, the atmosphere wasn't very harmonious, especially between those two. The tension began to spread. It got so serious that they were ready to kill each other, which caused even greater chaos than the exorcism process itself. Well, that's to be expected, Sean said coolly. Leaving aside our different work methods, our perspectives are fundamentally different from theirs. You should be careful, Master. They might not have such intentions, but disagreements can arise at any moment. Ensign was surprised to hear that. I don't know. If I feel uncomfortable, I can just leave. Maybe I really want to do that. It wouldn't be a bad choice. Ah, I think that's them. We've already sent our photos, so they should recognize us. The blonde-haired boy noticed them. Seeing them, Ensign said,
It might be rude to say this, but I agree. That look on his face is really annoying. The boy pulled his suitcase and walked forward. He wondered himself. He approached Ein and gave a smirk. Stay calm. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, the other boy bowed. Hello, thank you so much for coming to pick us up. Yen thought with a confused expression. Huh? The boy scratched his head and said with a laugh, My name is Kira Aishiro. I'm 16 years old. Oh, that's 17 in Korean age. Please take care of us. Ah, your Korean is very good. Really? I've been studying since middle school. What a relief. But my older sister is even better at Korean than I am. Then Kira turned and said, What are you doing, Nuna? Hurry up and greet them. My sister. His sister coldly lifted her head, glanced over, then looked away and said, Hello. The younger brother looked helplessly at his sister. Yeah, I'm sorry. My sister isn't very good at socializing. Her name is Kira. I use. She's 2 years older than me. Yen smiled and said, It's no problem. That's pretty common. He thought to himself, Indeed, I shouldn't judge people based on their appearance, but it's still better to be cautious on the car driving down the road. We were able to meet it, have booked a hotel room in downtown Seoul. Sean said while driving, If there's any inconvenience, please just let us know. Aishiro smiled. No, not at all. This was so sudden. It's amazing you were able to arrange all this, Master. Sean made eye contact with Een. Yeah, I know. I want to ask, what is the purpose of your visit? Een spoke up. I heard it's an exchange. However, I'm curious why you two are here. Are you here to assist with exorcisms or just for sightseeing? We need to know the specifics to host you properly and avoid any misunderstandings. Hearing this, Sean thought, a bit too direct. Still, it's better than beating around the bush. Hito listened in silence. Seriously, we came here to investigate. It seems a yokai has crossed the border and is in South Korea. Won't exorcise it. His sister, surprised by his frankness, turned to look at him. She glared and said, Hey, it's all right, sis. Yashua looked at his sister and said, Even father let me make the decision. This is their territory, not like in Japan.
Hiding information isn't the right thing to do, and frankly, it's better to be open and cooperate. Yen asked in surprise, "What is that yokai? Is it a dangerous A-rank spiritual type yokai?" "No, not yet at least," Haido continued. "I don't know what it's called in South Korea. In the Asian region, yokai are classified into 4 types. Beasts, animals that have lived for a very long time, gaining intelligence and power to become yokai. Vengeful spirits, human souls that gain demonic power through hatred. Tsukumogami, spirits that reside in ancient objects, also known as demonic artifacts." He continued to explain, "Unlike the previous 3 cases, which originate from animals, humans, or objects, yokai born from the energy of nature are called spirituals, and there's an exception that doesn't fall into these 4 categories." Sean and Yin gasped in astonishment, known as a black god. Yusin put a hand to his forehead and said, "A black god? That's what we call in Korea, right?" Sean, with a bewildered expression, said, "That's right. It's a yokai that doesn't fit into the 4 common types. A yokai born from nothingness. No one knows exactly how they are born. It's speculated that they originate from the desires and fears of all living beings in this world, whether human or yokai. Throughout history, there has never been more than 1 black god in existence at the same time. When one died, a new one appears after several hundred or even thousands of years." Sean raised an eyebrow and said, "Regardless of their form or species, all of them possess endless desires. According to records, from the moment they are formed, they possess superior intelligence, consume everything to build their power, and are perpetually hungry. Their vileness is unacceptable even to other yokai. In the past, whenever a black god appeared, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophe. Yokai and exorcists would join forces to suppress it." "Can you tell us what kind of black god it is?" Yashiro said sadly, "We don't know yet. We don't even know if it has crossed into South Korea. Our intelligence only suggests it's a type of black god, according to a holy prophecy.
We only know that it has been born and is heading west across the sea." At the hotel, Yen said, "I'll contact you tonight. You 2 should get some rest. What do you think? If you have any news, try to cooperate with them. We should also report this to Father. If this is true, it's a major event. I mean, you've already laid your cards on the table, right? Last night, while eliminating those monsters, I wondered if there's a mastermind behind this. What is their purpose? They were all ordinary monsters getting stronger by eating people, but they didn't know how to use that power. If the others are like that, how long will it take us to exterminate them all?" Yen frowned and continued, "If that's the case, this mission is nothing special. But what if it's not that simple, throwing a large number of low-level monsters at us?
"To make us lower our guard. That could be their goal." Sean frowned and said, "That's very possible. I thought last night's purge was the end of it. But what if among the monsters not yet caught, there's a dark entity, a black god could be mixed in with them?" Sean turned to him in surprise. "It's not just monsters from Japan coming over, China and Japan, although they only trickle in. If one came from Japan, there's no guarantee others aren't coming from elsewhere. But black gods are extremely rare. I think we're worrying too much. Although it's not entirely baseless. If black gods from other regions arrive and have aimed a certain level of power over the past month, they will be completely different from ordinary monsters. They could reach the level of spiritual entities. People like on my masters
might come from other places to capture the black gods." "Well, I hope I'm just overthinking things," Xiaohui said, leaning on her hands as she watched from a building near Manhwa Mountain in Seoul. Siu looked around and said, "This should be fine. This mountain isn't frequented by many people anyway." Sela chuckled and said, "It's okay if a few humans see us. A crowded place like a mall is what's difficult, but a few stragglers I can handle." Siwu sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Seeing him like this, Siwa fell silent. She said, "Were you unable to sleep last night because of the 2 people who died at the mall? It's not your fault. If anything, it's because my protection charm wasn't effective enough. It sounds like an excuse, but it was my first time casting a spell, and—"
"Such a large area. Don't you feel any better even after I said that?" Sewu said sadly. "Yeah, I just wonder if I could have been more useful. That's why I brought you here, to teach you a few tricks. Like the incident yesterday, you will face countless situations like that in the future." Sei West said coldly, "Starting today, whenever we have time, I will teach you the necessary skills. That was my original role, and as a yokai, it will help you improve greatly. Possessing a basic purification skill is very important, even if it's not as strong as mine. There are many spells like barriers, exorcisms, killing techniques, and seals that can be used in various situations. Focus and watch carefully," Seiwu said seriously. "Yes. First."
Generally speaking, there, Siwa suddenly lunged at him. Siu, startled, fell backward. "Stop. Be careful. Even if you're a yokai, you must not let your guard down when an enemy moves suddenly." Siwa helped him up, saying, "This posture is perfect." Her eyes gleamed. "Relax. Let go of your strength. Just stand still." Almost there, Siwa smiled with amusement while Siu broke out in a cold sweat. The gentle scent of a strange flower wafted through the air. I've never felt so dizzy before. My heart is pounding as if I just ran a marathon. The boy closed his eyes and it reminded him of him. When he opened his eyes, he stood up. He saw a familiar scene. Siu said, "Don't be afraid. This isn't reality. This place is
deep within your mind, the furthest reaches of your consciousness. What you see, hear, and feel here is based on what is stored in your memories." Sei-woo thought in surprise. "Thank goodness. You mean it's like a non-existent illusion? Then what about you, Miss Siwa?" "No, the scenery here is an illusion, but I am real," Siwa explained. "I have a special trick for you. One of our exclusive spells is called Purple Gaze Whispers. It injects false stimuli into the brain through the sensory organs. The result is visual or auditory hallucinations. It can make someone forget what they saw or manipulate their actions on a simple level. Compared to that, my technique is a bit superior. It not only causes stimulation by opening a path in the mind, but can also temporarily connect
my thoughts with yours," Seal sighed. "Simply put, it's like I can enter your mind at will. Normally I wouldn't go this far." She focused power in her hand. "Stay calm." Then she said, "As for the tests I've designed for you, even I find them interesting." Sela created an illusion and said, "Fight this guy. Let me see how well you can fight." A human figure was created by her. "Wait," Siwu said, surprised. "No way." The figure was none other than a copy of Siwu himself. "Even if the appearance is familiar, you must find it strange, because this is the first time you've seen this form." Fisk. It's not 100% exact copy of that time. After all, this is a replica based on your memories. Sela pointed her head and said, "However, with my memories of that person, combined with what you experienced, plus the fact that we've shared memories, the accuracy of this one is quite high. Aren't you curious too? Who is stronger and by how much?" Siwu got into a fighting stance and said, "That's impossible to know for sure." Siwu snapped her fingers. "By the way, his demonic energy is exactly the same as before, on the verge of collapse due to demonic energy depletion. I remember his pitifully small amount of demonic energy very clearly." "Well, of course." The copy of Siwu suddenly vanished, then appeared right in front of him. He punched straight at Siwu's face. Sela sat leisurely and said, "Even without demonic energy, he's still really tough." Siwu blocked the blow with his hand, thinking in shock. What kind of power is this? He minimized the impact by stomping on the ground. The copy of Sei-woo continued with a kick. Sei-woo observed the attack. Immediately after, his copy unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Sei-yu thought, was I the strong back then? The strength, the speed, everything far surpasses the monster I fought at the mall. And on top of that, Sei-woo focused power into his hand, but there was no power before he could counterattack. The copy kneed him. A powerful blow landed on his body. Sayala held a Teton said, "Not so easy, is it? I told you you have potential. If it were a type of demonic art that require me to use my own body, the battle could be many times harder." Sei-woo, he got up. Sela thought to herself, his fighting spirit is unbelievably high. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with that will alone, he could gain the upper hand in any fight he's ever been in. However, that's only if the opponent's level is low. But when facing a talented opponent, one who is your equal or even surpasses you in certain aspects, how do you plan to overcome that? Siu jumped back thinking, why? Even though I've used all my strength, not only did I not cause any damage, he didn't even flinch at all. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. If I was really me, without demonic powers at that time, then why? Suddenly, Siu realized something. Oh, Siu was surprised to see this. He had become calm and ready to attack. You'll see. His copy lunged forward. Siwu focused his power, thinking, every technique I've used in battle until now has been influenced by that entity, the ability to change the shape of that weapon. The first time I could draw it was because the memory of that entity still lingered in my body. In other words, if that entity is still in my body, then I could do it too. You will be able to do it. After a straight punch to his face, Siwu pushed back. He said, ground manipulation, right? The ability to absorb impact and dissipate energy by stepping on the ground. You're much better at it than I am. To overcome the power gap, Siwu grabbed the arm, punching his face. I won't be able to close the gap instantly. Siwu threw him into the air, but I can still pull off some tricks.
He summoned his weapon. I will try anything. Let's see if you can still use ground manipulation when you're not touching the ground. Siwu swung his weapon towards the copy. He smiled confidently. Checkmate. The copy fell down. Siwa, who was reading a book, smiled at the sight. Thank you for watching. Siwa closed her book. That's right, you did very well. We both have to admit that, both of us. What do you mean? Siwa smiled and pointed behind him. Yeah, look over there. Siwoo turned to look. He saw his copy approaching him. The end. He was also holding a weapon just like Siwoo's. At least he has acknowledged you as an opponent worth defeating. Sheesh. Which means he didn't think you were worthy until now. Siwoo trembled, his eyes wide with shock. His copy was preparing.
Unleash that giant weapon, Sai thought. A divine weapon, a weapon made of weak demonic power? Sai broke into a sweat and said, "This is cheating." That weapon swung towards where he stood. The ground shattered. Sai, in pain, trembled and got up. Back in reality. Saiwa looked at him and said, "Well, you did great. I thought you'd be more battered, but you performed very well." Sai shot up. Winning was impossible from the start, even if it wasn't close combat, because he made me use 5 of my tails. Impressive, Sai said. If Saiwa uses more tails, the opponent is tougher. How many tails do you usually use? Saiwa put a hand to her chin, thinking, then said, I don't know. 2 seems too weak.
In terms of firepower, if I'm in a tough situation, 3. If I need to end a fight quickly and have no time, I'll use a maximum of 4. Besides, each additional tail increases my power by 1.5 times. Siwoo thought to himself, the difference between 3 tails and 5 tails is 1.5 squared. More than double, huh? Siwoo turned away and said, however, for most troublemakers, just 1 tail is enough to kill them. Her eyes suddenly gleamed. That one over there, lurking and watching like a timid mouse. Forgive me, I was afraid I would disturb you. A woman appeared, kneeling. I swear I was not observing with hostile intent. Please believe me. Yeah, Hong Ryan. Siwoo turned to look at him and said, oh, what's this?
You know this person? Yes, she's from the Yanjiwi Merchant Guild. Hong Ryan said, last time Sir Su signed a contract with the head of the Yanjiwi Guild. Regarding the payment for that contract, I was assigned the task of delivering the items prepared by the guildmaster to this location. The highest grade treasure is the outfit that Sir Su will wear. Suwoo and Suwa were surprised a day earlier. Calling an investment is a bit vague, isn't it? It's not that complicated. What's important is that our esteemed client becomes invincible. Naturally, providing you with material things is just the basics. I will show you special items that other clients don't even know about. There's more, such as, we'll share all the information we have with you. Siwoo said, just hearing about it is
very appealing. But is an investment about getting back more than you put in? If I become the Demon King you hope for, what do you want from me? That's what's important, the old man said, stroking his beard. A sharp one you are. Then all of you have heard the question. I'll be direct. In truth, we want nothing. We don't need anything. Siwoo was surprised. What you said is also true. This can't be called an investment yet, at least for now. To be honest, we're not just investing in you alone. And it's not just us. There are many others investing in other candidates. That's perfectly normal. The Demon King will rule the underworld for the next 666 years. Whichever yokai takes that position, based on our relationship with them, you could say their entire clan will depend on it, the old man continued.
So for those of us not capable of becoming the Demon King, we at least want to be close enough to become a loyal servant. Even if it sounds a bit arrogant, we have the ability to pick the most promising candidate and plant the seeds for the future. Seal was scratched her head and said, after hearing you say that, I feel a bit more at ease. But there must be some yokai who are not happy with this method, right? Like, why aren't you sponsoring only me? Or why are you investing in that guy? The old man nodded. Yes, there are some cases like that. However, it doesn't create any major incidents. Most of those complaints are resolved quickly. For example, the young master of the Hei clan you fought was originally supposed to be our investment for this Dark Moon Assembly. The compatibility
and potential of his Azure Beast bloodline. We thought it would be a worthy investment. However, you proved to me that he was not someone worth investing in, and instead you're the most worthy yokai. That's how it is, he said. Seriously, if you want to receive sponsorship or attract more investment funds, you just need to prove you are capable enough. If you see a yokai who isn't up to par, or don't want someone you dislike to receive funding, you just need to become stronger than them and defeat them. In the end, and the longer the assembly goes on, the more incompetent ones will be eliminated. Those who remain will get closer to the throne of the Demon King. When the time comes, I will present the investment terms and let you know. Of course, the client will have the right to choose whether to continue cooperating or not after reviewing our terms. Until then, just consider this a kind of advantage for you. Back to the present. Whoa. Seawall looked at the outfit and said, this is amazing. I'm wearing it over my regular clothes and it's not uncomfortable at all, and it fits my body perfectly.
Siwoo was said, using a yokai's treasure as a versal is the right way. You don't put it on piece by piece. Just like a yokai inventory, you can summon it whenever you need it. There's a spell for that, right? Hong Rian replied, yes, touch your fingertips together like this. You can command it to be worn when needed and taken off when not. Really? Take off. Siwoo did as instructed. The clothes really disappeared. He exclaimed in amazement. Where? Take off, take off? He tried it again and again with excitement. Take off, where? This is fun, isn't it? Hong Rian looked up, thinking, this woman is a famous nine-tailed fox. There were tons of invitations for her to join from major clans, even an invitation from our Dark Moon Assembly, a genius who refused them all.
Saying, I have no need to be indebted to you brats. Are you a child? She was said, looking at Sei-Wu. Suddenly she turned. What is it? You've delivered the items, so you should leave. Why are you standing there staring? What are you trying to scout out? Sei-Wu calmed down. Hey, don't talk like that. Do you have something to tell me? Did the master say something to me? Miss Hong Rian said, Last night, among those who escaped during the hunt, we have located one of them. The master has ordered me to inform Mr. Choi Sei-Wu of the location and to assist you and your team in cleaning up the mess. Sei-Wu said coldly, Wait a minute. Setting aside why you have to tell this kid about it, how did you find out the location of that guy? You'd better answer properly. Hong Rian explained. Mr. Choi Sei-Wu.
I'm sure you still remember you see him whom you met yesterday, right? You see him? You mean the guy from the Haiti clan, right? Yes. Last night you see him also participated in the hunt and he was dispatched somewhere in Seoul with 2 other yokai. Oh, so his injuries probably weren't too severe, huh? So you see him was the one who reported the location of the group that escaped. This feels unsettling somehow. Not reported last night. The 2 yokai sent with you were killed by the yokai for hunting and you see him manage to escape. Seal said. Startled? What? There were failures in the hunt? I've never heard of such a thing. Hong Rian said. We only just found out about it this morning. It was late at night when you see him arrived at the Dark Moon Assembly. Besides, injuries on his body. We brought him inside and tried to calm him down, but he couldn't settle down at all. The fear of that yokai and the guilt and shame of a failed mission. He hugged himself, trembling and crying. Mom, sis, I'm sorry. It seems the trauma from those 2 feelings is very severe. Seal sighed and said his future is going to be dark. He didn't die right away, but fled pathetically. The whole clan lost face because of him. If it were me, I would have ended my own life. Siwu said, So why are you... I think the orbiters should be the ones to know. They've probably been notified, or will be soon, but I guess there won't be any specific action for a while. Siwu looked at the bird perched on her hand and said, The price of what happened last night was higher than...
I thought we failed to hunt in a zone like that. I think the next step will be to gather the teams from other zones and launch an all-out attack. Anyway, I have to go. Suni is having trouble with the cleanup. She's still not proficient with collection magic. Siwu glared at the small bird. If it bothers you, just go and see for yourself. Okay, Arbiter Mint and Sunmi will stop you if they find out, but they are only judging from their own perspective. Siwu said, You've gotten the yokai location without having to ask their permission. If you catch the yokai, they will let it slide. I know you'll feel uneasy if you don't go and take a look, because the sooner you catch it, the sooner you won't have to eat human flesh anymore. If I were you, I would have run there already, which is why I'm not stopping you. My advice to you is to find out what kind of yokai you're dealing with.
Seal will release the bird. You'll have a chance to win if they also use physical strength like you, but if they are the type of yokai proficient in magic, remember that they can escape whenever they want. What you do is your business. In a flash of light, Siwu disappeared. Siwu spoke up. Can you tell me? I want to know. I want to know everything Yusim told you at the hotel. Wait, where are you going, sis? Yuru turned back and said, Huh? Sightseeing. Where else? We came all this way. I can't just be cooped up in a hotel room all day. But I know what you mean, Yashiro said awkwardly. I'm asking if you're really just going sightseeing. I've told you we are guests here. We're not in Japan. There are customs and rules we must follow. The spirit masters we met seem like they'll help us if we're a little more amicable.
I don't believe that, she said, looking at him. Do you really think I just go crazy and hunt yokai randomly, especially in a country I've never been to before? You wouldn't. Yuzuru pointed a finger and said, You're the acting head of the family. Stop acting like you're not worthy. Instead of worrying about pointless things, you should try to do your job well. Who is the one who picked a fight with the Sama clan a few days ago? Huh. She stepped out of the room and said, I'll be back before evening. If you're that worried, just contact me. She slammed the door shut. Yashihito sighed. Even if I contact you, you won't answer anyway. The elevator stopped at the 14th floor. Yuzuru entered with a scowl on her face. Let's go together. Who knows how long we'll be staying at this place? So what if we don't? No need to enter.
Fear too much. If the yokai want to, they'll find me. Shikigami, 7 lucky children. I need a blessing. Can you draw me a fortune? Kida Yuzuru is a Shikigami user, someone who can manipulate spiritual creations with various abilities. The doll said, Perhaps you've accumulated quite a bit. The 7 lucky children store their master's daily energy and luck. User can't be sure which fortune they'll draw, but Yuzuru smiled and said, Thank you. The 7 lucky children automatically provide the blessing they deem most necessary for the spirit user. Yuzuru opened the paper. Thinking using luck like this is such a waste, but with this I'll be able to catch the yokai without much effort. Blessing, love. She froze. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. What is this? The paper read. A wonderful day.
You will meet the fated lover you have always longed for. The process will be a bit arduous. Your lucky color is black. What is this nonsense? Yuzuru shouted angrily, and everyone around her stared. Is this really what I need most right now? Even if it's a mistake, I need something certain. Excuse me, sir. I think I'm in the wrong place. Is this address correct? Ah, never mind. It's probably right. I can walk. It seems close. Suddenly, Yuzuru turned around. That voice just now. She sighed.
Seriously, Shu? Siwoo looked at his phone and said, I should have just taken the bus at Solhan River Park. People were having fun in the park. Bayang, he smiled watching them. Looks fun, doesn't it, Bayang? I'm having fun too. I thought you hated humans. What? It's you, Qian. When did you get here? Qian looked at him and said, Just arrived, maybe a few minutes ago. You seem to be enjoying yourself, so I didn't want to disturb you. And seeing this side of you surprises me. Bayang laughed and said, What's so surprising? I think hating something and observing something are two completely different things. Humans are just like insects. If you look at them from a distance, they're quite something. It's all the same. Sometimes sitting and watching them like this is fun. Struggling to live.
And all sorts of things. Qian rested her chin on her hand and said, Even hearing you say it yourself, I still can't understand it. That is my love. It's because you're still too young, Qian. You haven't even had your second birthday yet, right? But since you learned so quickly, I don't think it will take you long to understand what I mean. Qian sighed and said, Yeah, I admit there are many things I only understood after some time. The 3 members of the Baekran family are all dead, right? Bihong said. First, the 2 oldest, Guy and Bayan, are definitely dead because their opponents were too strong. Wei Zhan, the youngest, is probably still alive, but let's just assume she's dead for now. The best case scenario is she's captured alive. In that case, they will surely try every way to get information about us from her. Of course, they won't get anything out of her. Last night, I was full of regret. The whole night until the moment I refused the guy's offer, I was still carefree. But when I left the guild building alone and the hours ticked by, I started to realize what I thought about the 3 siblings and what I could have done. I was so stupid, wasn't I? I was with them for a whole year, and only then did I realize. She said, Those 3, I could have devoured them. Because honestly, the more I think about it, the more I regret it. Even though I ate everything I wanted this morning, I still feel hungry. What's with the weather all of a sudden? It's so cold. The people in the park shivered from Qian's hunger. Bai smiled and asked, How much did you eat? Who knows? I don't have the habit of remembering.
But the building I stayed in with the 3 siblings is no different now. It's no longer needed. I ate everything inside. But I'm allowed to do that, right? Sheen's expression returned to normal. Of course you are. I told you. Sadness is something you only needed to keep in your heart until yesterday was over. After midnight last night, you're completely free to do whatever you want. No matter what you do or what consequences it brings, I will not stop you or try to hold you back. Bayan smiled. But just do what your heart tells you. That's all I want from the 7 of you. The residents of a high-end apartment complex suddenly disappear. I wonder if a newspaper article with a headline like that will be published after lunch. This is one thing, but Sheen looked at him and said, whether Guy or Byron.
Opponent was extremely strong, or whether Hyun is alive or dead. How do you know all that? By Hyung, could it be that you were there? Ah, yes, Bai Hyung laughed. I was there too at that time. It's not that I have a problem with you or the guy's siblings. Can we call it coincidence? The thing that I've been interested in lately was also at that place. Huh? That sounds like it's important and terrifying, huh? Xian said with interest. Not quite. At least not yet. Bai Hyung's eyes gleamed. Xu was now walking on the street. Hey, Yazuru followed behind him. She thought, what on earth does that fortune mean? The demonic energy I can feel is so clear, it's as if that person has no intention of hiding it. Even if it's not a yokai breaking the rules, acting like this is too strange considering the current atmosphere in this country.
There's only this person. 2 conclusions can be drawn. Either it's a human being controlled by another yokai or magic, or he himself is a yokai luring someone with a human disguise. He's just not good at controlling his demonic energy. In reality, Yuzuru was overthinking it. Seiyu looked at his hand. In his hand was the tracking dagger. Seiyu recalled Hong Ryan's words. This is the tracking dagger that you see him use. If you channel demonic energy into it and stab an enemy, a part of the dagger's tip will embed itself deep into the target's body. And since the tip is already broken off and is inside the enemy, the person holding the hilt can track the blade trail from a distance. So you're saying the yokai was stabbed with this dagger by Eucilius and is at the same location?
As the remaining part of the blade, right? Is there a range limit or something? A time limit for how long the blade will stay in the enemy's body? The range limit is 1,000 kilometers, although its effect will last forever unless the stabbed person moves out of that range or the blade is removed.
It can be removed using demonic energy stronger than that of the person who stabbed them. That is the condition to remove the blade. When the blade is removed, a new one will grow back on the dagger. Siyu walked and thought. The opponent is a fairly strong yokai, so much so that it not only surpassed Yukum, but also defeated 2 other yokai. But the fact that this dagger hasn't regrown its blade can only lead to one conclusion. We have nothing to do. They intentionally didn't remove the blade.
An abandoned residential area filled with demonic energy, you know? How? Yeah. What is it, Zen? The thing stuck in your arm, towel. It's bleeding, but is it okay if you don't take it out? Oh, you're talking about this. The red-haired guy laughed and said, It's fine. It's not even a serious wound. I have to leave it like this so someone will find us. I was about to say that if you didn't say it first. A woman appeared and said, What are you hesitating for? What are you thinking, Tao? Are you planning to call the dogs hunting us over here? What do you gain from that? If the hunt continues, we won't be able to devour humans like we have been. Tao looked at her and said, That's right. I was just about to talk about that. From now on, I won't eat human flesh anymore. His statement shocked them both. What the hell are you talking about?
If you don't eat humans, what are you going to eat? Tao said. Of course humans are delicious, and getting stronger after eating them is a plus. But for some reason, no matter how much I eat, I never feel full. I thought about why, but I can't find a reasonable answer. But last night, I had a bit of a realization. The 3 guys I fought last night were extremely strong. If it were the old me before I ate humans here, forget about defeating all 3 of them. I probably couldn't even beat one. Although the last one standing wasn't much help, but in general, only after defeating them did I feel that I was truly, truly full. I think I've started to understand a little of what the one who brought me here said. I was surely born to feel that sensation. Just for that taste, I want to hunt things worth devouring. Tao laughed.
Like a maniac and said, since it's not something I can get from humans, I don't think I have any reason to eat them anymore. If you say so, then I'm out of here, Tao. I don't understand and I don't want to. Do you know how hard it was to get this chance? I don't want to die and get caught because of your crazy fantasy. Tao just said, Oh, is that so? Then I understand. After all, that's my ambition. You might have a different perspective than me. So, is this the end for you guys? What bad luck. Perhaps it's for the better. Wait a minute. This guy, if he's not eating humans anymore, don't tell me. Suddenly Tao reached out his hand. Then he smiled and said, Live well, both of you, and hi, Fan and Zen over there too. Although it's only been a short time, I've learned many things I didn't know from you. Otherwise, I might be dead by now.
It would be nice if we could continue together, but you're right. I think it's much better for you to split up. Sorry, and thank you. Quinn said, this crazy guy. Hey Zen, if you heard that, let's go quickly. We'll be gone before nightfall. What are you waiting for? Zen was silent. He said, I want to stay with Tao. What? The reason we survived last night was because Tao saw us fighting, and I also want to become as strong as Tao, so instead of eating humans, I will fight. What nonsense are you spouting? Hai Fan shouted. Even if you don't know this guy's background, you should at least know yourself. Have you forgotten what you and I were originally? He's a completely different type, he said, pointing at Tao. This guy is a completely different type. There are things you can copy, and things you can't.
You know that, you idiot. As I said, I told you staying with me is dangerous, especially you, Zen. The chance of you dying is very high. But as long as you're with me, I promise you, even if you die, I will never let you die before I do. Zen said, moved. I can't take it anymore. You two can do whatever you want. Keep flying into the flame like moths. And also, you guys, you both said you won't eat humans, right? So the guy downstairs, I suppose you wouldn't have any problem if I eat him before I go, right? Tao smiled and said, Whatever. Before night falls, you'd better eat as much as you can. Go on. I'm out of here. Just like other nighttime prey. Seiwu had arrived. This yokai is a creature that has existed for generations.
Zen saw him silent and asked, Tao, what's wrong? The name people call it varies depending on the era and the place it lives. It's okay, Zen. I'm just a little surprised. But no matter the era, that primal desire for eternal conflict, I knew you would come. I thought it would be at least after sunset. This time, from the era they wreaked the most havoc, both yokai and humans called it by that name. Tao, brimming with energy, said, I have to say, I have to go welcome a guest, Zen. See you. Let's destroy the whole world together. Siyu stepped inside the abandoned factory. Too scared to enter the building, the boy was overwhelmed by a distinct feeling coming from 2 directions, the power from the other world above, and a faint smell of blood below. At this strange crossroad, the boy made a chilling choice. Calm down.
Yuzuru followed Seiwu to the location. She thought, what is this feeling of unease? Unless the building has its own story, it feels like a place where yokai dine. It's hard to believe he can't feel this strange atmosphere. And what's more, how can he step inside without a hint of hesitation? 99.9% this is a trap. Considering the possibilities now is useless. However, Yuzuru clutched the paper in her hand. The prophecy of the spores truly does not lie. Even if it's luck and love, today's happiness is guaranteed. I will meet my ideal type safely. By the way, when I talk about my ideal type, who am I referring to? I've never thought about it. It's absurd. The image of Sei appeared in her mind.
Not bad, but his appearance is too vague and hard to grasp. The energy can be felt from above. Yuzuru said, let's go row the Thunder Beast. With that, she jumped straight to the second floor of the building. Me so scared, she looked at the trembling Zen and said, you don't look like a high-level yokai at all. I can't. Zen stammered. All right then, she smiled and said, whatever pokes its head out, I'll catch it. That's the plan. C walked forward. Suddenly he stopped. There was something in front of him. Huh? A human? No, a yokai. You, how many are there? No, what's the point of that question? How many of you are here? Wei-Fan, who was eating human flesh, thought, it seems more than one person came. The rest must have gone upstairs. You're a funny one. It's useless even if you hear clearly. This is my chance. I'll eliminate this guy quickly and get out of here. He said, because of you, I can't enjoy the pile of meat I've accumulated. I guess I'll have to let you take care of that for me. All right then. Quan was astonished. When you feel fear, ask yourself. Seiyu moved so fast he was in front of him. If you can, then try it. Seiyu punched Fan hard in the stomach. He gasped. He coughed up blood, thinking, what kind of insane speed is this? Seiyu grabbed his shirt, built momentum, and threw him against the wall. I'll ask again, Seiyu said angrily. How many of you are here? What are your powers and abilities? Answer me concisely and clearly. How many of you are here? What are your powers and abilities? Answer me concisely and clearly. What are you looking at me like that for, you damn brat? Demonic energy radiated from Seiwu. Suddenly, an invisible slash cut into his body. You fool. You should have killed me when you had the chance. You tried to be clever, and that's why you're in this situation. Queen stood up arrogantly. One after another, every single one of you is just as brainless, making a mess. Your reputation doesn't match reality at all. He then thought, did I slash too lightly? It doesn't matter. As long as I can swing from a distance, my attack will definitely hit. He continued to slash relentlessly at Seiwu. Queen kept attacking, but Seiwu stood still and took the damage. Slashes cut into his body. Blood from his wounds splattered everywhere. Huh, Qian panted. What kind of luck is this? You should have been dead long ago, so why, weakling? I understand why you eat humans, to become stronger. I understand the feeling of desperation, of wanting to get even a little bit stronger. But to kill and eat so many people just for this much, and you still want more? Seiyu raised his fist and said, I just can't understand it. Killing people for such a small gain. Hai was terrified, seeing that he was about to get beaten up. He screamed, slashing at his own arm. Yeah, begin. Seiyu's arm was severed, but he could still easily punch Hai Fan in the face. Ha, you're a funny one. Why do we eat humans? It's simple. Because we can. Queen trembled and said, what's wrong with the strong satisfying themselves through cruelty? You're like that too, aren't you? A guy who walks around showing off his strength as if it's a given. Ha, how laughable. That's right. Then Seiwu stabbed him in the chest and pulled out a purple orb. Queen fell to the ground. He turned to see the entity and the blood-stained victims on the floor. He brought the purple orb to his mouth. Meanwhile, on the second floor, ugh, Zen trembled. No matter how I think about it, something's not right. Yuzuru crossed her arms and looked at him. Are you really alone? There should be a leader or a chief around here somewhere, right? I don't know, Zen stammered. Stop stammering. Focus. Here I come. A bolt of lightning struck Zen directly. Yuzuru thought, even with a body mass that's borderline monstrous, it's clear as day that he lacks both the strength and knowledge to fight. Was he separated from his group, or was he isolated? I don't even want to kill him anymore. Ugh, for now I'll just capture him alive. So, how about this? That's not enough. Tao appeared and said that attitude is wrong. Like that, I can't even consider you an opponent. Due to the unique characteristics of the Japanese archipelago, I have more practical combat experience than spirit users from other countries.
Yuzuru, starting from the age of 14 by Korean calculation, has accumulated experience by exercising hundreds of spirits over 5 years. However, at this moment, such experience was not only useless, but also sent a chill down her spine.
In battle, losing momentum means defeat. Of all her countless experiences, no matter which one she recalled, no yokai she had ever met could compare to the monster in front of her. Tao stepped forward and said, "Even when fighting a strong opponent, the feeling that this won't be an easy fight is very important." Yuzuru trembled, thinking, was he hiding his presence until now? No, more than that. There's an energy that feels like it's piercing my nerves. This isn't the yokai I was chasing. There's no room for doubt. This is bad. Above all, he is searching. He's already at level with a mature form. I'm sorry, human. I never intended to deceive you. I just wanted to give my colleague a chance because his passion was so fiery. Yuzuru thought. Fight. Our retreat. The probability of success is not much different. Even so, don't. Suddenly, a force struck Tao's hand. Shoo. He appeared angrily. One of his eyes glowed. Tao laughed excitedly, gripping Seiwu's weapon. Seiwu kicked him hard in the face. Seiwu delivered a powerful kick to Tao's face, sending him crashing into a wall. Seeing this, Yuzuru trembled and said, "Who?" She said, "What was it again?" Anar or something with an A. Yuzuru was startled when called out. Seiwu glared and said, "Go home. You can't do anything here." "Wait, if you're also here to kill him, let's do it together. Don't be foolish." Tao smirked and said, "He means you're in the way, because if something is in the way, he can't go on a rampage."
As he pleases, am I right? I could tell just by looking, even though he wants to fight me even more than I want to fight him. Me in the way? Yuzuru gritted her teeth and said, "Such a pathetic yokai." She held her weapon, released Torpedo. "Kajima, who are you to talk to me like that?" Hey, you there, you should get out of the way." Seiyu was startled and turned to look at her. "I'm not holding back, so be careful not to get hit." Torpedo, Kajima, raging thunder. Lightning shot out from the weapon, heading straight for Tao, creating a massive explosion. Yuzuru thought, because he's the enemy, I can't be careless and leave any demonic energy behind. I'll attack with all my might. Raging thunder, lightning struck from all over the building.
The smoke was thick. Yuzuru panted and thought, strange, I don't know. She was out of breath after just 2 attacks. It's fine. It's not even half of what I use in my normal fights. The energy of this country doesn't suit me. Suddenly she was startled when she saw Seiwu gripping her hand tightly. "Calm down. You'll get hurt." A flash of light passed between them. Seiwu and the yokai. Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos. The spot where Tao had just stood was empty. Did they run away? No, he probably didn't run, because if he really wanted to, he could have cut this thing. Seiwu clenched his weapon in his hand. His weapon was not cut or broken. Seiwu said calmly, one of the two seemed unfamiliar with fighting. He probably wanted to protect the weaker one and was helping him escape.
The other one will be back soon. Or maybe this is a message. Follow me. I will follow him. As I said, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to come with me. Yuzuru foolishly turned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Open your—" She stared wide-eyed with astonishment when she saw Seiyu in his angry yokai form. "Should I show you? Let's see who's really right." Seiyu grabbed Yuzuru's neck and said, "I've never killed a person, but I can tell with just a touch. I just need to apply a little force to my hand, and your neck will be crushed." "What? You're not doing anything. If you don't want to die, you should act now." Suddenly, something approached Seiyu. He shivered, looking down, hungry. It was Yuzuru's Shikigami. It headbutt him. Seiyu looked on, helplessly.
Then he let go of her. "Sorry for being a bit rough, but it's not without reason. I don't know if you saw it, but that last attack was actually aimed at me, not you. He knew you couldn't dodge his attack and that I would rush to block it for you. He wanted to aim at me to hold me here and buy time. I don't know if it's arrogance or what, but you just showed that you're not strong enough to handle yokai right now. So please, just quietly step back." Sue left saying, "And at least for today, I don't want to see anyone else die. Oh, and one more thing. That's it. The basement of this building has a lot of corpses. It's not a pretty sight, but at least do something." Sue turned back to look at her and said, "Please, I'm begging you, don't let anyone else see them in that state." At the residential area, Sue was following the trail.
Tao. "Thank you." He looked up. Tao stood before him and said, "Honestly, I could have attacked right now. Like many others, I've kept my promise to my comrade. You've probably seen it by now. You won't have to worry about humans getting caught in our fight. Here, you won't have to worry. There are many people here because it's a construction zone, and because we've been here, there have been many rumors, so I think all the humans have left." Tao scratched his head and said, "Sometimes people come here to film news reports, which allows me to hunt freely." But Seiyu looked at him. "Sorry, I'm a bit talkative. Please bear with me," Tao continued. "I'm just so excited."
Both of them immediately jumped from where they were standing and rushed into battle. Sayu used a kick, a powerful kick to his face. He picked up his weapon.
And thrust, he sent him flying. Tao was thrown through the wall of the building. He broke through the wall. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw Siyu appear in front of him. He must be one of the organizations. Instantly excited again, he rushed in to fight. At first glance, the two sides clashed with extreme intensity. The intuition and abilities of both sides were nearly identical. However, the longer they fought, a difference began to emerge. Siyu, a monster that knows its essence, is violence and conflict. Its strength is high-level compatibility. I'll punch that super you hard. Illustration by Jamu. You're a lucky one. Siyu recalled her saying, "The Mariah, I've heard of it. I'm not sure if it's your strange constitution."
Or because this is your first time using it, but it seems to be quite compatible with you. Let me say this again. You must never use this again. Huh? But by eating it, I can fight with both hands. It also cost a lot of money to buy. Sela looked at him and said, "That just proves you were lucky." She explained, "In essence, an overload of spiritual power is just as dangerous as running out of it. It was the same when you fought the hounds. You lost control with too much spiritual power and surrendered to your instincts. If you have any information about the hound's defense, please share it. If you get drunk on that power and keep using it, there's no telling what terrible things might happen next time." Siyu thought to himself, maybe nothing will happen, or you could turn into some kind of monster. Back in the present,
Siyu was sent flying by Tao's attack. "Well, you're really strong. Well, you're really strong." Tao laughed and said, "Even with the 3 from last night, I didn't get to stretch my legs like this. This is the first time I've had to put in so much effort." Trembling, Siyu ate another power pill. Tao said excitedly, "What's with that look?" Siyu couldn't answer that question, as if someone from hundreds of years ago who knew about ogres might. That person would likely know the answer. The ogre's helm, the third ability of the ogre race. In a certain village, a man claimed, "I saw an ogre with my own 2 eyes." There you go again, seeing a stray cat and thinking it's a forest tiger. "No, I'm telling the truth this time. Just 2 days ago when I was crossing the gorge, a python and as big as a house. Whether it was a spirit beast or what, it suddenly appeared and startled me. And then an ogre appeared and saved me." A drunk man asked, "So after saving you, did it say, 'I am an ogre here to help'? What did it look like?" "Well, at first it looked huge, twice my size and twice my height, a significant difference in size. Besides that detail, it didn't look much different from a human, except that it had darker skin. It wasn't missing or had anything extra. The eyes, nose, and mouth were all normal." Another person scoffed, "From your description, it sounds no different from a human. It must have been a human. I mean, right? Did it have horns on its forehead? No horns or anything?" "No, I've never heard of ogres having horns. The blacksmith in the next village
knows about them. Unlike you, he's not a coward. His words are much more reliable. I'm not saying that blacksmith is lying," he said, slamming down his bowl. "But the ogre I saw didn't have horns." The other 2 men turned to him in surprise. "You've seen an ogre before?" "That's right," the man said. The drunk man said, "I saw one when I was a child. 2 ogres were fighting. As you said, other than being large and having dark skin, they looked no different from humans. They didn't say a word to each other and just stared with murderous intent. They were definitely no horns." "Oh no. So what happened next?" The drunk man said, "I don't know. Suddenly the ogres vanished from sight. It was dark, so I couldn't tell if they were wearing a helmet or something on their head, but they took out something sharp from somewhere."
"And put it on. If Soder saw a horn, he must be talking about this. Anyway, as soon as they put it on, I couldn't see the ogres anymore." "You mean instead of disappearing, they just turned invisible?" "That's right. The moment they put it on, the ogres vanished. The ground split in 2, trees were uprooted, and the whole mountain shook. They were probably fighting. It's just that outsiders couldn't see them." Well, I'm not sure if what I saw was real. Ogres exist without any concrete proof from humans, so arguing about it, trying to fight to prove who's right, is pointless. Let's have another drink. Legends, myths, and folk tales about monsters passed down through generations are mostly based on truth. However, the interpretation of them is often based on human standards. So it's not entirely accurate. For example, the ogre's horn, which may or may not exist in folktales, is not a part of their body. The demon blade, more commonly known as the ogre's mask, is just one of the many monster treasures. Moreover, the fact that one has never seen an ogre wearing a helm is only part of the truth. At that moment, Siwu put on the mask and leaped to attack Tao. The hat-headed ogre doesn't disappear, Tao thought, caught in surprise. It's just that the speed they achieve in that state is, well, not just for humans, but most other monsters can't keep up with an ogre with their naked eyes. Boom! A massive collision occurred. So what? Tao's face was filled with excitement. His fingers were bent and twisted. Siwu continued to punch him.
Tao was bleeding. He stomped hard on the ground. Then he headbutted Si-Woo, looking at him provocatively. Si-Woo remained calm. He then threw a punch into Tao's stomach so fast that he couldn't react. Si-Woo grabbed him by the shoulder and lifted him into the sky. Ogre art, Cerium. In a Lothic building, which was now quiet, suddenly there was a huge explosion. Demonic energy filled the air. Please subscribe. Subscribe to the channel to receive the latest videos. Something flew out of the building. Tao struggled to a stop. Both his arms were now severed, but he was still smiling with delight. Si-Woo emerged from the smoke. Following the function of the treasure on his face, he could naturally understand how it worked, unlike the ogre's mace.
It has no special function. However, just like Seal's tail, it's used to enhance the limits of an ogre's abilities. Through it, the upper limit can be pushed to the extreme, although this limit is too great for him to handle. In a certain village, a man claimed, "I saw an ogre with my own 2 eyes." There you go again, seeing a stray cat and thinking it's a forest tiger. No, I'm telling the truth this time. Just 2 days ago, when I was crossing the forge, I saw a python as big as a house. Whether it was a spirit beast or what, it suddenly appeared and startled me. And then an ogre appeared and saved me. A drunk man asked, "So after saving you, did it say, 'I am an ogre here to help'? What did it look like?" "Well, at first it looked huge, twice my size, and—"
Twice my height. A significant difference in size. Besides that detail, it didn't look much different from a human, except that it had darker skin. It wasn't missing or had anything extra. The eyes, nose, and mouth were all normal." Another person scoffed. "From your description, it sounds no different from a human. It must have been a human. I mean, if it had horns on its forehead." No horns at all. No, I've never heard of ogres having horns or anything. The blacksmith in the next village knows about them. Unlike you, he's not coward. His words are far more trustworthy. "I'm not saying that blacksmith is lying," he said, slamming down his bowl. "But the ogre I saw didn't have horns." The other 2 men turned to him in surprise. "You've seen an ogre before?" "That's right," the drunk man said.
"I saw them when I was a child. 2 ogres were fighting. As you said, other than being large and having dark skin, they looked no different from humans. They didn't say a word to each other and just stared with murderous intent. There were definitely no horns." "Oh no." "So what happened next?" The drunk man said, "I don't know. Suddenly the ogres vanished from sight. It was dark, so I couldn't tell if they were wearing a helmet or something on their head, but they took out something sharp from somewhere and put it on. If Sodell saw a horn, he must be talking about this. Anyway, as soon as they put it on, I couldn't see the ogres anymore." "You mean instead of disappearing, they just turned invisible?" "That's right. As soon as the ogres disappeared, the ground split in 2, trees were uprooted, and the whole mountain shook."
They were probably fighting. It's just that outsiders couldn't see them. Well, I'm not sure if what I saw was real. Ogres exist without any concrete proof from humans, so arguing and fighting to prove who's right is pointless. Let's have another drink. Legends, myths, and folktales about monsters passed down through generations are mostly based on truth. However, the interpretation of them is often based on human standards, so it's not entirely accurate. For example, the ogre's horn, which may or may not exist in folktales, is not a part of their body. The demon blade, more commonly known as the ogre's mask, is just one of the many monster treasures. Moreover, the fact that one has never seen a hated ogre is only part of the truth. At that moment,
Cao Yu put on the mask and leaped to attack Tao. The hat-headed ogre doesn't disappear, Tao thought in surprise. It's just that the speed they achieve in that state is impossible for not just humans, but most other monsters to follow with the naked eye. Boom! A massive collision occurred. Tao's face was filled with excitement. His fingers were bent and twisted. Cao Yu continued to punch him in the face. Tao spat out blood. He stomped hard on the ground. Then he advanced and headbutted Cao Yu. Tao looked at him provocatively. Cao Yu remained calm. He then threw a punch into Tao's stomach so fast that he couldn't react. Cao Yu grabbed his shoulder, lifted him into the sky. Ogre art, Cerium, in a Gothic building, which was now quiet. Suddenly,
there was a huge explosion. Demonic energy flooded the area. Something flew out of the building. Tao struggled to a stop. Both his arms were now severed, but he was still smiling with delight. Se-Wu emerged from the smoke. Following the function of the treasure on his face, he could naturally understand how it worked. Unlike the ogre's mace, it doesn't have a special function. However, just like the Seal's tail, it's used to enhance the limits of an ogre's abilities. Through it, the upper limit can be pushed to the extreme, although this limit is too great for him to handle. Se-Wu trembled, thinking this was the first time he'd felt such pain since becoming an ogre. The rate at which he absorbed life force was 3 times faster than normal. No, maybe even more. At this rate,
"I won't be able to take it," Tao said. "This is amazing.
From last night until now, accumulating all the skills I've had since birth, these few minutes of fighting have taught me a ton. He clenched his fists. Look how strong I am, how solid my new body is, and how fast I am, and all the things I can do. Tao smirked and said, "Let me thank you one more time. It was a pleasure to meet you. Ultimate monster art, iron skin, bronze body." "You're thanking me?" Siwoo said furiously. "Then shut up and kneel, you disgusting monster." "You should take another power pill." "I may not know much, but I can't do that. It would be a waste to die here. Being alive is truly fun, especially at this moment." With that, he rushed towards the main character. The battle created a massive explosion.
Seiyu got into a fighting stance. The two began a series of blows so fast they were invisible to the naked eye. Seiyu's power cracked the ground. In this moment, the strength and speed of both sides were equal. However, the one who exerts more force and reaches their limit faster is the one using too much power that doesn't suit them. In addition, Tao created a power sphere and attacked Seiyu. The main character was instantly blown away, gaining the advantage of being stronger in a heated fight. "This thing isn't just beneficial to ogres," Tao said, looking at the power sphere in surprise. "I didn't think I could do tricks like this. Ultimate monster art, art of the frozen gale." Seiyu slid back. Tao threw the sphere at him again, but he easily dodged it. Seiyu summoned his weapon and charged fiercely towards Siwoo. He looked up in surprise, only to see Tao's fist in front of his face, an evenly matched monster fight. Tao's fist carried magic. It made Siwoo's arm disappear. What's needed to defeat such an opponent is a destructive force that surpasses the current level of combat. That was what both monsters were thinking. Iron skin, bronze body, art of the frozen gale. Tao manifested a weapon, materialization divine wind spear. Siwoo also readied his weapon. Tao charged forward, his magic creating a powerful vortex that reached the sky. Siwoo's face had vanished from his sight. Tao laughed and said, "It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do. That weapon of yours is much better." Tao was hit by Siwoo's attack, and his body bled.
Main character let out a sigh of relief. "Nice one. You've gotten much stronger since I last saw you." Siwoo turned to look. 1 arrow, 2 targets. Very impressive, even for an ogre like you. Anyway, nice to meet you. See you. I am Bihyung, the same species as you. Siwoo looked at Bihyung. He said, "No need to gape like that. I have no intention of interfering in your fight with Tao." The main character thought in surprise, "He's the same race as me." But then Bihyung suddenly disappeared. He then appeared behind Siwoo. Bihyung said, "You look happy. It's quite a shame, though. If you had more time to get used to ogre magic, the result might have been different. But it's okay. Do better next time." Siwoo appeared behind him and said, "What the hell is next time?" He attacked.
Bai Hang. "Well, even though I managed to block it with the ground, you still managed to inflict this much damage," Bai Hang said, blocking the weapon with his hand. "Quite something. You have potential, but if you keep making mistakes like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep that eye for long." In this moment, what he felt most clearly was the power of the person in front of him. From a hunter, he suddenly felt like he was the prey. To block a full power attack with no damage is definitely not just about pure physical constitution. The technique that Choi Woo had just learned, dispersing divine power by utilizing the ground, had been executed in its most perfect form. Bihong smiled and said, "I guess there's no need to say more. I'm glad you realized it quickly." The weapon was suddenly repelled.
Siyu jumped back. Seeing this, Baiyong said, "I understand. You must be a little confused." They said, "I was the only ogre left in the world. Where the hell did you come from?" Siyu said, panting, "I'm not confused, and I don't care if you're an ogre or whatever the hell. I just want to know." Siyu's arm started to regenerate. "The one I'm looking for, the one who brought 4 monsters here. You fed them human flesh." Bai smiled and said, "That's right. From recruitment to funeral services, including providing shelter and information, I did it all myself. Curious why I did it?" Siyu was surprised. "Well, let's see. I guess there's no point in hiding it from you. Let me tell you everything. You and I are both ogres," Bang explained with a smile. "So, at least I want us to get along a little."
It was because his 2 eyes lit up before Bihong could finish. The main character rushed forward to attack. Boom, he easily dodged it. First piece of advice as a friend. Bihong punched Seiwao in the stomach. When facing an enemy above your level, make sure at least one of your feet is on the ground. Seriously, the ground is a truly incredible redirection technique. Unless it involves poison or a curse, just standing firm can redirect a fatal blow even for a counterattack. Bihong continued to punch the main character in the face, sending him flying. He said, "You can use your full power without wasting any stamina, but that's quite impressive." The main character got up. "You've almost mastered it. The fundamental of an ogre.
even without
anyone teaching you remembering something he said back to the main topic choice. Do you like dogs? The main character looked at him in surprise. Dogs are great in many ways. They are truly superior, even when compared to humans. But sometimes they are very annoying. If adopted by a poorly trained owner, a dog will readily bare its teeth and bark senselessly in any situation, or even bite people randomly. Of course, in most cases, it's the owner's fault. Byung walked over to the main character who was trying to get up. But sometimes those poor animals become disgusting. Those who can only exist under the protection and care of a higher life form, not understanding their own purpose and actions, just standing there wagging their tails. That's the problem, once you start.
Thinking like that, no dog is cute anymore. Byung laughed morbidly. They're all just disgusting, inferior, useless, and even brain-dead creatures. Siwoo said angrily. You son of a bitch, you release monsters to kill people for such a stupid reason. I think you've misunderstood something. It's true that I hate humans, Byung said with a laugh, but they are not the only ones who don't understand their purpose. Ah, a long time ago, Choi Woo. Before the Demon King even existed in this world, he sat down and looked at him, saying, there are no such things as rules among monsters. It was all simply about strength and something called the food chain, balanced by power, a clear line between the strong and the weak, even if you were a beloved monster.
If you were weak, you were nothing more than prey waiting to be eaten. Isn't that more interesting? Thousands of monsters are eagerly waiting for that day when they can finally catch and eat humans freely. But on second thought, it doesn't seem that great. The vast majority of them are no different from humans in the beginning. They are all prey, barking at protected prey for even longer than humans. By said, it's similar with humans who dislike the gazes of others. Choice I've seen it many times. Many people put themselves in positions they don't belong in. Under the protection of law, common sense, and institutions, they shamelessly commit crimes for which they will not be held responsible. That is, if they are truly right, they cling to the belief that they are protecting.
By the law. Imagine a world where those absurd protections don't exist. Wouldn't that be great? Nothing left to protect those wretches. The only standard is strength. Those who cannot take responsibility for their actions will run away and bow their heads to the whole world. Siwoo said, breathing heavily. Great, my ass. It sounds like the fantasy of a middle school kid. Ah, is that so? Bai stood up. I don't expect you to understand just by hearing it. That reaction is normal. Even though we belong to the same species, our age, experience, and values are different. So why don't we try to make them more alike? Ever since you defeated Tao, I've started to take an interest in you beyond just being of the same kind. Join my side, Choi Woo. I will tell you everything you can do.
And must know as an ogre. Byung's eyes lit up, what we are and what we exist for. I don't need to know. Stop your nonsense. All right, that's your right to choose. Byung laughed and said, let's take it easy, shall we? Suddenly he said seriously, I'm a little disappointed, but you must know that resistance is futile. Suddenly Yuzuru appeared from behind. Byung turned around to see her preparing to attack him with divine lightning. The lightning bolt shot straight at Byung, not an attack, but a buff. Siwoo seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He kicked Byung hard in the face. He summoned his weapon, watching Byung get kicked into the air. His slow recovery was because his entire nervous system and concentration
were focused on something else. A strange and powerful form had already manifested in his mace. He didn't know anything, neither the shape of the mace nor the reason behind this power. But he knew one thing for sure, his true feelings at this moment. In the past, monsters praised the ogre's mace as something that could transform into anything. Or more clearly, it could be called something that reflects the wielder's desires. Taking advantage of that ability, Choi Woo had created countless forms of the mace for countless purposes. What he had created until now was not merely a weapon suitable for the situation. It was more than that, an intense emotion that surpassed necessity and aimed for a single purpose. Monsters eat humans, and humans are eaten by monsters.
Preventing this from happening is impossible, but if so, at least this time he would not miss his target. Don't stop, strike first, Siu said. Definitely you will die. He was very determined, pouring all his emotions into the mace. Haha, Byung laughed. Siwoo tightly gripped the mace. Killing intent. The ogre's mace, imbued with its master's killing intent, returned to its original form. It released an unbelievably large amount of demonic energy for a spirit-level weapon. Seeing this, Yuzuru's jaw dropped in astonishment. Siu gripped the mace tightly in his hand, panting. Siu gripped the mace tightly in his hand, panting. Yuzuru thought in shock. What is this? Is there really a monster at this level? I've never seen anything like this. The main character ran towards her, losing control. Get away! Yuzuru jumped in fear. She quickly dodged Seiwu's slash. The main character panted heavily. That's some significant killing intent. What should I say? Bai Hyung, in the form of a one-horned ogre, dusted off his clothes and said, It's similar to last time, but you really surprised me. I thought there was no way I could make him use his skills, but at this level, Bai Hyung said, it's not a reflex in a moment of panic, but a full utilization of your potential. I don't remember how old I was then. How is it? Not bad, right? The feeling of wanting to kill someone. Just one pity. Despite such a grand performance, you didn't kill anyone. But it's okay. They say every journey begins with a single step.
At this level, you're as strong as a normal adult ogre. With that, he jumped towards Se-woo. The main character used his weapon to block, but that's all Bihong said. Se-woo's aqueous mace was shattered by his blow. He was thrown far away. Bihong approached and said, the nature of the ogre's mace is a form that meets a specific need, but sacrifices flexibility. That mace was now created to kill me. In other words, a mace made for killing. If you keep accumulating injuries like this, can you? If you had used your own body to block the blow from the start, things might have been better. Bai appeared behind and said, it seems you're not careening, are you? A mage from the WKA. I think I know why you're here, but at least you should know your place, and not meddle in the affairs of the...
Of course. Actually, I really want to break that neck of yours. What do you think? Choice Si-woo. I'll let her go if you throw that piece of shit away. Su looked fearfully at the pill in his hand. That's the pill from that hag at the Yongui shop, right? Bai said, choking Yuzuru. It's good medicine, but for some reason, it's especially effective on you, isn't it? However, its effects have both pros and cons. It's been about twice now, right? The immediate replenishment punishment of demonic power exceeds the capacity of your demon core. If this happens about 3 times, I don't know what will happen either. And you can't possibly know what will happen either, so drop it. I don't want to see you using harmful things. Yuzuru trembled, grabbing Bihong's hand that was choking her. Don't listen to him. She said, things like dying in the middle of a mission. I've been prepared for that for a long time. You're really annoying. Bihong looked at Yuzuru threateningly. Suddenly he squeezed his hand tighter. I've warned you many times. Then his hand was chopped off. Bihong was shocked. His hand left Yuzuru's neck. Bihong turned around in surprise. A man rushed forward to attack him. He raised his fist and punched him hard in the face. A hand rested on Se-woo's shoulder. Stay here. You did very well. If you use any more demonic power, you'll be beyond saving. Goyle sighed. How did you get here? Goyle said. You're asking the obvious. This chaos. What else? User jumped down. Thank God. Leave the rest to us, Goyle said seriously. The man with glasses jumped forward, punching Bai Hung in the face. He hastily dodged the blow. Bai Hung kicked him in the face. Too bad. Your technique and speed are good, but your strength isn't the same. So even if you hit me more, it won't have any effect. Suddenly, Bai Hung trembled. That's right, isn't it? But unlike you, we weren't born with bodies loved by the gods. Annihilation magic. Aqueous purge. As the blood in his body boiled, blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Blood boil. If punching doesn't work, we can use techniques, right? Yui In of the Haiti clan. The Haiti clan's traditional exorcism art, changing the shape and properties of water. The closer the water source is to the caster, the purer it is.
And the purer the water, the stronger the exorcism art. Therefore, this technique is usually used on groundwater or steam, but close combat isn't an effective method, Bai Yong thought, trembling. Is he really just using it directly on his own blood? Heating up the blood. It's theoretically possible, but throughout the history of the Haiti clan, the number of people who could do it can be counted on one hand. Yuan got into a fighting stance, raising his hand. Bai Yong was startled. An invisible force struck towards him as he dodged. He said, shooting steam particles. The effect is a bit low for the quality of the components. Well, every clan has its own strengths, Yuan said calmly. The steam particles continued to be fired, continuously creating large explosions. Goyle observed the fight and said, you know about the Haiti clan's exorcism art, right? It seems you just fought them recently, didn't you? Siwoo said in surprise, Haiti? You mean, it seems so. The source of demonic power is somewhat similar, but the effect is on a completely different level. Siwoo thought in horror. Even though they both use steam particles, I could still see through and counter that guy's to have to compare.
Mình sẽ cố gắng chia sẻ ngắn gọn bộ truyện để cho mọi người cùng thưởng thức nhé.
You continued, even though they are all monsters of the same species, their powers are distinctly different. Innate monster arts, the effort to master them, and the way they are taught in every aspect. He is the head of the entire Haiti clan. Bihong was unharmed after the attack. The blood boil is still effective, but he can still maintain his movements. His recovery and adaptation are terrifying. Bihong smiled and said, what's wrong? I have to get used to it gradually. Bihong, I won't hold back. You said seriously, protect those two. I'm counting on you for what comes next. Yuzuru was surprised to see the ground shaking. You clenched his fist, and a pillar of water slammed down onto the ground. How spectacular. Did you gather?
All the water around here, Bi-hung said with wide interested eyes. The pillar of water coiled like a snake in front of him. First form, dragon's mill, Yuan's eyes glowed. A giant snake-shaped pillar of water appeared. Yuzuru's jaw dropped in awe. So big! It's the same monster art, but Siwu thought in amazement. That time it was at most a few meters long, but even that was enough to easily blow away a house. The dragon's maul lunged forward, heading towards Yuan. Excellent, very excellent, Bi-hung said with a laugh. He looked up in surprise. Very good. Yuzuru closed her eyes in fear and raised her hands. She peeked open her eyes to see Siwu shielding her. Goyle had created a protective barrier.
Like a giant ice shield enveloping the three of them, the attack of the dragon's maw created a huge crater in the ground. Haiti and the Black Tortoise. Haiti, the mythical lion-like creature often associated with justice in Korean culture, is famous for its ability to distinguish right from wrong, representing fairness and judgment. Both are water-based monsters, but they are almost incompatible with each other. This is because the way they harmonize with water is opposite. Goyle thought to himself, I don't have many options for water combination, so the result isn't very good. An enemy who can display his full power in broad daylight. It's best if we team up. But for now, there are only two of us left. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just need to catch my breath. It's been a while since I went all out.
I don't know if it was effective, but Yui clutched his chest, panting. Siu looked at the huge crater in front of him, trembling. I think there are only two possibilities. One, I overestimated his abilities. Two, he had no intention of continuing to fight. You walked closer, but it's most likely the second one. Actually, that last attack wasn't very significant. Goyle could probably do much more than me. Goyle denied it, saying, I don't think anyone who took that hit and came out alive would struggle against me. Suddenly, Yui looked up. Siu looked at him in surprise. Yui immediately launched an attack. The main character fell backward. What are you doing? Yuzuru shouted in panic. We're on the same side. Why did he suddenly Yui and pushed up his glasses and said, Don't worry.
I'm just doing what needs to be done. I've returned him to normal. Siu's ogre mask had disappeared. Now there's nothing to harm you two. Yuzuru still looked at him wearily. So for now on, please you humans don't meddle in the affairs of monsters anymore. The sky had turned gloomy over a tall building. A woman looked at the unconscious towel and said, This guy is also an Udoksai like me. Is a species difference a bit different from what I imagined? Udoksai is a form of tulpa that develops and becomes real by absorbing human doubt and fear. A tulpa is a non-existent entity that can become real in various ways. From this angle, he looks quite tasty. Don't, Chin. Although we can't predict the future for now, let's just get along. Bai Covered in Injuries said,
It's not my intention for you and Tao to fight each other, but if something happens, I hope you two can develop more fully. That's all. Jian glanced at him and said, You're still alive? What happened? So cruel. I'm not that easy to kill. Bai laughed and said, There was a small surprise, that's all. That guy, he has a perfect understanding of my techniques. My ground technique depends on the ground. In other words, if the ground I'm standing on is unstable, it won't work. So before he left the ground, he affected the terrain as much as possible to prevent me from using the ground to dissipate the force. Jian thought to herself, I'll remember that when I eat you. Do you want to try? Bai Hyang laughed excitedly and said, Facing a foe that even the strongest human
can't defeat against that 1,000-year-old Haiti clan, I wanna taste it completely from top to bottom. Xian said while drinking water, I don't really get it, but your hunger and mine are different, aren't they? But in the end, we fought anyway. It's like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, huh? Xian raised her eyebrows in confusion. Suddenly, she noticed that it started to rain. Byong reached his hand up to the sky and said, I don't think there was a weather forecast for today, but this rain feels really pleasant. And it's also the reason why Haiyan Mu and Haiti, even if I fought them the same time, I couldn't survive fighting them on a rainy day. Even if I won, I wouldn't be the only one. Bringing you into a fight like that would be too dangerous, right? I'm fighting too.
Right, and Tao too. They probably think the same way I do. Even for them, they're opponents they must avoid. Bihang smiled. It's my fault I couldn't bring Su here, but it's okay. Time will tell. Su opened his eyes and saw a white ceiling. He thought in surprise, This is my body. It hurts so much I can't move. I knew it would, but I didn't expect it to hurt this much. Suddenly a shadow blocked the light. Yuan looked at him holding a phone. Suddenly his phone rang. I got a call. He became timid and said, Yes, director, yes, it's fine, nothing serious. Thank you for your concern. I took the rest of the day off because of the pain. My boss worries too much. He said, How are you feeling? It's not too serious, but it will be a bit inconvenient.
You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard. The mask, is it a sign of some kind of awakening? I'm not sure, but it's not something you can maintain for long. It might be a type of temporary enhancement charm. The longer you maintain it, the more magic power you consume. So I had to forcibly remove the charm for you. You sat down on the chair, sighing tiredly.
Are you still very surprised for putting you in this situation? I apologize. Also, my younger brother tried to come to my place several times. The rain poured down on the city. The rain is the same no matter which world you're in. Sela held out her hand to the rain and said, Humans are really stubborn. I thought no one would leave their house in this weather. You really think so? Sunmi smiled and said, But I've survived until today. Thanks to you, the supermarket staff, and many other witnesses, I'm not sure I could have handled it alone. If it weren't for you, the situation could have been much worse. Thank you, Wusil, was said, looking at the rain. Coffee shop. You really want to talk to him, don't you? 2 girls said, standing in front of the shop. But asking for his number so suddenly is too surprising. The manager here is also famous for being reserved and hard to approach. But strangely, many people still have their eyes on him. Sunmi chuckled with interest. What is it? Siwoo said.
Looking at the 2 girls who had just left, Si explained. Most of the customers who come here are to see him, but the funny thing is, he doesn't seem to realize it. The 2 of them enter the shop. Sorry, we're closing early today. Ah, it's you too, Goyle said. You're the one who called us here, but it's not even dark yet, and you're closing so early. Goyle turned and said, It's been a slow day, including you too. We've only had a few customers. Want something to drink? Dummy said cheerfully, I'll have the usual. I won't remember. Order from the menu properly. What? I come here a lot too. At that moment, a young boy was sitting and eating ice cream. The boy glanced up. Si turned back and asked, Sen, do you want something to drink? There's tea. Do you want to try it? The young girl looked at Siwa
and said, What are you looking at? You want to die? Calm down, Sia. Suni quickly stood in front of her and said, He's just a kid. Let go this time. Come on, please. I know, this is the human world, not the demon world. And who is this brat to be acting so arrogant here? Sia said, Actually you 2 know each other. A fox wanting to disguise itself as a tiger. They say when the forest lacks a tiger, other animals will run wild, the boy said, standing up more like a fox. Sia, was said, annoyed. Even among monsters there exists something called a natural enemy. In most cases, monsters are influenced by their animal origins. The hostile relationships between animals continue to affect them even after they become spirits. The power balance between natural enemies may not match after they become spirits, but nature is an organization. The hostility continues to exist, affecting the descendants of those monsters. Sunmi thought to herself, if this atmosphere comes from their instincts, could this child be? Don't worry, Sunmi. Even if it wants to fight right here, I won't bother to lift a feather. Then Silwa glared angrily and said, Should I call the judge right now? I don't mind taking you on. Since coming to the human world, I haven't had a proper meal yet. What a pity. The boy's eyes widened. I'm not fond of fox meat, but dealing with you won't take long. You can't do that, young master. I really can't take my eyes off you. Sunmi turned in surprise to look. A woman winked.
Wyong walked in and said, The judge only just gave you the chance to come to the human world. Causing trouble on your first day isn't a good idea. But Wyong, this fox looked at me rudely first. She even said she would call the judge. Is that still not allowed? You're right. In this world, just being fair is not enough. Wyong hugged him and said, The girl you're talking to is the current head of the most influential clan in Korea. Young master, you don't belong to any clan. You shouldn't cause trouble. She glanced over and said, No matter what happens in the end, it will still be your fault. Of course, that girl knows it well. Of all the pleas for life I've heard, this one sounds the most pathetic, Sealwa said. But whatever, so be it. Personally, exterminating a rare species isn't very glorious.
Suni thought to herself, Thank goodness they're just provoking each other. If it were Silwa, it seems the other person was right. If she were left to cause trouble freely, Silwa would have attacked him brutally. Anyway, you 2 are quite an outdated pair. A soon-to-be-extinct Mongryang, and the woman taking care of it is a moi. Either you stop being so arrogant, or I'll pluck your feathers. Don't listen to her. I don't understand why she's taking care of you, but that spirit isn't good for children. The boy was startled by this. Silwa frowned and said, So why do you and Sunmi want me to meet these people? Just say it. The smell here is unbearable. I'm curious too. We just came back from a hunt yesterday and wanted to rest more. Wyong asked, Is there a problem?
As you all know, with the current chaotic situation, the higher-ups have issued temporary permits. Wanyang explained, Monsters don't need permission to come to the human world and eliminate intruders until they are no longer rampant, but the situation has changed. Silva, Wong, Yui, Ga-Yong, you 3, your permits to stay in the human world have been revoked due to lack of expertise. First of all, did Choi Siwoo do something again? Siwoo, they both said in unison. I don't know why, but it seems this rule doesn't apply to Choice. Siwoo Sunmi said worriedly, So that means Siwoo will have to return to the demon world alone. If so, it means he's caused some terrible trouble. Siwoo crossed her arms and said bluntly, Agreed. He's not so weak that he gets beaten up.
Every time. Like they say, strength isn't the reason. If you consider him just as a monster, he's quite outstanding. But in essence, he's still human.
No matter how strong he is, he's still human. If left alone in the demon world, he's certain to die. She turned away and said, "How ridiculous. I'll go talk to those old men. I'll still train him for a month and evaluate him. Let me see what trouble he's caused. Do whatever you want, but listen to me first." Boyle suddenly spoke up. Choi Si-woo is still here, and whether he's sent back to the demon world or allowed to stay in the human world is still undecided. Siwa looked at him in surprise. And everyone will have a new mission. Si-woo must be protected from humans. Outside, the rain was still pouring. Si-woo sat on his bed and said,
"That guy, my ancestor," he thought to himself. "The first time I saw him, I didn't see it. No, could it be that he knew everything from the beginning? Can a monster live that long?" Seo asked in surprise. The old man explained, "If my guess is correct, that ogre who disappeared has been gone for 500 years. Actually, he introduced himself as Baihong at first. But 500 years? Can one live that long?" Yu pushed up his glasses and said, "No, it's a bit complicated. Theoretically, a spirit can live longer than a human, but the average is only up to 500 years. But in reality, to live longer, you just need demonic power. When a monster absorbs demonic power, its lifespan increases accordingly. That monster can maintain a youthful appearance."
"And live up to 1,000 years?" Siwoo asked in amazement. 1,000 years? That long? Yes, he could have lived up to 1,500 years. Furthermore, even with my extensive experience, I couldn't inflict significant damage, let alone make him run away. My technique is still too lacking, Uyan frowned, not as strong as everyone boasted. The old man spoke up. Finding a young person on par with you on this peninsula would probably only be Swa and Goyle. Even if he is an ogre with an old and weak body, he couldn't face you. Siwoo. Right now, you must know one thing. The ogre race completely disappeared 666 years ago from the time of the previous judge. 1,000 years before that, the ogre clan was split into two factions. After one side was defeated, the other completely hid themselves from the world, but the winning side also suffered heavy losses. They gradually died out, and by 666 years ago, only one was left. That ogre was named Bon. He only lived until the latter half of 666 years ago, then also died from his lingering wounds. Since then, the ogre race has been considered extinct. So Ali thought you were a descendant of Bon. Although called the last ogre, he only died 100 years after being called that. There are no clues about your exact ancestors, but based on Baikon's short lifespan, I was sure you were his descendant. But a clan that was thought to be extinct 1,000 years ago, Baiyang, he suddenly reappeared.
With an appearance and strength almost undiminished, Siwoo said in surprise. "So that means it's possible that Bai Yung is my ancestor?" "Correct. Whether that ogre is really Bai Yung to appear at this time, I need the most accurate answer possible. Your parents. No, was your mother really human?" The door opened, and Siwoo's mother walked in, saying, "I'm home. I'm sorry at Siwoo's school." His mother bowed her head and said, "I'm very sorry, ma'am. Other than the fact that this is all my fault, I don't know what else to say. Were the other children badly injured? What about their parents?"
The teacher waved her hand and said, "Oh no, ma'am, it's not that serious. It's not like Siyu was bullying the other kids. Moreover, the 5th graders were the ones who started it. Siyu is in 3rd grade of elementary school. It seems Siyu wanted to get the ball from the 5th graders. His classmate had brought it from home and it was stolen. Siyu witnessed it and told them to give it back. Then a conflict occurred." The teacher smiled and said, "Fortunately, the other kids only had minor scrapes from the pushing. This was a case of older students bullying a younger one, so even their parents couldn't say anything. If there are any other issues, I will let you know." Siyu's mother bowed her head and said, "Thank you." Then she took Siyu home. His mother smiled and said, "Siyu, you must be very angry."
He frowned and said, "I'm not. It was all my fault. I don't think you did anything wrong either. Hurting others is wrong, but I also know there are situations where you have no other choice. But even so, Siwoo," she knelt in front of him and said, "I hope you won't encounter situations where you have to hurt others or have to fight with others again." Looking back now, I think from that moment on, I had a slight feeling that what my mom told me. Siwoo's mom held out her pinky and said, "Can you promise me? It's not forbidding violence like other parents usually do with their children." Siwoo upped his pinky with his mom's and said, "Yes, but more like a suggestion. I don't know why my mom asked me to do that." She hugged him tightly, although I didn't know the reason, because I felt that my mom's request was very important.
So after that, I never used violence again, at least until I became a monster. Back to the present, Sewa said, "My father was a wrestler. He met my mother when he was 24. They got married and then had me right away. I heard he died from a rare disease not long after I was born. With his impressive athletic record, I think I might have inherited the ogre blood from him," he said while putting on his shirt. "As for my mother's job is to appraise ancient works of art, pottery, paintings, etc. Sometimes she also works as a broker.
My mother is just a normal person, completely unrelated to this world. If that weren't the case, then why did I only find out I was a monster a few days ago? The old man said, perhaps she intentionally kept it from you. I know how you feel hearing this so suddenly.
But if you compare yourself now with a few days ago, your nature has completely changed like day and night. A few days ago when I first met you, you were closer to a human than a monster. That time I was simply informing the only ogre of his duty to participate in the festival. I had no expectation that you would grow. Siwoo scratched his head and said, but I'm not as useless as you think. This story is hard to hear. The old man said, that's right. You've grown a lot these past few days. Even considering the aptitude of an ogre, which is inherently geared towards combat, you are still far superior to the norm. That's why I can't help but suspect your mother. I don't know if you're really just a normal half-breed, or if you're just a tool that was planned and raised in case Bayong interfered with the festival. Siwoo shouted angrily.
What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Of course that possibility is very low. Even if Bayong has something to do with you, I know that at least you are innocent. Choi Su. Then why? Su wondered. The problem is, are we the only ones who think so? To be precise, you spoke up. The humans who know about the existence of monsters, the mages consider you a dangerous subject related to Bayong. Just today, there have been several cases of mass disappearances across the country. Su turned to look at him in surprise. In residential buildings on the outskirts of Seoul around noon today, police confirmed that the majority of residents are missing. Last night there were reports that some residents did not return home, and the police received reports. Uin handed him.
Phone. 2 similar incidents also occurred elsewhere in Seoul, along with incidents in Incheon and Busan. This news was published in the papers, so public opinion online is currently in a state of shock and anxiety. During last night's crackdown, this was something our side had been preparing for 2 weeks with the Mage World, he said, frowning, coordinating and sharing patrol areas between the two sides, as well as the personnel each side would deploy. The police even asked the country these leaders to cooperate with our activities. They could tolerate one more night of disturbance and cooperate in covering it up afterward if we managed to wipe out most of the monsters in this country. But in just one day, not even a full day, this happened. Seiyu was shocked as he read the comments under the article. It wasn't just last night. Concern over the disappearances.
Throughout the past month is spreading. The old man stroked his beard and said, for us it's a bit of a headache, but from a mage's point of view, because they have to use energy to compensate for their lack of ability. Regarding what you did today, although it's fortunate that no humans were dragged in and killed in this mess, it was still witnessed by quite a few people, Ui sighed. To be honest, I'm also responsible for this. The old man spoke up with that as an excuse. The sorcerer side is demanding the handover of the new member. They're probably planning to punish the monster who caused the disturbance in broad daylight. It's true that it was my fault acting alone without permission. That is correct. But that is a matter for the monsters to handle internally. It's true you acted against the judge's orders, but your opponent was a monster who had killed countless people
and trampled on the law. You didn't use your powers to kill any humans. Besides, your monster form wasn't directly revealed to ordinary people. Even if someone has to be punished, that should be my decision as the arbiter of monsters. The demand isn't even for a later punishment, but to hand you over to them, which is a clear infringement on my authority. They're trying to force me to hand you over to them, but you don't need to worry too much. Hearing this, Shu let out a sigh of relief. I will definitely protect you and your mother. My mother? That's right, because it seems the sorcerers know of Bihung's existence. It seems they are quite certain that your family is connected to Bai. If we're talking about the prominent woman who has been here until now, perhaps the sorcerers have already deemed her guilty. Shu's face was one of pure terror. The old man and Yan looked at him with concern. The window was now open. Shu dashed towards the window in a flash. Suddenly, his body froze. The old man used magic. I know how you feel, but I can't let you go to her. That's exactly what the sorcerers want. Mean, tightly bound, struggled to get free. He continued, I've already sent people to protect your mother, so don't worry. It's best for you to stay here under the protection of the spirits. Yang advised, Kwa, you should do as the judge says. In your current state of health, if a conflict with the sorcerers occurs, no one knows what might happen. So the fact that Shu tried to get to the window is all my fault. I forgot to ask for permission. I ran there without even telling anyone, and I'm the one who caused the situation to escalate. I was ready to accept punishment for it, but I was so stupid. I didn't think that far ahead. I didn't even consider that someone else's actions could lead to consequences. Moreover, I never thought it would be my mother. I'm so sorry, Shu said through tears. I know I'm nothing but trouble, but I have no other choice. If something happens to my mother because of my actions, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Mean stomped his foot hard on the floor. The ground shook. The restraints binding him began to tear apart.
Shu used all his strength to break free from his bonds. The old man thought in shock. Can be torn just by physical strength? Not until I see with my own eyes that my mother is safe. I will come back and accept any punishment, Shu said as he turned away. I'm truly sorry. He jumped out of the window.
The old man and Yui watched him leave. Is that so? You're just going to stand there and watch? Ian said with a laugh. Don't tell me you're so pathetic you couldn't react in time. Oh, he scratched his head. There hasn't been any water for me to use lately. Besides, if I burst a fire hydrant to do it, it would just cause more trouble. Yeah, in this kind of weather. With your soft-hearted nature, that's why you lose even to your untalented subordinate, the old man said, head with a sigh. But I don't know why, but it's the nature of your tribe. The softer your heart, the more powerful you are. Shu's mother suddenly looked up when she heard the doorbell ring. Who is it? Why did SLHVK appear behind her and say, Don't move, just stay still? Shu's mother's eyes lit up. She turned around.
Yeah. Sammy was right. I guess I shouldn't underestimate humans. I knew they could be annoying as Selkirk frowned. So infuriating, it makes me want to kill them. UUX appeared and said, I don't know how many of you got in, but that doesn't matter. Just kill whoever you see. If you don't want to die, first you have to die. SLHVA coldly commanded Neil immediately. Unique magic, dreamy whisper transmitting power through voice, causing confusion in the senses and consciousness of the listener. It was Frazel, SLHVA side, thinking he hesitated to draw his sword right away. Was he worried that Choice Siwis' mother would get caught in the attacks? She said, You can come in now. This isn't a big deal. Sammy entered. Is that Shu's mother?
Thank goodness I was so worried. Luckily we weren't that late. I'm not so sure considering his level. I think even if we had been late, it wouldn't have been a big problem. Again, I told you we should avoid confrontation as much as possible. SLHVK placed a hand on Shu's mother's shoulder and said, You know, that's why I ended up not fighting and protecting her safely, even though I didn't intend to. You said that shrinking the space puts great pressure on a normal person's body, so how did you manage to get her out of here? Suddenly, the expressions of Sani and SLHVK turned serious. They felt a massive demonic energy spreading throughout the building. This is, Sani said fearfully. For those born after the last great ceremony, this overwhelming feeling is the first time they've experienced it.
SLHWK looked at her trembling hand and said, So it seems the thought of avoiding confrontation only came from our side. However, instinctively, the two monsters understood what was happening in their surroundings. A barrier that's not a spell that could be cast continuously. They had prepared it from the very beginning. A figure appeared at the door. SLHWK thought to herself, Wait, why did they save that person first? The US stood up holding his sword. Did he break free from the dreamy whisper on his own? She turned around. Give up. Eat this. Yuxin's sword fell to the floor. Essen calmly said, I have no intention of fighting. The person you're holding is my friend's mother. I came here to prevent her from being taken away.
Son, I supported Shu's mother. If your purpose is the same, we are willing to cooperate. Yuslav frowned and said, A familiar face. Are you really Troy Ku's friend? Yes, last night when you were away, that person took care of Ku. Yuzin said anxiously, There's not much time left. You may have felt it, but there's a barrier surrounding this apartment complex. As long as it's active, you won't be able to get out. You're Choishu's friend, but first and foremost, you're a sorcerer, right? The Choishu from 2 days ago and the Choishu of today
are different beings. This is especially true for you sorcerers. Are you willing to give up the foundation you've built for this friendship? I'm not foolish enough to believe that without any questions, Sammy thought worriedly, although it sounded a bit cold. What HVK said is not wrong. What if this is a strategy to lower our guard and trap us? Just engaging in this conversation is already dangerous. I understand. Yuxion's hand moved. SLVK frowned in thought. I knew it would come to this. He pressed his own pressure points. Both of them were surprised. Even the blood flowing through the points leading to the Dantian. The energy flow is temporarily paralyzed. Yuxion said, gasping for breath. Now there's no difference between me and an ordinary person. If you create the illusion again,
you'll be able to see everything as it is in my mind. SLHVK frowned. Do you know what that means? It might not just end with looking into your mind. I could also manipulate you like a puppet until you die. Yuxin said, breathing heavily. I can't say it doesn't matter, but at least it might help this lady escape. If that's possible, then it doesn't matter. SLHVK was perplexed. Why would you go to such lengths? What exactly is your relationship with Choice? To see Wu, I just told you everything, he said with a sad expression. We're just friends, that's all. Self sighed. I don't know if you're an idiot or if Ku just has a good personality. Maybe both. Whatever. She turned away and said, Let's see how impressive the skills of an unarmed warrior like you can be. People walked on the street. Shu ran home.
Panting, he had even forgotten the pain spreading throughout his body. He charged straight ahead, and what made his legs stop for a moment was an incredibly strong intuition. See, he looked up and thought, there's nothing strange to the naked eye. However, if I take a few more steps from here, so you're Troy Shu, you're smaller than I thought, but you don't look like a yukai at all. She was on guard. A young man dressed like Fushiguro Toji stood before him and said, however, seeing you stop at just the right precarious spot, your senses are sharp. Anyway, nice to meet you. An Jia Kwang, 3rd rank of the Heavenly Fong. Practiced reading and hand-to-hand combat for 15 years. Even if I spell it out like that, you probably still don't quite get it, do you? Heavenly Fong, he thought to himself.
I heard it's an organization directly linked to the Yuzin clan. So, is this the guy Jia Kwang, a relative of Yuzin, or... He smiled and said, I've introduced myself. Let's get straight to the point. Surrender. Don't make a fuss unnecessarily. You must have a rough idea of the situation, right? This area is already surrounded by barriers. Right now, my colleagues are probably protecting your mother. I'm not sure if you understand the concept of filial piety, but if you try to escape, your mother will suffer. Actually, all the sorcerers in the country are planning to capture you, so it's only a matter of time before you're caught. Shu frowned and thought. It seems a fight is unavoidable, but the problem is, suddenly a girl in a mask appeared from behind the gate. I turn around. She delivered a
to his head. The mysterious woman in the mask was filled with demonic energy. Shu gritted his teeth and blocked the attack, but was still kicked far away. Min staggered backward. His eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was a barrier. Jia Kwang explained. It's like a trap. You say once the prey steps in, it's certain to be caught, but the challenge is to get them to step in the first place. Of course, you can't leave now, right? Shu looked at him in astonishment. There's no change in the options. Pick one of the two I mentioned earlier. Either surrender quietly, or, well, run and face this bad situation until the very last moment. Shu assumed a fighting stance. The next moment, a dizzying sensation shot through his tense nerves. Kneel, a short word, inaudible, from over 100 meters away.
But the formidable power hidden in that voice was all too familiar to him. The boy acted immediately. Shu ran. He thought to himself, that's clearly SHVK's power. The other monsters, at least for now, Sevka must be inside this barrier. Though I'm not sure based on the direction of the power, I sense my house. So what I should do is not go to see my mother right away, but instead move to another place that has been surrounded, or perhaps secured. Mom definitely hasn't been caught yet. I don't know the specific situation, but SLHVK must be with my mom now. Even if they suspect my mother and target her, the one they want to catch first is still me. If I create a disturbance as far away from home as possible, that alone might give SLHVK a chance to escape.
Shu turned around in alarm. He quickly dodged Jia Kwang's attack. Han laughed in praise. Good reaction. Jia Kwang backed away, then attacked Shu repeatedly. Fast and powerful in every aspect. He was a level or two above Oxan. Last time I considered his case, but even with that consideration, there was something more. Shu raised his hands to defend. Is that so? He said, what a surprise. Guys, I've practiced martial arts to a certain extent. This wasn't a one-on-one fight from the start. Shu thought, I don't know what kind of magic that is, but from the energy radiating out, I feel their side is much stronger than mine, and that energy is being gradually amplified by the other person. I don't know if this sounds strange in this situation, but I don't want to fight.
Here in the middle of a residential complex in a late afternoon. Who knows how many people will witness this scene? What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Jia Kwang laughed and said, You think we set up this barrier just to catch you? Ordinary people without energy can't see inside the barrier. If they step in, they'll faint instantly. Everyone inside the barrier will fall into a deep sleep. After the barrier is broken, it will probably take a long time for them to wake up. Well, that's obviously not a reasonable excuse. What is quite funny, he jumped in front of the boy. That's why I told you to surrender quietly. Dao Kwang punched Shu with all his might. I see, his eyes lit up. After all, there's no need to worry anymore. Shu grabbed Zhao Kwang's shirt. He frowned. The monster stumbled. Ming gathered his momentum
and threw him hard. Thunder pounced. The woman in the mask observed silently. Now do you understand? Slowing down at the last minute wasn't because I underestimated you, but because I don't want to kill someone with my own hands. Jia Kwang trembled in fear. I'm not saying this to stop the fight, but I will definitely warn you this time. I'll try my best, so I probably won't be able to control my strength. Jia Kwang gritted his teeth. He rushed forward, launching a kick toward Shu. Milan. His feet moved across the ground. He easily dodged the kick. Jia Kwang attacked repeatedly, but I was unharmed. Is there no way? He thought anxiously. It's not just about skill or resilience anymore. It's like hitting a giant wall. Shu punched Jia Kwang in the face, sending him flying. He turned his head, looking at the masked woman.
I thought I had expected some form of coordinated attack, but there was no movement at all. Perhaps she's not suited for a direct confrontation role. If not, the warning applies to you, too. I don't want to get involved in unnecessary fights, but if I have to, I won't hesitate. The woman clenched her fist. What the hell are you doing? Jia Kuang stood up and said, I told you I'd handle it myself. What point are you trying to make? Your limit is just that. Just stay behind and cast your spells, he roared angrily. Can't you understand a single word I'm saying? Or are you pretending to be stupid even though you understand everything? Trying to piss me off? Damn it, just show me whatever you're good at, even if it's just a little bit, you dog. A growl echoed among the enemies. Suddenly, the ground shook for a reason. See ya.
Couldn't understand. The things he should prioritize were clear. Shu ran towards the woman. You think she's clearly in good condition and possesses a stronger energy source, although I don't know what she's trying to do. The woman pulls out some talismans. I will defeat her as quickly as possible without casualties. 100 demon suppression exorcism. The talismans are burning. Guardian beast. The imperial family issues the decree. Invisible. Chains bounce Shu 100 demon suppression to eradicate 100 types of demons. I'm surprised. A stream of power struck straight down, summoning evil, expelling malevolent entities. Bam! Shu's fist reached out, punching that woman straight in the face. Although I used 3 talismans, the 100 demons.
Exorcism probably had no effect. The only thing that worked was the guardian beast. It seems that exorcism has no effect on yokai. It seems that exorcising demons is not effective. Guardian beast, a shield against beasts. I can't punch through the shield. A horn appeared on his head. Shu's weapon holding stance. He frowned and thought. My punch missed. The feeling is not right at all. As if my body hit something, but there was no feedback. I wasn't pushed back by my own attack. Rather, she jumped back herself. If there is something surrounding her body that blocks the impact, there must be a limit to it. The blue sword is the verdict of guilt, and the morning dew is the blood of the sinner. I look up and pray to the Holy Spirit. The woman recites the incantation. Min looked at her and
thought, is this a ritual that is maintained for a specific period of time? Or is there a limit to the number of attacks it can block or the level of impact it can withstand? It could also be a ritual where only specific types of attacks are effectively blocked. Lower your hands of fire blazes. Shoot is amazed. There are 5 sorcerers dispatched here, not including me. Yuzan explained. Among them, 3 are Those 5 are forming a multi-directional formation around this apartment complex. Originally, a barrier would have pillars or talismans installed on the periphery as an axis, but currently the barrier surrounding this place is a bit special. The sorcerers themselves are acting as the axis. Slockwink looked at him and said, there's no need to combine things. The answer is we have to defeat them to break the barrier, right? Not necessarily all of them. Usually just breaking half a dozen will cause it to collapse immediately. This issue isn't that simple. Yes, I understand that you are recognized for your skills, but no matter how strong you are, if you're not a monster over 666 years old, you probably won't be able to beat them. Our power is completely different from yours. Yuxin frowned and said, most of the martial arts and magic we practice are designed to destroy demons. If your internal conflicts are pure tests of strength between equal entities, but fighting against a sorcerer is like stepping into traps designed specifically for you. The issue here isn't about strength and superiority. It's about compatibility. And did I mention? There are currently 3 domas sent here, UXN explained. Domu is a position that only a few sorcerers can achieve. They are capable of facing spirit-level monsters. However, since the fight is inevitable, I suggest that each person should only take on one of them. As I mentioned, defeating about 2 sorcerers is necessary to break the barrier. I'll take care of one, and as soon as I do that, you should go after the other one almost simultaneously, breaking the barrier quickly before they realize and escaping with his mother. Fortunately, I know the deployment and capabilities of each member. Then that's me. But Selhook said, aren't you currently unable to use your energy? Earlier you said you proved it by sealing your Dante on with your hand. Yeah, UXN replied.
Pathetically, there's no other choice, but Sammy said it will be very difficult to defeat at least 2 people in a place like this. Even if everyone is unconscious, it will be difficult to prevent humans from being harmed as ULHVK's side. I don't know. It seems like we're not the only ones who need to worry about that. After all, your mission is to protect ordinary people. You can't fight if humans get involved. That's not it. Exin covered his face and said, they're more obsessed with CU than you think. Even if casualties occur inside this apartment, they will definitely cover it up somehow. What? Sammy was angry. Why is it taking so long just to catch CU? It's not because of CU. It's about pride and perhaps the power they will hold in 6 months. For the past 666 years. It's not just you who has been waiting for the night of the Yukai, but the sorcerers as well. I can't understand. Wasn't it the greatest era for humans in hundreds of years? Because they had nights without monsters? That's right. Because they were free from monsters, civilization advanced much more than it had in thousands or tens of thousands of years before. Literally, it could be considered the dawn of humanity.
More accurately, the peak for most of humanity. Knights without monsters. It was ordinary people who developed everything with their hard work, the culture and technology they built, the prosperity and development. Therefore, the existence of sorcerers was completely buried in the shadows. From the role of protectors of civilization, protectors of humankind, they have degenerated into the superstitious.
Backward, useless relics of the age. Inferiority complex, low self-esteem, issues with self-worth, and a sense of superiority and psychological compensation are attitudes that most of them have. Yuxin smiled bitterly. Perhaps in 6 months, when the sun sets and the screams of people begin to echo, that will be the moment they smile. At that point, they will go from being outdated superstitions to being the rulers of the world. Today's event isn't important based on the number of deaths, Yuxin said with a frown. They boasted to the government that everything would be fine, and it didn't go as planned, which hurt their pride. So they're trying to catch the villain at all costs. By doing so, they can soon rule what they need to rule, and their abilities and authority can no longer.
Questioned. Sammy said sadly, "Oh, but that means they don't really care about SHHVKM. Well, the result is that they don't care if the people living here get hurt or not. That's enough." A loud crash rang out. The ground shook. "What was that?" Ixin said in surprise. "It's Jia Kwang. This energy could be that he summoned Bo. But why?" In general, there are 2 types of abilities used by sorcerers on the Korean peninsula. The first is Do Jayang, also known as scripture reading. This involves memorizing scriptures to draw out the sacred power contained within the characters. This allows for energy amplification and the immediate use of various techniques suitable for each situation. Most sorcerers use this ability. The second is Gongshenk,
also known as God descending to the mortal world. Among the sorcerers, those born with a very sensitive Bahu pressure point, known as talents, are known as those bestowed with divine power. Through the Bahu pressure point, using their body as a vessel, they're able to receive the presence of beings from beyond this world. The divine sword dance may be the embodiment of the gods of the world, the fear of facing a god for the first time in Shu's life. At that moment, something inside Shu's body reacted to that energy, encountering a being from the other world. Moreover, if it is the first time facing such an entity, whether it a monster or a human, panicking in a dire situation is a given. The divine sword dance's eyes looked at me. However, despite that, Shu gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and swung it hard. The young man chose to attack instead of retreating. His weapon had no effect on the divine sword dance. No mistake, Shu thought in surprise. Dong seemed to gain more power, completing the fusion. His muscles grew larger. Jia Kwang attacked Shu. He quickly backed away to dodge the blow. He wielded his weapon. Mina is surprised when seeing countless blows in front of him. Chu used all his strength to dodge the blows, but still couldn't avoid being injured on his face and body. Why is it there? With that speed and movement, one could easily avoid the divine sword dance's sword, the masked woman thought to herself. Yet he still chose to maintain a disadvantageous position, and only
defend against attacks from a rear position. No way. Milan fought back with force. The boy was startled. Realizing that a figure in front of him had disappeared, he leaped in front of Shu to attack. The ground beneath their feet cracked from the immense force of the blow. Shu used his weapon to block his blade. The Hang's eyes lit up. My weapon shattered. Han took that opportunity, cutting off Shu's 2 arms. Jaquan continued to advance, flashing repeatedly towards me. Shu has disappeared. Is that guy a vigilante? The masked woman said. Yes, head manager. I have a question. Why are you facing off against this guy? That guy is a half-demon with half-goblin blood. He committed the crime of causing chaos in the human world by spilling the blood of countless lives. The deceitful woman said, I apologize for hastily summoning you and for the lack of thorough preparation. Head manager, you should watch your words. Is this man truly guilty, or are you just distorting fabricated accusations against him? The divine sword dance in Jia Hong's body asked. If you had eyes, you would have seen it clearly. Even a strike that could be easily dodged, he chose to take it. Perhaps he was worried about affecting the people living here. Even when his life was threatened, his attention was only directed behind him. Even if you say demonic blood flows through him, I don't believe he truly broke the law and harmed people, he said with a frown. Perhaps it was a false accusation full of prejudice based on your own understanding and needs. If you were just an ordinary creature,
I wouldn't have answered your summons in the first place, the fake woman said, bowing her head. I'm sorry, almost to death's door. The reason for Ku's devastatingly overloaded state was not only due to the newly received injuries, but also because of the enemies he had fought consecutively. But more than that, the problem lies with these pills. For an ordinary monster, Marilyn extract is like a high-end supplement. Using too much is just a waste, but there's no potential for problems to arise. However, Su's constitution is sensitive to Marion extract. In just a few minutes, because he had continuously absorbed 2 Marion extracts, Su had exhausted all his remaining vitality, leading to the current situation.
Normally, a wound of that size would have healed 3 times over, but he healed everything except his arms, and even they regenerated in an incomplete state. Shu snapped his fingers with a shudder. A scroll appeared. The divine sword dance turned to look at him and said, "Still have the strength to move? How pitiful. I don't know why, but if his body were in a better state, he would have been able to escape. Didn't I tell you to cut short his agony?" "Yes, good. I don't fancy cutting his windpipe either. Shoot." He held the yellow gourd in his hand and thought, "To use it, hold it in your hand and chant, 'Quickly, quickly, obey my command, as the law decrees.' If activated correctly, simply throwing it on the ground will cause it to shatter on its own, after which the storage technique will be activated." Shu squeezed his hand tightly. The gourd shattered.
The ability of the 3-colored hollow is not just one of the 81 store techniques. It will select and activate the one most suitable for the user's current situation. But right now, the 3-colored gourd, after analyzing Shu's current situation, did not choose any technique, but simply provided the energy it had stored. The masked woman thought in surprise. The 3-colored gourd is no ordinary item. Both the quantity and quality of the energy felt. It would take even a Gakmu a whole year to create. But what can a demon do by using it? Blue flames surrounded Shu. He looked in surprise at his healed body. What a rare sight, a demon that can resist righteous energy and even contain it. The divine sword dance rushed forward. Ben used his hand to block Hans's attack.
He's surprised when seeing that the attack didn't even touch him. He continually slashed with his weapon. As Shu moved to dodge, he thought, "This power is from the gore that UX gave me. I understand now, but what is this feeling? It's as if a new energy nucleus is formed inside my lower abdomen." Wrong. There were already 2 cores in Shu's lower abdomen, but both fell into a dormant state after not being touched for 17 years. One of those energy cores awakened a few days ago thanks to his awakening, and the other core has also just awakened. As he confronted Kong Shin, the empty spaces were filled thanks to the 3-covered gourd. Ku raises his hand to defend. He jumped backwards. This energy, in terms of its nature and effect, is not much different.
For magical energy. No, rather, because it is the same type of energy, blocking the attacks is more effective. However, I can't bring out any of the monster's power, and the shock absorption ability feels like it's missing a screw. That's because there are different types of energy. The monster can only be used with Euro's energy. It's not compatible with the current energy. So what should I do? If this continues, it's no different from repeating what happened just now. See, you thought anxiously as he blocked the blow. The opponent is not someone I can take down in a physical fight. If there's no way to utilize this energy, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Shu was amazed. The woman in the mask also looked at him in surprise. Alzaru's divine beast, Rao, appeared. Kaboom! At the hotel.
Aishido held his phone and said, "Yo, bro, I only had a sandwich at the airport this morning." Just before boarding the plane, he said, "What could I do? Should I just order room service or should I go out and eat alone?" He sighed and said, "You think room service is enough for me? After we came all this way. Besides, I don't know if it's guts or what, but Io said worriedly, 'Is it because of you that I can't go out to eat alone? We are under surveillance because of what you did earlier. Although it's not a complete ban on going out, when we do go out, we have to go together.' I usually frowned and said, 'I know. If it weren't for that, I would have gone to find him right away.' 'Who are you talking about when you use the word him like that? What's wrong with everyone here?' He said confused. 'That goblin, he's a half-demon,' Io recounted. 'Besides, it's because of that we kept our lives. The reason he's here is to follow supervisors like us.' Ida was surprised. 'Soccer. The story I heard from the people around here is not like that.' 'Of course not. What happened is quite obvious, right? They're trying to blame all the supervisors who work with us. That way they can save face by saying they caught the culprit.' 'Ah, so that's how it is. In that case, there really isn't much difference between this side and ours. Well, I understand how you feel. Using an innocent person as a scapegoat doesn't sit right with you, but there's nothing we can do. You know that too, right?' Ido said. 'Putting aside the fact that we are guests in this land, we are people from the same manufacturing department, and also rivals in the near future.' Aozaru was silent.
'They managed this career while we and the Jingan clan are in charge of Japan. Until 666 years ago, it was just a remnant of the Goro era and the Kamakura period. We are just legends to the Joseon royal family in the past and to the provisional government of Korea with a history of hundreds of years. Even if they considered trusting us for a moment, entrusting the future and our abilities to us is still a big question. If it insists that they lack skills, the government of this country will not hesitate to rely on the sorcerers of other nations.' Issei Hidalgo Kalmi said, 'However, this also applies to us. The sorcerers of the world are now quite sensitive to this issue. But our intervention in this situation,' Iwu set up and said, 'could also be seen as a gesture of interfering with the status quo, right? I know. Even if I wanted to back down, I don't have the strength to do so,' she sighed. 'Now I understand when my master meant when he said it's difficult when the ground changes. Until lunch, I thought my condition was not good. But when I tried to use all my strength, I understood since setting foot in this country, my abilities have definitely weakened.
Is that so? Oh well, for me, well, you're a seasoned sorceress, so your experience must be several times more terrible than mine. Io looked at her hand and said, Did you use Kaja last time? Perhaps not just me, but that kid's problem could be even worse than mine. I think so too. Want to go together? A voice rang out, surprising both of them. Ziko Azaru frowned, looking at her hand.
Where do you go? I mean, just follow me obediently. I want to avoid things that could harm you as much as possible. How can I save you? Not just Shu, who was currently thinking about that. Naturally, at that moment, there was nothing that a user's spirit beast, Rao, could do. A soul's safety depends on its controller. Without a supply of energy from the sorcerer and not receiving any requests, it's no different from an ordinary soul. But perhaps Rao tried out of loyalty to its master. It remembered Hyong's gaze, making it tremble in fear, not daring to do anything until seeing Hyong's arm get chopped off. The beast was released. Yu Hyong comes to the rescue. Now that its master's safety was assured, Rao could have returned to Wuziru immediately. But anyway, the extreme fear of the monster quickly sent it into a panic. Hey, me! Rao is going to kill me when hearing you. Wei Gang ordered the water monster to attack. It quickly flew out of Izami's line of sight, a little late to run away. Originally, Raizu could have returned to its master like BTH, but then a problem arose.
Shu blocked the attack for Yuzu. A human body with special talents blocked the master's path. First of all, natural absorption, but trapped in Shu's body, where there was only the energy of a demon, it couldn't find its way out on its own. Rao found itself trapped. And now the divine sword dance summons a weapon. The translation looks on. He delivered a slash. He quickly grabbed his family to dodge the blow. Both their intellect and understanding were insufficient to comprehend the situation. However, they had the same instinctual thought. If we don't combine, we will die. He rushed forward again. Now Ben raised his hand to block the blow. He gripped Avizu's weapon tightly in his hand, using it to attack the divine sword dance. That weapon creates a spark of both ends.
Shu thought to himself, the feeling of it is very different from the demon staff. As long as we can hold out, it's enough. And now I think I can say for sure. I seem to be superior in strength and speed, but the overwhelming aspect from his side is unique. Every time I want to move, he reads the timing and attacks in a way that I can't completely dodge. So the slashes on Ku's body made him bleed. He was startled and confused. Mean G his teeth and mustered his strength. The masked woman thought that last attack was more with the intention of not defending against them than a failure to block. Interesting. The divine sword dance said, Since you don't seem to be able to take the initiative, I'll be blunt. Give up. You can't even defend against the attacks unless they cause casualty.
Yes, even if you wait calmly, I won't give you a chance. Shu panned well. Whether it will work or not, I don't know, but I think this is the only answer, so I've decided. That's all. He smirked and said, Fine, I will use my sword at its absolute strongest. Come and try to take it if you think you can. Utterly surprised, a dense flurry of slashes erupted before him. Divine General of the Sword Dance, literally a god dancing with a sword. This opponent was not someone Shu dared to challenge. Even if he had devised strategies, this wasn't the kind of martial art that could be blocked alone. All of his efforts were meaningless. It was over. The divine general of the sword dance charged forward, weapon in hand. Of course, Shu felt it too, but he believed it was all in the past, putting aside sheer power.
Among the opponents he had faced, even a most wretched monster had the ability to temporarily paralyze their bodies. Of course, it turns out you never intended to exploit my weakness from the start, the weakness of incarnated gods. No matter how omnipotent the incarnated god, the abilities they could use were limited by the vessel's body. He looked at Shu and said, You're holding on even with the energy of life and death flowing into your body through this sword. Shu's entire body was covered in bleeding wounds. He clenched his fist. I already told you. He punched the man hard in the face. And I told you this is the only way. Only a few minutes ago, Sela peeked out. What is this? Kim Yusin also wondered. Kim Yusin thought to himself.
This spiritual energy, someone has summoned a god. He said,
Hey, you too.
Suni held her phone, her hand trembling.
No way.
Sela asked, What is it? What's wrong? Suni stammered, her face turned pale. She was on his way here. Oh, this message was sent a while ago. He's probably here by now. Kim Yuen fumed. Has Shu lost his mind? He just goes without thinking. If I had been there to tell him, it might not have come to this. That idiot. He suddenly realized. Oh my, what is this sight? Someone spoke up. A man with a pasty white face and lips like steak said, You've caught two beasts, have you? But why is our young master casually conversing with those creatures? Suni asked, Are you worried that woman will get hurt? Schwa turned her face away. Or perhaps you thought a few words could scare off that riffraff. Is this person a disciple of the Star Palace? Rank 5. Hey, Gushin, the Star Palace disciple said. I really don't get it. Kim Yusin thought, a gatekeeper protecting the four directions of the Laban.
If it's Gushin, that's not too bad, but the problem is I can't use my energy right now. If only I had a little more time. He remembered the hand holding 3 gourds. 3 gourds. If Shu hadn't used them all, he could have fully restored his damaged energy with just 1 pill and still have some left. If only I could meet him. Seal was said. Your skills may be mysterious, but your reputation doesn't seem to be very good. The Star Palace disciple immediately threw a dagger at Kim Yusin, attacking him head-on. Dropsa.
Blood fell to the floor. The Star Palace disciple was calm. Oh dear, what's this? There's definitely something fishy here. I was aiming for young Master Yen. Sela caught the dagger. Why would a yokai protect him? Her trembling hand holding the dagger was drenched in blood. The Star Palace disciple asked, could it be that our young master has forgotten his duties and allied himself with yokai? A hand pulled Kim Yusin's arm. Soon he said, we have to go right now. Kim Yusin replied, but if I can use her as a hostage, I don't mind. Sela reminded him, given the current situation, it seems even a human shield would be useless. Don't hesitate. Go now and watch over Choi Shu for me. Kim Yusin declared, when I meet Shuno, I'll deal with him myself.
Sela glanced over. Either way, it won't take long. Sunlight streamed into the deserted house. The Star Palace disciple smiled gently. Don't need to be so tense. Don't worry. I agree with you. Whether it's the young master or some other yokai, the goal is to capture them alive. We can wait, because none of you can leave this place. It's simply a matter of when you'll be caught, and by whom. The Star Palace disciple asked Silwa, doesn't your hand hurt? Even for a yokai, you must feel some degree of pain, right? Sil replied, well, if your pain-inducing curse was a little better, perhaps it would hurt more. The Star Palace disciple chuckled. You know what? I made it myself. That's when a human soul, still clinging to resentment, turns dark. It's not much different from an evil spirit.
However, unlike ordinary demons, a cursed fiend is a special existence. After imprisoning the one who will become the cursed fiend, you torture their body and soul with extreme suffering until the brink of death. When they reach their absolute limit, their life is severed by the very item used to contain the cursed fiend. That is how a powerful weapon steeped in all that resentment and power is created. The Star Palace disciple grinned. It's an item I put great effort into creating. Do you see any flaws in it? Most yokai have the potential to cause disaster. Sela frowned. Well, nothing is perfect. The Star Palace disciple said, I'll have to rely on the help of other understanding individuals. Kim Yusin ran up. Are you done waiting?
Duni said, by now he should have run far enough. The Star Palace disciple was still smiling. Anything else to say? She flicked her hand and a barrage of different daggers flew towards them. Sela stood her ground. A bright light erupted from the house. Sela was blown outside. She looked up. The Star Palace disciple was floating in midair. The Star Palace disciple said, you're fast, easier than I thought, but the result will be the same. A barrage of attacks rained down on her. SLHBK summoned the great demon-subduing Emperor Thuong Ban, upper half celestial general. The Star Palace disciple was stunned. Among the gods worshipped by various martial sects, there are many different types. Some of them were originally human. Most were heroes who left their names in history.
But the reason they could become gods after death was not because of their power. Rather, it was the wishes and prayers offered to them by the living, elevating the deceased above mere mortals. The worshippers didn't necessarily need innate spiritual power. In religion or rituals were not important. What mattered were the sincere wishes and offerings they made. The offerings of countless people accumulated over many years, created meaning from nothing, and gave birth to a god. In a way, a shaman who controls gods is someone with the right and duty to harness that power. Today, we've witnessed a rather strange sight. No matter how you look at it, the great demon-subduing emperor seems to fit the divine status of Guan Yu. I didn't know a yokai could harness that power, but it doesn't look like much.
Anyway, the Star Palace disciple said, then stabbed a dagger straight into Seal's chest. The Star Palace disciple said, we have to ignore some things, no matter how dirty they are. A large explosion rocked the ground below the house. The Star Palace disciple recoiled. Disgusting. The stench is so bad I feel like my nose has gone numb. The Star Palace disciple covered her nose. Everyone knows you people are only good at these dirty tricks. As far as I know, your unique magic has 2 types. One is the fox speed, and the other is the ability to hypnotize the mind. Right, the Star Palace disciple sneered. Well, now I know. I'll remember that for the next time I need to kill a fox. The Star Palace disciple launched a final blow at Siawa.
Shua spoke up. There's no need to remember. Every dagger turned towards Siwa. The Star Palace disciple thought, something invisible is it's not being blocked. It just stopped. But why? The unique magic of the Fox clan has a total of 2 types, but this was neither of them. Sela said, other than Taja, no one else could do this. Controlling revulsion and pain fiends is not a specialty of the Fox clan. The Star Palace disciple questioned, revulsion and pain fiends? What the hell? It's nothing special. I told you your curse is nothing special. Even with a different lineage, her abilities and assessment shouldn't change much.
Seela said. While you were letting your guard down, I figured out the basics. How you control your revulsion and pain fiends. So I created this, a spell that can control these creatures far more effectively than you can. The Star Palace disciple trembled with rage. Impossible. That can't be happening. A genius with talent not only in yokai arts, but also in incantations and Taoist techniques. Furthermore, a genius capable of using and modifying them. Seal withstood proudly. Well, I don't quite understand it myself, but I can do it. Yokai power and righteous energy. Although they represent the energy used by humans and yokai respectively, their origins are in fact the same, the key of nature. However, when they pass through yokai and humans, they take on different characteristics, so their usage
is also very distinct. Naturally, compatibility is also a very important matter. Humans cannot use yokai arts with their righteous energy and vice versa. The Star Palace disciple was terrified. Did she modify her magic? If she were human, there might be a slight possibility, but for a yokai, it makes no sense at all. Unless she used yokai power instead of righteous energy, a completely new technique with the same effect. Even if she claims to have created a technique similar to my soul-controlling one, copying it in such a short time is impossible, including stopping and redirecting. The commands I can give are limited if that's the case. Interrupting the disciple's thoughts, Schwa asked, "There's one thing I'm curious about. Is this thing so common?"
"That you mass-produce it." She continued, "In my opinion, it's not very praiseworthy, but for you people, using techniques that harm your own kind is surely a taboo." The Star Palace disciples sneered. "Our own kind," they said. "You misunderstand. The reason alchemy is forbidden isn't because it harms us, but because it's a simple yet effective way to gain power. You got it all wrong. Have you ever heard of grasping the problem?" The Star Palace disciple continued. "Perhaps no creature grasps the problem as well as humans, but we are also creatures who refuse to accept our own kind, physical ability, intelligence, and even appearance. Even within the same species, differences in status naturally arise based on innate qualities. Those of lower status will unconsciously show respect to those above them. However, rejecting that national order is what makes humans human. Even if they die and come back to life, they will still bite and bicker with each other rather than submit to a genius they can never hope to catch up to. Morals and ethics, laws and rights, they're all just a facade created to tame and pacify such people. Fortunately, just maintaining that facade isn't enough to deceive themselves to let them live under the illusion that they have rights or talent." C was skeptical. "Is that true? I don't know if what you say is right, but it seems there are still those who disagree with you. I feel their genuine grief and anguish over the deaths of their comrades without any scheme behind it."
It's not because their blood is mixed or any other special connection. As LHWA said, the Star Palace disciple took the opportunity to lunge at Siwa. Siwa quickly saw it coming. The Star Palace disciple said, "They must be fools, like staring into space while the opponent is right in front of you." The Star Palace disciple gathered her energy. "That's enough. At this distance, it's impossible for a normal shaman to catch up." As LHWA observed the weapons in the sky, the Star Palace disciple smiled sinisterly. "How are you going to block them all? Just try to hold on until you get a chance. This hatred is the most insipid soul I have ever possessed." As LHWA replied, "Unbelievable. I didn't promise anything either, but I thought we had an unspoken agreement."
"Fight as quietly as possible. Will the humans here intervene or not?" The Star Palace disciple raised her daggers. The Star Palace disciple froze. Swa said, "Well, I don't mind either. I have retreated into an empty space where there is nothing." Swa used the five-tailed supreme art. A demonic hand with sharp claws appeared. Seela raised her finger. 5 tails for 1 hand. I'm satisfied." The Star Palace disciple stared in horror. Seela was pleased. "Ah, that's more like it." Seela gestured, and the other hand did the same. It created a shocking explosion. The space inside the building fell silent again. Seel's hand trembled as she sighed. The boogeyman pounded a restrictive spell.
"I didn't know I needed a spell to leave the human world. Maybe it's because I'm not qualified." "Not necessarily. Even if you're qualified, there are still some who need restrictive spells to restrain their power. A yokai with power equal to or surpassing that of shaman. I never expected you to have reached this level. No one knew about this." Seal was sat sulking by the door. He continued, "I'm glad to be regarded so highly, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm always being pushed into a corner. Being both too inexperienced to leave the human world and too powerful to need a restrictive spell is quite a complex problem. Your ways of solving problems shouldn't make you feel bad. It is the will of the Yokai King, and even I am affected by restrictive spells when passing through the human world. And in case you need to use your power,
I think even with the restrictive spell, you'll still be able to skillfully use your power to its fullest. That's also why I came to find you." She listened, not understanding. Sis said, "Skillfully. I try my best," SHWHA thought to herself.
Even with one hand, summoning with just 5 tails is still too much. It's overloading my ki and energy pathways. It's no wonder she called Shu a pitiful wretch. But pushing the limits a little was probably the right choice. The shaman's soul she was trying to summon back wasn't an ordinary one. To reveal what had been released, she had to do it, even if it was overwhelming. The candles were lit. SHWHA wondered, did I just defeat the second one? It doesn't seem like the type to collapse just from losing one tail. It probably won't take long.
Just a few minutes. Sela stood on the ground. She wiped away a tear. I'm a fine Shu. Sela suddenly saw a figure. Thank you, sis. Because of you I could have fun outside. She looked back. From now on, let's play together forever. On the rooftop of the building, Sunmi murmured, the barrier is weakening. That means they succeeded. I hope everyone is safe. I'm not too worried about Sewa, but Shu and his friend. Sunmi glanced at the woman standing behind her. Even if the barrier isn't completely gone, if I try hard, I can still get out. It wouldn't be a problem for me, but a human body is different. It's better to wait for the barrier to disappear completely, but please don't let anything else happen. Sunmi smiled as she looked over. The effort she looked at the woman.
Sami said, don't worry, Silwa just temporarily interfered so as not to scare you. Shu panted, thank you for risking your lives to save me and my mother. Sami was taken aback. Risking our lives? I didn't really do much. Shu replied, before coming here I felt something strange. It felt a little easier to breathe. If my guess is correct, it seems the barrier has been lifted. Shu asked, Sanmi, are you planning to fly away with my mother? That's right. Since the barrier will disappear completely, I'll take you and your mother away, Sunmi replied. Shu protested, no, just take my mother alone. This isn't the time to let emotions cloud your judgment. Soni was stunned. What are you talking about, Shu? I understand what you're trying to do, but right now, Shu continued.
On my way here, I thought a lot. The shamans here are very strange. As soon as we realized we were trapped in this place, if we had joined forces, it would have been over quickly. However, instead of doing that, after you and I neutralized one side, another shaman appeared as if they were waiting. I'm considering 2 possibilities. First, there might be conditions preventing the shamans maintaining the barrier from getting too close to each other. Second, for some reason, these people don't seem to have a good relationship with each other. This possibility is very low. But anyway, the people over there will guess the situation after the barrier is broken. Most importantly, there's still one person left. If I were that person, I would focus all my attention waiting for an opportunity to escape.
From this place. Some thought he's right. The disappearance of the barrier means SLHVA won. Shu replied, I don't know SLHVS exact condition right now, but if she and I team up, we can handle the remaining people. In the meantime, you take my mother and hide first. Don't worry, I think this is the best option. No matter what happens, I really want to escape safely with Silva. You are truly top-notch. Your judgment and determined attitude are admirable. You are my descendant, but I think I'm falling in love with you, said a handsome, black-clad, curly-haired man standing behind Shu. Soon Mei and Shu saw him, and he was startled. The man smiled and said, Hey Shu, we meet again. Shu immediately raised his knee and kicked him in the face. The man said,
By the way, the reason I came here is... Shu's eyes widened as an arrow shot towards them. Unique spell, wind feathers. Suni creates a strong wind around a feather, and just by throwing it, it can generate more power than an anti-tank cannon, but its destructive power only works on beasts and puppets. Against a monster like this, it's useless. Shu threw the feather back. One important thing is that the user of this technique can accumulate the collected wind power inside the feather. San caught it, dispersed it, and released it. The handsome man caught the attack. Shu thought she attacked with all her might, and it still did nothing to him. Actually, as he spoke, a new weapon appeared in his hand. The man also looked up. It doesn't matter how strong.
The feather is but where it's aimed. As he said this, Shu continued to attack. Suni also rushed forward. She hugged the woman tightly. Shu attacked. He unleashed energy, blasting down from one rooftop. The other guy smiled sinisterly. That's right. That's the correct answer for destroying roots, poisons, curses, or sharp techniques. The man blocked Shu's attack and said, on the condition that you can actually hit them. The man in black twisted Shu's arm back. Meanwhile, Sunmi trembled as she protected the woman. The man in black said, to know how to use righteous energy, even if you're granted the power, freely controlling it is still a very difficult matter. He looked at his bloodied fist and said, and bloodline is a very important fact.
Suni held out 2 feathers. She thought, he's B, Hyang, the yokai who attacked Shu. Suni warned, don't you dare come near me. The feathers I throw this time can't be handled with just one hand. Byung scratched his head. That's probably true. The wind feathers you threw just now were already very powerful. I don't think I could block another one, not with my physical techniques alone. Suni asked, but with your friend in that state, how can you fight with your full strength? Shu opened his drowsy eyes and said, if you go all out, not just me, but everything around here will be torn to shreds. Byung laughed and said,
Even if Shu survives, as long as you still have to protect that woman, you can't use your wind feathers. Shu looked up. Byung turned his head. But I'm glad I could come.
And help you all. You misunderstood me. Siu, it's true, I was a bit suspicious at first, but you should have at least asked why I came here. But getting punched once seems to have cleared your head a bit. To be honest, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Those guys have crossed the line. I know a lot has happened today. I thought they would target me. I even left some traces for them to track me. But whether due to arrogance or carelessness, they were still watching you, not me. If I had known there would be a fight like this, I would have approached you more gently. That's my fault, Siu asked. You didn't come here just to talk, did you? Bihyun replied. That's right. I can't help you, Siu. Your reasoning was correct. I'm not sure how to break the barrier, but escaping safely will be very difficult as long as there's still one guardian god left. They're probably on their way here now.
Shu and Sunmi were shocked. Bihang continued. Those guys even brought a swordsman to capture me. The remaining guardian gods? They shouldn't even be here. They even sent 2 Dongma who when combined can match a guardian god. I'm not exaggerating. These are the kind of people who could protect Seoul. In other words, tonight, even if they have to turn this whole city upside down, they will capture you. It's understandable that your friends weren't strong enough. The judge probably sent his elites, but they didn't expect the guardian gods to show up in such numbers. Now that the guardian gods had gone this far, they have to go all out to minimize the damage. They probably won't arrive soon, but they're on their way. By the time the barrier completely disappears, there probably isn't much time left. But don't worry. I will ensure all of you can get out safely if Shu agrees to one request of mine. Shu asked, You said all of us, meaning, of course, including those who are elsewhere. I'm not that cruel, Bihung replied. Shu asked, All right, what do you need me to do? Bihung smiled. He gently tiptoed and whispered in Shu's ear. It's not that hard. Just... Shu froze stiff. Bihung asked, What do you think? Easy, right? Shu agreed. Fine, I accept your request, Shu said. So Bihang cut him off. I know. You guys can leave right now. She was stunned. What? Bihang said literally, No need to fly. Just walk in any direction. No one will stop you. I know what I'm talking about, because I just killed the last guardian god. By Bihang.
Said nonchalantly, Sorry for not telling you sooner, but I felt that explaining further would be too long-winded. Soon he lowered her head to answer a call. By Ha-young, answer the phone. Who else could it be? The one who killed the owner of this phone, of course. Let's get straight to the point. It's not my wish to. Bi Ha-young looked at Shu and waved his hand. You go. I promised I'd take care of the rest. Soon he was flabbergasted. Bi Ha-young took them farewell. They left. Shu glanced back. The 3 of them had reached the door. Soon Mi was surprised. She said, The Selhua seal were replied. It's nothing. I just stepped on something that made me a little uncomfortable. Oh, so that's what happened, she replied. The masked man sighed. Good grief. They drag you all the way here and then call you away.
For a day off, this isn't too bad. I don't really get it either, but your friend is safe. Kim Yusin was alarmed. What? The masked man said. Hasn't the real deal shown up already? Coming directly to say, I've caught the enemy. Looks like he killed by Hai Yang. Don't stare at me like that. The masked man raised his sword. Let's just get this over with here. Yin was stunned. What? What are you trying to do? What? Don't be so loud, the masked man said. I have to do this so I don't get blamed for not catching you, Prince. If you go back now, I'll still have to listen to nagging, but it will smooth over later. Everyone will say that Kim Yusin defeated Kim Jollity. You know it too. In this world, the strong win. Even if the old man is still angry, deep down he'd be overjoyed to hear you.
The appearance of the yokai named by Hae-young and the disaster known as the Dark Calamity, the tragedies he caused throughout history, it seems there hasn't been any event as catastrophic as what happened a week ago. The difference is only in scale, but it's clear it's still raging on. Now, everyone can vaguely sense that something unknown, not mentioned by the media, the police, or the government, is threatening their lives. That vague, suffocating fear is what's making everyone extremely tense. You don't need to work as a messenger for a while. There's nothing to do anyway, especially with choice shoes matter. Just stay here and take care of him. The boogeyman said there won't be any major events anymore. You've worked hard enough. Consider this a break. C was sad. Well, normally I'd be very happy.
But at a time like this, it feels unsettling not knowing anything. If I'm the judge's messenger, I should know what the situation is. Sunmi, someone called her. But maybe the reason I can focus without getting discouraged is because I'm still here, which means this place has a lot of meaning. The woman in front of Sunmi said, raising her hand, Are you going to the market, dear? Sunmi politely replied, Yes, ma'am. The woman continued, This place isn't near the market, is it? Maybe you should go later in the evening. Sunmi smiled warmly. The weather is beautiful, perfect for a walk. Where?
The woman said cheerfully. Oh, I have a friend visiting. Choi Shu had been living here for a week. The last incident fortunately didn't result in any serious casualties.
But because of the fight between Silwa and Han Gikmu, the house where Shu lived was severely damaged. The
The official reason given was a gas leak incident. Shu's family was temporarily living in this villa as compensation from the construction company. But in reality, someone else had helped. It was Yu Yang of the Waron clan, the owner of the building. The woman waved goodbye. Goodbye, little Sunmei. And my story with Shu. We became classmates in middle school, and I coincidentally live here now. Goodbye, ma'am, Suni replied. Suni looked back at the sound of footsteps. Yuan was approaching. Suni smiled and said, I'm going to meet a friend for a bit. It's the weekend. You're working too hard. You've been working all week. Yuan replied, It's fine. It needs to be done. Besides, during the weekdays, Gohayu helps out, so it's okay. Sami said goodbye. Be careful, although the possibility is very low. Everyone is trying to protect Shu's mother. The elevator went up to the 3rd floor. She sent a text message. Shu, are you awake yet? Shu replied, Yeah, just woke up. Sami was excited. Great, she asked. Want to come over to my place? I'll cook lunch for you. The stove was on, ingredients ready. Shu, he's looked tired for a whole week. He's been at home all these days. Today is the first time I've seen his face since we moved in, so I want to cheer him up a little. Sami followed. She brought the food. Shu suddenly spoke up. You don't have to slice the fish cakes one by one like that. It's faster to stack them and cut them all at once. If the knife isn't sharp enough, you can use scissors.
Shu looked at the ingredients. Is this all the seasoning we have? Do we have any sugar or soy sauce? Dried chili would be even better. Shu turned around. Never mind, I'll go get it. Wait a moment, he suggested. It's better to soak the rice cakes before boiling. There's no need to slice the fish cakes and vegetables so beautifully. Just cut them into bite-sized pieces. As he cooked, Shu asked, Sunmi, do you like spicy food? How much sauce do you like? Do you prefer bland or savory? Suni was stunned. Huh? Sunmi replied, Actually, I like it like tteokbokki, but I don't eat it often. Well then, among the ones you've tried, which tteokbokki did you like the most? This was actually Sunmi's first time cooking. Shu recommended the tteokbokki at Yan. Oh, there.
So you like it with a lot of sauce. After a bit of conversation, the delicious tteokbokki was ready. Shu served it onto a plate. Sunmi swallowed as she looked at the plate of food. Shu said, I hope the seasoning is just right. Let me know if it's too spicy or too bland. Sunmi took her first bite. She was excited. It's delicious. This is really good. The rice cakes are much chewier than the store-bought ones. Shu smiled and replied, Well, it's still hot. I thought this before. Shu, you're a really good cook. Shu recalled the past. Not really good. I just enjoy cooking. My mom taught me how when I was little. Thanks, Shu asked. Did you come all this way for me? My health isn't so bad that you need to worry this much. Suni just realized. I almost forgot. I've been thinking a lot these past few days.
Was running off to save people that day the right thing to do? Because in the end, I couldn't save anyone. People were injured and even died. Even my mother and my best friend got caught up in the trouble I caused. Shu confided. Sunmi replied, But that's not your fault, Shu. You might be criticized for being reckless, but you didn't commit a crime. What happened in the apartment that night was clearly the responsibility of the shamans. Shu looked at a piece of rice cake. Maybe that's true. Shu said, I know what you're worried about, Sunmi. It's okay. Although I blame myself, I won't let it destroy me. Anyway, I realized a few things after this incident. How my actions can have consequences, and how heavy the burden of responsibility can be. If my life was in danger, I now realize that I'm much more arrogant and
selfish than I thought. I don't even have the ability to commit suicide. By now, SHVHK must have returned. I'll try to focus on learning as much as I can. Suni was astonished. Huh? She asked. Seela's back, but she's supposed to be in the underworld, Shu replied. Yeah, Seela's room is right above ours, he recalled. I heard footsteps early this morning. It woke me up for a moment. Some thought this building's soundproofing isn't very good. Oh no, why did Seela come back so early? Something's not right. After the battle with the martial artists, Siwa returned to the underworld to rest. Not only did she not say how long she would be gone, but she also didn't let me know she was back. Suni knocked on Swa's door. She said,
Are you in there? If you are, let's talk for a bit. SHLVA was lying inside. Sunmei continuously called for SHLVA at a coffee shop. There are no serious wounds or bleeding. When was the last time you saw her in stable condition? The person behind the counter said, She might have been in this state for a week. It's because she's too proud. She probably thought saying something would make her look weak. Sun sighed. She came back, which means she thought she could handle it herself. But looking at the situation, it doesn't seem good. Oh my god, Oppa, what should we do? The person said, If we want to heal Silwa, taking her back to the underworld is probably the only option. A yokai in the human world. There isn't even a proper clinic. But that's right. Even if it means risking her life, she could be stripped of her status as the chosen one, Fox Yokai. Among yokai, SLHVNK's clan has a unique perspective. Even within the same bloodline, there are constant struggles for personal gain, plots, and schemes. Some have lost their lives, but there's an unwritten rule that the injured party is at fault. I've heard that if a clan member desires the position of the chosen one, no one would dare question Seela's extraordinary qualities and abilities. If at this moment a rumor spreads that Seela is unwell, it will spread quickly. In that case, no one knows what the other foxes might do to a weakened Celia. There's no guarantee it will work, but there's a method worth trying. Sun shouted, "Really? I'll do anything. Just tell me."
If the battle with the shamans is the cause and there are no external wounds, then it's not a physical injury. Divine punishment. You probably know what that is. It's damage to the spirit. Sami was helpless. That's absurd. SHVK has to suffer like this just because of an evil spirit. She probably thinks that's the end of it. Maybe that's the reason. He said, "Anyway, if it's really caused by a demon, there's no need to go all the way to the underworld. There are experts nearby?" "Nearby?" Same asked. He said, "Yes, those people live in the same building as you. I've already contacted them. They should be there soon." "I'm really curious why that noble fox needs a lowly demon like me," a girl said, pointing at SLHVK. Sawa lay pale on the sickbed. The demon looked at her. Then the demon took Seal's pulse. The lowly demon said, "I see. I can be sure of one thing." The demon turned to look at them. "Without the proper treatment, this person can only endure for 3 more days at most. After that, she will stop breathing." Some was worried. "So there's no other way? A ritual or an exorcism, for example?" The demon replied, "Divine punishment is like getting soaked in the rain on a cloudy day. The solution isn't too complicated. Depending on the situation and the opponent, we can implement several solutions. Among them, the best way is to let the rain clouds dissipate on their own. Only a clear sky and the warmth of the sun can help the body dry naturally and regain its strength afterward. If the rain is too heavy to dissipate easily, then hiding under a shelter. And waiting is also a wise approach. It may not be perfect, but at least you can avoid getting immediately soaked." The demon wondered. But why would someone suffer from such a toxic thing, to be afflicted by something so harmful? I don't know which blockhead created this curse, but their foolishness alone is enough to be deadly. As someone who deals with spirits, if a person is weighed down by resentment they can't handle properly and lacks the fortitude to deal with it, they will eventually unleash something into this world. Anyway, I'm sorry. It seems I can't be of any help. Sunmi was frantic. "Then you should at least try to do something." The demon looked at the trembling Sunmi. "It seems you're deceiving yourself." "Of course. Shouldn't I refrain from interfering just because of my
feelings? I have no obligation to save that person. As I said before, what's inside cannot be interfered with. No, trying to force it out will only cause a catastrophe. If a person is forced to resolve it themselves, it won't just stop with the affected person. The anger will surely spread to those around them. By my estimation, if something like that were to happen, more than 1,000 people would be caught in the curse of that malevolent thing. The reason she has been able to endure for so long is due to her high status. Regardless of the outcome, ending this by taking her to the underworld would be the right choice. The personal reasons are too risky to get involved. Enough." Someone spoke up. Sunmi and the demon looked up. "I may not know much about spiritual matters, but if it's you, you can find a solution somehow, right?" The white-haired man said. "No matter how foolish or reckless that solution is, as long as we don't interfere directly, it's fine. Even if these troublemakers interfere, it won't be so bad as to drag us down with them. Right? The white-haired man asked. C quickly replied, "Yes, of course." Sumi asked, "But sir, what?" The white-haired man continued mumbling, "Anyway, this fox isn't even worthy of being my rival. Being kind won't harm anyone, and isn't it pitiful? Your friend can do nothing while you're slowly dying." The demon looked at the white-haired man with struggling eyes. The demon hugged the white-haired man to the astonishment of the other two. "Yes, that's right. Since when did you become so sentimental?" Shu was stunned.
"Hey, thanks for helping Sayo." The white-haired man was speechless. He could only sigh. Shu was puzzled. In the city center, Shu walked, his eyes glued to his phone. There are 2 things that need to be prepared: a person to perform the ritual to expel the spirit, and a vessel to contain the expelled spirit. Both must be of the highest possible quality, Akmar explained. Sami asked about the vessel. "Can it be completely burned without sealing it?" Akmar replied, "Impossible. The strength of a spirit depends on the level of resentment it holds. After death, a spirit's power is determined by the resentment and lingering attachments it held in life. However, since that amount of power is limited, once it's all used up, most spirits are burned away.
Or dissipate naturally. There are only a few exceptions like me who become a lingering spirit and gain a new body, like a yokai. But a vessel for me is different, an existence artificially twisted and distorted through magic. It can possess intense hatred, but it cannot become a lingering spirit. That's what makes this so worrying. The anger is spreading, unable to be burned away or become a yokai. It simply possesses new bodies at will. That's why a weapon is commonly used as a vessel to appease it, though not a body of flesh and blood. It's a way for it to unleash its rage without restraint. The problem here is the quality of the vessel must match the spirit's power. For ordinary spirits, finding a vessel is
quite easy, but for higher-level spirits, a description of maximum just won't be enough. Shu asked, so what does it mean for a human to perform an exorcism? Akma explained, although exorcism itself is a human ritual, the truth is human skills in spirit expulsion are far superior. Though many might disagree, the person performing the exorcism isn't just any outstanding individual in this field. If you're asking how to recruit such people, I've already told you, haven't I? The chances are extremely slim. Inside a neighborhood before the grand door of a house, Shu looked up and thought, although SLHWA's life is on the line and we can't just stand by, something tells me this isn't right. A person suddenly dropped a bag of groceries upon seeing him. She was
furious. You dare! He turned to look. Oh, hello. I think we've met before. Aren't you Yen's relative? She lunged at Shu to hit him, her face filled with resentment. She said, don't joke around. I know I'm not just a lowly yokai, but also half human. I still have my pride. How dare a shameless person like you show your face here? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused for my young master because of you? She wondered, what trouble did he cause us? Yen stepped out and said, if someone overheard, they might think I'm no longer in this world. What do you want? I was sleeping, Yusen asked. Ein pointed, what are you staring at me for? Get up and go inside. Your expression is making me uncomfortable. He placed a bottle of alcohol on the table along with 2 cups.
Even looked, isn't this a bit too much? There are plenty of things to drink. At least I can make some tea with hot water. The girl said, the last time you came here, you seemed to really like Shu. You even said he was a really good person. Then again, I might be biased in how I see people. Maybe it's because he's like you. He's willing to risk everything just to protect a demon, even if it means giving up a promising future and choosing a harder path. You open the bottle. A harder path, huh? Can't you see it in a more positive light? Living freely, independently, and with trust. The girl replied, sorry for thinking about it negatively. You sighed and said, well, you heard what I said. I left home. It wasn't an act of rebellion. I even removed my own name from the family register. I told you it wasn't
fault. Even if you don't believe me, I planned all of this beforehand. You continued, anyway, this isn't an apology. I'm no longer a public official. Everything I've done until now wasn't because you're my friend, but because I felt it was the right thing to do. Receiving a commission from the nation and dedicating myself to the happiness of the people in this land. Protecting you and your mother was my duty as a public official. He slammed the cup down on the table, but now no longer a public official, just a kid wandering aimlessly. You said you were looking for someone to perform an exorcism, right? Well, you found one. I may not be the best on this peninsula, but I'm at least in the top 3. Shu was surprised. Essen stated firmly, but anyone who wants to use me for their own benefit has to pay a price, even if that person is my best friend. She agreed. Yeah, I'll pay with anything. No, even if I can't, I'll find a way to repay you. Eason smiled and said, see, the person here right now is not just my friend. He is our first and most beloved client, so please act accordingly. The girl was chastened. The girl sighed after listening to you. Sin, you know this world is divided into 2 halves, the yokai realm and the human realm. The majority of residents live in these 2 realms. Shu questioned. The majority? Yen answered. Yeah, it means the human and yokai realms are like 2 continents floating on a sea, and between them are smaller worlds, like islands. Eason ate a piece of cake. Some humans and yokai live there too.
Like autonomous zones unbound by the laws of our modern society or the rule of the yokai king. Yusen mumbled while chewing. You might have heard of them in old stories. Places like the utopian Keech Blossom Land, where immortals are said to exist somewhere deep in the mountains, or the Dragon Palace, along with other utopian cities and kingdoms that exist at the bottom of the sea. Shu asked, are there many places like that? Yusen replied, not really. Most of them are very small, like a small city. Some are even just the size of a shopping mall, so the people who live there are from the highest echelons of our world. As for yokai, there were once yokai who ruled as ancient kings, but now they are no longer interested in such ceremonies. As for humans, there are those who have attained beatitude in life,
even transcending their own lives, leaving worldly affairs behind. She was curious. That's an interesting story, but what does it have to do with my service fee? Essen said casually, you can't pay my service fee right now, but you said you'd find a way to pay it back. In 2 days, one of the places I just mentioned, the Dragon Palace, will be hosting a banquet to celebrate the birthday of the Dragon King's youngest daughter. They will hold a small martial arts tournament open to both men and yokai. Yen grinned slightly. You and I will participate together as a team. That's the service fee I want. On the eastern shore, waves crashed against the rocks in the coast. A footstep was heard. A master stood on a rock. He smiled, looking forward. On the shore, 2 people were standing, admiring the view.
Welcome, my esteemed guests, he introduced himself. I am Guaron, head of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Just call me Chief Gu. On behalf of the Star Pavilion, I sincerely thank you for your presence at Her Highness's birthday banquet. Her Highness said, I no longer have any connection with the Shaman Association. I'm just a rookie, so you don't need to be so formal. Chief Gu bowed his head. Even if your status has changed, the fact that you once led the Shaman Association at an age no one else could has not changed your character. However, who is your companion? Chief Gu asked. Yu patted his shoulder. This guy's been close to me since childhood. His name is Troy McDon. And although he's not from the Shaman Association, he's still a talented person. I brought him along so we can practice martial arts.
Together. Back at home, Ian explained, the Dragon Palace is a special place. While the Dragon King and his clan are supernatural beings, for thousands of years they have not had any conflicts with humanity, establishing themselves as a neutral force. Since then, the presence of both humans and yokai has been welcome at their grand banquets without discrimination. Shu held a hot cup of tea. This could leave many potential problems. It's a neutral territory, and again, places like the Dragon Palace follow their own rules completely. Yusen explained, the East Sea Dragon Palace has had friendly relations with humans for thousands of years. Wouldn't humans be safer there than in the human world? If there really is a potential problem, it's probably because you're a yokai.
Yen pointed at Shu. You, a yokai, are traveling with a human like me, a shaman. Even if we don't mention it at the Dragon Palace, other guests might find it suspicious and cause trouble. Shu looked up in alarm. But the martial arts tournament is a place for fighting, so I can't use martial charms. Yen proposed. There's another option. Although I couldn't clearly witness it when we found the Lucky Young and Jack Wong brothers last time, I could sense your ki. However, that energy flow wasn't as abundant as when you use your yokai power. That doesn't matter. I'll handle the tough fights myself. Disguise yourself as a human. That's my condition, Chief Gu said warmly. Before escorting you two there, I want to tell you about what will happen in the match. Tomorrow's tournament round is to celebrate our youngest princess's birthday. When the celebration takes place, the final match result must be decided before the banquet ends. Therefore, it's impossible for all participants' matches to be held on the same day. Are you saying there's a preliminary round? Anne asked. Chief Gu nodded. Yes, I sincerely apologize. A large number of people have registered for the competition, far exceeding our initial calculations at the palace. The J pendants we just gave you two serve as a pass for the next 2 days at the Dragon Palace, and also allow us to monitor your status and location for emergencies. Once you hold the Jade pendant, it becomes your own and signifies your acceptance to participate in the tournament. We assess the owner's ki to evaluate their basic abilities, so please don't feel offended.
Yen quickly took it. It's fine. The mask will completely block any energy you emit. This Jade pendant will only recognize you as a human. Chief Gu continued once again. Thank you for your participation. Now I will escort you both to the competition venue. A whirlpool appeared in the sea. A beam of light shone directly into the arena, and the three of them landed instantly. The three of them were now in the arena. He spoke up. Without further ado, let me explain the rules. The preliminary rounds will consist of consecutive matches. Participants will have
to fight one opponent after another until they are defeated for the second time. Anne asked a question. So there will be a specific number of wins to determine promotion, the referee replied. Yes, that's exactly right. As soon as you're defeated for the second time, you will not be eliminated immediately, but will finish the preliminary round and be ranked. Your score will be determined based on the win rate you've collected. Yusen bought. Something smells fishy here. This is a game aimed to eliminate people as quickly as possible. He said, when the preliminary round ends, the 8 teams with the highest scores will advance to the main tournament. Yusen continued to think, although being eliminated sounds safe, the people who came here aren't ready to be eliminated so easily, especially with the main tournament tomorrow.
It's like a race where you can't see the finish line. One small mistake and all your efforts will collapse. Overcoming the difficulty of greeting each participant one by one is probably for this reason, to prevent participants from counting the total number of contestants in the competition. But is it really necessary to go to this extent? This way, it's no longer a preliminary round. But Yusen looked up to see Shu had already stepped forward. Yusen shouted, "Hey, Choice Shu! What are you doing all of a sudden without consulting me?" "Don't worry, young master," Shu said. "Maintaining a stable physical condition is the most suitable approach for someone with weak skills like me. Don't worry too much. I will definitely win." Chief Gu introduced the opponents. Before we begin, I would like to
briefly introduce you to your opponent's background, the many-legged beast from the Korean peninsula, from the Sangryong Valley. Both of them represent the Oing, the many-legged beast from the Korean peninsula. Though they're still very young, both of them are very outstanding. Ain was a little wary. To be able to increase their ki level without consuming human flesh proves they are on a different level from the rookies in the human world. Een said to Shu, "Did you hear that?
If you feel overwhelmed by their power, then back down. The referee also introduced the opposing team. There are 2 martial artists, one of whom previously had a connection with the Shaman Association. The representative of the Owing asked, "It is said that the Shaman Association is where the strongest humans are, but the phrase, had a connection,
means they are no longer part of the Shaman Association, right?" The referee replied, "I'm not sure, but it seems so. No need to say such trivial things. You could determine their abilities with just a glance." The Oolong representative said, "I was curious about the level of their martial arts. It seems they aren't as special as I thought. Assessing their abilities by the ki they radiate, they're definitely at the lowest rank of supernatural ability. Could it be that there is someone behind them with unusual power? I will only ask one question. If an opponent dies before being eliminated, will I be held responsible?" The referee answered, "No. Everyone must be prepared for any fatality that may occur during the competition." The Oolong representative laughed. "Indeed, that is the case."
This is a grand festival held at the Dragon Palace. The Ogong representative stepped forward. "Ganyu, I can handle both of them by myself." Gong replied, "What a rare opportunity." The Ogong representative turned his head. "The reason for the consecutive preliminary matches is not to conserve as much energy as possible, but to kill the opponent before they are eliminated and become as strong as possible." Ganyu asked, "So then, strategy?" The other Ogong representative said, "No need to pay attention to that since this is its first time tasting fresh human flesh. Of course, we will enjoy it together." The 2 opponents were ready in position. Shu said, "You go first." The Ogong representative unleashed his ki. "Let this tender and fragile boy show its courage for coming here."
As an elder, I should let the opponent go first. Ayn was helpless. How shameful and desperate. To be frank, he was aiming for a counterattack just before being taken down to end the fight instantly. But Choice Aiwu wasn't the type to be taken down so easily. I noticed it last time too. But at the very least, when a fight breaks out, his intuition and senses are extraordinary. Sai would charge forward directly, and in response, Representative Ogong smirked sinisterly. The European Representative Ogong was still standing still. Sai Wu clenched his fist, preparing to strike. Representative Ogong instantly dodged it successfully. Yu Sen was stunned. That punch, could it be? Representative Ogong used his unique magic, Poison Dragons.
Electric Thorn. What created the flow of events in the next moment were 2 variables. This young man had already faced a user of a unique poison-type technique before, and based on the damage and information gathered about their demon-like nature, he could predict the opponent's next attacks. Furthermore, with his half-elf blood and inherited talent for battle, he had mastered various martial arts like a top-tier fighter. This was probably the first time people here had seen martial arts across the vast blue oceans from distant continents. Saiwi used a capoeira kick, the golden fishtail whip. Representative Un had no idea what this was. There was no ability here that could resist the power of the laws of creation, but everything that exists has its purpose. Yes, like any martial artist created from ordinary humans, he moved with ease, revealing immense strength from a physique born inherently weak.
Representative Ong was furious. Siwoo immediately used extreme speed. Jinu panicked. What? What is happening? He was hit 3 times just by those rhythmic movements. Yen deduced. Not bad. He's taken the initiative. The only problem now is probably the difference in power. Sai's ki as a half-elf was at a level that was growing step by step from his first battle. Due to this difference, even with 3 clean hits, he couldn't inflict significant damage on his opponent. Thinking that those trivial movements will continue to work. Just once, I need to defend and counterattack. Just once, Representative Owen thought. A feint, a surprise attack. He said, "Luckily, at least you won't be hit a 4th time." Siwoo landed the finishing blow on Representative Ogon.
In the arena, the match was still ongoing. Representative Ugong's face was covered in wounds, raising both hands to block the blows. Su prepared for the final strike. The force from his weapon suddenly stopped. Su lowered his hand and stood watching his opponent. Representative Ugong trembled with anger. What? The life force of demons is resilient. Though it varies depending on species and strength, they can often recover even after losing a large amount or even their entire body. However, even for demons with the strongest regenerative abilities, there is one organ that cannot be restored under any circumstances. Blood dripped. Representative Ugong screamed, "My demon core! For demons, this is a second heart. No, even more than that."
Representative Uong was terrified. "Give it back!" The explanation continued. No matter how they try to regenerate, it will only be a core in the state it was when they were born, and the demon would have to start from scratch, rebuilding everything they had accumulated throughout their life. Representative Uong reached for the foot that had passed by, trembling as he said, "Give it back!" Furious. "You're messing with the wrong person. Instead of following the tournament rules, I have a better solution for you. You know it. Either kill me or defeat me to get your brother's demon core back. It's that simple." Sa proposed. "I'm telling you now."
"I don't care if you take this body and do whatever you want with it." Jiu was stunned upon hearing that. The referee was also shocked. What is this? Judging by his energy, there's nothing special about him. Is this the level of a human martial artist? If this slave is already at that level, then how strong must his master be? Leader Gu laughed and said, Indeed, the former pastor had a reason to trust him and sent him here. That was an extraordinary feat. His skill and profound judgment can overcome any difference in pure energy. Not only that, but saving his energy until the last moment and dispersing it instead of concentrating, it was a very clever trick. If he had revealed that terrifying strength from the beginning, he wouldn't have allowed himself such a fatal opening.
I'd bet that based on his energy, he's still in the early stages of his training, but he will become much more skilled once he has accumulated enough energy in the future, Yusin mused. Not too much, though. Because he's talented, it will be troublesome to face such a high-class opponent, he said with a smile, but in his mind he thought, actually, I don't think so. Yen's plan was simple. The mask he gave Saiwa not only hid his demonic energy, but also pressed its release. The same goes for humans. Even if they have a talent for martial arts, training is necessary to nurture it. Rapid growth through predation like demons is almost impossible. By wearing the mask, Saiwa became a new guardian with the talent of a high-level demon, so even though he was gifted, he still needed a lot.
Practice. So in the beginning, it was unavoidable, and it will roughly have to go like this. Yusin then drew his sword to finish off the remaining one. Yusin patted Saiwa's shoulder. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. It's okay. It's always been like this. This is just the beginning, isn't it? You still have limitless potential to become strong as a martial artist. He advised, just trust me. I will teach you as much as I can about the skills and secrets of martial arts I know. Together, we will combine our strengths to achieve victory. C was moved to tears by Yusin. The two of them shook hands in unity. That was the picture in Yusin's imagination. That was roughly where Yusin's plan ended. In truth, the reason Yusin advised Sayu to participate in the Dragon Palace martial arts tournament was not simply for his performance in the tournament, but to distract Siwa's thoughts. Demon and Guardian, Siwu possessed both energies at the highest level. And above all, both were in their early stages of development. If Yusin thought of it, Yusin came up with an idea. What if I nurtured Siwa's martial arts talent? By the way, at this point, the difference between the two powers was not yet significant. No, with that monstrous growth, it was almost non-existent. If there was a suitable opportunity to help that growth reach a grand scale, perhaps his martial arts ability could suppress the proliferation of his demonic side. Of course, with his talent alone, it wasn't a loss. Anyway, what if that guy wanted to become the Demon King to gain the power to protect as many people as possible? If he only thought about that goal,
then honestly, becoming a successful martial artist was much more realistic. He's a kind person. It's a pity. That's why he's always stuck in meaningless pain. Even with the power to protect others, it's impossible to become the Demon King. The world in the next month, a hell of a survival battle among the strongest, where individual strength must surrender. No matter how strong one is, they will have to follow the new rules. Any attempt to change the rules will make one an enemy of all demons, and they will be taken down. But the more one is respected and worshipped by the people they lead and protect, the happier a life as a successful martial artist becomes. Once he reaches that position, he will have no choice but to accept reality. Even if he resents it halfway through, it's the only option. He slammed his hand on the table.
His thoughts filled with determination in this tournament. I will definitely turn him into a martial artist. Jin, you had to surrender. I admit it. We lost. There, I said it. Are we going to be thrown out? The referee replied, Oh no. Then I declared, the winner of this match is Kim Il-sung. From now on, any action that harms either side. The words had just been spoken. Jin Yu ran to his brother's side. Are you okay? Can you regenerate? Yu inside. It's difficult. It doesn't always go according to plan. The brother was in great pain with his injuries. Jin Yu threatened. You better remember this day. You've wagered the name of the Red Killing Cave, and you will pay a heavy price, double for what you've done today. By then, I'll be stronger than I am now. Su walked away.
Not bad, Jinu continued. Whenever, however many people, just come find me. The beast within him stirred. At that time, I will be even more prepared than I am now. Jianu was trembling all over. The referee was astonished. What was that just now? For a moment, that commoner felt like a completely different existence, a terrifying presence that could rival the entire palace. And that preemptive feat of his. There's someone like this really exist in the world? No. In the first place, can humans? A voice was heard. Female attendant Kong, haven't you already declared the end of the match? Why are you still standing there? The referee quickly retreated. I apologize. Then I will withdraw with the 2 I am in charge of. Jianu hugged his brother.
Yusin turned his head and asked, "So will we fight our next opponent right now?" Leader Gu replied, "Not exactly. Continuing with such preliminary preparations would be unfair. Their preliminary matches will start at the same time. Right now, somewhere else, the matches of other contestants are still ongoing. A break of about 15 minutes will start simultaneously with the end of the last match. The next round of matches will begin after that break." Yen thought. The sooner the match ends, the more time there is to rest, right? It seems conserving energy isn't the only strategy. He asked the leader, "Are there no facilities or medicine for recovery during the break?" Leader Gu, still smiling, bowed his head. "I'm very sorry, but that is correct. While you are required to cherish and try your best, regardless
of winning or losing the preliminaries during the qualifying rounds, contestants cannot use anything other than what they have on them. If I brought something, I can use it, right? Siwa asked Leader Gu. Yusin was surprised by the circular object in Siwa's hand. That's size past flashback. This amulet is something we only give to special clients as a symbol of our Council of Scholars. The old man said it's not just proof of membership in the Council of Scholars. If you use this amulet, you can immediately summon our services. It can be used anytime, anywhere on Earth, and even in places beyond this world. Yusen stammered in fear. This amulet is a special pass for the Council of Scholars. Where did you get it? Our elders had a hard time obtaining one, Yusen asked.
"What are you talking about?" Su replied. "You yourself told me I could bring things." Yen looked at Leader Gu sweating. "That's right. Hey, it's not that I forgot. The fact that I told him to bring it from home, if I say that, what will happen?" Leader Gu was calm. "If this were the main hall of the Dragon Palace, it would be troublesome. But this is just an auxiliary building for training outside the Dragon Palace. As long as that summoning skill doesn't interfere with the match, buying some items is not a problem." He took the amulet. "However, I must add, such a summoning usually requires recharging energy and will absorb any matter depending on the distance of the summoning. Considering how far this place is from civilization, you can probably only summon once today. Considering that, it would be wise to choose when to use this skill."
Siwu and Yusin looked at each other. Understood. Leader Gu. A beast had been frozen solid. Jumido stood observing the beast. Jumido said, "Well, fine. If I leave you now and it thaws, you'll still be able to live. So are you and your friends ready to surrender?" Jumido counted the seconds. "Sorry, but I don't have much time for you to think. If you don't answer in the next 5 seconds, I'll assume you intend to attack." The bald-headed man cried out in pain. He said, "I surrender." The spring jumped and bounced. Jumido turned his head. "She's stronger than I thought. This is an opportunity in a real battle, like a dress rehearsal before a big event. It's certain that a lot of people will gather there." Sammy exclaimed. "But we still have to aim for the top. That way, we can get something useful for trapping the evil spirit residing in Siwu." Jumido replied, "You have me here. I'll do my best. If it's going to last more than a day, it's only fair to be notified a day in advance." The shop wasn't even closed properly before I left. The open sign was still hanging on the door, but it was closed. Sammy grumbled. "What's the big deal?" To be honest, the shop is closed for half the week, just because he feels like it. Jumido protested. "I do that to maintain quality and launch new items." Sammy said, "Actually, your coffee tastes just okay. Mostly only a few regulars come because of your face." Jimo was shocked. "Just for that?" Sammy asked. "Excuse me?"
"May I ask a question? I'm not sure if you have the answer. Do you know anything about my friend participating in the martial arts tournament?" The attendant next to her replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, but the list of participating contestants is confidential." Sami put on a cute act. "I just want to know if my friend is participating, that's all." A slight difference from her usual appearance. The attendant had a weakness for cute things. If it's just about your friend's participation, is a choice Sai-Wu?" she asked. The attendant replied, "The name Cho Sai-Wu doesn't seem to be on the list." Sami breathed a sigh of relief. "Really? Thank goodness." Jimido offered his opinion. "I don't think he would show up here. If you're that worried, why don't you just tell him directly?" Sami was skeptical. "Stop talking nonsense."
"Those things only backfire with someone like Siwu. Are you 100% sure he would obey and take good care of himself?" Jumido sighed. "But he can't be here, like you said. He went to seek martial arts skills, so he's probably with his friend today. This doesn't seem like the kind of place Siwu would come to." En suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Siwu asked, "Do you have a cold?" Following, there were 4 more matches. Choice Sayu had a 5-match winning streak. Leader Gua watched. Impressive. Siwu walked with pride. Yusin pulled his hand. "Hey, Siwu, let me borrow your hand for a moment." Yen realized his energy wasn't completely depleted yet, although it's almost gone. Considering the total energy this guy originally has, it should have hit rock bottom several times by now. Did he minimize? Unnecessary energy loss and use only the exact amount needed at the right moment. It seems like a basic skill,
But the problem is, he must have learned it somewhere and grasped it on his own. Essen said, "Turn around and sit down on the floor. Take off your belt." Sa was confused, not understanding what was happening. He still did as Essen said. Swood trembled. "Hey, this is Essendab. You'll get used to it soon. By the way, the posture you're in is the load, this position. It's the most basic posture for regulating the flow of energy, like directing your chi. You might feel a sore spot." Yen asked, "Can you feel it yet? I've just transferred my energy into your body. Now when I press hard on your back, you will inhale, and when I release my hand, you will exhale."
In the human body, there's a path called meridians where energy flows, and the intersection points of these paths are called acupoints. I've just sealed 64 out of the 108 acupoints in your body, inhaling 32 times, exhaling 32 times. Blocking different acupoints based on a breath is the foundation of focusing on the heart technique. Currently, I'm transferring energy to help you block the acupoints, but later you'll have to control it yourself. By breathing this way, you will activate your body's healing and energy absorption abilities. Yen observed. 2, no, maybe 3. The old man in red and Xiao Huai appeared. Leader Goose said, "This opponent is really brave. Instead of choosing a partner for a 2-on-1 match, she seems to have decided.
Participate in a martial arts tournament alone. She's from Flower Fruit Mountain in the middle of the continent, right? A descendant of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven?" Yusen asked. Xiao Huai also asked, "Is that a human?" The old man in red replied, "Yes, they are from the Sorcerer clan, descendants of the lineage that founded the special organization. They come from a lineage that has a history of protecting this land for thousands of years. So they're not like ordinary martial artists." Xiao Huai sighed. "Everyone has their own background. The problem is the quality." Saiwa thought. "No doubt about it." Xiao Huai. "She was the one who attacked Siwu at the department store back then. She only delivered 2 attacks, but that alone was enough for Siwu to understand Xiao Hua's power. Siwu is strongest when he goes all out."
Only demons can easily deal with that, but she is also a demon belonging to the spiritual stage. Yen mentioned it last time. Swa was still sitting cross-legged. "My body won't move. I can't let you fight alone. I'm sure your body won't move, so sit still. Don't forget to breathe according to the feeling of the acupoints. Haven't you read martial arts stories? If your initial timing is off, you'll explode." Yen said as he walked away. He smirked. After trying 5 times, it's time to admit it. Yen and Xiao Huai stood opposite each other, preparing for the upcoming fight. Xiao Huai said, "At this point, I think talking further is useless. It's better to just admit it. You look completely exhausted. It seems you still have a chance. I'll drag this out a little longer."
"That way, I won't regret not admitting it sooner," Yen replied.
"Is that so?"
He drew his weapon with a sinister look on his face. "For someone who fought 5 rounds alone, you look perfectly fine. Granddaughter of Sun Wukong, you endure all sorts of things to prove a title like that. Whether it's demons who believe in their ancestors and follow rituals, or the fools who believe in such things, it's truly disappointing compared to the caliber of this competition." You laughed and said, "Demons are of course just foolish at your age. Perhaps it's due to mental underdevelopment." Xiao Huai's ears twitched in annoyance. She summoned her ultimate demon technique, Divine Wind. Yusen also unleashed his power using wall-shattering flying blade. He charged into battle, creating a massive explosion. Xiao Huai was shocked, bewildered about what had happened. Yusen had advanced to attack her. Yusen observed. His eyes widened in shock. Yusen saw that Xiao Huai had turned into 2 strands of hair in the thick fog. Yusen wondered, hair? Yusen felt a gust of wind beside him. Xiao Huai attacked from there. Yusen continued to observe. Xiao Huai used her life force, causing Yusen to stumble. Siwu acknowledged. She's really fast, not just in terms of speed. There's a lot of color in each of her movements. But even so, why does Ein keep dodging instead of attacking back? This doesn't seem like a situation where he can't fight back. Until now, there have been at least 4, no 5 openings. Sa's eyes were very sharp, although a demon's body is
very tough. It's not impenetrable. A weapon refined to pierce through is the same for the flesh of spirits and demons, yet his hesitation to attack was due to an instinctual premonition. Xiao Huai raised her leg high and kicked straight at Yusen. Yusen didn't counterattack. Leader Gutan intervened. Yusen dodged the blow. Xiao Huai's foot shattered the arena floor. Leader Gutan and Sayu were both confused. Where did the gushing water come from? It formed a surging wave around the fighting stage. Ein was startled. What is this? So it's not a pillar but a disc-shaped floating raft. No, regardless of its shape, it shouldn't be moving, right? In the past 5 matches, despite many significant impacts, there was no swaying, let alone a tremor.
Perhaps the structure of this area stage is designed to absorb impacts and transfer them to the surrounding water surface. By any measure, the impact must have exceeded the system's shock absorption limit. Considering gravity alone, it was already tens of tons or even more.
Yusin suddenly realized the weight. The ability attributed to the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong was truly boundless strength. However, before he reached the demigod realm, the abilities he possessed as a demon were little known. A being born from the accumulation of Earth's energy, the spirit of creation. Yusin said, "You're acting so provocatively. There must be a reason behind it." Xiao Huai replied, "Although I have given others many chances, I will make an exception."
For you, her unique magic allowed her to control her own weight, no, her mass, with absolute precision, Xiao Huai warned. Anyone who dares to look down on me with mocking words, now feel my special power. Yin was contemptuous, special indeed, but I am the stronger one by turning the tables. Inside a house, a boy drenched in sweat lay exhausted on the floor. It was 10-year-old Kim Yusin. "I'm so tired and hungry, I can't move." The trainer said, "Don't just lie there. Get up and practice. There's still an hour until dinner. Since you're here, make the most of this hour. If you train hard, dinner will taste better, right? Pick up your sword." Kim Yusin complained, "Why is it always me? The others only train in the morning."
And then go out to play as if they're going to a temple. The trainer replied, If they say they're cleansing their souls must be very dirty. Yin kept asking, "Why am I not assigned those soul-cleansing tasks? It's because of me, isn't it? If I were like the others, they would have finished long ago." The trainer answered, "That's right. Humans and swords have a lot in common. They both need to be forged for a long time to become good swords, but the quality of the steel is what matters most. If the steel quality is poor, it can't withstand a few strikes. Young master, you are like a sturdy piece of wood. No matter how hard you're hit, you won't break. So let's forge it as much as possible." Kim Yusin sighed. "If you're just saying that to make me happy, it won't work. I never wanted to do this, Yin."
The first place, neither martial arts nor being a master. Those who do it because they want it comes easy to them. If they were given a status, they would work much harder than me. If I were you, that's what I do. The trainer was helpless. "Why do you feel so reluctant?" Kim Yusin looked down. "I just don't want to do it. That's all. There's no other reason. It's not cool. That's why." A 1 in 10,000 probability of being born with the minimum qualities needed to become a sorcerer. Taking that probability to hone the skills needed to fight the enemies of humanity sounds nice. The novel lay on the table, the so-called heir wasting time on such trivial matters. The person in the story said, "When you think about where half of your bloodline comes from, it's not hard to understand why you're so impulsive."
Sometimes. Think carefully about where the other half comes from and what you gain from it. Do you understand? He spoke to the two people in front of him. The little girl trembled and replied, "Yes, I will remember that." He ordered, "Destroy this piece of trash for me. When I meet one's eyes again, it won't just stop at a few lashes." And he yelled, "Why did you stop? I told you to keep hitting until I say stop." The maid beside the girl turned pale. "I'm sorry." She continued to hit the girl's already bruised knees. He continued, "When the world changes in a few years, this country will have to bow to you. When that time comes, you will hold the whip yourself. Just as you're being punished now, remember that it is also your duty and responsibility to rule over the lowly. That is the burden and responsibility you bear. You stare at the novel, hearing that nonsense repeated over and over. It's impossible not to realize the truth. We are not heroes fighting against evil. We are evil beings adapting to absurdities, preying on the weak beneath us. That is the truth. Nothing more, nothing less." 4 years later, a banner celebrating admissions hung at the school gate. Your care and friendship characterize Inbang High School. A scholarly-looking boy was sitting and reading a book. A sound made him look up. "Hey, move it," the scholarly boy said. "As far as I know, there are no assigned seats here. If you're late, sit somewhere else." The other two sneered. "What?" The friend said. "Hey, do you know who I am? Who do you think you are, talking so arrogant?"
The scholarly boy asked, "Do you want to take this outside?" The other side was stunned. "What?" The scholarly boy exuded an air of arrogance. "Whether it's the restroom or anywhere else in the school, it doesn't have to be settled right now, or we can settle it right here, right now." That statement made the two tremble. In situations like this, the real lessons depicted in fictional works don't usually happen. Unlike the bad guys in stories, real-life bullies are very, very sharp. Although at first glance they seem simple and aggressive, the nature of such individuals is actually very cautious and cunning. They react sensitively to anyone who seems even slightly threatening to them. And they choose suitable prey, those they can easily manipulate and control. "Hey, do you like repeating what others say?" The student turned his head. "Huh? Oh," the bullies asked. "Was that a hero's punch? Show me your phone." A scene in a Korean classroom. The bully was angry. "Who told you to change your stuff, you idiot? I'm about to go somewhere else. I'll take your phone with me." The student was scared. But what if you break it or lose it on the way?" The bully said, "I won't lose it. You think I'm stupid? Did you see it fall?" The student's face turned pale. "Oh no." The bully held the phone.
He hit the other student even though he had apologized. You piece of scum. The whole class watched as the bully continued to hit him. I was being nice, but over a trivial matter you put on that face. I don't need your phone anymore. Take it. But let me tell you, if you look at me again, I'll kill you right then and there. Take it. The boy covered his
face and apologized, avoiding stronger predators while bullying the weaker ones. That is human nature and the way the world works, which made my mind realize many things. My father and the other warriors, despite our strength, could we consider ourselves ordinary people, no different from others, instead of cowardly phonies who run away? Because in reality, stories depicting heroes do not exist. Another person said, "Excuse me." The student and the bully looked up. He said, "Sorry for interrupting. You're, Hyungwoo, right? We went to the same elementary school, though not in the same class." He introduced himself. "I don't know who that tall guy is. I'm Choi Sil. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think we need to fight like this. We're classmates."
We should get along, right? The bully was annoyed. Huh? This punk, now even some random mutt dares to bark? What's with you? Siwoo was flustered. The bully gave Choi Siwoo a kick. I'm asking you, you idiot. The bully realized something. A scene at the back of the classroom. The scholarly boy who was reading a book also looked up. The bully fell to the ground, trembling and saying, "What?" Siwoo was still asked, "Are you okay?" Another bully grabbed him by the collar. He glanced at Choi Siwoo. Siwoo also observed him. Siwoo smiled and said, "Can you let me go?" The other guy was stunned. This guy is weird. He didn't even flinch. Siwoo grabbed his hand. He was sweating profusely. What? What kind of strength is this? Siwoo was calm. Calm down. Let's talk. Siwoo let go of his hand. The phone was on the ground. The bully stammered. You wait. Siwoo just watched without saying anything. You're telling a huge lie. Those bastards won't just cause trouble for no reason. They'll come in droves before meals or after school. They'll drag you to some secluded place and beat you to a pulp until they feel satisfied. Look over there. The scholarly boy looked toward the student who had just been bullied. Even the person you helped didn't thank you. Right. Right now that guy is probably thinking about how to get out of this. Protecting guys like that will only make your life more tiring. Siwoo's face turned pale. Huh? It seems so. Yeah, I know what I'm getting into, but I don't regret it. The scholarly boy was stunned. What? Choice, Sai replied. It's true that it's scary. But if I ignore it, I'll feel worse, unbearable. This is what I want to do, and it's my own problem. I'll do my best to deal with the consequences. However, I'm quite good at running away or avoiding things that don't suit me. I guess I'll find a way to handle it. Choice walked in and looked around. Where should I sit? The scholarly boy gestured to the desk next to him. Here, there's an empty spot. It seems you won't have many close friends in this class if you have nowhere else to sit. You can sit here. Siwa looked. Oh, I usually sit at the front because I'm short. The scholarly boy said, Sit down. Being bossy doesn't make you better. I don't want to order you around, but as long as you're by my side, you won't get into any trouble. You said, Your name is Choi Sai-la, right? The scholarly boy introduced himself. I'm Kim Yu-sen. Well, I don't think our school life will be smooth, so let's protect each other. The scene returned to the arena. This is extraordinary. It can't be a coincidence. This place has been used by the generals of the main palace for generations to train. A stage that has been here for thousands of years, and he stomped it down with just one step. And he wasn't even using his full strength, just a light tap. Such power. It's too much for a young man in his 20s to bear. This match is over, Yusen thought. Looking back, I think what made me decide to leave home was actually because of that night. Of all the mortals I know in this world, he's the only one who could be a protagonist. I will become the Demon King, said the young Yusen, who was once considered an ordinary person, someone who needed protection, uttering such words.
Of course, my thoughts on those words haven't changed. It's an absurd, impossible statement. However, it was impressive. Yin pushed his power through all obstacles. He charged straight toward Xiaohuai. To her surprise, Yusen said, surprised, Compared to a human sorcerer, it's a bit different. Chosai is a bit lacking. He needs to wake up and observe the situation. Yin sneered. But unfortunately, I'm quite special. But to be friends with someone like that, I also need to be a bit childish. Swa whispered, Come to think of it, Yusen, we went to middle school together, right? When we were growing up and going through crazy phases back then, the 12th graders came to our place saying they would beat us up, and many of them were from some group. Did you use your powers to subdue them?
Yin replied, Not at all. As members of the Sorcerers Association, we have our pride. We wouldn't do that to people like them. The punts I took down back then, I only used basic techniques. Sa praised, Wow, you're really amazing. Yen thought to himself, Actually, I did use it a few times. He was just bluffing.
A flashback of student Yusin challenging Sao. If you can land one hit, you win. Siu was surprised. Are you saying won't have to hit them? On the first day of school, the chaos snowballed, and the two had to face opponents from all over Seoul for the next 3 years. Sai thought, maybe if we just apologized and took one hit, it would all be over. But Yin, who was secretly enjoying the situation a bit, rejected the idea. Although he looked like an easy target, Si Woo endured. Countless attacks, but never fought back even once. By high school, no one dared to mess with these two anymore. Kim Yusin still held the sword in his hand. Leader Gu thought to himself, what is this? The previous attack was stronger than I expected. Even a general of the palace, except for the Grand General, would consider dodging as the best strategy. But even if he dodges, he will soon be cornered. It's only a matter of time before they share the same fate. Yen up. Xiao Huai summoned her energy. The waves around the arena grew more intense. Essen was worried. Just one step caused such a tremor. How much heavier must it be now? Another footstep. The water waves around the arena grew even more violent. Yusin flew up using his ability. Xiao Huai
also summoned her life force. Using the 2 strands of hair from before, it was her ultimate move, Triple Divine Wind. Xiao Huai's power grew immense, spinning like a vortex as it advanced toward her opponent. Yen was also ready to counterattack. Leader Gu thought, is this time like the previous attack? But all 3 streams are much stronger than the initial attack with magical tools. Even throwing 10 of them couldn't block a single stream. Yen launched his attack. He fought against Xiao Huai's streams of energy. Leader Gu looked up again. That powerful launch doesn't look like a strike, but he cut through that fierce demonic power in a single blow. Yen glanced back. He continued to advance. Then he passed through the stream of life force. Xiao Huai stood still in her position.
Yusin charged towards her. Xiao Huai was also mentally prepared. Yusin glanced. He was shocked. The attack I just parried alone is coming back, but she's still holding her stance. It's likely direct control rather than it following me on its own. Yen stomped on the energy stream. The attack turned back towards him. Yen was surprised. Damn it. Xiao Huai watched her power defeat the opponent. She said, I figured as much. When you confidently cut through the first wind stream, I thought 3 streams wouldn't be enough. 2 wind streams are your limit. A rather anticlimactic end compared to what I expected. Leader Gu commented, this is bad. He must have used almost all of his energy to survive that last attack. He's going to die at this rate, and his left arm is immobilized. Even if he survives after this match, both of them will be almost unable to fight anymore. A record of 5 consecutive wins is already very impressive. Xiao Huai said, the 3rd and final wind stream. I will crush you from above. Xiao Huai unleashed the final stream to finish Yusin. She thought to herself, he could have given up, but why does he insist on seeking death like this? She cursed. You are so foolish. It's pathetic. One of Yusin's arms was injured, but he still drew his sword with the other. Kim Yusin made his final slashes. Xiao Huai was astounded. He poured all his energy into a counterattack. His face was filled with determination. His feet stepped back in the rhythmically undulating water. Xiao Huai thought, that wasn't the power of the sword just now.
His wound has already immobilized half of his body. Even after splitting the divine wind, he should have fallen to the ground by now. If that was part of some magic humans use, why didn't he use it in the second round? It's not just about his strength or energy. There must be something else. Kim Yusin spoke up. You're taking your sweet time, aren't you? Your opponent is helpless, practically showing his back, yet you still insist on following your no-touch rule? I wanted to give up, but it seemed I can't do it anymore. It was just a choke. In the current situation, Yusin was truly on the brink of life and death. His energy reserves were depleted by the recent divine wind strike. The cards in his hand, a body with one immobilized arm, and the 2 remaining parts of the barrier that had withstood the previous shock were weapons, equivalent to exploding bombs or tools that could be used as footholds. None of these were enough to face the monster before him. But even so, he still charged forward. Why? Perhaps Xia, facing that recklessness, chose close combat instead of long-range magic out of a minimal respect for her opponent. Or Kim Yusin continued to charge toward Xia Huai. She also showed him no mercy despite his wounds. Yusin's face was filled with determination. He struck a blow and then slid past Xia Huai. Yusin observed Xia Huai immediately used her unique magic, Mount Tai Pressure, to truly amplify the user's mass to be equivalent to a mountain. As a result, even simple techniques could generate power. To change the terrain and the density increased proportionally with the weight, meaning durability also increased accordingly. In other words, to defeat a user of Mount Tai Pressure, one needs the power to crush or split a mountain. Earlier, Yusin had avoided Xiao Hua's attack precisely because he had seen through these points. Trying to split the mountain with all his might would only lead to his own weapon breaking, leaving only Yen's arm and sword. Xiao Huai, I thought just now it felt more like a scratch than a slash. Perhaps he tried to cut through it, like when he split the divine wind earlier, but it didn't go through. No,
Even if it had gone through, it would have been meaningless. Xiao Huai thought, Mount Tai pressure is the mark of pride and the blessing of her gifted lineage. So far, no opponent has been able to get close to her. The mountain, Kim Yusin, was astonished. What are you talking about? Your training is not meaningless at all. The trainer said. Kim Yusin, now a young man, replied, When did I say that? Well, let's just say it's not entirely baseless. More precisely, it's about whether a human can defeat a demon. Some people can defeat a few minor demons. But what I want to talk about is deeper than that. Demon born from nature live in hordes. We don't need to discuss their strength. Just breathing fills them with energy and extends their lifespan tenfold. The only possible weakness is neglecting training. But those aiming for the Demon King title will always train diligently. And most importantly, what about their unique magics? Recently, to ease my headache, I read an old book at home. I'll bring you the method to destroy demons based on their characteristics. There are weaknesses, elemental compatibilities, ways to make them lose confidence. Not being able to destroy all demons is understandable, or not defeating the strongest among them. At the very least, to survive in a world where they roam freely, one must be able to deal with those of rank 8 or higher. The trainer replied, You were right, sir. Training an ordinary person to pierce steel. Ein was surprised. Really? I can handle some mid-level demons myself, but as you said, when those born with extraordinary abilities appear, there's no way to deal with them. I can destroy some weak evil spirits, but in a direct confrontation with a true demon, I can't win. Yen interrupted. Wait a minute. For someone in your position to say that doesn't seem right. But there's one thing you need to understand, the trainer replied. Something as hard as steel and real steel are very different, much more different than you think, sir. An image of Yusin holding his sword, his body covered in wounds. Xiao Huai also stared at him intently. Yusin continued to throw daggers at Xiao Huai. She was taken aback. Still has a flying sword? Perhaps he's using it for defense, but it's useless. Wrong. Both times the flying sword were not used for defense, but to distract Xiao Huai, and that was just to create one rare opportunity. No matter how strong a demon's technique is, it's just a temporary phenomenon.
Made of energy, like an illusion. If you can read the flow of energy that creates it, you ask with a laugh. What are you talking about? Are you getting too into martial arts novels? Why didn't you just tell me that from the beginning? It's not that you like to talk in long-winded theories, but because you can't actually do it, right? The trainer admitted. That's right. Even if I spent the rest of my life training, I couldn't do it, nor could my father. But if you're a truly serious young master, your words would be very different. The technique used in Grasp for the first time through this battle was a miraculous ability among the superhuman abilities of sorcerers, an extremely unrealistic ability. Such miracles were called divine arts by ancient sorcerers, the divine art of judgment, and today one of them has been revived.
By a genius. Once upon a time in ancient China, there was a butcher who possessed incredible skill. His movements when butchering an ox were as smooth as flowing water, and not a single drop of blood stained his knife. The king, astonished by his skill, asked, How could you achieve such a level of mastery? The butcher replied, An ordinary butcher has to change his knife every month because they use it to chop through bone. An excellent one only cuts through meat, so they only change their knife once a year. But I do not look at the ox with my eyes. I perceive its body with my mind, following the principles of the heavenly Tao. Thus my knife moves effortlessly through the gaps between skin, bone, and flesh. By following these principles, I have honed my knife.
For 19 years, killed thousands of oxmen, and the blade is still as sharp as when it was first forged. Upon hearing this, the king exclaimed in admiration, You have truly grasped the way of nurturing life. This story and the butcher's skill became known as Pa Ding Jino, Butcher Ding, carving the ox. Among the sorcerers on the Korean peninsula, this is known as salcho, a divine technique. If used correctly, its power is such that even the most formidable enemies cannot catch their breath, proving deadly even to the most proud warriors. In the past few years on the Korean peninsula, this was an achievement unmatched by any sorcerer. However, at this moment, the young man did not feel overly proud. More precisely, he felt nothing at all.
The old man in red stood at the edge of the stage. He said, What a pity. With such excellent skill, failing just once is not a major defeat. The old man used his energy to lift Yusin's body. He said, Luckily, he was able to hold his breath until the very end. Whether it was arrogance or confidence, I hope he will assess his opponents more thoroughly. Leader Gu spoke up. He's no fool. It's not because he misjudged his opponents, but precisely because he judged his opponent more accurately that he struck. The old man asked, What are you talking about? Leader Gu replied, Throughout this fight, the way he used his sword was extremely unpredictable.
Although he easily broke through difficult attacks, when faced with other techniques of similar power, even with enough time to dodge, he didn't.
The old man in red deduced, perhaps due to severe energy depletion or the inability to use such attacks consecutively in a short time. I thought so too, the leader agreed, but I realized after observing their defense before the final clash. Although he tried to attack, he couldn't penetrate the opponent because of his injured body, even though he knew it was futile. In other words, he intended to use it, but couldn't. Could it be that he wanted to complete an unfinished technique through this battle? The old man in red asked. So what does that mean? It makes sense. It's easier to accept that he was arrogant or foolish. He deliberately risked his life, even though he knew he couldn't beat his opponent. Of course, this is just my speculation, Leader Gugu said. Perhaps his opponent thought the same, which is why she reacted the way she did.
Xiaohui straightened her clothes. The reason Xiaohui could still stand firm was because of her heaven-sent recovery ability. Even though she had just been through a grueling battle with a regenerative advantage, a demon's recovery ability is proportional to the strength of the individual. For a demon of a certain power level, even if they lose half or more of their body, they can still survive and regenerate. It was clear that Yusen's holy sword had cut Xiaohui in two, but looking at it another way, that attack only hit once. The moment the holy sword pierced through her, Xiaohui's body had already begun to regenerate. But even so, the reason Xiaohui's mind was temporarily paralyzed was because such an extraordinary recovery experience was a first in her life. Mount Tai pressing down on an egg.
This phrase means an ability as majestic as a mountain, never yielding. Xiaohui possessed this ability from birth. Unlike creatures of flesh and blood who must endure trials, she was never injured. For someone like her, the experience of being split in two by a sword was too intense. And although I think that young man can still continue to fight, will the other side fight on? The old man in red asked. Not sure, Leader Guru replied. The old man in red continued to wonder. Not sure? What do you mean? If you're not sure, go and ask. Leader Gu turned his head. I know, but running over to ask right now is a bit difficult. It seems he has lost focus on the battle right from the first strike. No matter what, he remained silent, just sitting and focusing on his breathing. The old man recounted, I've heard stories of being so deeply immersed in breathing exercises that one loses track of time due to consciousness being locked away. It's amazing that he can immerse himself like that amidst all this chaos. If he continues in that state, we must conclude that the two of them cannot continue to fight, and that's fine with them. That's not necessary. Xiaohui spoke up. This is my defeat. I will concede. The old man hesitated. If the participating parties acknowledge it, then there's no problem. But what is this? Don't even think about it. Xiaohui interrupted. Enough. No need to say more. Admitting defeat once is enough. Xiaohui looked towards Yuan lying on the floor. She said, I am grateful for the precious experience he has given me. If he had mastered that sword technique from the beginning of the match, I would have met King Yama several times by now. Thanks to him, I have experienced defeat and realized how reckless I was and what I need to improve. Xiaohui's eyes narrowed. Promise me if we meet again next time, I promise to crush you to dust and not make the same mistake as today. The match is over. There's nothing more to see here. Let's move to the next location quickly. Xiaohui ordered. The old man in red replied. The matches of the other participants haven't finished yet. She glanced over. I cannot predict the path of the Dragon Palace. Xiaohui quickly looked in the other direction. Sa said, Wow, it feels like I had a very good sleep, but it seems I didn't actually sleep that much. Anyway, I heard people talking when I just woke up. You don't need to leave. Just continue the match with me. Xiaohui and Leader Gu had surprised expressions on their faces. Xiaohui advised, Are you wasting the opportunity gained through your teammates' efforts? Suwa said, No, if someone else gives up, I'll gladly accept. However, the teammate I know would never accept that. She would say, If you lose, you lose. A victory not earned through fighting is meaningless. Xiaohui replied, So you think you can defeat me? Su was confident. Well, I just think this is the right thing to do, regardless of my chances of winning. Of course, I will still do my best. No matter what I think, you will probably think you will win, right? Everyone here felt something was off, but the one who felt it most clearly was the demon who had known the boy before.
Leader Gu thought curiously, What is happening? It's only been a few minutes. The boy just woke up and he's clearly a different entity than before. I'll say this first. Your teammate is an extremely special case. Xiaohui said, You won't get that chance again. Su was fearless. If you're going to strike, do it now, because if I make a move, those near me will be affected. There was no need for superfluous words about mental strength. The changes within her from experiencing defeat and pain for the first time in her life, in the growth, even if she didn't realize it, meant Xiaohui was also craving a new battle. On the other hand, the boy was still in a situation with many limitations.
His spiritual and magical energy was still sealed, even if a little energy was restored. He didn't know complex magic like Ein. Despite that, the boy confidently faced her, knowing his own strength. Xiao Huai extended her hand, full of energy. Siwu also began to receive the attack. The two energy sources collided. The old man in red and leader Gu were holding back the energy. Siwa disappeared as Xiao Huai met the attack. Xiao Huai quickly turned to look. The old man in red said, "Since the battles of the others have ended, to continue I recognize Xiao Huai's concession and will take them to another place. Please don't be too sad. Not all. It's true that I admitted defeat, and perhaps the result would have been my victory, but it's fortunate for you that it ended early. Even so, I'm quite curious about what—"
My Mount Tai pressing an egg. Xiao Huai wondered what exactly happened when it collided with that thing. She said this while glancing down at the water below the fighting stage. Seawall also turned to look. Leader Gu spoke, startling Su. "I understand your desire to continue fighting, but once a concession has been made, it becomes an irreversible match." The leader sighed. "If the fight continues, it will be considered a private duel between guests, not a martial arts match. Of course, if you two are ready to go, it would be a bit much for us to keep stopping you." Seawall replied, "No, if the result is irreversible, stopping it is the natural thing to do." Seeing the young master fall as soon as I woke up, I realized I might have been a bit reckless. The old man sighed in relief and asked,
"That's a relief, but is he okay?" At first glance, he doesn't seem to be seriously injured, but Siwu replied, "I'm not sure either, but he'll be fine." Su thought to himself, his pulse and breathing seem normal. It must be the breathing technique Ein taught me. Just like before, he's recovering subconsciously by regulating his breath. Leader Goose smiled. "Well, you'll have to continue with the next opponents, but if you're not strong enough, do you want to give up?" Siwu replied, "I want to see the opponent first." The opponent gradually appeared. A few. The opponent said, observing the spirit beast in their hand, "Hey, what the heck is that?" A cute cat held a weapon in its mouth. The female opponent smiled awkwardly. "Calm down, I'm here now," she thought to herself.
Good thing we got Rao back, because having Rao means that person is also here. Their person in charge said the current opponents are all human. There are martial artists with exceptional skills and of the same class. One of them is a top-tier martial artist from the Sacred Water Association. The other human is a subordinate. The opponent looked up. Sacred Water Association. Wait, isn't that the person over there? They're both human. The person in charge replied, "That's right, that's Kim Ils. He was the one who arranged our accommodation when we first arrived in Korea." The former top martial artist thought, "Isn't he no longer at the Sacred Water Association? A lot has happened. It's understandable that members leave now, but I thought she would be the next successor." The opponents said to each other, "Looking at those injuries." His last battle must have been very tough. Anyway, this is an awkward situation. The Guardian thought they're both human. No matter how you look at it, they look like the ones from before. At first, I was also confused, not knowing if they were demons or not, but the Dragon Palace wouldn't make such a mistake, and Kim Ilin already knew him from before. The younger brother spoke up. "Let me go talk to him. Sooner or later it has to be done." The two stood facing each other. The younger brother introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ayoshi Hirakura from Japan. Kim Il-sin might have told you. My sister and I came to Korea for work. We met Mr. Il-sin when we first arrived here." Saiwa replied, "I see. Hello, I am Choi Makdon. I serve the young master."
Sa thought to himself, "He's Japanese, but his Korean is so good." Aishiro Kira continued, "I don't know if this is out of line, but would you consider withdrawing?" Sa looked fierce. "No, why should I?" Kira hesitated. "Yes, of course, you're absolutely right. I apologize if I've offended you. I'm truly sorry." He bowed his head. "I was too hasty. I would be very grateful if you could pretend you didn't hear that." Siwu assessed him. He seemed different from his first impression. Aishiro Kira explained, "I know this sounds pathetic, but I find fighting another human being very distasteful. I didn't hone my skills for a battle like this. Your brother seems very gentle. From what I observed, he could have easily won with his skills, yet he bowed his head," the official said.
The sister immediately replied, "He's not gentle at all." She unleashed her power, a strong aura radiating from her. She said, "He's just not taking it seriously." Sawu held out a hand. "You don't have to apologize so much. It was a bit sudden, but I don't feel offended at all, and I understand the reluctance to fight another person." Ah replied, "Then may I propose a different way to settle this? I'm thinking of a solution that works for both of us and avoids serious injury or life-threatening danger. Let's exclude the use of magic and artifacts and fight only with our physical skills. To be honest, I'm very confident in my physical combat skills. I don't know what kind of training you went through to become a martial artist, but if you defeat me, I will automatically withdraw on behalf of my sister."
That way you'll win against both of us. That seems fairer. His sister was stunned. "What?" she said. "Hey, who gave you the right to decide?" Ashura Kira smiled and said, "It's fine. We can't fight to the death."
Besides, I haven't lost a match yet. Losing isn't the end of everything. Saw spoke up. All right, I agree. Although I don't mind the condition of only having to defeat one of you. If we can't come to an agreement, I'm willing to fight both. Glad I found someone reasonable to talk to. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word, I assured. The official thought to himself, this match is more boring than I thought. I thought there was going to be a fierce showdown between undefeated fighters, but one of them can barely move. If this continues, the fight will be over with just a few exchanges.
Let's get this over with. The two opponents charged, starting the match. The official was surprised. The official was Kong Not Gil, a low-ranking member of the Dragon Palace. A servant by position, he came from a prestigious family skilled in martial arts. He was a talent, but he had trained in martial arts with the dream of becoming a great general in the Dragon Palace. For many decades of his youth as a demon, he had poured his sweat and blood into it. But reality wasn't so easy. If it were just a matter of training methods or effort, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. But Gil's family originated from the Sea Demon clan. As a demon, he lacked the innate talents, and no member of his clan was known for such traits. For an ambitious young demon, it was a harsh reality, so Kong Not Gil gave up on his dream.
With just a fraction of the effort he had put into martial arts, he easily passed the public service exam. But even after giving up his dream, he was still passionate about martial arts. That's why he volunteered for this tournament. Many people avoided observing the matches because they thought it was troublesome and dangerous. In a way, among the servants here, he could be considered the most knowledgeable about martial arts. Therefore, the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. A flurry of punches rained down on the opponent. Aishura Akira's face was grim, his feet advancing. Aishura Akira aimed a kick at Sai's face. Saiwa blocked it with his hand. The two exchanged blows skillfully. Aishura Akira followed up with his other leg. He suddenly became fierce. Sai dodged it. The sister asked, "What's going on?" In fact, even without much knowledge of martial arts, it wasn't hard to see what was missing from the fight before them: probing and caution. Two key elements in a match between skilled fighters, but they were completely absent here. There was only attack and attack, as if the rule of not using magic was a license for them to tear each other apart. Siwoo continued his assault. He grabbed Kira's collar. Kira didn't yield. Ning Sai was straight in the chest. The retaliation. Siwoo attacked relentlessly. Kira coughed up blood. Kira then headbutted his opponent. The two of them just kept going like that. Both of them were on their last legs. Kong Nagyo thought both were exhausted. Perhaps no. This exchange will surely be the final showdown. Kira threw a punch with all his might. Siwoo was not to be outdone. He tripped Kira. As Kira fell, Siwoo took the chance to strike at his face. The punch was thrown. Kira lay still with a fierce look on his face. The sister trembled with anger. "Aishiro," Kira said calmly. "Why did you stop? You could have finished me." Shiro replied, "We made a deal to end the fight without life-threatening injuries." And half of Siwa's mask fell off. Siwa glared and said, "We also agreed to only use our physical abilities." The sister worried as she thought, "It's really him. The mask that suppressed his demonic energy is broken. This complicates things with the people from the Dragon Palace. But how will Aishiro act? This fight was based on the premise that his opponent was human. If he thinks he was tricked, he could become very dangerous." Aishiro Kira stood up and said, "I see a half-demon. You've been suppressing your power with that mask." "All this time, and I didn't even know." Kira let out a loud laugh. "Heh," he praised. "You're amazing. I've never been so overwhelmed in a fight, not even when fighting demons, and you weren't even going all out." The sister was also stunned. "What? A bond through combat? I guess that's what this is. A fierce competition acknowledged by both sides. It's not uncommon for strong bonds to form between opponents, not just through sports, but also through life and death battles." The two opponents shook hands, laughing cheerfully. Yen sighed. "What?" He found it baffling. "What is this nonsense?" Yusin said, "So you broke this. I don't have any special feelings for it, but it's been a family heirloom for hundreds of years." Siwa was apologetic. "Sorry."
Kim Yusin could only sigh. It's fine. It was mostly symbolic anyway, and after leaving the Sacred Water Institute, it doesn't mean much anymore, Yusin thought to himself. Besides, the fact that I'd broken a fist fight with a human is astonishing. Although he lost in the end, being able to go toe-to-toe with Choi Saiwoo for several minutes, that means his body surpasses human limits. Leader Goose spoke up. "Fortunately, neither of you is seriously injured. I have reported to my superiors about the two of you, especially Choi Saiwoo. They said that you two can no longer continue in the qualifying rounds." Saiwoo and Yin were stunned. Originally, this tournament was to celebrate the princess's birthday. There will be high-ranking guests, including the Dragon King, watching.
Finals, having a participant with an unknown origin and lineage is strictly forbidden. Luckily, we contacted Zhuang of the Korean Peninsula, and he has confirmed and guaranteed Choi Sai's identity. Thanks to that, the situation is no longer so tense. Yen said, "I have no excuse for this. This is my fault, and I will take full responsibility." Leader Gu called out to Kim Yusin.
Don't worry, you only have to take responsibility for what happened earlier when I said you two can't continue in the qualifying rounds. It means you'll be on standby from now on, and if by the end of the qualifiers your record of 7 wins gets you into the finals. Gu looked fierce. He asked, "So I disqualified?" Leader Gu replied, "I didn't hear directly, but it seems the dragon."
The king himself said, "How interesting. Rumors of a half-demon appearing and winning 7 times undefeated, even while wearing a mask to suppress his demonic energy." He smiled slightly. "This is getting interesting. Since Yum Yang has vouched for him, there's no need to exclude them from the fun. He has instructed us to give you both a chance to compete in the finals." Sao was happy, relieved. With 7 wins, the chance of getting into the finals isn't that low, right? Young thought. No punishment. They're even giving us a chance. No, it's more than that. Unless the number of participants in this tournament is unexpectedly high, 7 wins should be enough to get into the finals. In the last match, I would have ended the qualifiers with 6 wins, even for those who get into the finals based on their number of wins.
From our perspective, this is just a formal punishment with no real loss. It's not just a favor, but also a bit of favoritism. It's like they're saying, you must get to the finals. Right now, I really want to withdraw, but refusing this favor could anger the Dragon Palace. Since the mask broke, the purpose of bringing Saiwara here is gone, and on top of that, he has changed. Yen's gaze turned to Siwa. Is it because of the mask, or is it the breathing technique I taught him? If the change is due to the breathing technique, it could be a positive sign. Saiwara called out to Yusen. "I'm going to talk to those people for a bit. They said we have time until the other matches are over." Siwa greeted Ashihiro Kira. He turned and replied, "Oh, Siwa." Siwa continued, "Are you okay?"
"You were bleeding badly earlier." Ashihiro Kira replied, "I'm fine. My stamina's pretty top-notch." The sister assessed. "They're talking so casually." Ashihiro, "Sure. All right, my sister wanted to meet you." The sister was startled. "Huh?" Ashihiro continued smiling. "She's been talking about you all week." The sister yelled, "Wait, when did I say I wanted to meet him? I was just curious about him." The brother asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to thank him for Zayu?" Ashihiro Kira glanced over. "Besides, Zayu saved Sister Ka's life. You said you would have died without him." Ashihiro Kira patted Sai's back. "I'm going to talk to you for a bit. Feel free to say whatever you want." Saiwa watched Ashihiro Kira's retreating figure. The sister was annoyed. "That kid."
"It's been a week since we last met." Sai was smiled and asked, "Is your neck okay? I know the situation was urgent, but I think I might have been a bit rough back then." The sister sighed. "It's nothing serious. It wouldn't have mattered even if you had injured me. It's a bit surprising that my brother would dare say something like that, but it's true you saved my life last time. Thank you. I should have said this a week ago." Sai smiled shyly. "I just did what I had to do." Aishido's sister thought to herself, "What is this feeling? I got Zanja back safely, and I've had my questions about this person answered. The life debt, I can repay it. But what is this feeling? It feels like something is missing." People often don't realize what they truly want. They gradually understand their desires and preferences over time. Through mistakes, Aishido Yuzuru pursued her path.
This year she is 18 years old. If you were to ask her now, she would say her ideal type is a bit wild. Frankly, a guy with a bit of a mean streak. Throughout the past week, I, Ishiro Yuzu, hadn't fully understood the discomfort that lingered in her heart. Although there were hints, but they were all very fragmented and seemed unrelated. Even as a joke, it was ridiculous. Realizing what she wanted from the person in front of her was something Yuzuru still had to figure out. Saiwi asked, "Are you okay?" Leader Gu used magic. He used it to receive information. Leader Gu announced, "We have just received word that all matches have concluded. We will escort you both to the waiting area immediately." Saiwi said goodbye to Aishiro Yuzu. "See you later. No, let's meet in..."
Finals. Aishiro Yuzuru watched Saiwood disappear, just like that. She only just realized what he wants to meet again. What does that mean? It doesn't have any special meaning. Aishiro spoke up. This is troublesome. I didn't expect Yin to react like that. Aishiro Yuzuru asked, "What did I say? Something wrong?" Aishiro replied, "Yeah, I guess so." He sighed. "It's been a week, and he's the successor, so I thought he already knew, but he didn't know. He only found out after I told him. I hope it didn't shock him too much." Out of Funo office, Saiwu appeared. Saiwu asked Yusen, "Should we wait here?" He looked at Kim Yusen, who was sitting opposite with his head down. Yusen thought to himself, "What should I do? My condolences for your loss."
Yusen looked up, puzzled. "Condolences? What?" Ashiro Kuriev said, "Huh? The disaster a week ago?" Yen was even more surprised. "Disaster a week ago? Did something happen to the Sacred Water Institute?" Ashiro Kira looked worried. "Don't tell me." Yen shut up from his seat. "Please tell me what you mean by disaster." Aishiro Kira looked at Kim Yusen's side and began to explain. "Actually,
We found out about it through unofficial channels. As you know, after the incident a week ago, my sister and I were placed under house arrest at the hotel and monitored by people from the Sacred Water Institute. You might find it annoying, but we were also sent to Korea on a mission to search for and exorcise evil spirits, so we needed to gather information from the outside by any means.
When night came, one of the two guards had to leave urgently, so we seized the opportunity. We hypnotized the remaining one to get as much information from the Sacred Water Institute as possible. What we learned is that they were hunting a demon, the main culprit behind that pile of rubble. Ayn froze. A demon? Ahiro continued. Yes, but not your friend, but Baiyang, the leader of Ida Chen. I don't know the details, but it seems the demon named Baiyang made a deal with the Sacred Water Institute, saying that he would wait outside a location and reveal his position. So most of the manpower at the Sacred Water Institute was mobilized to capture Baiyang. And then Kim Yusen interrupted. Enough. What happened? Ahiro Kira hesitated.
I heard that most of the members of the Sacred Water Institute did not return. About 300 people from Seoul and other provinces, about 90% of the Sacred Water Institute's forces were killed in the battle with Bayon. Among them were 4 ambassadors, including your father, the master of a myriad of gods, Kim Seo. Yusen couldn't believe his ears. What? Aishido Keita said, If you want my help. Yen vanished in a flash. Kim Yusen in. Siwoo was still calling out as Kim Yusen was lost in old memories. Siwoo swayed. Are your injuries getting worse? Wait a minute. Let me get a doctor. It's fine, Yusen replied. Just leave me alone. Siwoo was worried. What? What did he and Aishido Keita talk about just now? A human at the door. Please wait a moment,
said Leader Gu. I don't know why I was suddenly summoned, but it turned out to be a ploy to lure me out. There's no time for a long explanation, so please remember what I'm about to say. The person outside should not be here. Whatever she says or does, do not get yourself involved. I'm truly sorry. I can only say this much. That person is the youngest princess of the Dragon Palace. The princess? Siwoo asked. Why is she here? Leader Gu explained. The princess is very interested in the upcoming martial arts competition. Perhaps it's because of you, a Dian hiding his identity, that has piqued her curiosity. I wish I could stay here with you, but I have received a royal command, so I must leave immediately. Siwoo replied. I understand. Although it is a bit sudden, I will be sure to maintain proper. However, Sawa looked at Kim Yusen. He whispered, could you please take Yen to a quieter place and take care of him? I'll take care of it right away, Leader Gu confirmed. The door burst open, and Siwa instinctively looked out. Brother! He was in a defensive stance. A terrifying demon appeared. Siwa's face was filled with fear. Then his expression changed again. The blue-haired girl said, There's only one. I wanted to meet both of you, but this is fine too. After all, you're the one I wanted to meet. She introduced herself cheerfully. Nice to meet you, demon. My name is Mary. I am the princess of the Dragon Palace and the future demon queen. Sawa also replied, Yes, I'm Choice Sawo. The 2 words demon queen came out of nowhere. But the boy didn't question it. The reason was very clear. The aura emanating from her was more intimidating than her words. Suel, that's a nice name, but it's strange. Perhaps it's because of the human blood in your veins. You don't look very stupid, Sua asked. What do you mean? Mary replied. The king said so before I was born. Demons are the strongest of all species, but they are all very stupid and disappeared after fighting amongst themselves. Besides that, are you strong? Mary started walking. She continued, If what the king said is true, you're the one I must defeat to become the demon queen. Siwoo thought to himself, he told me not to get involved. Is this what he meant? Choice. Siwoo said to me, I'm also aiming to become the demon king. However,
I don't think this is the right place to fight, at least not now. Mary came up behind him. Huh? I don't think so. Mary sat down at the table. If it were me, I want to try, even if I'm not allowed to. I made a promise to the king. But if you're really strong and win the martial arts competition, you'll just have to fight me. She explained, Our king has 6 children, including me. 2 of my 3 older brothers passed away before I was born. My 2 older sisters got married when I was little, so the king said he wants me to succeed him along with his son-in-law. Siwa thought to himself, but she still has 1 older brother. Mary smiled and said, Actually, I don't want to. Why should I accept being the dragon queen when I was born in an era where I can become the demon queen? So we replied,
If you become the demon queen, what will you do after your coronation? How do you want to rule the world? Mary said nonchalantly. Are you stupid? Of course, I'll let the underlings figure it out. The king said, So Sue was helpless. Is this dragon palace okay? When asked why I want to become the demon queen, I replied, Because everyone covets that title. The demons in the ceremony are all very strong. People like the Dragon King, those strong enough to be called kings in their own domains, each have different goals, but all strive to fight. Defeating people like that, then winning the ultimate title is wonderful.
That's who a true king is, not those who inherit the title through their bloodline. My father doesn't think so. He told me not to get involved in dirty fights like this. So,
I decided to make a bet with the king. On my birthday tomorrow, I will declare myself as the representative of the Dragon Palace in the competition. Siwa was skeptical. What kind of bet? Mary replied, simple. If I fight the champion of the competition and win, I get to go to the ceremony. If not, I'll have to marry one of the winners. According to the king's wishes, he'll be my husband, so I'll still stay here. Sue was puzzled. Marriage? This is the first time I've heard of this? Mary continued, yeah, if he said he was looking for a son-in-law, it would be troublesome with everyone flocking here. He said that even if he finds a winner and then announces it, who would refuse the chance to have half of the EC? But I'm not so sure. Saw broke out in a cold sweat. He asked, but it's not just men participating, right?
What if you have to marry a woman? Mary was calm. Ooh, it doesn't matter. I'll marry anyone who can defeat me. You fool. I can still add more people to my harem. Saw's face was blank. He still didn't get it. Mary concluded, anyway, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I've never fought anyone outside of the Dragon Palace before. Actually, I want to fight all the participants, but now I'm only allowed to fight the strongest one, because when I participate in the Koni, I'll have to fight continuously. However, I wanted to meet my future enemy at least once, even if I can't fight him. Do you have a dream of becoming the Demon King? I want to hear why you want to become the Demon King. Saw was tense. I want to keep the world as it has been for the past 600 years, to keep demons and humans safe.
Desperate to prevent humans from being eaten, Mary was interested. Oh, I don't know much about the outside world, but that's impossible. A king must be respected and served by his subjects. If you rule like that, no one will want to follow you. Sir replied, I know, his clenched fist trembling. Even my friends and the people I trust say it's just a fantasy. However, even if it's just a fantasy, I will still do it. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I will not let anyone defeat me, not even the princess. Mary smiled. Is that so? That is your dream. I'm a little worried. What? He asked. She replied, I shouldn't do this, but I have no choice after you said that. I think it's time to act. The silent doors of the room stood still. Their brawl shattered the doors.
The blow sent Sensu flying out. Siwu was furious. Mary slowly emerged from the thick smoke. My father will be very angry, but whatever. You're next, but you probably won't make it to the finals. You might die or be crippled on your way to the finals. Mary's face was full of life as she stepped forward. That's why I want to settle this now. I don't know if you're the strongest demon among the contestants, but your damn dream must be crushed. Oh, and let me remind you, this is an empty room, so no one will barge in. And I'll also say this, if I get hurt or die, it definitely won't be by your hands. What's meant to be, will be. Siwu realized she wasn't an opponent who could be persuaded with words. On the other hand, he felt relieved that at least he was strong enough not to be killed. She charged towards Siwa.
A punch was planted straight in his face. She stared wide-eyed in surprise. In front of her was an ancient large tree trunk. Sa held her face. I'm sorry. Then he counterattacked. Blood flowed. In his hand was his powerful thread. He used it to continue his attack. Demons are not creatures that are easily killed. He knew this from past experience, so he focused all his energy on subduing his opponent. Sigh with thought. No matter how good her recovery ability is, her brain will still be affected by the blow. If the brain is shaken repeatedly, it can cause long-term damage. Of course, that's not enough to subdue her. The concussion is just the beginning of a more powerful blow. Sivu, with determination, used those threats. It wrapped around Mary's neck.
His eyes were filled with energy. Saw didn't know that the mace technique he had spent the past week devising was once a common technique of the demon race. Its name was Demon Hunting Thread, he said. I didn't think it would be so effective, but Saiwa breathed a sigh of relief. Binding complete. At the East Sea Dragon Palace, Shanghai Palace, a figure approached, step by step, advancing towards the Dragon Palace. He said, Who is this? Our general visits at this late hour without the king's decree. He is Baekji, the general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King said, I hate political games the most, and stay away from where officials gather, even avoiding the palace grounds like the plague. Becky replied,
I know it's arrogant, but the Dragon King laughed and said, If you know it's arrogant, then leave quietly. I don't want to receive any guests right now. Unlike you, who can do as you please, I am a king with too many burdens to bear. Pitiably, I must drink alone to be able to continue to cope and watch a few things on the mainland, the only comfort in my life. The thing he watched was beautiful hot girls on the mainland. The Dragon King raised his cup. Your sudden appearance at this precious time is not only a violation of loyalty between subject and king, but it's also not good between old friends. Go home. I will listen to you after the princess's birthday celebration. Beggy was firm. Logically, yes, he was enraged, but I can't do that. Your Majesty knows why I'm...
Here, what's the point of waiting until after the princess's birthday party? The Dragon King asked. Oh, Are you defying my order? The Dragon King called out, Guards! The general, Baek Ji, interrupted. Are you really going to do this to me? Everyone in the palace knows the reason for this martial arts competition. Princess Muri's marriage cannot be rushed like this. Moreover, the participants are all creatures from the mainland. The princess, no, Mary is... That's right, she is my niece, the Dragon King said. So you can't control your anger, can you? Wouldn't it have been better to just say it from the start? You love beating around the bush. Now even a passing bird would laugh at you, you fool. Are you feeling awkward because it's been a while since you last came here? Becky replied, regardless.
I cannot agree to this. If it's just for the festival, can't we just let my daughter participate? Although she still lacks experience, she's gifted, but winning the title is incredibly difficult. Sure, the idea of her getting enough exposure sounds nice, but she won't win. That's why I'm against it. Her chances of victory are slim. Becoming the Demon Queen isn't the issue. The problem is if Mary grows attached to the surface and wants to stay there. But Gyo blurted out, What? All she's ever cared about is martial arts. Why would she? She's never even been to the surface before. Once she steps out and breathes the dusty air of the mainland, she will realize, the Dragon King explained, that the air she's been breathing all this time is foul and salty. I felt the same way when I was young, although I was
forced into it first. When that arduous journey ended, I felt a tinge of regret. If I weren't the only son of the former king, I might have married a human woman and lived on the surface forever. Perhaps this temperament has been boiling in my bloodline all along. Don't you know? My mother was a human, a sacrifice offered to the sea. The previous kings and other dragon lords frequently married humans and demons. The dragon blood is stronger than you think. Even Mary, your daughter, doesn't have those shark teeth or whatever. That is the first reason I chose someone from the surface to participate. After all, it is Mary's duty to rule. If we choose a strong man from the mainland to be by her side, her desire to leave will naturally diminish. Wouldn't it be
beneficial for your clan if Mary becomes the next Dragon King, because then you would be the Dragon King's maternal family. When your father sent your sister to marry me, he surely didn't expect this day to come. Bad worried, but I'm not so sure to put that child on the throne. I fear our clan isn't strong enough to support me. Our lineage is just an ordinary martial arts clan. Wouldn't it be much better to consider the Crown Prince if he were the heir to the throne? The Dragon King said. Baekyo. Baekyo transformed into a small shark. The Dragon King moved with the grace of a flying dragon. Just this once, I will forgive you for what you just said. Because you see me not as a king, but as an older brother, I will also treat you not as a vassal, but as a younger brother. And let this slide. Just this once.
But if you mention it one more time, I will not spare you, even if it's you. Baekyo bowed a full 90 degrees. Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon continued. I understand, but even if you say that to me, it seems everyone has high hopes for the Crown Prince. My mind is made up. This cannot be changed. That boy is not suitable. Even if he weren't in prison for what he did, I would never let him succeed me. Frankly, his foolishness turned out to be to my advantage. He is not qualified to stand above others, let alone become king. Absolutely not. Thinking back, my father had such wonderful children. They are someone like me. And then suddenly something surprised them. Huh? A court lady said, Why is everyone trying to interrupt my drinking time today?
Wait, aren't you supposed to be the guide for the martial arts tournament? The leader of Gu Clan said, The princess has conveyed your majesty's will, saying that your majesty wishes to see me. He said, The Dragon King ordered what? Yes, go stop her now or she'll tear this palace apart. The scene here was filled with broken objects. Demon binding rope technique. This technique is very different from ordinary binding spells. First, the rope scope's material is usually made from demon silk, carrying the full power of its user. It's no different from the demonic power of the demon itself. Although he still has many flaws, Sa's physical skills are truly phenomenal, especially his muscular strength, which could be considered among the top demons on the Korean peninsula. His innate talent for combat, inherited from his demon bloodline, is clear for all to see, to the point where even higher-ranking species cannot compare. Sai thought during the fight, it would be great if it ends here, but I still have to see what she intends to do. With this rope, I can restrain opponents stronger than me. Whether there are people around or not, this is still a palace. If I push my luck, I'll definitely attract unwanted attention. If she's like those two, I won't be able to bind her for long. Fortunately, Saiwa's wish came true. The Azure Dragon, one of the 4 mythical beasts, known as the Guardian of the East, and a relative of the Dragon King, the ruler of the East Sea. Not only does it have the ability to control waterways in the sea, but can also command storms and lightning. But this is not entirely true. The Dragon King, only the leaders of the dragon race can possess this privilege. They possess the innate ability of the dragon race, which is simply a thirst for battle. Mary spoke up.
So strength alone isn't enough. Then I have a surprise for you. Siwoo tightened the rope to prevent her from pulling any tricks. Demonic power. This is the energy a demon possesses, but what's crucial are the power's intensity and the purity of the demonic aura. Siwoo tightened his grip even more. Mary broke free from the rope. For a demon who possesses both of these elements, they have lethal power just by releasing their demonic energy without any special magic. Mary's power stormed out, creating a life force that extended for miles.
Mary sighed in relief. Damn it. The race that possesses both of these factors at the highest level from birth is the dragon. I went a little overboard, didn't I? She said, looking at the cloud of dust. Unlike magic, it's like a natural instinct. Easy as pie. Mary spoke first, but don't blame me. Blame yourself for getting me too excited. This absurd power represents the race that rules the seas. Siwoo was down in the dust and sand, blood dripping. His body was completely covered in wounds. Siwoo replied, I knew this would happen. SLHVK appeared. Serves you right, you idiot. I thought you'd gotten better. But no, it's the same old story. You act like you know everything, like you're good at everything. But in the end, you just sigh and say, I'm still not strong enough.
Saw said Sliv. She replied, Of course not, you fool. How could I be here? My body and mind are broken. I'm probably dying in some corner of a human world. All because I have to clean up the mess from the stupid fight you started. Well, you wouldn't know. You only act out of a pure and selfless mind. Would you have acted so recklessly if you knew this would be the outcome? In the end, you couldn't save anyone. Innocent people got caught up and almost lost their lives and your friend Yin. I wonder what he had as sacrifice for you back then. What did Yoshihiro and E.U.S. Iron say? How could they defeat someone so strong? Honestly, you don't know, do you? Something must have happened. The deal you and Behi made back then. Or maybe it was because you cowardly retreated.
So, what about this time? What luck will come to our brave and kind Saiwa now? Who will take responsibility and clean up your mess? Saiwa trembled. No, he said. SLHVK looked him straight in the eye. Then stop sitting there like a coward and get up, you loud-mouthed pig. Do something that matches your endless determination. Fight like a real demon until you or she is dead. That is your minimum duty. Mary stood confidently, muttering, He's still just sitting there blankly. I didn't expect him to be so broken. Did I expect too much? As she was speaking, Saiwa suddenly stood up, surprising her. Her fighting spirit flared. You surprised me. You can still fight, right? Saiwa, confident, with tears streaming down his face and covered in scratches. Of course.
His eyes were full of determination. As long as you wish. The two stood miles apart. Mary raised her fist. Siwoo pushed his body at 1% capacity towards Mary. A change different from anything Siwoo had experienced before. It wasn't a new power or technique. Only her internal energy had changed. Mary used both hands to summon a massive amount of energy. Preparing to attack Siwoo, she fixed her eyes on Siwoo. The attack was unleashed. They were like two fierce dragons charging straight at him. Siwoo looked up. He immediately used his demon mace. The two streams of power clashed relentlessly. The dragon of power on this side was roaring. Siwoo turned to observe. A massive explosion occurred where he stood.
Mary smiled triumphantly. Siwa broke through the smoke and charged straight at me. She was full of excitement. Whoa! Sa needed two things. If the opponent attacks and he can't defend, he will take the full brunt of the technique, as long as it doesn't kill him. And then he would have to rely on his self-healing ability. Mary's eyes widened. Siwoo with a bloody arm punched her straight in the face. Siwoo mourned. She used her hand to block the blow. Mary pushed his hand away, flashing a smile as bright as the sun. Siwoo immediately used his other hand. Siwoo quickly attacked. The blood-soaked hand clenched into a fist. Siwoo's eyes blazed with killing intent. Siwoo punched Mary out of the frame. His face suddenly darkened.
His bloody hand was still gripping her wrist. Marie cried out. Sue continuously flipped her over and over. His hand was still holding her arm, but Marie's body was nowhere to be seen. Marie said, Your demon silk is interesting, but I won't lose. Sue whipped his head around to look. Marie counterattacked from behind. Concentrate demonic power into the smallest possible point so it becomes a bead and release it once and for all. She laughed and said, Boom! The tyrant dragon orb was summoned, its power immense. Sue had to step back to see it more clearly. He used his demon mace to form a shield in front of him. The bead of demonic power moved closer to Sue. Sue realized something was wrong.
She unleashed a barrage of demonic power beads. They attacked Siwoo from all directions. Miri leaped away. The beads of demonic power were so bright they filled the entire frame.
The Tyrant Dragon Orb is a bit different from ordinary techniques. It's not a finely honed technique, but a bomb created through sheer compression. The explosion is an indirect effect of the blast pressure, and therefore it is harmless to the caster. This point is similar to many other techniques. One can surround themselves with pressure to protect themselves, but that shield isn't perfect either. Unless it's an enemy you're willing to risk your life to destroy, this is a forbidden technique. But for this girl, that didn't matter. This was simply a fight against a worthy opponent. She had used it many times.
Before the sole heir treasured by the Dragon King, her curiosity and eagerness led to many of the strongest in the Dragon Palace becoming her masters and sparring partners. But Mary laughed. Needless to say, no one dared to go all out against the princess. A rather foolish truth had slowly built up inside her without her realizing it. A craving that had been unsatisfied for decades was only now being soothed. Mary asked you, "Can you continue? You can, right?" she asked. She was so desperate that she completely ignored the rules of the Dragon Palace. And although slightly different, he was just as desperate. His body was nothing but skin clinging to bones, thanks to his exceptional stamina and regeneration, even after surpassing his limit.
There was still an obsession, a will that bordered on madness. The demon silk is a weapon that changes its shape and texture according to the user's needs and imagination. He could use it to reinforce his weak bones and replace torn muscle fibers. Mary observed, "Amazing. Not for the mind or body, but purely out of hatred and animosity." For the first time in her life, the princess of the Dragon Palace felt both terrified and thrilled before the enemy's killing intent. "Honestly, I didn't think things would go this far, but no matter the outcome, I won't regret it. The decision to fight you is the right one," Mary said. "I wish this battle could last forever, but I know it can't." Oh, she was startled as Siwoo continued his attack. Mary's face was still alive.
With excitement, her dragon looked as if it would swallow him whole in an instant. There will be a pillar of smoke around it. He continued to use his weapon. His sword was already soaked in blood because he thrust the sword straight into Mary's front. Mary flashed a sinister smile. The Dragon King said, "There it is. I was a bit hasty, but watching this fight, things are simpler than I thought. I will only ask one question. Are you a man? It's not that important, but please let me have a grandchild soon." The sword dripped with blood. Those were drops of blood from when the sword pierced Mary's body. The Dragon King said, "I heard you're a half-human, half-demon, but I still don't know if you're male or female." He guessed, "Looking at your build, you seem to be male. If you were a woman, I'd be in deep trouble."
Because talking like this to a woman is too rude. Siwoo pulled out the sword. He turned to face the Dragon King. The Dragon King also stared intently at him. Mary, her body covered in blood, sat in a pool of it. He laughed as the sword flew towards his face. "It seems Our doesn't hold back in a fight, does she? Thank you for putting up with her." The Dragon King dodged. "Oh, what's wrong?" Siwoo, in his current state, couldn't grasp the situation. The Dragon King raised his hands. "Oh no, you misunderstand. I didn't come here to cause trouble. I came to stop this fight." His instincts and intuition told him that a stronger opponent had appeared. The Dragon King continued, "I know this isn't your fault." In other words, Siwoo saw the dragon.
King is strange, one of the monsters that had repeatedly blocked his path. In his eyes, the Dragon King was a monster before him. "Calm down, and please lower your sword." Siwoo still didn't stop. The Dragon King just stood still with his hands up in surrender. Siwoo slashed multiple times. The Dragon King managed to retreat in time. "Wait, are we that suspicious, Your Majesty?" a soldier said, making him pause. Baekgyo rushed over out of breath. Baekgyo continuously beat his own chest. The Dragon King was confused. "What the hell is this?" Baekgyo charged forward. How dare this human commit such an offense? Over here, Siwoo also lunged to attack the Dragon King. Drops of blood fell. The sword had been stopped. Baekgyo gritted his teeth, full of resentment. The Dragon King advised, "Come on now, don't make such a fuss, Baekgyo. If you're going to fight, you should have come to me first. Now your interference only makes me look like an incompetent fool who can't handle things on his own. Ah, it seems your reason and intellect are temporarily paralyzed, but being able to return to your true form proves your considerable mental strength. I've lived for over 1,000 years, and being able to pierce my scales is quite impressive." Siwoo's eyes glowed. He lowered his body, intending to attack the Dragon King from below. He grabbed the Dragon King's collar. Siwoo prepared to use a demon wrestling move. The Dragon King immediately retaliated. The sword fell to the ground and gradually vanished.
He said, "Your strength isn't bad, and your technique is quite beautiful. However, I once had an interest in wrestling, though I'm not as skilled as those with natural talent." He looked towards Siwoo. Siwoo responded, "Huh, so that's how it is." He immediately slammed Siwoo to the ground. Blood splattered on his face. He thought to himself, I thought you only wrapped it around your body for support. You're really tough on yourself, reinforcing your body down to the very bone marrow like that. Every movement must be excruciatingly painful. You're not doing this just to test my daughter. I don't know what you've been through to be pushed this far. The Dragon King said, But you are a fool as well. The Dragon King ordered, Take care of Mary Becchio. No need to rush. Carry her to her room.
And call the royal physician. She's just temporarily exhausted. Thanks to him holding back, her vital points were not damaged. Becchio was surprised. No way. Are you considering him as Mary's future husband? The Dragon King replied, I don't know. A moment ago I had that intention, but now I'm not so sure. Right now I really like him. If taught properly, he could become a valuable asset for me. He's quite handsome too, isn't he? But I don't know if this would be content with being my son-in-law. The scene became quiet at the EC Dragon Palace, the royal clinic. Kim Yusin had his wounds bandaged and had taken his medicine. He placed the empty bowl on the table. Kim Yusin sighed. Then he lay down. To say I'm sad about my father's death would be a blatant lie. Really?
It's not true at all. No, this is the moment I've been waiting for a long time. No matter how depraved a person is, they still have a good side. But my father wasn't like that. He failed as a father, as a husband, and as the leader of the Holy Water Institute. He only inherited his position and lacked the ability to maintain it. Night had fallen over the EC Dragon Palace. He lay on the grass looking at the night sky. Suddenly he heard a sound.
You got beaten. Again for taking my books. I told you could take them, but don't get caught. I didn't rat you out right now. I'm not in the mood to listen to your nagging. Go to sleep, Kim, Ein said. His uncle replied. Will you take someone else's books and burn them, and now you dare have this attitude? Fine, I'll eat alone then, in his uncle's hand.
Was a snack. Kim Yusin peeked. Where did you get that? Is that all there is? No other flavors? His uncle replied, I just popped over to Seoul for a bit. I was afraid he would run away, so I flew back. So, how's your butt? I heard you cried a lot when you got hit. Kim Yusin scoffed. Huh? Oh, that is it. The rumor. He said, Don't worry. I cried loudly on purpose. I've been beaten many times. This time was actually light. Hearing the boy's reply, the uncle froze. Kim Yusin continued. Even so, I had to react a little. If I stayed silent, old man Go Jin would be punished even more severely. You know what he's like. His uncle replied, Good heavens, but that's still your father. Kim Yusin said nonchalantly, So what? Can't,
Victim of domestic violence say this about the perpetrator, saying that is already being lenient with him. From what I've heard from the aunts, it was even worse before. My father doesn't have much talent, does he? When Grandpa passed away, he quickly took the top position and selfishly took all the old medicinal herbs in the house. Only then was he capable enough to act like the head of the family. The aunts feel very regretful when they talk about you. They say if your talents were combined, it would be a once-in-a-millennial gift. They said if he had just half of it, he wouldn't just be a sorcerer. He could have become a god instantly. Aunt So Young and Aunt Anbai held hands and cried, saying that if Jeannie had been born a little earlier. The uncle held his head in his hands, exasperated. Good grief, what are they saying?
And you stayed to listen to that. If that had come true, I wouldn't be any different from your father. If you want to feel regret, you shouldn't. The ice cream in his uncle's hand was melting. Kim Yusin said, What? Why did you stop talking? Do you know the 2 ways to make someone angry? The first is to stop talking mid-sentence, and the second is, his uncle replied, because there's no point in saying it. He thought to himself, If I truly have regrets, it's not for me, but for you, Yu Yen. The uncle said, Yusin, there's something on you. Kim Yusin checked himself. The uncle continued, Don't hate your father too much. If you look closely, he's a pitiful man too. He wanted to become stronger, not for his own safety or benefit, but because he had something he desperately wanted to do, and to do it, he needed to reach a certain level.
Power. But once he got stronger, he realized he wasn't that good, so he must have been tormented a lot. That's a bit of a stretch, Uncle. If everyone talked like you, would there be any bad people left in the world? Kim Yusin sighed in response. The uncle hesitated. You have a point, but when you become a man, if your father comes to his senses and apologizes to you, I hope you'll remember what I said today. At that time, you'll be the only one who can forgive him. I believe that day will surely come. Kim Yusin dismissed the idea. No need. I don't expect an apology from him. And even if he did apologize, who's to say it would be sincere? If I take over the Holy Water Institute, I'll kick him out. My mind has never changed. Not now, not ever. Seeing what he did to my mother, I will never forgive him. The scene returns to Siwoo lying on the bed.
The night before a week ago, I can imagine everything. He acted stubbornly, dragging innocent people into a trap, unable to overcome it himself, always incredibly arrogant. But why?
Although the chance of me forgiving my father was almost zero, now that the chance is completely gone, it makes me feel incredibly disappointed. Your Majesty, let me, a soldier said. The Dragon King approached, laid a person down. He replied to the servant, That's enough, let me do it. His condition isn't too serious. Why don't you check on the others first? Oh, did I interrupt your mess? He asked. Kim Yusin thought. He just called that man Your Majesty, but he managed to reply to the Dragon King. No, the Dragon King said. Sorry to bother you. Get some rest.
Kim Yusin thought, so he's a Dragon King. He seems so casual. He must be from the Dragon Palace or maybe a participant in the tournament. In that state, even for a demon, can he really regenerate? So I just have to lie down. You're not to do anything until tomorrow. Still stubborn as ever, Kim Yusin looked up. It was Sami. She asked, You're Siwa's friend, right? You're Kim Yusin, aren't you? I heard from Siwa that you're helping with Cielha's exorcism. I've been wanting to thank you for a long time. Yen replied. Ah, he remembered. It must have been that night. Wasn't she the demon who was with Siwu? Sami bowed her head. Thank you so much for your help. I know it was dangerous. Kim Yusin replied. It's no big deal. I don't usually do things like that. Sami was bewildered.
Excuse me, he said. Actually Choi Sai will ask for my help. I owed her a favor. Yin thought. She asked me to keep her coming here as secret, but at this rate, I'll be found out. A fable. That's a good excuse. Sammy asked, is the person lying to your friend? Yen waved his hand. No, this person just arrived. Sammy continued. Oh, that's a relief. I wanted to ask, did you also come here for the Dragon Palace? His treasure? Have you passed the preliminary round? Kim Yusin replied. I won a few matches. I'll know the results after everyone else is done. I don't want to talk anymore. My body is recovering. This is getting more and more complicated. I should talk to Choi Sai quickly and withdraw if possible. Sammy looked towards the door.
Are you okay? What did the royal physician say? Goi entered. I'm fine. I know my body well. I'll be recovered by tonight at the latest. Sami wondered. That's strange for a demon with your abilities. Why is it taking so long to recover a hand? Goi replied. Well, my clan isn't very strong in that department. Yen was curious. Dianogo. Sami introduced. That's Mr. Goi over there. His name is Kim Yusin. He's helping with Cielha's matter. Sami pointed to Goi. Yen, this is Mr. Goi, the representative of the Hyenmu clan. He knows Sibu. Yen thought, I didn't ask about that. That man looks a lot like Chi Saiwu. If she's Chi Saiwu's friend, she wouldn't be so calm. She definitely doesn't know yet. Go, Yusi interjected. I'm thirsty. Could you give me a glass of water? Sammy asked. Yes, you like it cold, right? Goi turned back. Now then, she's gone. So let me ask you for real. You encountered the dark spirits and got injured, didn't you? Yen replied. Wait, dark what? Now that you ask, I want to ask too. Who did you fight with earlier to end up like this? Goi answered. I haven't told my teammates. Those demons took my hand. It might have been a dark spirit. It's natural for Sami to be worried. Even if regeneration isn't my strong suit, this is taking too long to heal a wrist. Of course, a slow recovery alone doesn't prove anything. I also felt something unusual when I faced him, with my clan's sensory abilities.
I'm very confident in reading and analyzing an opponent's aura. What I felt wasn't just something very rare or a monster that doesn't belong here. This is much weirder and more worrying than a half-demon like Choisu. Yusin asked, So you fought both of them? Goi replied, I wish. I plan to eliminate both of them. Even if my judgment was wrong, my participation in the martial arts tournament would justify it, but I underestimated them. They were much more dangerous than I had anticipated. I should have gone all out from the beginning, or not fought at all. Anyone could see the obvious answer. I only realized it after losing an arm. After it took my arm, they became even more aggressive. Although my spirit wasn't affected, the flesh and blood from my hand that it consumed took a part of my power, an abnormal ability that transcends the laws of nature. If they really are dark spirits, we must inform others. Dark spirits are targets that need to be eliminated, Yusen said. Go Yusi recalled. That's true, but this situation is very sensitive. If this were the human world, we could report it to the authorities through communication channels, but here in the Dragon Palace, we can't do that. You know, the Dragon Palace is a tightly controlled old world. All communication is strictly restricted, and the real problem lies elsewhere. Before the tournament began, the guards here verified our identities. The two names I heard were the names of my acquaintances, but they are already dead. A week ago, during a hunt for monsters that infiltrated the Korean peninsula,
many were reported missing. They are using the names and clans of those people to impersonate them. Yen pondered. Wait, that's right, it can't be. Go Yusi continued. If they intended to use false identities in the Dragon Palace, using the names of people from the Korean peninsula is incredibly foolish. Even if the Dragon Palace doesn't communicate with the outside world, they would still know the members of prominent clans. Kim Yusin continued to reason. Exactly. That's why for Siwu, despite the risk of suspicion, I didn't let him impersonate someone from the Holy Water Institute at first. The Dragon Palace only needs to send a simple letter to verify, and they would immediately know that Choi Saiwa's identity is fake. But if I claim he is my servant, the Dragon Palace has to take my word.
For it. Honestly, if I weren't the guardian of the Holy Water Institute, this scheme would never have worked. But what on earth are they planning by doing this? Either the Dragon Palace is extremely incompetent, or there's an accomplice inside turning a blind eye to strangers entering. Goy confirmed. That's right. That's the most logical hypothesis for now. I don't know why, but someone inside the Dragon Palace is cooperating with the Dark Spirits, and it's certainly not for a good purpose. That's why I kept it a secret from my team and temporarily withdrew from the competition. No need to panic. Yusin thought, no matter how strong they are, they still need help from someone inside the Dragon Palace to operate here. If there really is a conspiracy, even if we withdraw, they won't let us out easily.
If I knew this would get so complicated. Suddenly, a sound interrupted. Sorry, I took too long, Sammy said. Since this is the clinic, they don't have cold water. I had to go outside to get it. It's so strange. There's a well inside the Dragon Palace. Wait, let me pour the water. The water is very cool, sir. Goy thanked her. But I don't need it anymore. Take care of this guy. Sammy, while pouring the water, replied, Yes, I'll take care of both of you. But sir, why did you call on this guy? I told you not to be rude to people you've just met. It's different with Saiwu. But Yen spoke up. I really don't care. Someone called out Yusin. Go Yusi. And Sammy jumped in surprise. The person on the bed next to Sai spoke. Where is this? Are you feeling better?
Yusin shouted, Better? What happened to you? Sami was so surprised she dropped the water bowl. Go Yusi caught it in time. Sami was still trembling. Go Yusi said, Yes, the water is very cool. At 7:58 p.m. Korean Peninsula time, the preliminary round of the martial arts tournament ended. Based on the performance of each group, a total of 8 groups were selected for the main round. Go Yusi and Sami, Kim, Yusin, and Chosai made it to the main round. All participants who advanced to the main round were considered VIP guests of the Dragon Palace and were given rest to prepare for tomorrow's banquet. Nyav could sense that the scale and level of the tournament far exceeded their expectations, but none of them could have predicted the unprecedented disaster that was about to befall them.
And the Dragon Palace. Under the sunlight, the surface of the lake sparkled. A hand rose up. The person in the water said, muttering, The water is warm. The water temperature is rising. Soaking in hot water should make me feel more comfortable, but it seems I'm just making the water colder. Another person said, Makes sense. John ate the black tortoise's hand. After all, the person underwater flicked a cigarette. Even one hand is hard to digest. It's going to be a cold night. I feel a bit sorry for you, Eli Lin. Because of me, you can't soak in hot water. Eli Lin replied, It's okay. Actually, I prefer cold baths. Don't worry about me. Just stay like that until you warm up. The person in the tub said, We've only known each other for a few days, but...
Eli Lin seems different from the others. Eli Lin laughed. Different? Everyone favored by Bei is a bit strange, right? Including me. They all have different tastes, so talking to them is difficult. A few of them even tag along behind me. If only I could eat them, that would be great. But Byong's only rule is no fighting amongst ourselves. How annoying. Dark spirits are born from the desires of all living beings in the world. Therefore, pour each. One has unique abilities and mindsets linked to their core desires. The person in the tub continued. Eli is so calm and relaxed. I'm really jealous. Jin's core is hunger. In the past, it had the ability to burn everything on Earth, even the sun. Humans and monsters called it by many different names.
Eli Lin looked at Jian with a mouthful of craving and said, You look so tired. Are you hungry again? You've already eaten 20 times today, more than me. Jian said, I thought that would be enough, but it seems not. I keep thinking about him. His hand was more delicious than all the others combined. I should have used more strength and bitten off his whole arm. I can't wait until tomorrow anymore. If I do, I might have to eat Eli Lin. Jian shouted, Sorry, and immediately bit his own arm. Eli Lin sat still watching the scene before her. He replied, It's okay. The lake surface became calm again. Jin woke up in bed. He unconsciously called out Elowen's name. Eli Lin appeared immediately. Sorry, was it too loud? I want to let you sleep long.
My friend is doing something a bit embarrassing. You might find it uncomfortable. Let's continue the fun. Elo's eyes shone brightly, her tongue flickering with desire as she looked at Jian. About 16 hours until the calamity at the EC Dragon Palace, in the quiet scenery of the Dragon Palace. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Kim Yusin said, So, where does it hurt? Siwoo replied, Nowhere, just a little itchy. It's not too uncomfortable. My energy is recovering too. The breathing technique and posture you taught me are really helpful. It helps me recover my demonic power. Yoon looked at him. That's good. The discomfort Yusin was feeling stemmed from what he knew as common sense. For demons, their body's regeneration is a reflection of their health. Just as the lungs distribute oxygen, absorb,
through breathing throughout the body via blood vessels,
A demon's body prioritizes distributing its demonic power to physical recovery. Therefore, a situation where one cannot heal is evidence that the demon has suffered a fatal wound. Kim Yusin kept thinking, is it because Siwoo has human blood in him, or is it because he's a demon despite being in such a catastrophic state? Being able to recover is already very good. It's strange that he looks completely normal even though his skin hasn't regenerated. Siwoo called, "Hey, Yen?" He was startled and replied. Siwoo said, "From now on, I have to do something you might not like. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll do it where you can't see." "Something I won't like?" Yen wondered. Siwoo replied, "This?" Siwoo reached into a cloth wrap. He took out round orbs. Siwoo explained, "These are the demon cores of the monsters I defeated in the qualifying round. Initially, I was just going to keep them until the end of the tournament. You gave me a mask and I thought you wouldn't like to see me eat this, but the mask is broken. And I also overheard the conversation between you and Godi tomorrow. No, in a little while. No matter what happens in my current state, I won't be able to use my full power, especially if I have to fight a dark spirit. I fought one before, although it was just one. But it wasn't just a simple feeling of strength as it fought me. Its power could evolve on the spot.
I won not because I was stronger, but because I used a trick to overwhelm it before it could figure it out. It's only been a week. Honestly, if you made me fight it now, there's a 99.99% chance I would lose. I don't know the abilities or power of the two who came to the Dragon Palace, but it's safe to say they are at least as strong as the dark spirit I fought. You don't have to face such dangerous guys, right? Just think of this as an opportunity. You said Sue continued to leave the Dragon Palace safely, retreating now to prepare for next time. That approach won't work with dark spirits. We don't know how many more there are or when a next chance will come. But what's certain is if we delay, we can't predict what will happen. On the contrary, this is a good opportunity if the Dragon Palace is a closed place.
This time, no one will come to protect us. This is the chance to eliminate those two. Yusin thought, he's right, but why now? But why am I? His hand began to tremble. Kim Yusin couldn't stop shaking. Sorry, Yusin. I understand what you were thinking when you gave me the mask and brought me here, and maybe everything you did for me brought good results. Swa thought to himself, handedly defeated 7 demons. Perhaps it was Yusin's desire to awaken as a guardian. The regulation of his ki and breathing was something Yusin forcefully achieved.
Soon after, Sayu was in a state where something had sprouted within him that even he didn't know about. The shortcomings were just a fleeting moment. If he had taken one more step, the seed that had sprouted would have immediately blossomed. But that didn't happen, and the result of the fierce battle that followed. The moment before, my mask was broken. The suppressed demon within the boy had awakened. Demonic power and pure energy. Although these two energies coexist in the body of a half-demon, they can never be in harmony. The initial contact with pure energy was due to the 3-colored gourd that Yusin gave him. Yusin taught. Sigh, with thought, I don't know exactly what happened inside my body, but I can vaguely understand it. I told Sanmi and the others that I'm fine, but the consequences of the injuries from overusing the pill haven't fully healed. I can use demonic power, but it feels very forced. Especially when I use demonic power, I feel a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. And as of this morning, I'm still no better. But when the mask broke during the battle with the Yoshi, hero, the pain and discomfort completely vanished. Sure, my body healed itself, but it was different from normal regeneration. It was a kind of backlash, a combination of demonic power suppressing the pure energy. No, it was the activation of pure energy to suppress the demonic.
Power like a competition between living organisms. The reason I was able to go all out when fighting the Dragon Palace's princess, despite my own thoughts, was probably because my demonic power was activated more strongly than usual. But in return, handling the pure energy became more difficult. I can definitely feel inside my body, but it still feels very awkward, like something almost within reach but not easy to grasp. This is the result of the growing demonic power suppressing the pure energy. In the end, it's an advantage. Sigh with thought, compared to the abilities of a demon, which have rather limited uses. Even if the pure energy is sealed as a price for enhancing demonic power, it's not something to regret. A vague sense of anxiety
about choosing a path with no return has never been a major issue. He called out to Yusin. Sewell handed over a box. Take this. Yusin's face was bewildered. Sewell continued. Did you forget? You asked Uzi about this. This is the VIP card for Ahong Hoei. With this, you can summon a merchant from Ahong Hoei to buy things. Of course, he mentioned using it in the qualifying arena, but if it can be used there, it can be used here too. You replied, that's possible. He asked, but what's in this box? Sewell answered, it contains demon coins. It's the currency used among demons. I happen to have some. If we can summon someone from Ahong Hoei, it would be great to inform them about the presence of the dark spirits here and use the demon coins to buy necessary items.
Items like healing potions or energy recovery items. And they also sell many useful tools. Yusin realized, wait, but where are you going? Sawu said as he walked, just around here for a bit. I plan to look around our room without being detected, even though we were advised to stay indoors until tomorrow.
There are many participants with the same purpose, not just Sani and Goi. I'm not sure about Xiaohuai, but I believe Yuhiro and Yuzuru will actively help. Yusin was stunned. What if you run into the dark spirits? Sawu was confident. It'll be fine. If I remember correctly, I also felt a bit of the dark spirit's aura that Go Yusi mentioned. I won't cause any trouble. Don't worry. Yusin didn't say anything more. Sawu opened the door to the room. He went out
and closed the door with a slam. The card was placed on the table. Kim Yusin lay back down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He thought, what a headache. I can't keep up with the developments here. What should I do? It's like being trapped in a predicament without even realizing it. All I can do for him is watch. And Yen looked at the card inside. He then stood up and walked. He held the card up in front of him. Kim Yusin summoned it. A stream of blue light appeared before him. Within that light, the silhouette of someone flickered. Yusin stood and watched. The room's curtains fluttered. Then it became quiet again. A person appeared before him. This person asked, I was informed that the one who took the talisman was a half-demon, but you look human.
Who are you? Why are you using that talisman? Did you steal it? Yen was temporarily speechless, overwhelmed, but it wasn't just because the man who appeared was so imposing. The man said, Hey, answer me. Yen was an experienced warrior. Even when facing a demon with overwhelming power, he could stand straight without panicking. But this man was different. The power he felt from a man was definitely human, but at the same time, it far surpassed any mortal. This man said, I am a merchant of a Hong Hog, so I will severely punish those who dare to steal. Yen knelt down. This talisman belongs to my friend Cho Sayu. He lent it to me temporarily. I can't prove it right now, but when he returns, he will explain everything. Even if you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do.
He introduced himself. I am Yusin, a veteran of the Holy Water Institute and the son of Kim Seo-han, who was a god in his generation. Greetings to the great senior who has reached the realm of immortals, transcending the bonds and karma of the mortal world. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name, sir? This person replied, You say you're the son of Kim Seo-han. Oh, I came here to play a game of Go with the Grand Master, and I took on the task of checking demon message. Hey, get up. I don't like such formalities. I tried to suppress my power with a mask, but you saw through it. You have sharp senses, just as I'd expect from the son of Kim Seo-han. Yusin thought to himself, this is his suppressed power. So who do you think I am? Kim Yusin was stunned. Go. A game of Go.
The man continued, There aren't many names on the Korean peninsula. Among them, who would be a great figure that a child like you could recognize immediately? In this absurd, potentially life-threatening situation, Ein's brain kicked into its maximum capacity, and finally, he thought of it. The greatest genius in the history of Korean warriors. Before Yusin could answer, he said, That's right, the miracle born in Joseon. No, the greatest genius born on the Korean peninsula in the 1,000 years since Dangun. That's me, John Wee. Yen thought he was about to die. Lifespan, the end of life permitted by the laws of heaven in the natural world, has always been a burden attached to human-like creatures. Of course, depending on the creature.
There may be variations in lifespan, but all creatures live within the limits of their predetermined lifespan. However, the point here is the correlation of forces to overcome that limit. In the case of living things like trees or other non-human animals, that energy is called spiritual power or uruk. On rare occasions, an individual is born that surpasses its outer limits, and that individual gradually absorbs the energy of nature throughout its life, making that energy its own. When the flow of energy they gather surpasses a certain threshold, an awakening occurs. Demonization. They will be gifted not only with agility, intelligence, and immense strength, but also a lifespan many times longer than normal. But for humanity, it is different. Unlike Uriok, the accumulation of pure energy, Zhongji is an extremely slow and inefficient process, and once the accumulation reaches its limit, awakening rarely occurs. No matter how much a person forges their body and mind to release extraordinary energy and practices dozens of forms of magic, in the end it seems old age will cut them down. For the most part, a human's lifespan is set within 150 years, and they will gradually decline. How can this not be called an injustice? Whether it's the power of the Tao, Doryak, the power of law, Biprai, or immense magical power, humans cannot reach even half the lifespan of a low-level half-demon. Is it because they cannot
fly due to a lack of wings? Or even if they possessed wings, they couldn't possibly bear the burden they must carry? Despite this truth, there's still an extremely rare chance that a demonization-like event will occur. Once talent, experience, will, and efforts are all perfectly aligned, like gears in a machine, the impossible will become reality. At that moment, humanity will finally be reborn as an immortal, a Sushin. Every cell in their body will stop aging, and they will regain the vitality of their prime.
However, bodily rejuvenation is just a tiny part of what can happen. The energy center, or danjen of a person who has reached the realm of immortality, will lose its internal and external boundaries, allowing them to use the power of heaven and earth as if it were their own pure energy, which in a literal sense is the unity of man and nature. They step beyond the boundaries of a normal living being and become an existence that can be considered a part of the world with its own consciousness. That is why, at the moment they awaken as an immortal, they conversely become a citizen of this Susian, the immortal realm, and their activities in the human world will be subject to control. From the perspective of an ordinary human, they are surreal beings, far surpassing even demons and monsters. Yusen thought to himself, an immortal? Out of nowhere? I've never heard of anyone actually seeing such a thing. But he seems to know my father. Well, anyway, although it's a bit surprising, at least immortals aren't threat. But why of all people this person? Jung Wei asked. Why are you reacting so strangely? Your face looks like you want to ask, I thought this was another immortal, but where did this crazy old man come from? Yen shook his head frantically. No, not at all. The truth is this is such an unexpected situation that it still hasn't fully sunk in. How could I, with my ridiculous level of knowledge, dare to imagine meeting such a less person as you look at this guy? Jung Wei said, I was just thinking you don't look like Kim Seo-han's son, but looking at your reaction and expression, you're the spitting image of your father. Fine, I'll believe you. Jung Wei turned and asked, so what are you planning to buy? I said, I'm here on behalf of the head of Yihong Hog.
So, I'll conduct some proper business. In the meantime, it would be better if your half-demon Fred returns. X10 Manhwa. Well, I was about to use the communication talisman of Ahong Hogwood outside. Of course, I know Ahong Hogi always maintains a neutral stance in all conflicts between humanity and the demon world. But even so, the appearance of dark spirits has always been considered a common calamity since ancient times. So I think requesting a transfer of information is not too much to ask. John Wei asked again, what did you just say? Dark spirits. Kim Hyusen thought to himself, that wasn't an affirmation. This was quite shocking to say the least, but the old man didn't even bat an eye after hearing it. So,
for an immortal, are the problems of the upper realms just trivial matters? Gianni asked. Are you serious? Then doesn't that mean you guys were tricked? No matter how you look at it, you're the one who's been utterly duped, right? You said there are 2 dark souls here. Yen replied. Yes. Ji continued. Back in the Bei years, when I was still alive, I had to hunt down a soul that escaped from the underworld. It was a real mess having to deal with catching it. What are you going to do? The world has always been a mess, but this time it has reached a new level. Suddenly, I'm glad to be an immortal. Yuzen's face turned pale. What in the world is this person? He replied. Right now, honestly, I don't know what I should do, but I'll do everything I can think of. Gianni continued. Well?
That's all you can say. I suppose I don't like to say this, but frankly, you're not skilled enough to handle this. You're not completely useless, but you're not much different. Yen was at a loss for words. It was understandable coming from an immortal's perspective. Gianni said, but if I were to step in, things would be different. Yen asked, will you help me? If so, then Gianni cut him off. Of course not. If I am a guardian, then you must know the law, forbidding the leaking of celestial secrets. Beings like me, the immortals, cannot meddle in the affairs of ordinary humans or half-demons like you. Not only is direct help forbidden, but even sharing influential information is strictly prohibited. If I were to release just a fraction of my power, those dark souls would finished. But the force used to defeat them could lead to many unforeseen consequences. One mistake could lead to something even worse than what those dark souls did to correct the world. That's why immortals who descend to the human world have a reason. Everyone has something called a gamayan, a false life, a fake identity. They choose a role to minimize their influence on the world, and are only allowed to act freely within that role. My gamayan, as I've said, is the head of Iowa E. Hong. Our entire conversation and what I am about to do are limited to the scope of a door-to-door salesman. It's not like I can just spread information to the outside. If you understand, then don't even dream of getting my power easily. Tell me what you want, my dear customer. Yen was annoyed. This old man. What does he want me to do? Immortal laws and all that crap. If you were just going to spout things everyone already knows, you shouldn't have gotten my hopes up in the first place. You talked a big game and it turned out to be nothing. What was the point of that? Are you trying to piss me off so that I'll actually buy something? A voice spoke up. Hey, sir. Gianni turned his head and said, have you decided what you want to buy? If you still can't decide, let me show you my items. I have plenty of goods here using up an item. No, I've already decided what I want to buy, but I want to check if you sell it, sir. And if possible, I'd like to know if the money I have is enough to buy it. I've heard that the heads of Iowa Ehong not only sell physical items, but also trade the knowledge they possess.
So as a customer and a martial arts practitioner, I want to buy your guidance, sir.
Johnny was pleased. Is that so? Johnny stuttered. Well, an approach like this, you're a sharp one, but the guidance of an immortal. You can't normally buy something like that at Ai Young. But, well, if you think about it differently, the information that each head receives is different. It wouldn't be good for me to refuse a customer just because I'm an immortal. All right, this is a first, but if the customer wants it, I'll oblige. As long as the price is right, I'll do my best. Yen thought to himself. Perfect. Thank you, Gianni. He looked at the box in his hand. I don't know how much Siho put in here, but I hope it's enough. Gianni closed the box. Hey, wait a minute. Why are you in such a hurry to pay? Of course, I can teach you something worth the money you have, but you're not short on cash, are you? You're the heir to the Divine Water Order after all. I believe you have plenty of money, so there's no need to rush. You can pay after you receive the goods. I'm not being pessimistic, but if you don't have enough to pay, you can just write me an IOU. Right, Yen stammered. Right. Sir, can someone else receive this item besides me? Johnny was puzzled, thinking, if not you, then who? Yen replied, the half-demon friend I mentioned earlier. Here, he'll be out soon. You'll understand in a moment, sir. But despite having elf blood, he is a guardian with a special talent, and also a good personality and character. I think you were also interested in him earlier, and he is someone that Io Hong truly values. Doohy glared at Yuzin. You little brat. I thought you were a sharp one, but this isn't going to work, is it? What's the matter? Your friend is more talented, so I should guide him instead of you. Yuzin was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Is that something a master should say? I knew exactly what you were thinking the moment you said it. You think doing this is good for your friend, don't you? Gianni said angrily. That half-demon with a good personality has surely chosen the path of a demon's development instead of guardians. Well, a wise choice in this day and age. Who is the time to wait and build up strength? But even so, pushing the opportunity to him and forcing him to choose the path of humanity. Be honest with yourself. This isn't for your friend's benefit, nor is it a wise choice in the long run. It's just your own clumsy attempt at self-satisfaction. After all, you're still not ready. This isn't just about teaching you a few spells. Your entire mindset needs a complete reset. As Gianni spoke, he used his power to lift Yuzin up. A true guardian must have a selfless heart while placing faith in themselves above all else. In modern terms, it's like saying, there's no one else on the team, so let me carry us to victory. Just consider this the price you have to pay for the karma of your past life. You are the first human in hundreds of years to learn my secret arts. Still in the same scene, Siho peeked through the window inside. Siho jumped into the room. Siho observed and thought, I can't believe there are no guards or supervisors around. I see this whole building has a barrier of demonic energy preventing anyone from leaving. I could probably force a way out, but that would cause a commotion. I can only move stealthily within this building. According to my earlier checks, there are court ladies on the first floor who will assist us. I haven't checked the third floor yet. So far, I haven't detected any unusual energy. Is it because there's no one up there, or... Well, then I'll be on my way. A court lady was moving. Siho saw the girl from behind. She continued walking. Siho hid and secretly followed her. She stood in front of a door. After she went in, Siho also stood before that door. He deduced, there's definitely someone in here, but I can't sense their presence. Look inside. Not feasible. What should I do? Politely knock on the door. He opened the door and looked inside. Inside, a mist was rising. A girl was soaking
feet in front of him. She said, I suppose I won't let you scout around here. If you had that intention, you would never approach so clumsily as to not even hide your presence like that. So is it just you? She asked. Siho raised his hand. Sorry, I didn't know you were resting. Don't misunderstand. The girl replied, I was the one who allowed you in here. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to see me with that pathetic face of yours. You'd better answer my question. Honestly, that guy isn't with you, is he? She asked. Siho hesitated. That friend. A month. In a flash, a very familiar feeling flashed through Siho's mind. On the side of the building was a school. Someone called him Seo. A girl smiled and said, Who don't remember me? I'm O Eugene from the second year.
I'm in the same club as Yuzin. We've met once. You must remember, right? Siho was bewildered. What club? Yuzin barely attended school in the first semester. O Eugene asked, It seems Yuzin hasn't been coming to school lately. Are you too close? Did something happen? Siho was surprised. Siho replied, It's probably due to family matters. Around this time, his family usually goes back to their hometown for about 10 days for ancestral rites. Ancestral rites. I see. He then, next Friday, she was saying when Siho interrupted, he'll probably be back on Wednesday. Hearing that, O Eugene turned and left. Thank you, Siho thought. But next Friday. Because that's Yuzin's birthday.
I don't know how she knew, but Yuzin actually prefers to celebrate his birthday according to the lunar calendar. I've never seen anyone celebrate their birthday like that, but it's better not to tell her. Yuzin doesn't like people talking about his private matters. Shiho remembered Yuzin once getting angry with him. That's an invasion of privacy. Since I started high school, this is already the 6th one, and the first semester isn't even halfway over. Being his friend for about 4 years, Chiyo had gone through this countless times. Of course, he thought it was ridiculous, but his sharp boyish instinct told him, after noticing the opponent's opening, Shiho thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. Chiyo said, he's currently injured and resting, so I came here on Yuzin's behalf to greet you. The girl looked displeased. You came to greet me on his behalf? What business does he have?
With me, isn't it obvious? Although there's a lot of advice, I can't say it. Even though you two fought, it wasn't out of hatred, but a fair competition. Siho said, although she might have been a bit too harsh, you were generous enough to let Yuzin win. Yuzin said this, don't say another word. She's insanely strong. She's the strongest and most formidable opponent I've ever met, Siho. And thanks to her, I was able to reach a new level and grow more. Of course, he's a bit arrogant and shy, so he didn't directly express his desire to meet you. But afterwards, when the tournament ended, he intended to meet you privately. Siho thought to himself, sorry, Eugene. If I don't approach her like this, I'll have no other chance to get closer to her. Siho continued, well,
knowing him, he won't proactively come to see you. If you don't mind, Miss Xiaohui, I can bring him to you. Xiaohui replied, I know that's not the main reason you came to see me. If you want to talk about your business, it seems this approach isn't working. Siho broke into a sweat. I'm screwed. Xiaohui continued to stare at Siho. He was completely flustered. She said, tonight's dinner wasn't bad, but it seems the people underwater don't know how to brew good wine. This is wine made from the fruits of Flower Fruit Mountain. It's not a precious wine since it's only been aged for 50 years, but since tonight isn't for getting drunk, this is enough. Sit down. Let's have a drink and talk about that person named Kim Yuzin. No, let's talk about the reason you came here. Choho had succeeded in making Xiaohui lower her guard.
In a bedroom, a magnificent fan emitted a jade green energy. A painting of hills and mountains with a house was printed on the fan. Yuzin's jaw dropped in awe. This place isn't bad, is it? Xiaohui asked. If you look at it for too long, it might get a bit boring, but it's perfect for coming here to fish and relax once in a while. Kim Yuzin wondered, is this where mortals reside? Gianni replied, not at all. I don't know how you imagine that place, but Xiaohui can't even compare to this. This is a space that I created myself. It might be a bit crude compared to reality, but it's very convenient for manipulating everything as I wish. Yuzin thought to himself, heavens, creating this place. The wind blowing, the taste of the air, the smell of the water, and the abundant natural energy.
This is a completely different dimension from illusions or half-baked virtual spaces created by magic. This is a real world. I've only heard about immortals, but I never imagined they could do something so extraordinary. Giovanni told him, because you have to choose. The principle I'm about to sell you has already been decided. The problem now is how you understand and absorb it. I won't teach you wrong. If the result is not as expected, that is entirely your responsibility. But even so, just one night might be a bit difficult. The scene was a beautiful sunny day with a clear blue sky. It then transitioned to a night sky with sparkling stars. Giovanni said, don't be surprised. I told you I can manipulate many things as I wish. The flow of time here, I can control it and make
flow faster or slower than in the real world. Huh? I just switched from day to night. If time really sped up or slowed down, you wouldn't even realize it, at least until you leave here. Of course, even if time flows faster than reality to you, it would just feel like a joke. If 1 minute here equals 1 hour out there, you only have about 12 more minutes. I'm thinking of making time flow slower so that 1 hour outside will become about a month in here. You'll have about a year here until tomorrow morning, but of course you'll lose that much of your lifespan in return. Yen stammered that that's a given. If you do that for me, I'm willing to accept. Gianni continued, listen to the end before you agree. The lifespan you will lose is not just the 1 year you live here, just experiencing time.
Flowing slower here will overload an ordinary person's body. For every month you stay here, your lifespan will be shortened by about 1 year. So if you stay here for 1 year, you will lose about 12 years of your lifespan. Although 1 month for 1 year is just my estimate, you might lose even more. It's unlikely you'll lose less. At least you won't age. You'll just have fewer days to live. Losing a year to gain 12 months, even I find that a bit steep. How much can you grow? Oh, in just 1 year, I could slow down time a little less. Then the price to pay would be, Yen shied. No, that's enough, Giannucci said again. Oh, this kid has guts. Are you willing to burn more than 10 years of your life without a second thought? Or are you that confident? Kim Yuzin replied, it's not that. To be honest,
I'm scared of sacrificing so much of my lifespan, and I'm not even sure if it's worth it. But didn't you say it yourself, Senior? Don't just do things halfway. Take full control. Gianni said, I told you to take responsibility. By that logic, the burden I have to carry is truly absurd. If I'm going to grab some fool by the collar who wants to become a demon king in 6 months, I guess I have to do at least that much. Using silently calculated, so why not just close my eyes and try my best for a year? Yen recalled training with his uncle. What are you talking about? Can't you see I'm already trying my best? You're the one who put me through all this. The two clashed swords. Relax, Yen parried the blow, talking to me and then attacking me. This life is a life. What the hell? His uncle reminded him.
This is combat training. Do you think I'm the only one who talks while attacking? Anyway, what I'm saying is, why don't you focus more on your training? Why not just drop out of school? Useless. What's the point of studying for another year? Yen scowled. Damn it, now you're jumping on me too. Weren't you the one who said I should enjoy school life while I can? You're the one who supported me going to Supernaut. What's wrong? Did that old man tell you to be hard on me, to push me even more? I'm already trying my best. I proved it last time. His uncle replied, This isn't your father's idea. I'm saying this because I've seen enough and can't just sit by anymore. You who could be trying harder and running further are just wandering aimlessly. You know it too, right? How desperate kids your age are out there risking their lives.
Can't you at least try half as hard as them? Just for the next year. Yuzin reluctantly accepted. Fine. Kim Yuzin continued to charge into battle. The uncle had already left. First of all, even if you try harder here, it won't change much. You can't defeat every demon in the world. All you were taught was to become a son that old man could be proud of, and you truly despised that. He continued. He used a blast of energy to attack his opponent. There was no sense of being overwhelmed. From the start, it seemed this attack was just to adjust distance and power for this purpose. It's a trap, the uncle realized in time and kicked Yuzin away. Yuzin said, Hey, damn it, you said you'd only use energy for defense and we'd only fight hand-to-hand.
Now I bet you'll justify it by saying I need real combat experience. Who keeps promises in a fight, right? The uncle said calmly. Oh, how did you guess? You're right. Anyone who fights with restrictions or conditions falls into one of two categories. Either they use it to stab you in the back, or they're a fool. Putting that aside, what was that thing you just did? Did someone teach you that martial art? Yuzin grumbled. What the uncle described that move you did before kicking me in the face when you changed the direction of your blade? Yen replied. I thought you were talking about something else. I recently read a manga with a similar technique. Although the author's explanation of the technique was absurd, I thought if I slightly adjusted my anti-magic stance, I might achieve a similar effect. So I just tried a few things I thought of myself. The uncle asked.
You thought of it yourself? Yuzin was indifferent. Here we go again. Don't mind those minor details. Actually, it only worked because this was just a sparring match. In a real fight, it would only work if the opponent was weak. If you fought me seriously, do you think the result would be the same as just now? Just as his uncle was about to speak, Yuzin cut him off. Enough. I know what you're going to say. You'll say that effort and talent are the most important things. Just try a little harder. Who doesn't want to hear that? I know you're worried about me, but it's fine. I don't want to climb any higher. Yuzin thought to himself. Back then, when I laughed at what my uncle said, it wasn't just because I was in a rebellious phase, but because I never truly believed I had any outstanding talent. I was treated specially simply because I was his son.
And anyone else in my position would have stood out more than others. But surely that quick thinking I just had, it worked quite well, even against that monstrous creature. If my uncle was right, and I really do have something special that I've been wasting, this might be my last chance. Even though it's too late, I found something I want to do now that I have a little power. And when I have the chance to learn everything, I don't mind trading more than a dozen years of my lifespan. Yen confidently replied to Gianni. I will remember and cherish every moment of the teachings you impart to me this year. Giannachi said. Look at those eyes. They become serious. A bit forced, but definitely better than before. I asked because I knew you would say that. To be honest, if you had given a half-hearted answer, I would have changed my mind. It's too much trouble.
But you managed to hold on until the very end, Gianni said as he opened the gourd in his hand. Yuzin was stunned. You've seen the ghost-vanquishing talisman arts, haven't you? Even in times like these, you kids need some real combat experience. What's inside here are the demons I defeated in my younger years. Every last one of them. All 8 of them are high-level monsters, so they should be enough to keep you busy for a year. There's plenty of time. I prefer to teach through practical experience rather than theory. Now then, show me what you've got. The wine cup sat on the table. Xiaohui said, I see you too. 2 dark spirits.
They colluded with some force in the Dragon Palace to infiltrate this martial arts tournament. Now I understand. So that's why you came to see me, despite the risk of being considered rude. Chiho sat still, thinking, this reaction is completely different from what I expected, as if she already anticipated it. Chiho tilted his head. Could it be that you already knew about this? Xiao Huai replied, No, let me ask you a question. What do you think of the Dragon Palace? I know you have half human blood and are closer to that side. I want to know your impression from that perspective. Chiho hesitated. This place isn't too bad. There was a slightly strange incident, but other than that, it seems peaceful. But that's just my feeling. Xiao Huai picked up her wine cup. You're right. Traditionally, the Dragon Palace is the clan that rules the seas and has always been generous to humans, perhaps because they felt no need to interfere in the affairs of the world above. For the ancients, the sea was a harsher force than any monster. Setting sail on such a sea, though born of foolishness, was also considered a brave act worthy of everyone's respect. Therefore, except for a few rare cases, the Sea Clan never bothered humans. They simply entrusted everything to the whims of the sea, their home, and just observed. In fact, when it came to the east, they even went against nature to side with humans. There were dragon kings who controlled the weather or granted bountiful harvest without even asking for anything in return. Seahole agreed. Yes, in the fairy tales I heard as a child, the Dragon Palace was always described as a good place. She continued, For the people of this era, you could say it's even more than that. The state of the Demon King's law
is really pitiful. The current ability to create laws for humans is largely thanks to the support of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It's not a widely known story. As I said, the Sea Clan is fundamentally friendly towards humans, but the internal affairs of the Dragon Palace are not something outsiders can know. However, no matter how friendly the Dragon Palace is to humans, the rule of never harming humans is a completely different matter. The reason the entire Sea Clan follows this rule is because the strongest Dragon King ordered it. So I don't know why that is, but what's certain is that the East Sea Dragon King staked his position and siding with the Demon King. Thanks to that, the sea naturally became something belonging to humans. It is a place free from the influence of the Demon King.
A space where rules don't necessarily have to be followed. And yet, you all betrayed that choice. Chiho trembled. What? Betrayed? What do you mean? Xiao Hai's face was stern. If you're asking despite knowing, then you deserve to die 100 times over. Seeing your ignorant face, it seems you haven't even thought about it. All right, let me ask you a simpler question. How clean do you think the sea was 666 years ago compared to now? You don't even know how serious it is yet. You still naturally turn a blind eye. See, any human with half a brain knows that you're ungrateful children to the cradle that is the sea. An image full of trash on a beach. Of course, the sea isn't the only thing you treat this way. Is there any part of nature you treat well? But the sea is completely different. Do you know why? Chiho answered. It's because the people who live in the sea, they are good to humans, because they have such respect and pride for the sea, right? Even though they leave humans alone, they also didn't think humans could do anything to the sea. Shah, that's right. No one could have known. So it's hard to say whether the Dragon King's decision was right or wrong, but it seems the other members of the Dragon Palace think differently. Most of the elders of the East Sea Dragon Palace harbor resentment towards us the Dragon King, except for those who follow his will as if it were their own life. After all, they have endured and complied with the rules for 666 years, rules they could have abandoned at any time. Even so, the reason there hasn't been a rebellion is because the power structure is very clear. The current East Sea Dragon
King is one of the strongest in history. Even if all the resentful ones joined forces, they would be no match for him. So they're discussing rebellion, even summoning the disaster known as the Dark Spirits. But Xiao Huai suddenly hesitated and stopped talking. She asked you, What are you doing? Siho replied, What's wrong? Xiao Huai pointed at the wine cup. I'm talking about the wine in front of you. Why aren't you drinking it? You're not drinking. You have some nerve. Refused. Using a cup of wine, I pour myself right in front of me. What? Siho protested. No, it's not like that. It's just I'm only 17, so I'm not allowed to drink yet, and I don't know how to drink. Xiao Huai was not convinced, using your age as an excuse. Thank you for watching, and see you again. When an elder offers you a drink, you just shut up and drink. This is a command in the East. Siho thought there was no room for argument. However, his drinking experience could be counted on one hand. Remember to subscribe to the channel for more new videos. But the problem was that all of his few experiences were not very pleasant. There's a very limited range of wine types and alcohol content that he could drink without getting too drunk. Siho looked at the wine glass and thought, It looks very strong. I smell the alcohol even from this distance. The aroma seems decent. He looked at Xiao Huai. She immediately ordered, Drink. Siho could only reluctantly obey. He brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip right then. At that moment,
What was happening inside his body was not just because of the wine shower.
Hawaii gave him. Before that he had consumed 7 demon cores, and with all the nutritious meals, the process of digesting the power of a demon core was extremely slow, and even now the 7 cores had not fully dissolved. But what was added was the immortal peach wine, which was wine, countless spirit fruits grown on Flower Fruit Mountain. This is a wine made from peaches known to be one of the best, though was still considered a low-trade wine. It was enough to act as the perfect catalyst, the best digestive aid the boy needed. Siho was submerged in the water. The puddle of water turned into bubbles. Siho lay motionless. The bandages wrapped around his body gradually came undone. It dissolved in the water. Siho stood up.
Xiao Huai said as expected, "It seems you've swallowed many things you can't even digest properly. The moment I saw you, I guessed it. The energy I sensed from you was quite strong, but your appearance was so wretched it was hard to look at. I guess it's because of the energy cores of the enemies who defeated." In her heart, Xiao Huai was still surprised. But even so, I didn't think he would react this quickly. "Did you eat anything else?" Sihal replied, "What? No, I didn't." But she stared, and he doesn't even know. They said he was an honored guest, but did the royal physicians at the Dragon Palace use such precious medicine on him, or did someone else give it to him? Oh well, he's very lucky. Sihal smiled and said, "Sorry, the thing I just drank, does it have any special effect? I've taken medicine."
Before, but this feeling is completely different. I feel healthier. I think before it felt like I had just drunk an energy drink or coffee, but now it feels like I've had a full meal and a good night's sleep. Thank you very much. With this, I think I can go all out in the competition without any problems. Xiao Huai replied, "You're getting too confident. It's just a mediocre drink. If you drank the real immortal peach wine of Flower Fruit Mountain, just saying thank you would be far from enough to repay me. But of course, even this drink is a rare item that most other kids will never get a taste in their lifetime. You should prepare yourself as much as possible for the bloodbath tomorrow. Even if you try your best, it's very likely the outcome won't change at all." She continued, "And consider this my way of making..."
For the mistake I made in my life. Our first meeting a week ago, Siho recalled. Well, back then, thinking about it, I also accidentally got involved in the fight that just ended. So we're even. I'm also glad to see you've recovered faster than expected. Now we have more time, Xiaohui replied. Siho said, "I'm not really sleepy, but it seems I can't do anything else. I'll try to get some rest. Xiaohui, if you don't agree, stop talking nonsense. You will stay with me until morning. Last night until morning." Siho sighed with panel-like eyes. He thought, this is torture. Of course, it's 100 times, no 1,000 times better than just sitting around doing nothing. But my spirit is completely exhausted. Chio called out, "Yusin?" He walked in smiling and said, "You're awake?"
"Look at me. It seems I won't need a haircut anymore." Both of them looked at each other. "Uh-huh," Yen asked. "Why are you looking at me like that? What's with a buzz cut trying to understand the situation?" "Calculating all possible scenarios." "Understood," Siho yelled. "What have you done to my friend? Show your true form." Yen scowled. "Are you serious? You monster." Yen tried to prove himself. "It's me." "Really? Here, you need proof? Your name. Name is Choiso. Your birthday is November 21st. You live with your mom and your favorite food is Jappy, right? The names of the girls you like in order are O, Aaron, Jean, Sunmi, and Song Ariam. Your LOL rank is Challenger, and you always brag about it. In reality, you're a coward who
only plays cheap characters. What? Am I wrong? You want me to tell you more private things about yourself? Sio is dissatisfied, but not really. It's a bit unfair to criticize someone for winning because they're good at the game instead of paying to win. I say this every day, but unless you can prove otherwise, you only got to gold rank once, and saying you can't climb rank anymore because you can only play one champion is a bit lame. But I'm glad it's really you. I don't know what happened, but looking again, your hair looks pretty good. You look completely different. Yen proudly puffed out his chest. It's not just my appearance. Just you wait. I'll show you my improved form. Sio said, I'm not criticizing or anything, but you should tie your hair up. Using someone else has a similar hairstyle, but looks way better than you.
He thought angrily. That's right. Now I remember this guy has a talent for pissing people off. I forgot because it's been a year. Have you both woken up? Leader Gu asked. Leader Gu entered. I hope you had a comfortable night to rest. The party will begin soon. I've come to lead you to the banquet hall where the main event will take place. If you need anything, if you feel unwell or wish to withdraw, they interrupted in unison. No, we can go. At Iwa Ahong, and everyone was present in the courtyard. Hong Lian, the manager of Iwa Ahong, spoke about the new shipment, but everyone knew it was not only rare, but also incredibly large. It even included the elixir of life for the upcoming immortal feast, so proper storage of each type was crucial. Hong Lian reminded them, there can be absolutely no mistake.
So everyone must concentrate fully on managing their assigned tasks. The palace servants obeyed. Yes, manager? Gianni approached. Hey, don't create such a tense atmosphere. If a few dishes get spoiled, what's the big deal? If you die from eating spoiled food, can you still be called an immortal? Hong turned to look. Oh, Elder Duan greeted. Long time no see, Hong Lin. Hong Lin bowed her head. I received order from above that you arrived last night. I intended to greet you, but Wan Chi replied you couldn't find me, right? Last night I went to sell goods door to door to a nobleman. Actually, I came to meet that famous half-demon friend, but after waiting all night he didn't show his face. Even so, I managed to clean out the kitchen.
Lick the plate clean. It's like playing a game. Leveling up from a low level is the most fun. Watching the stats skyrocket is truly addictive. Got it, Hong Lin replied. He is currently receiving a guest at the guest house. Dwight turned around. How rude! This won't do. Hong Lin tried to pull him back. Oh, Elder, even he can't do otherwise. That guest, Jinachi said. I know it's so obvious. Some guy just barges in unannounced and demands to be treated like a VIP. That guy definitely has no good intentions. He probably came here to freeload. Anyway, I'm a manager here. If some trash like that shows up, it's my responsibility to deal with them, right? The scene shifted to the guest house. Guachi knocked on the door. Gianni burst the door open. He exclaimed, Where is this foul smell coming from? The Dragon King was surprised. Gianni said, What's up, Morihung? You're here. Hey, if you bring something smelly into a room, you should at least air it out. I just walked in and it feels like my nose is rotting. Gianni walked over and threw open the window. Gianni looked out and said, What a beautiful view. Ventilation is important, right? Especially when there's such a terrible stench. Wait a minute, isn't that Manchoi? If you were going to come, you should have given a heads up. At least I could have burned some incense for you before you arrived. What brings you here? You don't give a damn about the kids here. You always said it was ridiculous how they try to pretend to be human, yet you still shamelessly accept their offerings and bask in their respect. Manchoi cut in. Sit down. Since you're a member of Iwa Ihong, you need to hear this. Gianni refused. I don't want to. It's not that I don't want to hear you, I just don't want to sit at the same table. Just because I'm not sitting opposite you doesn't mean I'm deaf, right? Mancho said angrily. As you know, due to the recent incident, the Divine Water Order has suffered heavy losses. Although the heavenly law forbids us from interfering with worldly forces, we cannot stand by when the festival is only 6 months away. This is a disaster we cannot ignore. Gianni asked, Is that so? You intend to confront the demons directly, defying heavenly law? Mancho replied, That's not going to happen. Though I cannot directly interfere as immortals, we have a responsibility to do so.
Something. At this rate, within 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become a living hell. To fill the void left by the Divine Water Order, we must act quickly. So, as I just asked, you're determined. But how do you plan to fill that void? Gianni asked. Mancho replied, We will resurrect the Warango. Note, Warango was a group of elite youth in ancient Korea, especially during the Silla dynasty. They were famous for their martial skills, loyalty, and education. Gianni was stunned. What? Mancho continued. Including you and me, the immortals from the Korean peninsula will select children with potential and take them as our disciples. Then the children who inherit our will and techniques will shoulder the responsibility and protect.
The future of the Korean peninsula, not as a messy bunch that has declined over centuries like the Divine Water Order, but as true warriors who once existed on this land. That is why I came here today, to secure supplies for the establishment of the new Orango. We need Iwa Ihong to provide elixirs of life and weapons to nurture the children who will carry our will. Of course, there will be a worthy reward for that, and the half-demons here will no longer be looked down upon under the name of the new Orango, and if any of them are talented enough, they might even become official members of the new Orango as disciples. Gianni said, Are you kidding me? The duty of immortals filling the void of the Divine Water Order? Half-demons no longer being despised? Don't you feel?
Angry at yourself for spouting such hypocritical words. If you were that kind of person, you would have died from allergies several times over. When you heard the news that the Divine Water Order was wiped out, weren't you thrilled? It's been your lifelong dream for 1,000 years to become the ruler of the world, the smartest and greatest. All right, I would respect you if you truly just wanted to teach the children, but would you really leave them alone after raising them? Of course not. Gurianachi are not disciples. They are pawns. Pawns for you to control the mortal world without getting your hands dirty. Wouldn't the Korean peninsula then fall into your hands in the blink of an eye under the control of so-called immortals who are supposed to act only with noble intentions? So what's the problem with that? Gurianashi asked. What?
Manchoi replied, Even the Supreme Being has allowed this. He has agreed that the humans of the lower realm need to be better governed. No, this should have happened hundreds of years ago. It's ridiculous that due to the audacity of one demon who overstepped its bounds, mortals have enjoyed 666 years of excessive freedom and indulgence.
From the Joseon era, you are a product of that period of freedom and indulgence. So I understand your resentment, but at least have the sense to know that you are an immortal, a being superior to others. If you can't agree, then just shut up and watch with your foolish eyes. Within 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become the greatest paradise on earth. Gianni dropped his mask. All right, I get it. If you're done talking, come outside with me. It seems my shallow patience has reached its limit.
So, let's settle this outside, you filthy old man. At the bottom of the ocean, various fish are racing around. At the Sanhwa Palace, the banquet hall of the EC Dragon Palace, the inside was covered in red with a large carpet in the middle of the hall. A footstep approached. Greetings to all the honored guests present here. Were you pleased with this morning's feast? My name is Soden, she introduced herself. To add to the excitement of a martial arts tournament that is about to begin, and I have been assigned the main task of being the host, though I am but a humble servant of the princess. But with a bit of eloquence and knowledge of martial arts, I have had the honor of accepting this responsibility, the person at the Dragon King's side. However, since our honored guests are probably not interested in this part, let's get straight to the point.
The first match of the final round is about to begin. First, I would like to introduce a pairing that is a special combination even among the best contestants of this martial arts tournament. The fierce, noble warrior from the Korean peninsula and the descendant of the elf race who has just reappeared after centuries. Chiho and Kim Yuzin. Chiho observed in surprise. Yuzin said, I thought they would leave us in a quiet place after breakfast. I can't believe they brought us out here without any warning. Chiho was bewildered and wondered, huh? Mary laughed. Chiho smiled but thought to himself, I didn't expect to see her smile so brightly. And next to her, it's really the Dragon King. At that time, my mind was completely blank, so I attacked him without thinking. Now that I think about it.
Didn't I make a mistake? His hair is a little shorter, Mary said. Mary's face was full of joy. The Dragon King just watched inside. Soden said, Then their opponents are a clan with a reputation no less than that of the elves. They are the only group to have passed the qualifying round without losing a match or forfeiting, and now the situation is not as favorable as I had hoped. Siho said, That's right. Since this is the final, I thought they would gather all the contestants in one place, so we could at least recognize each other. We might even get a glimpse of those dark spirits. At least we could quickly think of some strategy with our allies. Siho said, I just hope we get a favorable opponent. Soden was still talking. 2 strong candidates from the northern region, the invincible pair.
The siblings Murik and Gazin. No need. As you exchanged opinions, we all realized at almost the same time, they are not the dark spirits, but they are strong. They, with their sharp teeth, he bit and broke the sword in his hand. Siho and Kim Yusen still stood watching them. The opponent sighed. Seriously, did you really have to bring food all the way here? I thought I ate too much, Tanai, his teammate replied. Can't be helped. The meal was too lacking. I had to compensate. Even though they try to treat us with pretty tasty ingredients, things like weapons or steel are only delicious after they've been used a lot. Even if this cake has no ingredients, no matter how delicious it is, if the owner has never used it once, the one eating was surprised. Huh, he looked towards Yusen.
Hey sis, that tall dude, can I fight him?
The sister replied, Up to you. Even if I say no, you won't listen anyway. The 2 opponents stood on either side of Soden. Soden held the ord in her hand. The basic rules for the final round are the same as the qualifying round. Victory is determined if the opponent cannot continue to fight or expresses the desire to surrender. However, unlike the qualifying round, the 4 members of each group will fight simultaneously in the final round. Of course, the match will not be the fight only ends when both members of the team are unable to fight. In the case of surrender, if only one of the 2 members declares it, it is also considered a loss, and stepping out of the arena out of bounds will also result in a loss. Siho was curious. The arena...
Soden continued. So the first match, the first battles of the final round begin now. The scenery is gradually changing. Siho was surprised. If you were wondering what they meant by out of bounds, this is it. The arena is really huge, several times larger than the one used in the qualifying round. Yen spoke up. So what's the plan? You must have felt it too. These 2 are completely different from the weak monsters you easily defeated in the qualifying round. Both are at least at the spirit level, especially that woman. If it were yesterday, there's a high chance we would lose, even if both of us fought her. But even without a high chance, we would lose. Now I'm on a different level compared to yesterday. I can easily handle it. Siho didn't listen to the end and used his power. Yen's jaw drummed.
This isn't a one-on-one match, it's a team game. Chiho, with a determined look, said, I'll go first, follow me. Chiho used his ability. His eyes shone brightly, full of darkness. His hand grabbed the rope. The opponent was still standing still. He struck a direct blow at them. That power seemed to want to shatter the arena. Soden commented, Such a violent attack. Is that the legendary elven cudgel?
Its destructive power is truly worthy of its reputation. Unleashing such strong firepower without probing first shows how confident he is in his own strength. The Dragon King deduced no. It seems he has some information about them. It also seems he's quite cautious, so he used the basic form of the elven cudgel instead of its true form. I shouldn't be commenting, but it's likely I will.
Freely transformable in shape and texture. For the opponent, this might be the most frustrating aspect, but the real disparity lies elsewhere. Volume and mass versus volume. Even with a lower-level monster strength, one can generate a physical force that is difficult for an opponent of the same level to deal with. That's why even the old elves, despite their weaknesses, could still stand their ground. Just mastering the basic use of the cudgel can make it completely impossible for those below the user's level to cope. Not to mention, the elf has mastered its crown in true form. As long as his stamina doesn't run out, he can launch attacks without worry. Even so, just that alone is meaningless. At the bottom of that deep blue ocean, the fight was still going on. Continuous blows were being
thrown like large explosions were occurring. Siho glanced over. The opponent commented, "Your reaction isn't bad. That level of attack was enough to defeat any weakling I met in the preliminary round." Of course, that was only in the preliminary round. As he spoke, he lunged forward to counter. Siho looked up at his opponent in the air. The opponent struck at Siho. She immediately dodged. The two stood looking at each other. The opponent thought. He immediately used a weapon-destroying technique and dodged. The attack was carefully adjusted to make him think he could defend or counter. If he tried to defend or counter, he would have been hit directly by the second attack. The opponent said, "Not bad, but I'm a little disappointed. It would have been much more interesting
if you had used a blade." Siho was stunned. Watch the next episode of the series. Please subscribe to the channel to get the latest videos. Siho leaned back to dodge. He turned his head to look. The opponent immediately launched a second attack as deduced. The opponent didn't understand what was happening. Blood sprayed from Siho's mouth. Siho delivered a direct punch to the opponent. The opponent was dazed. Siho was also surprised by the attack on him. It was the other opponent who attacked. The arena seemed to want to explode. Both opponents were stunned in their hearts. The smoke cleared. Siho charged directly towards the opponent's position. Remember to subscribe to the channel to get the latest information. The sound of continuous blows rained down on the opponent. Who is this guy? His attacks are nothing special.
Even if it's an attack without magic, no matter how many times he hits me, I'm not in any danger of being seriously injured. What's baffling is his absurd durability. The first attack was fine, but my second attack was aimed to finish him with my full strength. I felt a clear impact at my fingertips. Why? How? How can he still move as if nothing happened? Sudan commented, "Kong Hung and Choi Ho, the fierce one-on-one battle between the two opponents continues. Indeed, this is a fierce battle worthy of the prestige and level of the main event. But why has Kim Yusin disappeared like this? And Murex seems to be waiting from a distance instead of intervening in their fight." Bayo thought to himself, the result has already been decided. Elf, human, and starfish. Both sides probably have the same approach to this match. Win with the least possible loss of strength. In a tournament with 8 participating groups, the final round is held on the same day with strong opponents selected. A single victory means nothing. No matter how many strong opponents you defeat, if you have no strength left, it's just a failure. Moreover, after going through yesterday's preliminary round, perhaps all participants are deeply aware of this. However, in a battle, even with a disparity in strength and technique, it's inevitable that it becomes a long fight. In the end, what's important is the decisive blow to finish the opponent. A probing phase is needed to achieve that. Identify the opponent's weakness before they identify yours and attack through that gap. To win. Although Choi Sinho's previous attack looked flashy, the next one lacked substance from that overly flashy display. It was just a smokescreen to buy time for Kim using hide. It's shameful. Even I for a moment was distracted and missed Kim using disappearing. Needless to say, for those directly involved, that's why this difficult situation has arisen. Bayo's analysis was accurate. Murex's decision not to directly intervene in his sister's fight, or rather the reason Murex couldn't intervene, was because he was aware of Yuzin's concealment. Yuzin, who was hiding somewhere in the arena, was aiming to attack if any opening appeared. They had speculated that the two opponents had divided their roles according to their strengths, and Choi Sinho's role was
clearly to draw their attention. Therefore, while being cautious and searching for the hidden Yusin, they aimed to control the fight with the older sister without revealing any openings. Their plan was to finish Tiho quickly and create a 2-on-1 situation with the hidden Yusin. But the sister, with a face full of determination, she struck a blow towards Tiho. Tiho raised both hands to block it. He managed to block the attack. A huge explosion didn't want to level the entire arena. The sister slammed her weapon on the ground. Tiho's body trembled. He said, "Rai, what a shame. It seems you weren't going all out. If you had risked a little more, this would have been over.
Merely using strength is not enough to defeat an elf like Choice Tiho. Well, that's a relief, he said.
Siho fought back against the opponent despite having lost both arms. A strong body and rapid regeneration are a huge advantage, but it seems to be a complete disadvantage for you. Siho's arms had completely regenerated in an instant. The sister was confused for a moment. Damn it, what is that? I can't gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight, even with his support. I had only heard that elves were strong and attacked in a strange way. No one mentioned they were as durable as an oiled-up turtle, and that human is definitely nearby. An almost imperceptible presence and a faint killing intent. He's clearly letting it leak out on purpose. Should I really do this? Mull questioned. They're just a human-level threat. If they're just bluffers with no real substance, is it necessary for me to be this cautious?
Most of their combined strength is focused on that health. If the answer is to team up and finish him as quickly as possible, then we're screwed. The most important mindset in a battle is undoubtedly confidence. Even when cornered by a strong opponent, trusting in one's skills and plans significantly increases the chance of victory. However, when there are allies, the amount of trust required doubles, just like the increase in strength. Murik gritted his teeth before it's too late. I have to support my sister right away. I don't care what that guy does. I am a starfish of the invincible sea. I can withstand any trivial attack. Yusin appeared. Did you really fall for such a simple trap? Kim Yusin delivered the final verdict, which was a fatal blow. He said, even if it is a fatal blow, it's not a fatal blow. It seems like a moment of distraction. I hope you're not just relying on your species being tough. I'm not a fool, and there's no way a starfish can be taken down so simply. Yusin sighed, although I kept giving hints with my killing intent to keep you on guard. You somehow ignored it all. Anyway, he called out, Choice, huh? You're probably going to brag about making me follow your orders, aren't you? The sword had fallen. Murik's hand gritted his teeth in bitterness. Kim Yusen said, lie still there. Go. Just lie still and it will be better. But you probably can't hear what I'm saying now. It must be out of pity. The final slash for Yusen. That happened a year ago. It was one of the techniques he learned while fighting Xia Huai.
An energy blade formed at his fingertip. He performed a technique that passed through the gaps between skin, muscle, bone, and organs without cutting them. But to be honest, it was a kind of rather useless skill. Kim Yujin was fishing with a stranger. He asked, huh? The other person replied, I'm talking about that final slash. You said you knew how to use it, right? To be frank, so there's no misunderstanding, I'm not criticizing. Regardless of age, it's very impressive that you thought of it on your own while no one around you could. Si-ho was embarrassed. Well, I do have a little talent. But the other person interrupted. It would have been much better if it were a different technique, but it's probably nothing. You probably realized it after using it, right? During the pandemic, fighting monsters, cutting them cleanly.
Final slash is quite difficult. In fact, you didn't even take down the opponent on whom you successfully performed the final slash, right? Yen was stunned. Huh? How did you know? The person replied. I guessed. You probably performed the final slash correctly, but it didn't deal as much damage as you thought. If your opponent was strong enough to awaken during the battle, they must have been a powerful monster. That's the tricky part of the final slash. Monsters of a certain level will just regenerate even if they are cut. Conversely, weaker monsters can be defeated without using the final slash. Of course, knowing it is still better than not knowing, as it can still deliver a powerful blow, even if it doesn't do much damage. But considering the difficulty in the holy title, it's a bit disappointing. It's like pulling
SS rank character only to find out they are that weak. And thinking about it, a clean cut doesn't actually help much. For a creature with regenerative abilities, a cleaner cut is actually more convenient. In fact, when dealing with monsters, the messier and rougher the wound, the better. And if you can add some poison or a curse, it's even more perfect. Yen was speechless. I don't know what to say. The person continued. I know it sounds a bit too pragmatic for the words of an immortal, but isn't it always like that? Whether you call it monster hunting or whatever, in essence it's just hunting another species for survival. It would be weird if it looked beautiful and shiny. Yen was startled and turned his head. Yes, I understand. Wait a minute. How did you do that? This person holding a freshly caught
fish. What is it? You said you fished before, right? That's why I brought you here. Yen immediately retorts. No, that's not what I meant. Ian jumps up, pointing at the gear. The fishing rod, master. Isn't your rod the same as mine? It doesn't have a float or anything. It doesn't even have a hook or bait. How did you catch a fish then? The master chuckles. Look at this kit. The master releases the fish. So what do you think I brought you here for? Did you think I'd make you sit here all day with a rod that can't catch fish, just pretending? I thought it was a kind of mental training for immortals. In the old days, even Zhang Zaya was said to have wasted time fishing with a hookless rod. The master shoves the fishing rod at Yusin. Nonsense, he sighs. Mental training? Fishing? To waste time? I thought you were the type
who didn't believe in such meaningless things. It's one thing for ordinary people not to know, but it's guardians like you who tend to cling to these illusions the most. How could such things have any meaning? This training method might have been invented by Zhangzia, but that old man was very practical. Ein holds his head. Think carefully. How do you think I catch fish with a rod that has no hook, line, or float? And how can you do the same? That is your task for the next month. I won't give you any more advice or hints. You must catch at least 5 different types of fish in this river with that useless rod. Frankly, even I think a month is a bit harsh, but you're not the type to have much time to spare, are you? If you can do this, your final slash will truly become a divine strike. Night falls, and the sun rises again.
A new dawn breaks. 3 days after Gianni gave the assignment, the conclusion Yin came to this. This feels a bit foolish, but I can't question it. You can't catch a fish with a string that has nothing on it. The line doesn't even sink. And yet, I couldn't sense any magic or energy from my master. If it's because he's an immortal and I can't detect it, then so be it. But thinking that way, there's no way to complete the task, and he has no intention of teaching me any magic tricks for fishing. There's only one answer left: to create the parts by controlling pure energy ki without magic. That's the theoretical answer I've come up with for now, but Kim Yusin hesitates slightly. Knowing the theory and being able to put it into practice are two
completely different things. Of course, there's no guarantee this method will work. Creating an object with only energy without magic. How ridiculous. Frankly, that's why it took me 3 days just to think of this. When energy is a force that in itself has very little physical impact, it's necessary for the existence and maintenance of living beings, and can even promote their evolution to a higher state. But most creatures are not even aware of its existence. That's why magic or sorcery that uses it as fuel is necessary to unleash its power. The sword key and aura key that we all know that I've used before are also forms of summoning magic, where I borrow strength using my own strength and courage as fuel.
Even looks up at the sky. I don't know about this. This is so pointless. Even if it's possible to create something with just energy, wouldn't it be easier and more efficient to use magic? Unless you're like Choi Seo, who can easily summon things with just his mind. That kind of overpowered ability is a different story. See whose voice echoes in his mind. Yen, are you making excuses again? Are you trying to keep calling other people's powers overpowered? See who sighs. Well, whatever. Why should I care? If you're going to doubt the words of an old, wise immortal who is far more experienced than you, why bother listening to anyone? Your judgment is always right, isn't it? Thinking of his dear friend, he finds his motivation again. Kim Yusin. Oh, what a fool. Are you doing this on purpose?
You can't even fry an egg like this. Messing something up every single day? I see you're good at that. Kim's master says, listen, I'm not asking for a feast. Just try to keep the yolk a little runny. Okay, you're 17, an age where you could have been married twice, and yet you can't make a simple fried egg for your master. We'll have to work on that. What world am I living in? Hey kid, even in my day, if a 17-year-old didn't know how to fry an egg, his wife wouldn't even consider him a husband. On the 13th day, Yusin continues his martial arts training. His eyes are full of determination as he controls it. Once I mastered the flow of energy, I grasped the technique of compressing high-density spiritual energy into a specific shape. Hardened ki. It literally means strong.
Tense ki. This is known as a type of ancient martial art. Yusin laughs. Done! It's done! I did it! The master says, don't get ahead of yourself. Tomorrow marks exactly 2 weeks. You made about halfway progress, and even a day early at that. See who is surprised. You said, halfway? How insulting! The master replies, well, you weren't planning on fishing with just your finger, were you? Whether it's a hook or something else, you obviously have to hang on a fishing line, not your fingertip, you idiot. And please practice frying eggs, too. Day 22. The mass of hardened ki I can create has increased to the size of my glove. Also, I've successfully succeeded in throwing the hardened ki, but maintaining its size and shape after it separates. For my body is difficult. Ein thinks, damn it, if it's the size of my pinky, I can maintain it. But the problem is the shape. I have to maintain the shape of something small and sharp like a fish hook until a fish bites. Halfway my foot, halfway in your dreams. I knew something was wrong when he praised me so easily. I almost fell for it. Kim Yusin sits fishing by the lake. Patience is a virtue. It is now day, the 30th. The master asks, how long have you been out here? Yen yawns, wiping a tear. Just before sunrise, the master asks, looking at you with a fishing rod now, it seems you've grasped most of the basics. Caught any fish? Yen replies, it's not easy. Besides, this isn't exactly an ideal spot.
For it, the master says, excuses, excuses. He thinks to himself, if he only started fishing at dawn today, there's no way he can complete the whole mission by the end of the day.
Frankly, just being able to create a fishhook out of hardened key in 30 days is still unbelievable. The master looks at the basket. What the hell is this? He doesn't know. He reaches out and lifts the cloth covering the basket. The master looks on, stunned. Kim Yusin speaks up. As I said, it really wasn't easy at all to catch 5 different types. I found it strange, too. You didn't say to catch a certain number of fish. Why did you specifically say to catch different types? But you said it was possible. When I went out at dawn and started making the hook and bait, I finally realized what the final challenge was. Making the hook wasn't too hard once I got the hang of it.
Though not perfect, the structure was somewhat similar, but that alone wasn't enough, was it? How could it not be? Compared to a real worm, it lacks scent, flavor, and movement. It's just a look-alike copy. A fish won't fall for this kind of bait. So, could I effectively create the bait? Even as an immortal, how could you replicate the taste and smell of a living creature? Therefore, the only thing left that I could realistically replicate was just one thing. Oh, caught one! Kim Yusin holds the fish in his hand. Let me ask you straight, Master. How long did you really think it would take me to reach this level? Don't say 1 month. Really don't. Actually, I'm more curious. How many months did it take you? Move it! Pardon, Key? The Master says, I grasped it in about a day. No, half a day. But the Master doesn't believe it.
You little brat. It's suspicious. You can do all this, yet you've been messing up a soft-boiled egg for over a month. So have you finally started to understand? What does this have to do with the ultimate slash? Yen replies obediently. Yes, now I understand this opponent clearly, lying defeated on the ground. Our target of the ultimate slash that cuts through solid rock is not to leave a wound, but to leave something else behind. Harden. He is capable of mimicking a storm. The fish is swimming even after being separated from the body. Yusin left that thing inside Murik's body. It became the root of a living poison that will spread and destroy the spinal nerves of Murik. There are no external wounds, but even with the regenerative power of a spirit-level demon,
it cannot overcome the internal devastation. A technique so powerful it feels like being hit by a fatal curse called sudden death. In the old days, both immortals and demons called this technique the sudden death strike. Kim Yusin says, Hey Choi-ho, at least I did my part. If you find it too hard to fight alone, just fall back and conserve your strength. Let me show you how it's done. Ji-ho sighs at what my friend is saying. He's not a bad person, and he's just a bit sharp-toned. Honestly, I think our strategy is just more effective. It's not that you guys are weak, but since the situation has tilted in our favor, I think if you surrender here, we can end this without further harm to either side. Of course, if you refuse, there's no other choice. I'm not as subtle as my
friend. I don't know how to use disabling techniques to subdue a powerful demon like you, the one who bears it. Why continue attacking when Siyu is negotiating? Blood splatters. Kim Yui, with a fierce expression, was also defeated by Siyu. Her head is severed from her body. I told you, I'm not that subtle. The first match of the main tournament is over. The winners are Choi Siyu and Kim Yusin with extremely little loss of stamina and energy. The sister's body trembles, having lost its head. Blood splatters for dozens of kilometers. Ian apologizes. What was that? What just happened? What in the world happened? The opponent attacked, but Siyu didn't even flinch until just before the attack hit, so naturally I thought he would block it as usual. By the time I heard a sound,
his fist was already extended forward. It was as if the middle part of video was cut out. Even if I was a bit distracted, I wasn't careless. His speed surpassed the vision I've trained for the past year, to the point of felling a spirit-level monster in a single blow. When did he learn a technique like that? Ian wonders. Soden admires them. You two are truly amazing. Honestly, I thought your opponents were at least 1 level stronger, since they were championship candidates after all. But your martial arts were so superb, it put my narrow view to shame, especially the stealth technique that completely concealed your presence until the last moment. When you finally revealed yourselves, the audience was stunned. Yen just says, Yusin asks, but is there a problem?
I don't have to give a speech after winning, do I? Soden finds it amusing. A victory speech, that's a good idea. From the second round onwards, we should consider that. But I came up on stage for another reason. Because you haven't fulfilled the conditions for victory. Of course, to anyone watching the match, your victory is obvious, but that's just their subjective opinion. Depending on interpretation, it could be said that the winner hasn't been decided. It seems they're in a state of being unable to fight, but there's no direct damage to their energy cores. Moreover, with the power of spirit-level monsters, their level of injury will heal without any problem. More importantly, they will be able to seek information. Despite having many opportunities, they still haven't admitted defeat. They could still declare it now, but since they haven't done so,
the match is not over, and the right to end this match belongs to you. Yen looks at Soden thinking, is this one of those things?
Honestly, from my perspective, the match ended with our victory, but the standard for monsters is different. The right to devour the defeated. That's why, besides surrender, defeat means death or being devoured by the winner. Even Sihu collected cores in the preliminary round and swallowed them, and if his power just now is like that, from the monster's perspective, devouring is a completely natural thing. Yen says, "Hey, listen." Sihu cuts in. "It seems there's no other way. We'll have to end it." He extends his hand forward. Yen yells, "Hey, the legality of the sister's body." "All right," Yen says, feeling helpless.
You, what are you doing? Sihu replies, "Where are we? We can't just wait for these guys to wake up, right? If we do, we'll have to fight again, so we'll have to use a different method of elimination." "Hey, what exactly is the range for out of bounds?" Soden stammers. The out of bounds area starts from the flat ground where the floor structure ends." Sihu replies. "Ah, thanks." Sihu looks at you. "You heard that, right? Yen, you two move that person outside the boundary. It's nothing. Can't guarantee your technique will last forever, right?" Yen replies. That's right." They return to the waiting room together as the guild leader Gu approaches. Sihu pants. I'm exhausted. I'm beat, setting aside energy and stamina.
"I feel incredibly tired. Maybe it's from the stress." "Medical team." Yen asks, "Why did you do that?" Sihu looks bewildered, not understanding the question. Yusin asks again, "Why did you do that?" Yen says, "With those monsters we defeated. You know the rule, right? The Dragon Palace basically gave us permission to devour them. Why didn't you eat them?" Sihu smiles. "Well, just because I didn't feel like it." Kim Yusin gets serious. "Stop joking. Be serious. Those two were the strongest opponents you faced so far. It's not like you suddenly became uncomfortable with the idea of killing and devouring them." Sihu says, "Maybe they'll be more useful alive. You can get more news from Eugene. Stun useful." Sihu says, "They fought to win until the very end."
If they had agreed to side with the ongoing rebellion today, we wouldn't have fought so desperately in a competition that's about to be overthrown. They don't know what's going to happen, so later on when things unfold, even if they don't side with us, they might still be useful because they belong to the monsters of the Korean peninsula. They won't side with the darkness. And besides, after eating a few energy cores yesterday, I realized something. Eating them doesn't immediately bring any good. The energy contained in them is so strong that I also need time to digest it. The energy levels of both of them are not something I can digest instantly. Instead of greedily overworking my body, I thought it would be better to leave myself some options that I can exploit later. Yum will help. He thinks to himself now that he explains it.
It sounds like a reasonable choice. If it were me, I might have made a similar decision. But the way he just bluntly said, "I spared them to use them," just came out of his mouth so naturally. It feels a bit strange. Maybe it's just my feeling. Light of the front door shines in. Someone speaks, causing the two of them to turn around. "I know it might be a bit rude to suddenly approach you like this," but the woman starts. "My name is Biz, and I am one of the generals commanding the Golden Guard of the Dragon Palace. After witnessing your incredible performance in the recent match, as a warrior, I couldn't contain my excitement. That's why I dared to come here so boldly. I have no other intentions. I simply brought some fine wine and hope to chat with you, heroes from the mainland. If you feel uncomfortable..."
"I will leave immediately," Yen replies. "It's not that we're uncomfortable, it's just that we were..." Sihu interrupts. "Of course, we were getting a bit bored too. This is perfect. It would be great to get acquainted with someone from the Dragon Palace." Busy on. "Then there's no need for formalities." Sihu replies. "Please make yourself at home. You came here with a good intention of making friends, so there's no need to be tense." "Is this wine? The aroma is amazing. I can smell it just by being near the bottle." A-Hope joyfully introduces. "You recognize it? This is Hydago wine, sea grape wine, a recipe passed down through generations. I couldn't come to meet you too empty-handed. May he pour you a glass." Sihu declines.
"Oh no, I'm not very good with alcohol, and I've been drinking quite a bit lately. But my friend here loves to drink. He can drink a lot and never gets drunk." Sihu gestures towards Ein, busy on "A pleasure to meet you." "I'm truly delighted to meet you," Yen replies. "Ah, yes, sure." He looks at the glass of wine, thinking, in a situation where everything could explode at any moment. What are we doing? He sips the wine. This winess thinks, "Thanks, what is this? It's delicious." Vishen is happy. "Really, I'm so glad. I was worried it wouldn't suit the palate of someone from the mainland." How unbelievable. I know this grows unbelievable. You grow up fast, but it's hard to believe you're only 17. Actually, I'm not that impressive, while you might be.
I'm just a bit lucky now that I think about it. Bison, how old are you? You introduced yourself as a commander, but you look quite young. It seems you got promoted very quickly. Bison replies, "Oh, this year I will turn 100. Ein is still lost in his own thoughts. He talks like that, yet he keeps talking after just one drink. And hey, it seems like it's been a while. Even assuming Zeus and my match ended quickly by now, the third match must have started, so it's about time." Sihu says, "Wait, isn't the position right below the generals amazing?" Now, the girl bursts out laughing. "Well, if you're just going by the title, then yes, but it's not a position I earned entirely through my own strength.
I'm just benefiting from the previous generation. See who is.
Curious generation, she replies. Ah, the person who held my position before was appointed when the current Dragon King ascended the throne. It must have been one of the ones who held my position. 100 years ago, when His Majesty ascended the throne, he declared reforms starting with stopping the demand for tribute from humans on the mainland. He changed many policies of the Dragon Palace and placed key positions in the government in the hands of those from the same generation who shared his vision. But His Majesty is a special case among the dragon race. He still retains the strength and abilities from his prime. However, the officials of his generation can no longer keep up with him. In recent years, they have begun to retire, and young officials like us have started to replace them.
C laughs. I see. You must be under a lot of pressure to fix what has happened. Vision replies, that's right. We have a mission to restore the Dragon Palace from the mess that those foolish old geysers left behind. Both of them are stunned, the shock to hear her answer. Vision immediately changes her tone. Oh, my apologies, but what I've done is nothing. This is surely the sentiment of the wise people in the Dragon Palace. At a time when the world is undergoing great changes like now, there are many layers of mistakes that we need to cast aside. All that frustration will end today. C, who looks at her. Wait a minute, I'm sorry to say this, C, but today's martial arts tournament, it will be erased. Everything the current Dragon King has done, everything will vanish without a trace.
This video was produced by pharmacist Tien. She says to Se-Hu, the wine glass just dropped. Se-Hu looks towards Kim Yusin. He was bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. A truly terrifying sight. Se-Hu angrily slams the table and shouts, what are you talking about? Why so suddenly? Bijian's eyes droop. She says, what a pity. The spilled wine from the bottle is a bluish color, like some kind of poison, even though it was poisoned. That wine is still the pride of my family. Humans are not worthy of drinking it. If you think that's the price for your current suffering, it's not exactly fair, but it makes sense. But you're surprisingly calm. I thought you would pounce on me immediately, Bijian says with a smug look. Se-Hu is
furious. You definitely have the antidote. You're planning to use it to set conditions. Otherwise, why? No, I'm still not poisoned, so there's no reason for you to be so calm. Baisan replies as expected. You're quite sharp. Well, the only reason I'm calm is because I'm confident I can handle you alone. This must be very sudden, but the current Dragon King will abdicate today. We will apologize to the other contestants for canceling the tournament and compensate them appropriately. But for humans, there is an exception. Even if the current Dragon King spares you humans, you still have to pay the price for setting foot in the Dragon Palace without knowing your place. But lucky for you, Se-Hu, someone values you. He values you greatly. The new Dragon King awaits you.
Se-Hu will stand by his side and use your elven power for the benefit of the Dragon Palace. If you go to the new Dragon King and pledge your loyalty, I will prepare the antidote for that human. C must choose. He's flustered. Prepare, but he needs the antidote right now. Bizion is calm. Ah, I thought you would drink too, so the poison isn't very strong, but it seems the human body is even weaker than I thought. Even a low-level demon can withstand it for at least a day. I haven't prepared the antidote yet. If you're that worried, you'll have to follow me as quickly as possible. See who holds you. Understood. I'll do whatever you say. Just please save my friend, he pleads, kneeling down. Bizion, stand still. Of course. See you, since you're cooperating so well.
I'll be quick, too. What relief. I didn't think things would go this smoothly. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping, depending on the situation, to face you soon, but I didn't expect you to cast aside your pride and dignity for a mere human. She orders, follow me. See who asks. Can I at least ask who I will be pledging my loyalty to?
Covered in blood. Ugh. Yen opens his eyes. Perfectly normal. He had used a divine deception technique. She fell for it. Is she naive, or did she fall for my trap? Probably both. She approached us openly and offered me a drink. Did she really think we'd be a couple of clueless idiots? Yen thinks. By the way, Choice, I've thought this since high school, but your act as a harmless loser is almost scary. Honestly, I thought it was just because of your soft appearance, but I didn't expect your fake kindness to still work even here. Even though I knew you were hiding something, before I realized it, I had lowered my guard. It's almost like a superpower. Even though the opponent was recruiting you first, you still managed to infiltrate and gather crucial information in a flash. Anyway, now that we know the mastermind,
they'll probably ignore me for a while, thinking I'm not a threat. Now, how should I cause a ruckus? Yen is excited. Soden announces, the first round of the finals has reached its last match. Should I say that every match has exceeded expectations? As the daughter of a warrior family, I've watched quite a few tournaments, but this is the first time I've seen a competition of such a high caliber.
The winner of match 2 is Go and Sony. Go sighs in relief. Wasn't that a bit too much? Luckily nothing serious happened, but you could have been seriously injured. You could have let me handle the front and supported me from behind. So Madame says, I know, but considering the current situation, it's better for you to be healthy than me, right? Yeah, looking at the pools of blood, remnants of the battle.
A user says, if I try my best, maybe, just maybe, I can awaken a little. I guess this would happen when you rushed in so recklessly. Father would be so proud if he saw this. The next successor of the clan, humiliated in front of high-ranking officials of the Dragon Palace. So please fix that habit of yours. It's because you always rush in without probing or any control that you end up in situations like this. ERC Hero has lost an arm. He turns back with a bloody face and arm. But it was fun, wasn't it? The more I think about it, the more I feel that coming here was the right decision, right? Look at Siyu's matches. They were all amazing. Ayuzu thinks to herself, I knew this would happen. What's the use of being calm and rational in daily life? It's not an act, but
when a crucial battle comes, he acts as if he's 10 years younger, just rushing in headfirst and risking his life. If only he used at least half of his brain. Instead, he leaves everything to instinct and intuition. Maybe it's because of his bloodline, and maybe that's why he was chosen as the next successor. You see? Hero speaks up. By the way, you seem to be in good condition too, sis. Before coming here, you didn't look too well. Maybe your mood improved and it affected your abilities. Could it be because you got Zai Jun back and met Sehu again? What nonsense are you talking about? The sister furrows her brow. Do you think just because my mood isn't good, it affects my magic that much? How weak of a mage do you think I am? I've told you before, the land of the Korean peninsula simply doesn't suit me.
For people like us who summon Shikigami, where we are is the most important thing. If the natural energy of the place is not suitable, it's like a saltwater fish trying to swim in fresh water. Ukro replies, Is it that bad? I don't think it's that bad. There's a lot of energy here. The sister continues, It's not a matter of good or bad, but a matter of compatibility. You hate shrimp even though everyone else loves it, right? Anyway, let's deal with this. You look pathetic, the sister says. Ukro looks at his lost arm. Ah yes, the winners are Ashiro and Azero, and now we come to the final match of the first round. Just based on achievements, they surpass the previous 12 contestants. First we have Xiahua,
direct descendant of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, who showed overwhelming dominance in the qualifiers. Except for one loss due to withdrawal, she has ended every match in a single move. A true heir of a prestigious clan, overcoming their humble lineage. They have defeated powerful opponents to stand here. Next, we have the dear spirit sisters of the Korean peninsula, Yo Rome and Yo Kei. What a pity. It would have been better if we didn't have to meet here and now from what I've seen so far. Damn it, the younger sister says. The older sister drools. Why is it always like this? Why do I always have to face opponents that look so delicious? I can't even eat them. Yo Kei, thanks. Should I just throw everything away and do it like last time? What is this?
Yao Ron laughs. Well, I understand what you're thinking, and I even agree to some extent. But anyway, we all owe Bai Hong from the day we were born. All of us. So I think it's only right to help him when he asks, as long as it's something we can endure. Xiao Hai speculates. It can't be wrong, unless my sense of energy is flawed. Those two are definitely black spirits. The one on the right, if I'm not mistaken, is the cursed beast I've heard about. Is it greed? It's almost identical to the toxic energy I sense from the traces of the previous generation's greed that I investigated before coming here. And the other one, of course, I've never felt an energy like that before. Compared to greed, it's more unpleasant. I don't know what kind of magic it contains, but if I let myself get
hit, that will be the end. Xiao Hai speaks. This is getting interesting. 2 black spirits. This is a perfect test to see if I'm worthy of becoming Ting. She looks at the 2 opponents before her. Xiao Hai prepares to attack. Shu raises her hand. She dashes forward with the speed of light. He says, I forfeit. Xiao Hai breaks abruptly. Yo Rome raises both hands. Is this right? We withdraw. Soden is also stunned, not understanding what's happening. How pitiful. He yells out, What is going on here? But you've made it to the finals. Are you going to withdraw before the match even begins? Why? Yojan replies, Haha, sorry to disappoint everyone. As you said in the introduction just now, we don't come from a special lineage, so we don't overestimate our ability.
We came here more for the experience than to win. We were planning to at least go out with a bang, but what can you do when we run into something like this right from the start? Yo J calmly says, Therefore we withdraw. It's a bit regrettable, but just getting here has fulfilled our goal. Until this moment, Xiao Hai had considered almost every possible scenario, and the most logical goal for the Black Spirits was still to assassinate the Dragon King. Throughout history, across all times and places, it is said that every throne is built on the blades of rebels, but that is not true for the Dragon Palace.
As Xiao Huai had pointed out to Si Huai the day before, the Dragon King's power is on a completely different level. No matter how many forces or armies are gathered, one cannot challenge a supreme being like him. Xiao
Hai thinks to herself, their only chance is the reward for the winner of the martial arts tournament. The Dragon King personally congratulates the winner and leads them to the Dragon Palace's treasury, where they are allowed to choose one item. That is the only moment they can get close to the Dragon King without arousing suspicion. Even so, a simple ambush would never be enough to harm the Dragon King, but with the magic of the Black Spirits, they might be able to overcome the power gap. And yet, they willingly gave up that chance. What is their purpose after all? Perhaps this is the last chance. Even if it meant making an enemy of the Dragon Palace, Xiao Huai realized that she needed to eliminate the Black Spirits immediately. Yo Zheng speaks, making Soden tremble. Well, although I've given up, I also feel bad.
For those who are watching, everyone must have had high expectations. Instead of an exciting performance, they got a bland result. So to apologize, I thought I'd share an interesting story. He looks up. Let's see. I'm not sure how loudly I should say this. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know our current emperor, hailed as the greatest king in the history of the EC, has had 2 empresses so far? The first was the birth mother of His Highness, the Crown Prince, who is currently imprisoned. The statement shocks everyone. Soden is worried. Wait, stop. What's with this sudden? Yo. Okay, puts a hand over his mouth. Shell. She chokes Soden. He's in the middle of speaking. It's not polite to interrupt. Yojan continues. The first empress came from the most prestigious family in the EC, Dragon Prince. She greatly supported His Majesty's ascension to the throne, and it was said that their marriage was also very harmonious. It seemed inevitable that they would live together for the rest of their lives, until death. But that did not happen. His Majesty abandoned his life partner. The reason was because the Empress was simply trying to exercise her right, a very natural thing. Bayan Giant is angry. What are you talking about? Nonsense. He orders, head of the guards, arrest that person immediately. Bayan is fierce. Thank you. The one who brings him joy in life and excitement in work. Yozhang says, although she was the empress, direct interference in politics was still not allowed, but as one of His Majesty's advisors, the empress only offered helpful advice. Seeing the 2 dark spirits materialize as if from nothing, Xiao Huai's body froze solid, unable to react or even think. But this wasn't due to any failure on Xiao Huai's part. The situation had escalated far beyond her control. Yusin continued speaking. Your Majesty Han thought that even such advice was overstepping her bounds, and so the Dragon King watched on. Xiao Huai does not need to act, nor does she have the right to. I may not be a merciful person, but after doing this job for several hundred years, one no longer cares about the chatter of the masses. Kings and those in high positions often face such things. The noise from below is no different from insects swarming leftovers, the Dragon King said as he approached. Ed. It's irritating but unavoidable. It is a law of nature that one must accept. Powerful magic, abundant energy, meticulously honed techniques. There is an opponent that renders all of it meaningless. In fact, calling it an opponent might be an overstatement. No matter how powerful an individual is, fighting against the laws of nature is no longer a fight. Just as an ant cannot comprehend a human, lesser beings cannot understand such entities. To the demons, they could only call them by one word. The Dragon King appeared with great authority. But when an insect crawls into your bed and bites your flesh, that's a different story. I have no other word for it. No matter what you think in your head, your hand still rises to kill it. He pointed forward. A surge of power appeared.
Before Sudan, completely obscuring her vision, the demon's arm still held her neck, but its head had been blown off. The demon's voice regenerated. Ha ha, speak! The laughter abruptly stopped. The Dragon King asked, So, who are you on my daughter's birthday? Who dared to collude with my household and let you in? I won't give you much time, but if you answer, I will spare your life. It is not the insect's fault for biting when it doesn't know its place. Even was excited, just as I heard. No, even more so. Of course, a rebellion would never succeed. The Dragon King is an entity far beyond any ordinary demon. Even outside, no one can match him. In the East Sea, he is the absolute ruler. Literally, no matter how strong or numerous they are.
They would still be fighting against the master of that world, said by Haiyang. Yusin asked, I heard he is much stronger than you. Dahyus, is there anything I can do? Dahyus replied, We will have to provoke his anger, strike the Dragon King's sore spot, the thing he never wants to hear. We will say it, make him come to us. Yen was surprised. Wouldn't that just get us killed in one blow? Bihayang answered, don't worry. Of course, if the dragon wanted to, you'd be killed instantly, but he won't do that. After all, he's a good person, fully aware of his own power. Just like Healing Stone immediately stomp on an ant. You wouldn't call that reckless or foolish, would you? Even if the ant tries to do something, he'll just react with indifference, like, do whatever you want. That's when Alien will use this.
Yen was curious. That is, Byung said grandly, it is a weapon that can strike down a god.
Or, to put it more modestly, it's a poison stinger I can attach to Aline. As for the ant, I don't have the skill to use it myself, but with Aline's ability, it's entirely possible. I wonder what his expression will be. It's a shame I can't see it for myself. His face, when the anti-god weapon, which he himself gave to humans, takes his own life. The demon uses a treasure, the flute of 10,000 submissions. Only the Dragon King knew what the demon who chose its own death had brought, and the meaning of the melody being played. In this world, not even those who claimed to understand the king's heart the most were those who hired the dark spirit to overthrow the Dragon King.
Those who were witnessing the situation unfold right before their eyes, not even the most talented ones, surely no one understood. The Dragon King appeared with a transfixed look in his eyes. It was an old story, over 1,000 years old, a story almost forgotten, not just by humans, but by demons as well. Back then, the reigning Dragon King had no official successor. They were two heirs to the throne, but was it difficult to determine who was better? Or was there another reason? The Dragon King could not decide on a crown prince. Tragically, in that state, the Dragon King fell ill. He could no longer move, confined to his bed, unable to even keep his mind clear. Yen posed a question. A rather familiar story, isn't it? So the two heirs killed each other for
throne, and a weapon was used for that. BH replied, no, it seems that didn't happen. The younger brother, who is the current Dragon King, had no desire for the throne. So the younger brother decided to leave the sea for a while. Even without desiring the throne, the atmosphere would surely be suffocating with two successors. By leaving, he intended to diminish his presence so his older brother could reign as the crown prince. Besides, it was also a good opportunity to leave the Dragon Palace without arousing suspicion. So the younger brother left the sea for a long time, believing things would be better in his absence. But that expectation was completely shattered. Yen asked the incompetent older brother, did he destroy the Dragon Palace with poor governance?
While his younger brother was away, Bai Yang quickly replied, if that were the case, the story would have been much simpler. Unfortunately, the older brother was a rather excellent king, at least in the Dragon Palace. Yen was confused. What does a drought have to do with the Dragon Palace? Bai Yang smirked. It might not be an easy story to understand, but the sea greatly influences the climate on land. So traditionally, the Dragon Kings would control the weather in exchange for tribute from the coastal regions. Of course, it was a reciprocal exchange. It was on the level of, if you offer tribute, I will make your lives easier. But what the older brother did was the complete opposite. It was on the level of, if you don't offer tribute, I will make it impossible for you to live. First,
the plants and animals on land began to wither. Then it was the humans' turn, and the demons on land were also affected. Although they saw humans as both protectors and prey, the very ground beneath their feet was crumbling. It was no longer just a problem between humans and the Dragon Palace, but a conflict between the land and the sea. From the Demon King to the great demons of various palaces with comparable power, and even the saints of humanity, many were watching and waiting for an opportunity. But who would dare to act recklessly? Even though the succession was not complete, the opponents still held the power of the Dragon King. If they clashed carelessly, the consequences would make a drought seem trivial. The younger brother, upon his return, tried to persuade his older brother.
If this continues, a catastrophic war between the land and the sea unprecedented in history could break out. However, that was the older brother's goal from the start, to wage war against the demons and humans on land to seize control. Ian asked, in that case, was there a chance of winning? Bai Yang replied, frankly, the Dragon Palace was not superior to the land. Wars were avoided, not because the land feared losing, but because of the potential consequences. However, a significant number of Dragon Palace officials were very excited by the older brother's ambition. Perhaps they were not very knowledgeable about the world beyond the sea. If things had gone according to plan back then, it would have been very interesting. But that didn't happen. The younger brother
gave something to the humans on land, a weapon to tame the myriad waves. In other words, a weapon that seals and restrains the power of the Dragon King at sea. He could not act openly, as that might divide the entire Dragon Palace, so he hid his identity and secretly gave this weapon away. Yusin wondered, what was he, an idiot? Creating something like that is like shooting yourself in the foot, right? Bayang burst out laughing. Ha, that's right. But there were conditions. It could only be used when the Dragon Palace harmed the land first. So in any other situation, it would be completely sealed. Of course, those weren't just empty words. The first version of the Flute of 10,000 Submissions specialized in defense and counterattack, but I still think it was self-sabotage.
It wasn't me who never intended to steal it from the beginning. Nor was it me who modified it to be like this. It has been called by many names throughout Western history, a goat-headed monster with characteristics of both male and female, leading humans into an abyss of lust and pleasure. and perhaps that is the most famous name this dark creature has ever had. Xiao Huai lunges forward. The one who understood the situation the fastest and acted immediately was the descendant of the great sage equal to heaven. Xiao Huai thought, even though I don't know what that flute is, its effect is clearly limited to the Dragon King, and playing it requires complete concentration. If the attacker is unaware of their surroundings, then in a flash, Xiao Huai glanced over.
She uses Raging Wind Fist. Xiao Huai finishes her attack. The opponent retreats. Xiao Huai deduced. Its resilience and defense withstood a direct hit from Raging Wind Fist. Even though its head was blown off, it could still move. That means its human form is merely a shell. The demon roared continuously. Hungry, hungry, hungry. If both sides are demons who have reached the spiritual level, the outcome of the battle is not decided by the amount of power, including spiritual energy. That's right. From a human perspective, it can be illustrated as follows. Xiao Huai said, that's right. From a human's perspective, it can be illustrated as follows. A trained soldier with a dagger and a child with a fully loaded automatic rifle, if they face each other on a battlefield.
Who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Xiao replied, I don't know much about guns, but assuming there are no obstacles between them, something like that. Xiao Huai took a sip of water. Time, place, distance, individual physical and psychological traits, the outcome can change depending on those factors. Neither side can be certain of the result. It's the same with magic and spiritual power. As long as you have an ability that can surely kill the opponent upon a successful hit, other factors become more important than raw power. No matter how strong your magic is, if you don't know how to use it or aren't proficient, its power will be greatly diminished. Conversely, if you understand your opponent's abilities, as long as the situation allows, you can respond appropriately. Furthermore, you can find
loopholes in there in your own magic. Furthermore, you can find loopholes with your own magic. See how agreed. Right. Your explanation makes sense, though. Using a gun as an example was quite unexpected. But the reason you're telling me this is, Xiao Huai answered, because in your current state, you're no different from that child. I don't know you well, nor have I seen you fight properly. If we count our meetings, we've only met twice in a few days. However, in just those few days, you've grown to the point where you could be considered a completely different creature. Of course, that growth itself is commendable. The potential of your bloodline, a bit of luck in your experiences, but above all, it wouldn't have been possible without your own will. But you felt the backlash from it, haven't you? Even though you act on your own judgment and will, looking back, you feel as if those...
Cảm ơn mọi người đã nghe mình chia sẻ. Hãy mời bạn bè của bạn tham gia kênh của mình để mình có thể đạt được những cái gọi là lượt theo dõi nhiều hơn. Mình cảm ơn.